Chapter 1. The Encounter. In the year 762 of the Aji calendar, in the seventh universe on Earth, within a dense forest where verdant trees abound and wild grasses flourish, a stream meanders gently, while birds chirp joyously in the canopy above. Beneath the shade of a tree, a majestic tiger lies in slumber. Suddenly, with a perplexed expression, Jiang Ling appears before the tiger, caught in the act of relieving himself. The stream of water lands squarely upon the tiger's head. Surveying the lush surroundings, realization dawns upon him. What the hell? I can traverse dimensions just to urinate? Is this some kind of joke? The tiger's eyes flicker with uncertainty as it gazes at him, and Jiang Ling meets its stare with confidence. The stream continues unabated. He is acutely aware that halting now would change nothing. Man and beast lock eyes. Time seems to stand still. Only the steam rising from the tiger's head disturbs the silence. Suddenly, Jiang Ling shivers, shakes himself, and concludes his act, feeling invigorated. The gaping maw of the tiger looms larger before him. In silence, one either perishes or erupts. He bellows, "System, at this juncture, if you do not intervene, when will you?" Silence ensues. The gentle breeze rustles with an almost overwhelming noise. As the tiger's maw approaches, Jiang Ling resigns himself to fate, hoping only to escape without suffering. What misfortune has befallen him? At that moment, from a nearby tree, a rustle of leaves heralds the arrival of a small figure, armed with a sharp sword. To Jiang Ling, this diminutive figure appears as a divine savior, charging toward the tiger with a flash of cold light. The tiger falls lifeless. Blood spills forth abundantly. With lingering trepidation, Jiang Ling pushes aside the tiger's carcass and dusts off his clothing. Such is the nature of this world, where the strong reign supreme. If one wishes to devour others, one must be prepared to be devoured in turn. Gazing at the corpse, Jiang Ling cannot help but reflect though he did not slay the beast, it does not preclude him from expressing his thoughts. His eyes turn toward the savior. Before him stand a young boy, brandishing a sword, approximately 4 or 5 years of age. Clad in a small orange martial arts uniform, emblazoned on the chest is a circle enclosing the character bow. Recognizing the familiar attire and face, Jiang Ling is momentarily taken aback. Gohan. Indeed, the boy who appeared so suddenly is none other than Son Gohan, the son of Son Goku. Gohan, equally astonished, inquires, "How do you know my name?" Jiang Ling falls silent. To encounter Gohan here indicates that he has crossed into the Dragon Ball universe. Those familiar with Dragon Ball are aware of its chaotic power dynamics, where the fate of Earth frequently teeters on the brink of destruction. One misstep could lead to a fate worse than death. After a prolonged moment, Jiang Ling accepts the reality of his traversal into the Dragon Ball world. What other choice did he have? Could he return? After a brief contemplation, he introduces himself. "My name is Jiang Ling. You may call me Uncle Jiang Ling. Thank you for saving me. As for how I know you, it's a long story that I'll explain gradually. Those who understand will comprehend. And for those who do not, I cannot help." "Oh, okay." Gohan scratches his head, his innocence shining through at the tender age of 4, and he readily brushes it off without suspicion. Then, he begins to attend to the tiger's corpse. "Uncle Jiang Ling, I'm going to roast some meat. Would you like to join me?" Jiang Ling rubs his empty stomach and nods. "Is that appropriate? Since you so graciously invited me, I shall not be polite." Gohan. Gohan displays remarkable skill in handling the tiger meat, as if he has lived in the wild for quite some time. Jiang Ling observes quietly from the side, refraining from offering assistance. No other reason than his own lack of knowledge. Taking note of the boy character on Gohan's martial arts uniform and his sword, Jiang Ling deduces a conclusion. The Dragon Ball narrative must currently be set in the early stages of Dragon Ball Z, a year prior to Vegeta's invasion of Earth, when Son Goku was slain by Raditz. The 4-year-old Gohan now finds himself in Piccolo's care for training in the wilderness. Jiang Ling swiftly organizes the plot in his mind. At that moment, a voice resonates within him. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful traversal." Jiang Ling gazes up at the star-studded night sky. After a long pause, he nods. "I understand. I called for you just now. Why did you not appear? A look of grievance crosses Jiang Ling's face. He nearly became a meal for the tiger. Ding. The system acknowledges your urgency, but please remain patient. The system was booting up, hence its silence. However, it has granted you proficiency in the Dragon Ball language, allowing for seamless communication with Son Gohan. I comprehend the logic, but do you not fear for my life? Ding. Rest assured, this system is highly intelligent and has calculated that you will undoubtedly be rescued by Gohan. Do you not fear an error? Ding. There is no fear if necessary. We shall simply switch hosts. Very well, I accept your apology. This system did not apologize. Do you wish to kneel before me? No need for such grand gestures, oh. Look at you. If kneeling is your wish, then kneel. As Jiang Ling engages in this amiable exchange with the system, he catches a glimpse of Gohan preparing to discard the tiger's tail and hurriedly stops him. Hey, don't throw that away, it has great utility. What utility does it have? Generally, it's not consumed in such places. Gohan looks perplexed. Jiang Ling explains this is a treasure, but it's of no use to a child. Is that so? Gohan's realization dawns, and he internally acknowledges the vast knowledge he still needs to acquire. Jiang Ling takes the tiger's tail, approaches the stream to prepare it. Then he forages in the forest for some herbs and odor-masking plants, combining them in a pot over a fire to cook. With utmost seriousness, Jiang Ling imparts knowledge to Gohan. In the future, cook this for your father, it will be immensely beneficial. He will become incredibly strong. Gohan nods, partially understanding. Lost in thought, his expression dims as he murmurs, "My father is dead." Jiang Ling pats his shoulder, offering comfort. Your father will be revived. There are miraculous Dragon Balls on Earth that can bring anyone back to life. Really? Indeed, as long as you strive to enhance your strength and defeat your foes. Okay, hope ignites in Gohan's eyes, alongside a newfound goal in his heart. When Dad is revived, they'll make him tiger tail soup. With this thought, Gohan resumes roasting the tiger meat. Jiang Ling nods in approval. On this summer night, a gentle breeze caresses the skin, providing a sense of comfort. Ding! Allow me to introduce myself, System. Jiang Ling waves his hand, interrupting. I understand your eagerness, but please be patient. Before long, the tiger meat is roasted to perfection. A delectable aroma fills the air. Jiang Ling and Gohan indulge heartily. The meat is rich yet not greasy, lean yet tender, an unequivocal delight. Gohan's culinary skills are impressive, evidently honed by his time in the wild. Once satiated, Jiang Ling savors the tiger tail soup while it is still warm, letting out a contented sigh. Seeing his satisfaction, Gohan's own appetite is piqued, and he takes a sip of the soup. Jiang Ling attempts to intervene, but it is too late. Gohan, how does your body feel? I don't feel anything. Do not consume more, you are still young, moderation is key. Okay, adults often possess persuasive authority, even if their combat prowess pales in comparison to that of a child. Chapter 2. The Reunion of Father and Son. The night deepens. The campfire crackles and pops. Son Gohan, clutching the sword's sheath, leans against the stone and drifts into a deep slumber. Jiang Ling rests against the stone, hands behind his head, gazing into the starry expanse of the Milky Way, shimmering in his eyes. Sleep eludes him. Perhaps it is the disorientation of having just crossed over, or perhaps he indulged too much in the tiger tail soup, causing his blood to surge restlessly. Out of boredom, Jiang Ling calls upon the system within his mind. System, please commence your performance. This system is currently at version 1.0. With only the sign-in feature available, more formidable functions will be unlocked in due course. Sign-in feature? Jiang Ling's interest is piqued by the system. Murmuring to himself, this feature is rather ambiguous. From the novels he has read, systems with sign-in capabilities tend to be either extraordinarily overpowered or utterly useless, with the latter being far more prevalent. He wonders what kind of system this one is. Host, my system's sign-in requires physical contact with the target to register, yielding a random reward of a specific ability. These abilities may include skills, talents, experience, and more. A series of system notifications chime. Jiang Ling's eyes gleam with intrigue. At this juncture, the sign-in feature appears promising. So, is there a beginner's gift package? Oh, how did you know? Just tell me if there is or not. Ding. The system dispenses a grand gift pack. Scion bloodline and 10 sins of beans. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling sat up straight. Setting aside the question of the Scion bloodline strength, it is undoubtedly the most revered lineage, with no dissenting opinions to be found, right? In his youth, Jiang Ling yearned most fervently to be a Scion, particularly enchanted by the transformation. It was incredibly cool. As a child, he would often exclaim, "Ah, ah, ah," at home for an extended period, only to receive a severe beating from his father. At that time, he was rather delusional, and the more he was beaten, the more exhilarated he became, as he believed that entering a near-death state would allow him to recover like a scion, significantly amplifying his power. He even felt that the pain was insufficient, inciting him to add fuel to the fire. Haven't you eaten? Is this all the strength you possess? The outcome was predictable. He was met with yet another round of hefty blows. He ended up recuperating in a hospital for an entire week. Ah, how he reminisced. A nostalgic glimmer appeared in Jiang Ling's eyes as he silently chanted, "Activate Scion Bloodline." As the bloodline fusion commenced, a notification tone resounded. Jiang Ling felt an indescribable sensation enveloping his entire being. Hiss! How delightful! He could not help but exclaim, his visage radiating sheer enjoyment. As the Scion bloodline continued to merge, a brown tail sprouted from behind him. Gradually, this pleasant feeling persisted. Jiang Ling could no longer endure it. His expression morphed into one of agony. Was this truly taking too long? No one could withstand this. Beside him, Sun Wukong was roused from slumber by the commotion. Observing Jiang Ling's condition, he hurriedly inquired, "What's wrong? What's happening?" Jiang Ling stammered. "It's nothing, no, don't mind me." Concerning such matters, Sun Wukong was at a loss for how to assist, merely fidgeting anxiously at the side. Time slipped by, and eventually, Jiang Ling returned to a state of normalcy. He gasped for breath, his lungs heaving. How to articulate this sensation? It was an ineffable experience, a blend of half an hour of comfort that could only be described as suffering. His stamina had plummeted to its nadir. At this juncture, he felt exceedingly feeble, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to retrieve a magic bean from the system's space. Indeed, the system possessed its own spatial capabilities. System, this is standard equipment. After consuming the magic bean, Jiang Ling finally began to recuperate. He felt his strength returning, stamina fully replenished. He had no desire to relive the earlier experience. Although it was exceedingly pleasurable, it was overwhelmingly so. He stood up, assessing his own power, only to find that his strength had not increased in the slightest. The Scion bloodline fusion had amounted to nothing. He speculated that he would need to undergo rigorous training to enhance his abilities. After all, Sun Wukong, too, was of Scion descent, having clawed his way up through countless battles. A thought crossed Jiang Ling's mind, prompting him to ask the system. "System, doesn't the Scion bloodline grant a passive ability to significantly enhance combat power upon recovering from a near-death state? My recent condition should meet that criterion, right?" Ding. Host, this passive ability requires combat power to be raised to 100 in order to activate. Jiang Ling, are you feeling any better? Do you want to go to the city to find some medicine? Wukong remained by his side, his eyes filled with concern. His kind-hearted nature compelled him to assist without hesitation in such situations. Hearing this, Jiang Ling felt a warmth in his heart. He smiled and said, "I'm fine, it was just a stomach ailment. I'll endure it until it passes." Does a stomach ailment manifest in such a manner? Sun Wukong tilted his head, utterly perplexed, yet he continued, "My mother had stomach issues before, but she recovered after taking some capsule from a reputable brand. You could try purchasing those." Jiang Ling nodded. "All right, I'll buy some as soon as I return." "Thank you, Wukong." Seeing that Jiang Ling was unharmed, Sun Wukong felt a wave of relief wash over him, only for a sudden wave of drowsiness to hit him. He stifled a yawn, preparing to drift back into sleep when he suddenly caught sight of the tail, swaying behind Jiang Ling, astonished. "You have a tail too? I distinctly remember you didn't have one." Jiang Ling glanced at his tail and, with utmost seriousness, remarked, "You must be mistaken. I have always had a tail." "Oh, is that so?" Gohan scratched his head, not wishing to dwell on the matter, conceding, "I must have recalled it incorrectly. I used to have a tail as well, but it seems I no longer do." As the conversation shifted to tails, Gohan, invigorated, enthusiastically elaborated on their various uses. For instance, one could scratch an itch or chase their own tail in circles. Furthermore, during moments of urgency, when the force of gravity proved too great to maintain balance, one could stabilize oneself by resting the tail on the ground, thus forming a tripod with the legs. Mother shall no longer worry about my inability to stand while relieving myself. Jiang Ling listened with a smile, quietly absorbing Gohan's explanations. The myriad functions of a tail were indeed beyond his initial contemplation. As Gohan continued to speak, his eyelids began to droop, and weariness washed over him once more. Jiang Ling gently patted Gohan's head. "It's time to sleep. It's getting late." Gohan succumbed to slumber beside him. Jiang Ling took a deep breath and checked the reward for the sign-in he had just completed while patting Gohan's head. Ding! Sign-in successful. As it is the host's first sign-in, the optimization reward Gohan's potential has been triggered. A wave of joy surged within Jiang Ling. Those familiar with Dragon Ball know well the immense potential that Gohan possesses. With proper training, defeating Goku with a punch or Vegeta with a kick would pose no challenge. Regrettably, he had chosen the path of scholar. This sign-in reward felt like a timely boon. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, gathering his emotions. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could he check in again today? He reached out and tapped Wu Fan lightly, silently reciting in his mind, "Check in." Ding! Host! You may check in only once per day. Jiang Ling pouted. As expected, he had anticipated this outcome. Then can I check in on Wu Fan tomorrow? Ding! For the same target, you may check in again only after 1 year. Jiang Ling, this system is utterly useless. It would be far better for him to enhance his own strength and obliterate everything in his path. Host, I shall strive to update diligently. I aim to provide you with better assistance. Is there anything else I can assist with? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and said, "Can you enhance my strength?" This request was entirely reasonable. After all, they were currently in the wilderness, where they might encounter numerous beasts, such as colossal dinosaurs. Given his current combat prowess, if he encountered that formidable tiger from before, he would be nothing more than a mere offering. Surely, it was not excessive to seek a boost in strength. He could not remain by Wu Fan's side indefinitely, relying on a 4-year-old child for protection. Host, your expectations are overly optimistic. Strength must be cultivated through your own efforts. The system cannot grant it directly. If I were to bestow upon you immense power outright, you would be unable to control it, leading to a sense of hollowness. Only the strength acquired through your own training is truly yours. Stop, enough. No more. Jiang Ling rubbed his temples. He finally understood. The system was toying with him. A cursed system. Jiang Ling, increasingly agitated, resolved to confront the CPU. System, you're my son. Host, please use civilized language. Jiang Ling glared. What's wrong? Am I mistaken? You are indeed my son. The system, possessing its own temperament, retorted immediately. A spirited exchange ensued, with both parties engaging in a battle of wits. I am your father. You are my son. I am your father. You are my son. I am your father. So, father. Ah, my son is truly obedient. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily, feeling a sense of relief. Content. He leaned against a rock and drifted into slumber. In the distance, atop a mountain, a figure sat cross-legged at the summit, his green skin blending seamlessly with the surrounding foliage. His expression was cold. A white hat adorned his head, and a white cloak draped over his form. This individual was none other than Piccolo. He withdrew his gaze from Jiang Ling, lost in contemplation. This stranger's origins were unclear, yet he appeared to possess Saiyan blood. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for he seemed quite feeble. Chapter 3. The toothless Jiang Ling. The following day, upon rising, Jiang Ling discovered that son Gohan had gathered some wild fruits from the woods. This would serve as their breakfast. While enjoying the fruits, Jiang Ling inquired, "Gohan, how long have you been here?" Upon hearing this, son Wukong pondered for a moment. It has been 5 months. 5 months, Jiang Ling murmured, a hint of urgency flashing in his eyes. According to the narrative, Wukong still had 1 month left before Piccolo would commence his rigorous training. For now, he was still in the wilderness survival phase. This implies that there are still 7 months until Vegeta invades Earth. If he begins his training now, his combat power might not catch up with the main forces. Ding! A strong desire detected from the host has triggered the real name authentication gift pack. Please bind your identification to claim it. A question mark slowly emerged above Jiang Ling's head. System, why do you exude such a strong mobile game vibe? Let bygones be bygones. May I ask if the host wishes to bind? Bind. Jiang Ling recited a series of numbers. 44, 2023, 88, 78. Ding, binding successful. Congratulations on receiving the real name authentication gift pack. Open it. Ding, you have received a special spirit bean. A special spirit bean? Jiang Ling leaned against the special spirit bean that had appeared in his hand, which looked quite similar to a regular spirit bean. Special spirit bean. Consuming it can increase combat power by 200. Jiang Ling felt a surge of joy. Truly, my son, how thoughtful of you. You forgot that you called me father last night, didn't you? Jiang Ling's expression was one of pride. Host, you have no teeth. That is shameless. Jiang Ling curled his lips slightly before consuming a specially crafted celestial bean. Instantly, a formidable surge of power coursed through his entire being. His arm muscles became more defined, and the faint outlines of six-pack abs began to emerge on his abdomen. In that moment, Jiang Ling felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. He inhaled deeply, relieved that his rationality remained intact. The fleeting thought of omnipotence was merely an illusion, a natural response to suddenly gaining a strength far exceeding his previous capabilities. Sun Wukong stared at Jiang Ling in astonishment. Jiang Ling, why do I feel as though you have become immensely stronger all of a sudden? Jiang Ling nodded in acknowledgement, but offered no explanation. Instead, he unleashed a powerful punch toward the nearby boulder. Boom! The stone was riddled with cracks. Sun Wukong was left in shock. How could Jiang Ling possess such strength, yet nearly succumb to a tiger the previous day? The stark contrast ignited a sense of admiration within him. Incredible. So cool. You are truly remarkable. Keep it low-key, Jiang Ling replied modestly. Jiang Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the gentle breeze caressing him, causing his garments to flutter gracefully. Unintentionally, he revealed a chiseled six-pack. Possessing the ability to fend for himself, Jiang Ling felt no need to linger here any longer. Thus, he bid farewell to Gohan. Initially, he had contemplated training alongside Gohan under Piccolo's guidance, yet he doubted that Piccolo would extend his assistance to a sudden, unfamiliar face. Plans often succumb to unforeseen changes. By chance, he acquired a specialized Senza bean, which elevated his combat power to an impressive 200 points. Now, it was time to venture beyond the novice village in search of more effective avenues for growth. In a certain city, a concert had just concluded, and the singer returned to the backstage area. A staff member, sporting a tail, approached eagerly and exclaimed, Goku, you are my idol. I've listened to your song since childhood. May I shake your hand? The singer smiled and nodded, treating the visitor as a fan, extending a hand for a brief handshake. After the exchange, the staff member's lips curled into a subtle smile as he departed from the backstage area. Indeed, this individual was Jiang Ling. It had been over half a month since parting ways with Wu Fan. Disguised as a fan, he had collected signatures from numerous singers, yet he had acquired an array of extraordinary skills: master-level culinary expertise, exceptional acting prowess, superior driving abilities, divine levels of nonchalance, and advanced programming knowledge, among others. Just moments ago, he had finally attained a master-level singing ability. Presently, he was proficient in many disciplines, yet none contributed to enhancing his strength. At this moment, Yamcha and Tien Fan were likely training at the God Temple. Perhaps it was time to pay them a visit. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling retrieved a capsule from his pocket, tossing it to the ground where it transformed into a sleek, hovering motorcycle. For this motorcycle, he had spent the past half-month earning money, ultimately acquiring a lock-picking skill that enabled him to liberate the motorcycle from a wealthy individual's possession. Concurrently, he had pinpointed the location of Corinta for the God Temple, was situated directly above it. To reach the temple, one must first ascertain the whereabouts of Korinta. Reflecting on his current capabilities, Jiang Ling mused that life on Earth could indeed be quite enjoyable. Otherwise, he might as well embrace a state of carefree indifference. Regardless, with the likes of Sun Wukong and the Z warriors to bear the brunt, even if one were to face demise a few times, the existence of Dragon Balls ensures resurrection. Ding! Host, a gentle reminder. Your soul is beyond this realm's jurisdiction. The eternal dragon cannot revive you. Damn it! Cursed fate! Jiang Ling muttered under his breath, swiftly mounting his motorcycle and accelerating towards the direction of the Korin Tower. He understood that without strength, one is but a mere trifle, let alone living a life surrounded by enchanting beauties. It is said that within the sacred grounds of Korin lies the towering Korin Tower, home to the esteemed Korin sage. Jiang Ling gazed upon the sky-piercing structure, nodding slightly. It was indeed identical to its depiction in the comics. After a long and arduous journey, he had finally arrived. At the base of the tower resided a father and son duo. One was a robust man, clad in attire reminiscent of a primitive tribe, known as Bora, while the other was a young man named Uppa. Their clan's sacred duty was to protect the sanctity of Korin. Greetings, Jiang Ling called out. Upon seeing the newcomer, Bora tensed, his expression wary. What brings you here? Do not be alarmed. Jiang Ling waved his hand with a smile. I am a martial artist, informed by Master Roshi of this place, and I have come to ascend Korin Tower. Upon hearing this, Bora's demeanor softened slightly, a glimmer of goodwill appearing in his gaze. Master Roshi? Is he doing well these days? It is said that ascending the Tower of Karen can greatly enhance one's abilities. The turtle hermit had previously scaled the tower and achieved success. In his youth, Bardock also attempted the climb, but ultimately failed. Thus, he understands how arduous it is for an ordinary warrior to ascend. The turtle hermit leads a prosperous life, enjoying delightful meals and robust health. While indulging in daily viewing of films, Jiang Ling spoke earnestly, asserting that, since the individual involved was unaware, any statement could be made. The crux of the matter is that he had not erred. Chapter 4. The Tower of Karen, Temple of the Gods. Jiang Ling turned to the young man beside him, astonished, and inquired, You are Uppa? Yes, I am. How do you know my name? Uppa responded, somewhat puzzled. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling was even more taken aback. Aren't you a girl? In his memory, Uppa had appeared so adorable in childhood that he certainly seemed to be a girl. How'd he grow up to become a man? Who said that? Uppa retorted with irritation. Who claimed I was a girl? I aspire to be a man like my father. Jiang Ling suddenly comprehended. It turns out that not all who are cute are girls. Climbing the tower is an exceedingly perilous trial. A moment's lapse in concentration could result in a fatal fall. Are you certain you wish to undertake this challenge? Bola coughed lightly, his expression grave. He felt it was imperative to inform Jiang Ling, as many martial artists had previously faced defeat in their challenges. Jiang Ling nodded affirmatively, declaring, I am determined to take on the challenge. You must first defeat me to ascend the tower. If you cannot best me, reaching the summit will be impossible. Bola stated, gradually assuming a fighting stance. Jiang Ling shook his head, indicating that such formality was unnecessary. In an instant, he moved with astonishing speed, darting past Bola and Uppa, and charged towards the pillar supporting the Korinta. Bola was momentarily taken aback. The velocity was utterly astounding. Jiang Ling ascended the pillar with ease. Before the astonished gazes of Bola and Uppa, he casually placed his hands in his pockets and began to run up the vertical column as if it were flat ground. Even Newton would have given his approval. Bola's mouth fell agape, utterly flabbergasted. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter two words incredible. Uppa stared in shock at Jiang Ling's receding figure, eventually asking, Father, is he truly safe like this? What if he falls? Bola composed himself and shook his head, pointing towards Jiang Ling's silhouette. He should be fine. Look, while running on the pillar, he can even perform spins and jumps, and he does so with his eyes closed. The tempestuous winds whistled past his ears. Before long, Jiang Ling beheld the circular, latticed edifice at the summit. With hands ensconced in his pockets, he propelled himself upward, executing an elaborate 360-degree mid-air pirouette before alighting gracefully within the tower. There, he was met by a bipedal feline, of portly build and adorned with pristine white fur, its paws clutching a scepter that exceeded its own stature. The sight was strangely congruous. "You must be Krillin, the sacred cat?" "Indeed, I am Krillin, the sacred cat. Might I inquire as to the appellation of this valiant warrior, meow?" Krillin inclined his head slightly, uttering the words with refined politeness. "Greetings, Krillin, the sacred cat. I am Jiang Ling." Jiang Ling scrutinized Krillin with curiosity. Although he had encountered the character numerous times in manga, this was his inaugural experience of beholding the living Krillin, the sacred cat, in person. He appears so endearing. I'm seized by an impulse to caress him. "Jiang Ling, having ascended the tower, do you seek the sacred water?" "To procure the sacred water, you must triumph in my trial of combat." Jiang Ling demurred. "I do not partake of the sacred water. I have heard tell that it is imbued with virulent poison, and only those of impeccable purity of spirit may imbibe it without succumbing. I dare not gamble with the prospect of poisoning, for I hold an implacable enmity toward gambling and toxins." "Krillin, the sacred cat, in what manner may I be of service to you, meow?" Jiang Ling responded with solemnity. "If it is within your power, might I request a quantity of senza beans?" The senza bean, one of the most extraordinary items in Dragon Ball. Regardless of your power level or the severity of your injuries, as long as you are not deceased, consuming one guarantees a complete restoration of vitality. In gaming terms, it replenishes health and energy to 100%. Upon hearing this, Master Karen displayed a troubled expression. "It is not feasible at the moment. A few years ago, I could have provided you with some, but now the senza beans have been entirely consumed." He continued, "To be frank, in 6 months, 2 formidable foes will invade Earth, and when the next batch of senza beans matures, they must be prioritized for the warriors. Hence, I cannot grant you any at this time." Jiang Ling smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting this crucial matter. Previously, the centuries-old stock of senza beans had been depleted by Yajirobe, and now, with the scarcity of these resources, preparations were essential for the impending invasion by Vegeta. Realizing this, Jiang Ling could only lament his misfortune, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. "Very well, but it seems rather unreasonable for me to leave after making such an effort to come here," he remarked. Master Karen, upon hearing this, twitched his whiskers. "You consider this effort? What of those who struggled to ascend before you? What would they say? What do you desire then?" "I shall contemplate it," he added. "I wish to go to the sacred world of the Kais." Jiang Ling raised his hand and pointed upwards, articulating his second intention. "The celestial deity governs the earth, holding a position even loftier than that of the cat sage, and possesses a formidable ace up his sleeve, a time manipulation chamber. Within this sanctum, one can cultivate for an entire year while merely a day passes outside. To utilize this extraordinary chamber in the future, one must gain the approval of the celestial deity. Your ascent of the tower has granted you the privilege to enter the celestial hall. However, such entry requires the deity's consent. I shall communicate with him." With that, the sage Krillin closed his eyes. After a brief interval, he opened them and looked at Jiang Ling. "The celestial deity has granted permission. You may proceed." Jiang Ling nodded but remained stationary. The cat sage also did not move, and the two engaged in a silent exchange of glances. "Why aren't you going up?" the cat sage finally inquired. "Do you harbor some misconception, believing that everyone possesses the ability to fly?" Jiang Ling replied with a resigned shrug. "Ah well." Sage Krillin scratched his head. Having interacted with Sun Wukong and others frequently, he had overlooked this detail. "My apologies, please hold on a moment." With that, Sage Krillin raised his staff, his rotund form gesticulating animatedly, reciting incantations as if performing a ritual. Mew, 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 mew. The rhythmic incantations flowed from his lips and before Jiang Ling's eyes. A shimmering white teleportation array materialized. "This is the teleportation array, which will take you directly to the Celestial Hall. You may enter." The sage Krillin halted his movements, gesturing for Jiang Ling to enter. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Ling retrieved a capsule from his pocket, pressed a button, and tossed it onto the ground. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, 10 bags of cat food materialized before them. Sage Krillin, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I bring no gifts, so please accept these bags of cat food, Jiang Ling said with a smile. Without waiting for Krillin's response, he stepped into the teleportation array and vanished from sight. Cat food? What is that? Krillin pondered, opening a bag and inhaling its aroma. An intense gleam ignited in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, the cat eagerly dove into the bowl, devouring the cat food with gusto. Delicious. I've never tasted anything so exquisite. Jiang Ling stepped into the teleportation array. A brief sensation of dizziness enveloped him, and he found himself in the midst of a grand plaza. The majestic temple of the celestial deity loomed nearby, while 2 rows of verdant trees adorned the expansive square, infusing it with a touch of greenery. A few figures were practicing in the plaza: Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Yajirobe, familiar faces from the early days of Dragon Ball. They had been summoned by the celestial deity for intensive training in preparation for the impending Saiyan invasion, set to occur in 6 months. Engaged in combat to enhance their skills, they suddenly halted upon noticing the newcomer, turning their gazes toward him. Their expressions shifted dramatically upon seeing the tail behind Jiang Ling. He has a tail. Is he a Saiyan? A Saiyan. Could it be that the invasion has come early? What should we do? Goku is still training with King Kai, and our strength is still inadequate. This is terrible. We must fight back. Observing their determination to fight to the death, Jiang Ling quickly intervened. Wait, I am not an enemy. A few individuals paused momentarily, their expressions tinged with vigilance as they exchanged glances. They were not foolish. If Jiang Ling were indeed malevolent and sought to eliminate them, he would have acted long ago. Furthermore, it was said that Saiyans could not conceal their energy, and the aura emanating from Jiang Ling appeared rather unremarkable, which was why they refrained from rash actions. How did you arrive here? What is your purpose? Inquired Yamcha, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, his demeanor rife with suspicion. Jiang Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. The winds at high altitudes howled, rustling through his garments, imbuing him with an air of melancholy. I came upon the introduction of Master Karen to seek the celestial being. Upon hearing the name of Master Karen, the others turned their attention to Yajirobe. After all, he had resided beside Master Karen for an extended period and should possess some knowledge. Yajirobe, having finished his snack, shrugged in response. Why are you all looking at me? I have been training alongside you all this time. I know nothing of matters concerning the Karen Tower. Chapter 5. Confrontation with Mr. Popo. A gust of wind swept through the plaza of the Kami's lookout, rustling the leaves of the trees that lined the perimeter, their branches swaying in a gentle dance. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Yajirobe stood poised, their muscles taut, subtly arranging themselves into combat formations. Should Jiang Ling exhibit any hostile intent, they were prepared to intervene without hesitation. A tense standoff ensued, silence hanging heavy in the air. Jiang Ling, palms open in a gesture of peace, offered a placating expression. He understood their apprehension, given his arrival coincided with the Saiyan invasion of Earth. At that moment, a stirring within the dimly lit temple drew everyone's attention. 2 figures emerged from the depths of the lookout, the second a dark-skinned being shrouded in shadow. Leading the pair was the Earth Kami, an elderly Namekian with a benevolent countenance, clad in divine vestments and bearing a scepter. Trailing slightly behind was Mr. Popo, a dark-skinned individual in a traditional Indian garment, who introduced himself as Kami's servant. Rest easy, Kami intoned, his voice carrying an air of reassurance. Jiang Ling harbors no malevolent intentions. Upon hearing the Kami's words, the others visibly relaxed. Kami's unwavering commitment to Earth's safety was unquestioned. However, Yamcha remained unconvinced. Lord Kami, he ventured, what if they're concealing a sinister scheme? The celestial being shook his head, a hint of the weight of years reflected in his eyes, and slowly spoke. What conspiracy could there possibly be? With their strength, they have no need for schemes. This statement rendered Yamcha speechless. Indeed, the celestial being was correct. The Saiyans were so powerful that they would not stoop to employing any conspiracy, as sheer force would suffice to assert their dominance. The celestial being turned towards Jiang Ling and said, "Greetings, Jiang Ling. I am a celestial being here. What brings you to seek me?" "Greetings, celestial being," Jiang Ling replied, his tone imbued with reverence. He was well aware of the celestial being's history. Centuries ago, when the environment of planet Namek deteriorated, the celestial being's parents entrusted him to a spaceship, sending him to Earth. However, for reasons unknown, the young celestial being lost all memories of planet Namek. As he grew, he became accustomed to the wars and bloodshed on Earth. In pursuit of his ambitions, he resolutely eradicated his darker side, splitting into two distinct entities, the current celestial being and the father of Piccolo, the Demon King. For centuries, the celestial being had contributed silently to Earth, offering his efforts from the shadows. He would willingly sacrifice his life to protect the planet. Such pure-hearted dedication rightfully earned him his esteemed position. "Celestial being, I wish to enhance my strength." The celestial being inclined his head slightly upon hearing this. Though he remained within the confines of the celestial palace, he was thoroughly cognizant of all occurrences on Earth. He had been discreetly observing the advent of the scion, Jiang Ling, from its very inception. After a fortnight of observation, he ascertained that Jiang Ling possessed a pure and virtuous nature, demonstrating a penchant for righteous acts such as expropriating ill-gotten gains from affluent individuals. This alludes to Jiang Ling's surreptitious acquisition of a wealthy man's automobile. However, he noted a minor foible, an inclination towards celebrity adulation. As for augmenting his capabilities, he mused, "Yes, you may train alongside them. Mr. Popo shall impart guidance to you all." "Very well, Celestial One," Popo acquiesced without hesitation, before turning his gaze towards Jiang Ling. "You wish to initiate an assault upon me? I shall assess the areas in which you require refinement." "Understood," Jiang Ling affirmed, launching himself directly at Popo. He unleashed a punch, devoid of any ostentation, a simple, straightforward blow. Popo, without any evasive maneuver, raised his hand, intercepting the incoming fist with his palm. Thump! Popo remained stationary, shaking his head as he offered his evaluation. "Your strength is considerable, yet it dissipates rather than concentrates. A significant portion of your force is squandered." Jiang Ling withdrew his fist, creating distance. His gaze lowered. A fleeting glint of brilliance flickered within his eyes, imperceptible to others. Observing from a distance, Yamcha and the others felt a tinge of disappointment. They had been under the illusion that all Saiyans, like Sun, Wukong, and Raditz, were formidable warriors, and thus, Jiang Ling's earlier performance fell short of their expectations. Unbeknownst to him, their thoughts were far from his mind. Just moments ago, upon making contact with Bobo, he had seized the opportunity to sign in. He understood that the rewards for signing in were random, and he held little hope for anything extraordinary. Yet, the system's notification resonated within him like a triumphant bell. Ding! Sign in successful. Reward: Bobo's combat techniques. Upon receiving the reward, a myriad of techniques and experiences swiftly coalesced within him. A spark ignited in Jiang Ling's eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted in a subtle smile as he made slight adjustments to previously incorrect stances. In an instant, his demeanor transformed, exuding a composed elegance, as if his brilliance was now tempered. What has happened? His aura shifted dramatically, radiating a sense of grandeur. While others remained oblivious, the gazes of the god and Mr. Bobo sharpened with intrigue. "Continue." Jiang Ling uttered 2 words, and with a swift movement, his toes lightly touched the ground, sweeping through the air like autumn leaves caught in a gust. He unleashed another punch, and Mr. Bobo, as before, extended his palm to receive the blow. Yet, in the next instant, a change flickered in his gaze. What appeared to be the same technique as earlier bore a completely different force this time. Jiang Ling's attack was executed with utmost precision, harnessing every ounce of strength without waste. If he had previously relied solely on a dash, he now demonstrated a mastery of technique, emerging as a composed and formidable man. "Mr." Bobo nodded, adjusting his own strength to match Jiang Ling's, and then initiated several probing strikes. Jiang Ling's expression remained unchanged as he steadily countered each one. "Excellent. Your combat skills have matured significantly. there is little more I can teach you. What you now lack is merely an enhancement of your strength, Mr. Bobo remarked, retracting his hands in commendation. Jiang Ling smiled and replied, Mr. Bobo, you flatter me. Not far away, Doya, Yamcha, and others inhaled sharply. They had been cultivating in the heavenly temple for half a year, yet had never received praise from Mr. Bobo. However, upon his arrival, Jiang Ling quickly garnered recognition after only a few exchanges. This indicated that Jiang Ling's combat experience and techniques had reached an extraordinary level. Initially, they felt a twinge of disappointment, but now their faces flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Chapter 6. Parting ways. Jiang Ling joined the ranks of those training in the heavenly temple. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Jiaozi occasionally approached him for insights on various techniques. Gradually, they became familiar with one another. After all, they were all training together, harboring no animosity, merely a slight reluctance due to their Saiyan identities. Yet, as time passed in their shared cultivation, they naturally forged a bond of friendship. Time flowed quietly as they trained. Due to Jiang Ling's combat skills being acknowledged by Mr. Bobo, he was assigned a rigorous training regimen aimed at enhancing his physical capabilities to maximize his strength. 99.98, 99.99, 10,000. Clad in a specially designed weighted suit, Jiang Ling performed push-ups, sweat tracing the contours of his body, seeping through his attire to form a puddle on the floor. After completing a set of exercises, his clothes were drenched in perspiration, yet he paid it no mind. He simply removed his shirt and wiped himself down with a white towel before heading to the restroom to wash his face. Upon exiting the restroom, he faintly overheard Yamcha speaking on the phone, his tone less than pleasant, as if he were embroiled in an argument. Could you please temper your temper a bit? I have had enough of you. Jiang Ling lowered her gaze and quietly departed. Yamcha must be embroiled in an argument with Bulma. Their relationship has indeed encountered difficulties during this period, though the specifics remain unarticulated by the author of Dragon Ball, and Jiang Ling harbored no interest in uncovering them. After a while, having rested sufficiently, Jiang Ling was preparing for her next round of training when an aircraft approached from the distance, landing smoothly in the plaza of the Supreme Kai's temple. A fierce-looking girl leapt from it. Her shoulder-length blue hair was strikingly conspicuous, her skin fair and delicate, her face exquisitely beautiful, radiating a rosy glow. Dressed in fashionable attire that accentuated the vitality of youth, she drew the attention of those practicing in the plaza. Upon seeing Bulma, everyone greeted her with cheerful smiles. Bulma, what brings you here? Are you upset with Yamcha again? Oh, it's not worth it, really. Do you need me to give Yamcha a good thrashing? Bulma, still fuming, merely nodded in acknowledgement before striding directly to Yamcha. With her hands on her hips, she coldly remarked, Is it any fun arguing every day? Yamcha, visibly irritated, waved his hand dismissively. Do you think I enjoy this? I've come to a conclusion. If we are incompatible, then let's part ways. Upon uttering these words, Bulma anticipated feelings of disappointment and sorrow. Yet, to her surprise, a sense of relief washed over her, leaving her feeling unburdened. Perhaps their personalities were incompatible, and forcing a union was detrimental to both parties. No matter the depth of their affection, it had been entirely consumed in their quarrels. So, as you wish. Jiang Ling quietly observed the unfolding scene, while Krillin and the others refrained from interjecting, recognizing that this was a matter of personal emotions. Lacking knowledge of the circumstances, any unwarranted comments would only breed animosity. Are you new here? I don't believe we've met before. After the breakup, Bulma felt liberated and began conversing with the others. Her gaze then fell upon Jiang Ling, and she felt a twinge of surprise. She was astonished that a new member had joined the Divine Temple, and even more so that this individual bore a tale strikingly similar to Goku's from his childhood. Jiang Ling nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, my name is Jiang Ling. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Bulma instinctively replied, Oh, I'm Bulma. She continued with curiosity, Are you a Saiyan like Goku? Observing Jiang Ling's tale, her interest piqued. Indeed, Jiang Ling confirmed, noting that Krillin and the others had described Bulma as gentle and beautiful, and upon meeting her, he found their words to be true. Oh, they were just exaggerating. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, adding with a compliment, "You are quite handsome yourself." Though it is claimed otherwise, a smile could not be suppressed at the corners of her lips, and her heart swelled with delight. One must ponder, which girl could possibly resist the flattery of a stranger? Bulma, too, is a perfectly ordinary young woman. This delightful exchange of compliments allowed the two newly acquainted individuals to grow significantly more familiar with one another. Let us exchange contact information. Once this period has passed, everyone can gather at my home for a get-together. Absolutely, Jiang Ling readily agreed. After swapping contact details, Bulma chatted briefly with the group before departing in her aircraft. Unbeknownst to them, evening fell. Yamcha and Mr. Bobo procured several crates of beer, and they began to revel in the plaza together. There was no hint of sorrow from their recent parting. In fact, they seemed quite content. "Aren't you feeling any sadness? Is your mood not low? Don't you wish to cry?" Jiang Ling inquired with curiosity. Yamcha waved his hand and chuckled. "It's rather peculiar, but I feel incredibly at ease now. Perhaps our personalities simply did not align, and I had long desired to part ways. Moreover, over the years, Bulma and I barely met once or twice a year. It's just as well that we've broken up. Neither of us is holding the other back. Now, I am a free man and can finally embrace life unreservedly." As the conversation progressed, Yamcha became increasingly animated. His face flushed, whether from the alcohol or his excitement remained uncertain. Jiang Ling took a hearty sip of his wheat beverage, feeling a pang of sympathy for Yamcha. It was not entirely unexpected. Unlike the original narrative, their separation had occurred several years earlier here. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. They ultimately parted ways. Yamcha, swaying slightly, turned to Tien Fan and said, "Let us not talk about me. I've heard there is some trouble between you and Bulma." Upon hearing this, Tien Fan felt a twinge of discomfort. "I merely wish to focus on my training and enhance my abilities. I hold little interest in women, yet she persistently follows me, and I am at a loss as to how to handle the situation." Jiang Ling chuckled and suggested, "Why not just give in? It's rare to have a girl who gazes at you with such admiration." "Ah, let us discuss this later," Tien Fan replied. Listening to their conversation, Krillin touched his gleaming bald head, a look of melancholy on his face. "There are girls willing to be with you, yet you remain indifferent." Beside him, Jiaozi, having just consumed a cup of liquor, succumbed to its effects and had already fallen asleep on the ground. Yakalob distanced himself from their revelry, indulging in his favorite pastime of drinking and snacking. The moonlight cascaded down, draping the Temple of the Gods in a gentle, ethereal glow. Chapter 7. Ascending the Serpent Path. The days spent in the Temple of the Gods passed swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, 2 months had elapsed. During this time, Jiang Ling dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his training. He understood that if he did not grow stronger, he would be unable to resurrect should the earth meet its demise. The system had stated that his soul was not subject to the governance of this realm. The divine dragon could not bring him back. It was a heavy burden. Jiang Ling's daily routine consisted of exhausting training followed by rest, and upon recovery, he would resume his rigorous regimen, repeating this cycle incessantly. Perhaps due to his physical constitution, he recuperated swiftly, regaining his strength within a single night. The following day, he would commence training anew. Under this regime of intense exertion, within merely 2 months, Jiang Ling's combat prowess surged to an astonishing 2,000 points, a 10-fold increase. Krillin and the other Z warriors, who previously could contend with Jiang Ling, now found themselves no match for him. Even the gods were taken aback. Could this truly be the innate combat talent of a Saiyan? It was utterly extraordinary. Fortunately, they're not foes. In the past 2 months, aside from honing his skills, Jiang Ling has seized the opportunity to sign in with Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Fan, Dumpling, and Yakalob, acquiring Wolfong Fist, Sky Dance Technique, Dumpling Superpower, Yakalob Swordsmanship, and Chi Round Slash. Jiang Ling is exceedingly content. These skills are essential for combat. It is worth noting that previously, when signing in with others, he had randomly received abilities such as pig slaughtering, riding, sweeping, and feeding cats. The system offers a plethora of rewards. However, the most significant reward Jiang Ling has obtained during these days is from signing in with the celestial being, the ability of limb regeneration. This power is undoubtedly of a bug-level caliber. His mother will no longer need to worry about him being harmed by wicked women. Jiang Ling, your strength is escalating too swiftly. There is little I can offer you now. You may choose to practice alone or remain in the Celestial Temple to continue your training. Upon hearing the Celestial Being's words, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and then looked directly at the Celestial Being. My lord, forgive my candor, but my current strength is insufficient to confront the two malevolent Saiyans in the future. Do you possess any methods or locations for further enhancing my prowess? Insufficient to confront. Just how powerful are those two Saiyans? The Celestial Being's mind trembled slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, there exists a room of spirit and time. However, given your present strength, I would advise against your visit. There exists another realm known as King Kai's planet, where the Saiyan, Son Goku, is currently training. Jiang Ling promptly chose to journey to King Kai's planet. A visit to the hyperbolic time chamber would yield only a limited enhancement in strength, at most elevating his power to several tens of thousands. It would be wiser to wait until he has amassed greater strength before venturing there. Training under King Kai not only promises an increase in combat prowess, but also offers the opportunity to master techniques, such as the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. It is undoubtedly an exemplary training ground at this stage, especially considering the tenfold gravity present on King Kai's planet. The Supreme Kai regarded Jiang Ling intently. Very well, I shall escort you to King Kai's planet. I hope you do not disappoint me. With that, the Supreme Kai communicated briefly and recited an incantation, swiftly transporting Jiang Ling before the Lord of the Underworld. Lord Enma, I present to you someone seeking to train under Lord King Kai. Lord Enma, a towering figure clad in a sharply tailored suit, was seated at his desk, attending to his duties. Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's words, he glanced over. The Supreme Kai of Earth. I recall you brought someone here 6 months ago, and now another? Indeed, as you are aware, the impending crisis facing Earth must not be underestimated. The Celestial Being chuckled. If the Earth were to be annihilated, it would result in the emergence of several billion souls here. The King of Hell nodded. He too wished for the Earth to remain intact. For the management and accommodation of such an overwhelming number of souls would render him incapable of taking a break for centuries to come. Without further ado, the King of Hell instructed his subordinates to escort Jiang Ling onto the Serpent's Path. Only by traversing this path and reaching its terminus could one arrive at King Kai's planet. Jiang Ling was aware of these regulations. Sun Wukong had spent half a year navigating the Serpent's Path due to his low battle power, which barely exceeded a few hundred. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment. With a battle power of 2,000, it should not take him half a year, right? After bidding farewell to the Celestial Being with a wave of his hand, Jiang Ling set off down the Serpent's Path, racing towards its end. Meanwhile, the Celestial Being returned to the Celestial Hall. Upon his return, Mr. Bobo inquired, Celestial Being, I fail to comprehend. You are so willing to assist Jiang Ling in enhancing his power. What if he turns out to be an evil Saiyan? The Celestial Being shook his head. I have faith in my discernment, and besides, if Jiang Ling were indeed an evil Saiyan, it would be effortlessly revealed by King Kai's capabilities. Mr. Bobo paused momentarily before continuing, Celestial Lord, are you nurturing him with the intention of preparing him to confront the malevolent Saiyans in 4 months' time? The Celestial Being cast their gaze afar, seemingly piercing through the very fabric of the atmosphere. Prudence dictates that one should not place all their hopes in a single venture. While we possess knowledge of the Saiyans' formidable strength, the true extent of their power remains veiled. Therefore, I have taken precautionary measures, summoning martial artists of Yamcha's caliber to hone their skills. Simultaneously, Goku and Jiang Ling have been dispatched to train under King Kai, while Piccolo guides Gohan in his training. It is my sincere hope that within 4 months, they will have sufficiently developed their abilities to safeguard the Earth. Above a golden expanse of cloud sea, a serpentine path of seemingly infinite length meandered. Jiang Ling traversed this winding road with haste. Upon growing weary, he would pause to recuperate before resuming his swift journey. On one occasion, he even resorted to consuming a senza bean, for time was of the essence in reaching King Kai's planet. Running along the Serpent Road proved to be a beneficial exercise, albeit somewhat monotonous, to the point of inducing yawns. Were it not for the fear of plummeting into the cloud sea and descending into the depths of hell, he might have succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, an archaic edifice emerged in the distance. Jiang Ling halted before its entrance, resolving to explore within. Overcome with fatigue, he sought a place to rest. And this seemed an ideal sanctuary. "Is anyone present?" he called out. The house was desolate, seemingly uninhabited. Jiang Ling ambled about, discovering several chambers furnished with beds, presumably guest rooms. As weariness enveloped him, he cast caution to the winds and unceremoniously chose a room, collapsing onto the bed. He resolved to simply apologize to the homeowner upon awakening. Jiang Ling slumbered soundly, unburdened by the trepidation of traversing the serpentine path, fearing a descent into perdition. Chapter 8. Plan of the Kai. After an indeterminate period, Jiang Ling roused, sensing himself ensconced in softness, his hand grasping something rather ample and yielding. Instinctively, he squeezed it gently, eliciting a soft moan. A jolt of lucidity coursed through Jiang Ling as he executed a swift, acrobatic maneuver, landing gracefully on his feet. He gazed in astonishment at the three lithe, unclad figures adorning the bed. "Who are you? Why am I sharing a bed with you?" Jiang Ling exclaimed, hastily examining himself, and sighed in relief. Aside from the expected physiological response of a healthy male, he seemed unharmed. One of the women cooed, "Oh, you cad. You would disavow us after sharing our bed?" Another woman lamented in a plaintive tone, "Indeed, sister, our fate is truly wretched." The last woman spoke with a plaintive tone, "Just now, you were still fondling my—" As they rose, their curvaceous figures and fair, delicate skin were unveiled, their exquisite faces radiating allure, captivating the man before them. Jiang Ling. Fortunately, he possessed a strong resolve, or he might not have been able to restrain himself. He scoffed, "You must be coveting my masculine charm. That's why you took advantage of me while I was asleep, seizing the opportunity to—" "That's not true. It's you vile man, taking advantage of us three sisters while we were sleeping, and then, secretly, sobbing, you faithless man." Jiang Ling, upon hearing this, remained unmoved, watching with detached indifference. Seeing Jiang Ling's imperviousness, the women exchanged glances. Immediately, their figures swelled, transforming into three serpentine beauties. It seems you prefer coercion to persuasion. That Sun Wukong last time was utterly devoid of sentiment, allowing him to escape. This time, there's no way we'll let you get away. Obediently stay and accompany us sisters. Jiang Ling, gazing at them, smiled. Finally, you reveal your true forms. Then, with an eruption of power, he surged forward. Sounds of fighting 10 minutes later. "Spare me. I won't do it again. It was us who set the trap and then climbed into your bed." Jiang Ling stated impassively, "Revert to human form." Upon hearing this, the three serpent princesses obediently reverted to their human forms, albeit with some facial contusions. Jiang Ling produced a length of rope, a wicked smile playing upon his lips, and proceeded to bind them individually. Surveying his handiwork, Jiang Ling rested his chin in his hand, nodding with satisfaction. "Refrain from future misdeeds, and may our paths cross again," he declared. With these words, Jiang Ling dusted off his trousers, turned, and departed with a casual wave of his sleeve, leaving behind the three captive beauties. They examined the flamboyant manner in which they were bound, their complexions flushed, their expressions peculiar. One of them murmured in a low voice, "Elder sister, this binding, it's quite mortifying. He appears simple, yet he engages in such elaborate games." Another chimed in, "Strangely, I find myself somewhat enamored." Back on the serpent path, Jiang Ling was naturally unaware of their discourse. As for the method of binding, it was something he had inadvertently acquired through a sign-in with a stranger, and he had merely employed it subconsciously. After a night's slumber, he was brimming with vigor. Having feasted his eyes and replenished his stamina, now was an auspicious moment to set forth towards King Kai's planet. Previously, burdened by mental fatigue, he had only been capable of sprinting. Now, he possessed the finesse to utilize techniques. Jiang Ling's form surged, each stride spanning hundreds of meters. The speed had escalated to several higher levels compared to before. However, at that very moment, an unexpected notification startled Jiang Ling, causing him to stumble and nearly plunge into the snake path. One must understand, the abyss beneath the snake path was nothing short of hell. Ding! Goodness! What are you doing, system? Don't scare me like that. Jiang Ling steadied himself, brimming with annoyance. Ding! Host, the system is now ready to upgrade to version 2.0. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Jiang Ling did not anticipate such a swift opportunity for an upgrade. After some contemplation, he found himself in a quandary. Logically, one would assume that with systems, upgrades yield better performance. Yet, as a young man of the 21st century, having witnessed the notorious reverse upgrade incidents with Apple's systems, he understood that upgrades could just as easily lead to inferior outcomes. Nevertheless, he mused, how much worse could it possibly get? An upgrade it shall be. The system is undergoing an upgrade, which will take 12 hours to complete before it can be utilized. Jiang Ling is indifferent. After all, there's no one nearby to check in with, so there's no need to worry. The serpentine path resembles a snake, winding through a sea of yellow clouds, with its origin as the serpent's head and its conclusion as the tail. At this moment, Jiang Ling stands at the tail, gazing up at a diminutive, celestial body above. The planet is small and adorned in shades of green, featuring houses, cars, flowers, and trees. It is none other than the planet of the King of the North, where the king resides. Jiang Ling ascends into the air, drawn irresistibly by the planet's gravitational pull. Subsequently, he performs a graceful 360-degree turn before landing smoothly on the King's planet, his movements exuding unparalleled elegance. Upon stepping onto the King's planet, Jiang Ling senses a gravitational force unlike that of Earth pressing down upon him, a weight of 10 times that of Earth. As the name suggests, this means the gravity here is tenfold greater than that of Earth. Fortunately, Jiang Ling had been engaged in weighted training within the Celestial Temple, and the tenfold gravity was merely an adjustment for him. It is worth noting that when Sun Wukong first arrived at King Kai's planet, he possessed a mere combat power of 3 to 400, yet managed to acclimate to the conditions while wearing weighted clothing in a short span of time. How much more capable was he now with a combat power of 2,000? On King Kai's planet, there were two notable figures, the North Kai and Sun Wukong, accompanied by two pets, one a small gorilla and the other a firefly. Jiang Ling stretched his body, allowing it to adapt swiftly to the planet's gravity. While acclimatizing, he greeted them, "Greetings, North Kai, Sun Wukong, gorilla and firefly." The gorilla remained silent, while the firefly seemed to express that they too had names. The North Kai, with his hands clasped behind his back, nodded slightly. "Greetings. You're the one introduced by the Earth deity, correct? He mentioned you to me." "Indeed, I am Jiang Ling," he replied. "I have come here to enhance my strength under your guidance." "It is commendable for a young person to possess such motivation," the North Kai remarked approvingly. Sun Wukong, ever amiable, chimed in, "Hi, I am Sun Wukong," also introduced by the celestial being. "We shall cultivate together from now on." Observing Sun Wukong in his familiar orange martial arts uniform, complete with his crab-shaped hairstyle, Jiang Ling smiled in return, "Although we have yet to meet, I have long admired your esteemed reputation." Having spoken, he silently appended in his mind, "The most formidable altruist in the entire cosmos." "Huh?" Son Goku scratched his signature crab-like hairstyle. "You recognize me?" Jiang Ling uttered a name, the World Martial Arts Tournament. So that's how it is, Son Goku realized. It all made sense now. The World Martial Arts Tournament was exceedingly renowned on Earth, broadcasted by numerous television stations. He had secured victory in the previous competition, so it was only natural that Jiang Ling would recognize him. At that moment, Son Goku noticed Jiang Ling's tail, and his expression immediately turned wary. You are a Saiyan?" "One could say that," Jiang Ling responded, glancing at the conspicuous tail behind him, not denying the fact. "Are you a benevolent or malevolent individual?" Son Goku's body tensed, his face displaying vigilance. Jiang Ling retorted, "I was introduced by the kami. Would you deem me virtuous or wicked?" "Huh? Indeed." Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, his body relaxing. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face, as he had not considered this aspect earlier. The individuals introduced by the celestial deity could indeed be trusted. The North Kai observed them with a peculiar expression. How astonishing it was that these Saiyans from Earth, despite being introduced by a divine figure, were unfamiliar with one another. This left him somewhat speechless. The social dynamics on Earth were exceedingly complex. However, this was not his concern. Shaking his head to dismiss such trivialities, the North Kai stated earnestly, "Jiang Ling, if you wish to train under me, you must share a joke that can elicit a laugh from me. By the way, my sense of humor is rather refined." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and replied. Xiao Ming and Xiao Hong agreed to meet on the back mountain, but they both ended up with concussions. Ha, meet, ha ha. The North Kai could no longer contain himself, clutching his belly as he erupted into laughter. Meet, ha, concussion, ha ha. The North Kai collapsed to the ground, wildly pounding the earth, laughing uncontrollably as he rolled about. Ha 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 ha. The sound of his laughter echoed throughout the entire realm of the Kai. Jiang Ling and son Wukong exchanged bewildered glances, scratching their heads in unison. Was it truly that amusing? Half a day later, Jiang Ling had fully acclimated to the tenfold gravity of this place. The North Realm King, exhausted from laughter, lay sprawled on the ground, gasping intermittently. It seemed he was not going to rise anytime soon. Jiang Ling approached and gently patted him. Realm King? North Realm King? My lord? The North Realm King wore a foolish grin, remaining silent, his eyes vacant. Jiang Ling shook his head and walked over to sit down and rest. In just a short while, he had already checked in with the Realm King. Now, he turned his attention to the rewards provided by the system. Chapter 9. Check-in 2. 0 ding. The system update is complete. Launching version 2. 0 ding. Check-in successful. Reward. The complete collection of North Realm King jokes. Ding. Version 2. 0 introduces a new regional check-in feature, allowing check-ins at different locations, limited to 1 per location, without consuming the daily check-in count. Upon seeing the reward, a question mark slowly materialized above Jiang Ling's head. A collection of jokes? Truly, the system dares to offer such a thing. However, on the other hand, this version 2.0 update had some rather impressive features. Regional check-ins. This meant he could check in at the Realm King's planet. Jiang Ling immediately thought of this and silently recited, "Check in at the Realm King's planet." Ding. Host check-in successful. Reward. Realm King's fist. Not bad, not bad. The system indeed knows how to adapt to the times. Jiang Ling rested his chin on his hand, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, son Wukong approached him. Hey, Jiang Ling, how was your journey from Earth? He inquired. Jiang Ling pondered briefly and recounted the training of Krillin and others at the Heavenly Temple. Son Wukong continued. What about my son, Gohan, and my wife, Chi-Chi? How are they faring? As he mentioned Chi-Chi, a hint of anxiety flickered across his face. He understood Chi-Chi well. Upon learning of his demise, she would undoubtedly be devastated. However, with her son Gohan by her side, she should manage. I cannot speak for Chi-Chi. As I have not seen her, Jiang Ling reflected for a moment before adding, as for Gohan, he has been taken by Piccolo for training. Is that so? Gohan is not there with her. Son Wukong scratched his head, troubled by how he would confront Chi-Chi upon his return. Jiang Ling patted his shoulder, reassuring him. It's quite simple. Just make it up to her when you get back. Huh? How do I do that? To be honest, whenever Chi-Chi gets angry, I'm at a loss for what to do. The more I say, the worse it becomes. I can only apologize and wait for her to calm down. Son Wukong replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling immediately understood the dilemma son Wukong faced. He simply lacked the finesse for sweet words, possessing low emotional intelligence, with his thoughts consumed by brawn. In Jiang Ling's perspective, son Wukong is quite fortunate to have married a girl whose eyes are filled with him, a girl who unconditionally indulges his every whim. No matter how reluctant she may be, Chi-Chi always concedes to whatever son Wukong wishes to pursue. You should spend more time with her, accompany her on shopping excursions, and the like. Is that so? Son Wukong pondered, but I won't have any time for training. He found himself in a quandary. Jiang Ling shot him a piercing glance. Is family more important than cultivation? Yes, cultivation is essential, but do not burden a girl who adores you so completely with this weight. She merely desires your company. After a heartfelt discourse from Jiang Ling, Sun Wukong finally grasped the significance of the situation. In Jiang Ling's view, Chi-Chi's temper, often resembling that of a fierce tigress, largely stemmed from Sun Wukong's actions. In other realms, Jiang Ling could not intervene, but in this one, he resolved to take action. The night passed in silence. The following morning, the North Kai finally regained his composure, suppressing thoughts of Jiang Ling's previous jest. "Jiang Ling, you wish to cultivate here and also capture Baburus," the North Kai stated, donning sunglasses and gesturing towards his pet gorilla. With a swift motion, Jiang Ling moved, effortlessly retrieving the not-so-far-off Baburus. He then fixed an unwavering gaze upon the North Kai and inquired, "Is this acceptable?" Sun Wukong was taken aback when he first arrived here. Capturing Baburus had taken an extensive amount of time. The process involved adapting to the gravity and enhancing his combat abilities. But it is undeniable that he had indeed spent a considerable duration on this endeavor. Therefore, witnessing Jiang Ling effortlessly apprehend Baburus led him to a profound conclusion. Jiang Ling's combat prowess surpassed his own at that time by a significant margin. The North Kai was momentarily astonished, not expecting Jiang Ling to acclimate to the gravity so swiftly. "Excellent. Now, let us commence the training of the Kaioken technique." Wukong had already mastered the Kaioken and was currently learning the Spirit Bomb. "Wukong, come forth and demonstrate the Kaioken," the North Kai instructed, glancing towards Sun Wukong, who was met with Jiang Ling's gaze as well. Wukong nodded, his expression turning serious. He assumed a battle stance and called out, "Kaioken." Instantly, a layer of crimson energy enveloped his skin, and a powerful wave of force radiated from his body, overwhelming the surrounding flora. "The Kaioken is a technique I have developed that can instantly amplify one's ki. Bodily strength, defense, agility, and speed will all increase exponentially," the North Kai explained. He paused, his demeanor suddenly turning grave. "However, if the user lacks control over their ki, it could lead to catastrophic consequences for their body. Do you understand this, Jiang Ling?" The North Kai turned his gaze towards Jiang Ling, who nodded in comprehension. Having uttered these words, he remained stationary, his latent power erupting in a display of crimson, translucent flames that spiraled around him, creating a formidable opposition to Son Goku. In terms of sheer force, they were evenly matched. Heavens, how can this be? The North Kai's countenance was etched with profound astonishment. Before he could impart his wisdom, Jiang Ling had already mastered it. How could such a prodigy exist in this world? Son Goku, who stood opposing Jiang Ling, was momentarily taken aback, but his expression soon morphed into one of exhilaration. "Excellent. Let's engage in a friendly contest. Precisely my intention." Jiang Ling's lips curved into an upward arc, his eyes gleaming with intense battle fervor. He discerned that Son Goku's combat prowess was only marginally superior to his own. The victor remained uncertain. In a swift motion, Son Goku, accompanied by Scarlet Trail, rapidly advanced towards Jiang Ling and launched a punch with astonishing velocity. Possessing Mr. Popo's techniques, Jiang Ling effortlessly evaded the attack, tilting his head ever so slightly. Subsequently, he extended his foot, hooking it around Son Goku's calf, causing him to falter and lose his balance. Jiang Ling seized the opportunity, positioning both hands over his eyes, and unleashed the solar flare. The dazzling radiance engulfed Son Goku, who was in close proximity, disrupting his movements. Jiang Ling capitalized on this advantage, executing a series of rapid strikes that culminated in the defeat of Son Goku. "Phew, Jiang Ling, you are truly remarkable." Sun Wukong sat on the ground, panting heavily. Despite his defeat, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. Jiang Ling understood his sentiments. For Sun Wukong, having a worthy opponent to mutually support and grow together was essential for a long-lasting journey. Observing the excitement on Sun Wukong's face, Jiang Ling was suddenly struck by a peculiar thought and instinctively took a few steps back. "Let be known, I can spar with you, but I shall not engage in any frivolity." Sun Wukong, North Kai, Chapter 10. Sneak Attack. Upon witnessing Jiang Ling learn the Kaioken technique with a mere glance, North Kai pondered secretly. It seemed that Jiang Ling had the potential to elevate the Kaioken to unprecedented levels. 5 times? 10 times? This line of thought led him to recall his ultimate technique, the spirit bomb. This technique was notoriously difficult to master, as it required drawing energy from all living things to condense a formidable sphere of spirit energy, capable of inflicting immense damage upon those with malevolent intent. Whether it could harm the benevolent depended on the extent of darkness residing within their hearts. Very well, having now mastered the Kaioken, you may proceed to learn my ultimate technique. The Celestial King of the North observed the two figures before him. Son Goku harbored no objections. His purpose was to train, and he would learn whatever the king instructed. Jiang Ling, too, was amenable, believing that additional skills were never a burden, and learning a new technique would only augment his combat prowess. His aspiration was a life of leisure, accompanied by beautiful women. Yet, within the Dragon Ball world, this objective seemed somewhat unattainable. Due to his status as a transmigrator, death meant irreversible oblivion. So to achieve this goal, he must become the strongest, invulnerable to any assailant. As is widely known, Earth in Dragon Ball is a planet fraught with calamities. Jiang Ling's current combat strength, at best, made him the strongest on Earth at this stage. But to become the strongest in the Dragon Ball world, he still had a long way to traverse. Over the ensuing months, Jiang Ling and son Goku underwent the rigorous training of the Celestial King of the North. Their strength increased exponentially. Imperceptibly, the time of Vegeta's arrival on Earth drew nearer. On this particular day, Jiang Ling, having completed his routine training, brought son Goku before the Celestial King of the North. The king was prostrate on the ground, engrossed in counting blades of grass with a magnifying glass. 114511, 114512, 114513, 114514. Celestial King. With a gentle cough, Jiang Ling interrupted the interests of the North Kai. Ah, it's you, Jiang Ling. Have you completed your training today? Yes, I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Ling replied with a nod. I would like to request your assistance in detecting how long it will be until the Saiyans arrive on Earth. This was a matter he needed to monitor closely, as in the original storyline, Sun Wukong returned only on the final day. This resulted in many Earth warriors perishing, while Wukong was still making his way through the underworld. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, the North Kai stood up and brushed the dirt off his clothing. Indeed, considering the timeline, they should be arriving soon. Let me take a look. As he spoke, the North Kai donned his sunglasses, and his two antennae twitched, utilizing his abilities to scan the universe within his jurisdiction of the Northern Galaxy for the approaching spacecraft headed for Earth. Ah, I've found them. They're approximately. Calculating the time, they should arrive in about a week. A week, you say? Jiang Ling pondered before responding. Then Wukong and I can prepare to return. So soon? There's still a week left. It wouldn't be too late to return once they arrive. The North Kai questioned, perplexed. Jiang Ling looked at the North Kai with a peculiar expression. Don't we need time to return? If we wait until the Saiyans arrive, it will be too late. Upon hearing this, the North Kai smacked his forehead in realization. Oh, how could I have overlooked that? As Jiang Ling lamented, since you're busy counting blades of grass every day, let's not waste time. Help contact the people on Earth to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Wukong. We must continue our journey back. Understood. Subsequently, Sun Wukong reached out to Bulma through King Kai. On Earth, upon receiving the news, Bulma and her companions immediately retrieved the Dragon Balls they had meticulously gathered, summoning the Eternal Dragon without delay. What was once a sunlit sky transformed into a shroud of darkness with the dragon's emergence, as if nightfall had abruptly descended. A sudden announcement reported that the sky would remain dark for several minutes, with experts explaining that a planet in space was obscuring the sun, urging the public to remain calm. This news flashed across televisions and mobile devices in countless households, a well-prepared announcement by Bulma's Capsule Corporation. In the plaza of the Heavenly Temple, the Supreme Kai leaned on his staff, with Bobo by his side, as a gathering of Earth's warriors observed the encroaching darkness above. The Supreme Kai's gaze revealed his concern as he turned to the warriors who had trained diligently at the Heavenly Temple for the past year. The summoning of the Eternal Dragon signified Wukong's impending resurrection, which also meant that the Saiyans were nearing Earth. Wukong is to be revived? Is it truly happening? Hooray! Elated upon receiving this intelligence, Krillin's heart soared. Tien Shinhan, brimming with self-assurance, declared, "Venerable Kami, harbor no apprehension. Our rigorous training this past year has augmented our capabilities at least tenfold, sufficient to contend with the Saiyans." Yamcha, clenching his fist, chimed in with a grin. "Indeed, I perceive my current potency to be capable of vanquishing 10 of my former selves from a year prior." Krillin, munching on victuals, spread his hands, stating, "I shall abstain from combat, for I deem them capable." The assembly voiced their sentiments, lacking a comprehensive understanding of the Saiyans' prowess. Their exponential growth and strength over the past year had instilled in them a sense of unwavering confidence. "Preposterous," Kami remonstrated, his countenance grave. "Are you complacent with such meager accomplishments? Though I possess no precise knowledge of the Saiyans' capabilities, I can unequivocally assert that they surpass you all. This shall be an arduous battle." "Ah, this. Is that truly the case? We have improved to such an extent." Kami, gazing into the distance, his eyes filled with profound contemplation, uttered, "There will always be someone stronger, and there are always realms beyond our own. We can never fully know the extent of these extraterrestrials' power. In a desolate and uninhabited wilderness on Earth, the terrain was pockmarked and scarred by the ravages of combat. Bang, bang, bang. Pow! In a swift display of agility, Sun Wukong executed his strikes with remarkable speed. Piccolo, with an air of ease, parried Wukong's attacks, occasionally countering with unexpected moves of his own. What felt like mere moments turned into dozens of exchanges. Bang! Piccolo delivered a punch that sent Wukong reeling and called for a pause. He then gazed up at the sky. Wukong's attire bore several large tears, a testament to a year spent training in the wild, which had imbued his youthful visage with a resolute expression, while traces of childlike innocence still lingered. After all, he was but 5 years old. Piccolo. Why has it grown dark?" Wukong inquired as he approached. With a grave tone, Piccolo replied, "The dragon has been summoned. If all goes well, it will grant your father a second chance at life." "Really? That's wonderful," Wukong exclaimed, his excitement causing him to leap several feet into the air. "Oh yeah, my father is finally coming back. This is amazing." Piccolo, maintaining his stoic demeanor, cautioned, "The enemy is formidable. Do not rejoice too soon." "Yes, I will fight with all my might," Wukong resolutely affirmed. "Let us continue our training." Nodding emphatically, Wukong observed Piccolo closely, and with a glint of mischief in his eyes. He attempted a move he had seen monkeys perform in the forest. Monkey steals peach. With a swift motion, Wukong reached out, only to discover, where's the peach? It's gone. Noticing Piccolo's increasingly darkening expression, Wukong curiously asked Piccolo, "Auntie?" Chapter 11. Return to the Celestial Temple. King Kai's planet. As the dragon granted their wish, the halo above Sun Wukong's head gradually faded away, signifying his resurrection. "Now that Wukong has returned, it is time for us to depart," said Jiang Ling with a smile, turning to King Kai. Sun Wukong scratched his head and grinned. "Farewell, King Kai. I shall visit you again when the opportunity arises." "Safe travels," replied King Kai, donning his sunglasses and reluctantly waving a handkerchief. The pet gorilla and fireflies had formed a bond over the days, standing at King Kai's feet, gazing at their departure with wistful expressions. "All right, no need for farewells. We will meet again in the future, right, Wukong?" "Yes, indeed. When I die again, we can meet." "Are you foolish? Did you not see that I came here without dying?" "All right." Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong bid farewell to King Kai once more, their figures retreating along the Snake Way, gradually disappearing from view. Above the Snake Way, two silhouettes soared swiftly across the golden sea of clouds. As they passed, the clouds roiled and surged tumultuously. "Jiang Ling, let us race to see who arrives first." "Hmph, such childish games are beneath me." Jiang Ling spoke without holding back, yet his speed quickened a notch. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily, closely trailing behind, his pace scarcely diminished. The two engaged in a spirited chase, entirely devoid of the impending sense of crisis that typically accompanies the arrival of a Saiyan. Jiang Ling regarded this as a form of relaxation. Only through such ease could one's true potential be realized. If one remained perpetually tense, progress would not only stagnate, but regress. The principle of balancing work and rest encapsulates this notion perfectly. Jiang Ling believed that in the original manga, Vegeta remained perpetually in second place due to his relentless tension, constantly training in pursuit of surpassing Kakarot. Yet, it was precisely this fixation that prevented him from ever surpassing the untroubled Kakarot, forever trailing in his wake. Suddenly, Jiang Ling's gaze fell upon an antiquated mansion along Snake Way, prompting him to halt abruptly. Observing this, Wukong also came to an urgent stop. "What's the matter, Jiang Ling?" he inquired. "Nothing," Jiang Ling replied, shaking his head. "Wait for me here for a moment. I have something to attend to." With that, Jiang Ling entered the mansion, which belonged to 3 enchanting serpent maidens. Upon seeing Jiang Ling's return, a palpable fear took hold of them, and their demeanor shifted to one of utmost reverence. Jiang Ling, you've come back again. Would you like some fruit? Shall I give your shoulders a massage?" Jiang Ling shook his head, gazing at the captivating beauties before him, each with her own alluring charm. A smile graced his lips as he produced several ropes. "Now, be good and don't move." With a few swift movements, Jiang Ling surveyed his handiwork, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. He clapped his hands and departed. "Sister, does Master have some peculiar predilection? Are you still unaware?" The elegant beauty rolled her eyes, testing the taut ropes that bound her. "Although, you all seem to be rather enjoying this," addressing him as Master. "Hee, aren't you doing the same, sister?" Following this brief interlude, Jiang Ling and son Wukong lost their competitive spirit. They strolled along Snake Way, engaging in casual conversation. As they spoke, the topic shifted to family. Wukong scratched his head, a troubled expression clouding his face. He hadn't considered such matters during his training on King Kai's planet. Now that he was returning home, he felt a sense of trepidation. It wasn't that he feared Chi-Chi, but rather that he felt guilty. "What's wrong?" Jiang Ling inquired, noticing his distress. "It's nothing. I'm just unsure how to face Chi-Chi when I get back." "Bah," Jiang Ling chuckled. "What's so difficult about that? A simple kiss between husband and wife will resolve everything. There's no conflict that a kiss can't fix. And if it doesn't, try to." Akish, son Wukong, was momentarily taken aback, displaying a look of disdain. "Isn't that dirty?" he exclaimed. Jiang Ling cautiously inquired, "You've been married for several years, and you haven't kissed Chi-Chi? What does that have to do with marriage?" Son Wukong responded with an innocent demeanor, causing Jiang Ling to question whether it was her misunderstanding. "Forget about whether it's dirty. Just be gentle when you kiss her." Very well then." After 6 months of rigorous training, both Jiang Ling and son Wukong had significantly enhanced their abilities, now worlds apart from their previous selves. Even without exerting their full strength, they swiftly returned to the starting point of the Serpent Path, making their way to Yama's office. The celestial being of Earth was already waiting for them. "Welcome back." The deity greeted them with a look of satisfaction. "Lord Celestial, Lord Yama, it has been a while." Jiang Ling and son Wukong greeted with smiles. "It is indeed a pleasure to see you both return," Yama replied, nodding in acknowledgement, dressed impeccably in a suit. "How has Lord North Realm been?" A casual inquiry, given that he was a disciple of the North Realm King. "Quite well, actually. He enjoys his meals and remains robust." Jiang Ling chuckled. "Very good." A flicker of nostalgia crossed Yama's eyes as he mentioned the North Realm King. "I wish to visit him, but my duties keep me exceedingly busy." Jiang Ling cast a glance at the formidable figure of King Yen, his expression peculiar. "With such a physique, I doubt even the King of the North would permit your ascent to the realm of kings. Lord Yen, we shall take our leave now." After exchanging pleasantries, the group was transported back to the heavenly palace through divine intervention. Son Wukong inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar, refreshing air. "The essence of Earth resonates with me." At the heavenly palace, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Dumplings, and Yachirobe had gathered, eagerly awaiting their return. With only a few days remaining before the Saiyans' arrival on Earth, the priority was to rest well and prepare for the impending battle, regardless of whether they chose to train or not. "Wukong, you have finally returned. I am overjoyed to see you unharmed," exclaimed one of them. "Wukong, my strength has significantly surpassed yours from back then," another added. "Jiang Ling, it is good to have you back. I wonder how powerful you have become. Indeed, when we first met, You are not even as strong as we were, haha. The group engaged in warm exchanges. Over the days, their abilities had undergone substantial enhancement compared to a year prior. This tremendous progress instilled hope in them to triumph over the Saiyans. It's been ages. How have you all been? Sun Wukong expressed his delight upon seeing his familiar companions. Jiang Ling laughed heartily, suggesting, "Let us dine together tonight and unwind." Upon hearing the term relaxation, Yamcha's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm, and he proposed, "Relaxation? Excellent. I shall escort you all to a tavern to seek out the company of young ladies. On second thought, I find myself content with Kairatsu by my side. No need, for women would only diminish my combat prowess." Kairatsu chimed in, "Women? I possess no interest in such distractions." Yajiro grumbled, "I would much prefer a hearty meal." Jiang Ling, regarding Yamcha with a peculiar expression, earnestly advised, "Indulging in dalliances at such a juncture? Have you not heard the adage, the kidneys are the wellspring of power? Should your essence be depleted, your constitution shall be weakened, and in turn, you shall be vanquished by the Saiyans. Vanquished and then, halt, I implore you, cease this discourse." Yamcha interjected, a slight headache forming. "No pursuit of young ladies shall be undertaken." He then continued, "Let's instead gather together. I shall be the host." Krillin, upon hearing this, expressed surprise. "As a professional baseball player, how do you possess the financial means to treat us to a repast?" The others turned their curious gazes upon Yamcha, equally intrigued as to the source of his affluence. "Heh, I'm naturally endowed with funds." Yamcha puffed out his chest, his chin slightly elevated, and declared with a touch of pride, "You are all unaware of the vast sums the bank holds in my name." As these words were spoken, the crowd exchanged glances, bewildered and at a loss for understanding. Jiang Ling blinked and spoke. "If I am not mistaken, you have taken out a loan from the bank? What nonsense is this? This is the bank depositing money with me." Yamcha retorted, his eyes wide in protest. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in laughter. The square filled with a lively atmosphere. Sun Wukong waved his hand with a smile, indicating his understanding of the good intentions, yet added, having just been revived, "I must return home to check on things." "Oh, I see. Go on. It must be difficult to explain things to Chi-Chi, right?" "Indeed. When you met your demise, you cannot imagine how heartbroken Chi-Chi was." The crowd, displaying great understanding, unanimously emphasized the importance of family. "Wukong, remember my words." Jiang Ling reminded him with a wink. Sun Wukong nodded, then bid farewell to the crowd, leaping down from the heavenly palace. His form plunged vertically from heights, and soon he reached the altitude of Karen Tower. The wise Karen had already been waiting there. Upon seeing Wukong descend, he tossed a small pouch into the air. "There are only a few of these magical beans left, and I trust you to take care of them. Use them sparingly in battle." "All right, thank you, Master Karen." Wukong accepted the Senza bean, expressing his gratitude. His descent continued unabated. Eschewing the use of levitation, he instead bellowed out a command. "Nimbus!" Whoosh! From the distant clouds, a radiant, golden cloud streaked forth, arriving swiftly beneath Wukong to provide a steady platform. "It is a pleasure to see you again, old friend," Wukong exclaimed, his spirits buoyed. Sensing his surroundings, he directed Nimbus in a specific trajectory. The golden cloud etched a long, unwavering line across the heavens. Chapter 12. Father and Son Reunited. Clang, 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 boom! In a desolate, untamed wilderness, two figures, one towering and the other diminutive, disengaged from fierce collision. The intense energy unleashed stirred up layers of dust and debris. As a gust of wind swept through, the haze dissipated, revealing Piccolo and Gohan standing face to face. Just as Piccolo was poised to strike again, he paused, sensing something in the distance. His gaze shifted, focusing on a distant point. Recognizing the approaching energy signature, Piccolo relaxed his stance. "Gohan, do you perceive it?" he inquired. "Huh?" Gohan responded, momentarily bewildered. He then concentrated, attempting to discern the approaching presence. "An energy signature is rapidly approaching us," Gohan stated gravely. Piccolo nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is the energy of Sun Wukong." "Father?" Hearing these words, Sun Wufan's face lit up with surprise. Before Piccolo could utter a word, a yellow cloud appeared before them. Standing atop, it was none other than Sun Wukong, wearing a gentle smile. "Hello, how have you all been?" "Hmph." Piccolo huffed, thinking it better to continue training than engage in idle chatter. Sun Wufan gazed at his father, who was so near, with tears welling in his eyes. He suddenly leaped into Sun Wukong's embrace, his shoulders trembling as tears streamed down his face, as if he were releasing all the grievances he had endured while surviving in the wilderness. "Wah, Dad, I miss you so much." Sun Wukong gently ruffled Wufan's fluffy hair, his expression filled with compassion. After all, Wufan was still just 5 years old. All right, Wufan. I have witnessed your training over the past year. You have grown into a remarkable young man." Piccolo turned away, unable to bear the sight before him. Before long, Wufan managed to compose himself, lifting his head to look at his father. "Dad, it is so wonderful to see you again. And Piccolo, if he has been bullying you during this time, let me know, and I will help you confront him." Upon hearing this, Sun Wufan shook his head. "No, Aunt Piccolo," but then caught a glimpse of Piccolo's darkened expression out of the corner of his eye and quickly corrected himself. Uncle Piccolo has been quite good to me." "Aunt Piccolo." Sun Wukong was puzzled. "Silence," Piccolo said with a grim expression, lowering his voice. At that moment, Gohan seemed to have an idea and exclaimed with excitement, "Daddy, wait a moment. I will prepare something delicious for you." Sun Wukong's joy was evident. "My Gohan can cook now." With a few leaps, Gohan vanished, only to return shortly after, carrying a large tiger. He then set about building a fire, boiling water, and preparing the ingredients. Sun Wukong and Piccolo sat nearby, occasionally exchanging a few words in a casual manner. "Thank you for this past year, Piccolo," Sun Wukong said earnestly. Piccolo understood that Wukong was referring to his care and training of Gohan over the year. With a huff, he replied, "I merely sought to enhance our odds in the battle against the Saiyans." "Well, still, I appreciate it," Sun Wukong smiled, recognizing Piccolo's stubbornness. After a moment of silence, Piccolo inquired, "How many days until they arrive on Earth?" Sun Wukong held up 5 fingers, indicating 5 days. "Do we have a chance?" "Uncertain. We still do not know the strength of the Saiyans." Piccolo nodded in response, remaining silent. For a while, the only sounds were Gohan's busy movements, the crackling of the fire and the bubbling of the broth, gradually filling the air with the aroma of meat. "Daddy and Uncle Piccolo, dinner is ready." Sun Wufan spoke loudly. Piccolo shook his head, indicating that he did not require sustenance, as he relied on photosynthesis to synthesize starches within his body to meet his daily needs. Wufan held out a bowl of soup to Sun Wukong. "What is this soup?" he inquired. "This is a recipe taught to me by Jiang Ling, called 10 Compliments Tiger Whip Soup. He mentioned that this soup is excellent. You will know once you taste it." Sun Wufan gazed at his father with eager anticipation. Feeling his son's gaze, Sun Wukong was touched. As he inhaled the aromatic fragrance wafting from the soup, he drank it down in one go. It's quite delicious." Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "Was the tiger whip?" Wufan pondered for a moment. "It is something from the tiger's body. I'm not sure what it is called, but Jiang Ling referred to it as tiger whip." Sun Wukong remained unconcerned. Subsequently, the father and son together devoured the roasted tiger meat. As evening descended, Wukong intended to take Gohan home, but Piccolo declined, mentioning that he would return him shortly before the commencement of the upcoming battle. Gohan concurred, as his year of wilderness survival had fortified him considerably, transforming him from a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Upon Kami's lookout, Jiang Ling departed after Wukong's exit, leading the group to a picturesque location in the wilderness. Verdant woods thrived, and a babbling brook flowed nearby. Jiang Ling released a capsule, and with a poof, a semicircular dwelling materialized upon the ground. He deemed the environment favorable and resolved to establish a home there. Shortly thereafter, the group arranged the barbecue implements and provisions. The savory aroma of roasting meat permeated the air. The group's enthusiasm for gathering together for a party was palpable, and Jiang Ling even invited Bulma to join them. As the atmosphere gradually enlivened, Yamcha observed that something was amiss. Do we have any spirits? Merely drinking beverages is unfulfilling. Jiang Ling chuckled. I knew you'd crave alcohol. I've already made preparations. With that, he retrieved 2 cases of beer from a capsule. Is that all? Yamcha inquired, somewhat disappointed. We'll see once we finish these, he replied. Hey, have you underestimated me, T-brother? After a few rounds, 2 cases of beer are clearly insufficient for our gathering. Jiang Ling, is there more beer available? Yes, it will be here shortly, Jiang Ling replied. Just then, Bulma arrived in her flying ship and tossed 2 capsules to Jiang Ling, saying, Here are the 2 cases of beer you requested. Jiang Ling smiled and nodded. Nearby, Yamcha exclaimed dramatically, Only 2 cases? That's far too little. It's hardly enough to drink. Not enough to drink. Indeed, I could finish it all by myself. Hearing this, Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow. If you can finish it, I shall acknowledge you as my elder brother. Conversely, if you fail, you must recognize me as your elder brother. Do you dare? Yamcha smirked. What is there to fear? I've already accepted this brotherhood. Haha. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling and Bulma exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions laden with unspoken implications. The onlookers, eager for entertainment, rallied around, ready to bear witness and prevent any withdrawal from the agreement. Jiang Ling's lips curved into a smile. All right, as you say. He then tossed the 2 capsules in his hand, and, in the next instant, 2 elongated containers materialized before them, filled to the brim with cases of beer. Everyone was taken aback. What? What is this? Containers? Goodness. When you say 2 cases, you truly mean it. No wonder you are Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling beamed with a mischievous glint in her eyes as she regarded Yamcha with an unsettling gaze, urging, Go on, indulge yourself. I shall watch. Yamcha's eyes widened, resembling brass bells. Wait, weren't there supposed to be 2 boxes? Indeed, a shipping container is also considered box. Jiang Ling replied, feigning innocence. Bulma stifled a laugh, struggling to contain her amusement. Ultimately, Yamcha, resigned, acknowledged Jiang Ling as his elder brother. Elder brother. Speak louder. Elder brother. I can't hear you. Elder brother. Ah, Jiang Ling nodded in satisfaction. The crowd erupted in laughter, a clear indication of their shared acknowledgement of this destined connection. Chapter 13. Chi-Chi's Longing, Baozi Mountain. The home of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, and the moonlight cascaded through the window, enveloping Chi-Chi in its gentle glow. In her hands, she held a picture frame containing a photograph of their family of 3. As her fingers brushed against the images of Wukong and Wufan, her eyes shimmered with longing. Wukong, Wufan, it's been a year, and I still miss you both dearly. How have you been? When will you return? Chi-Chi murmured to herself, her head bowed in contemplation. At that moment, a knock resonated through the air. Upon hearing the sound, Chi-Chi composed herself. She glanced at the clock on the wall. The hands pointed to 10 o'clock. A sense of curiosity washed over her. Who could possibly be visiting at such a late hour? Though she was a woman, she possessed considerable strength. An ordinary person would not stand a chance against her. Chi-Chi rose and approached the door, speaking as she opened it. Who is it, so late at night? Before she could finish her sentence, she was met with the sight of Sun Wukong standing outside. Upon seeing his familiar and kind face, Chi-Chi covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Woo-woo, Wukong, you have finally returned. Woo-woo. In an instant, her face was awash with tears. She hesitated to reach out, fearing that in the next moment, the Wukong she had longed for would vanish before her eyes. Wukong pulled her into his embrace with a heavy sigh, his expression a complex blend of emotions. Chi-Chi, I am sorry. I will not leave you for this long again. Chi-Chi felt the warmth of his solid chest, and at last, she was assured that her husband had truly returned. In that moment, her pent-up longing poured forth. Time passed, and Chi-Chi finally ceased her tears. She lifted her gaze to Wukong's face, her big eyes glistening with moisture, eliciting a sense of tenderness. Wukong's gaze fixated on Chi-Chi's lips, and an inexplicable urge surged within him. He leaned in to kiss her. Their breaths mingled, their lips connected. A blush of crimson crept across Chi-Chi's cheeks. She had never kissed anyone before. Her small fist gently pounded Wukong's chest, instinctively wanting to pull away, yet his strong arms held her tightly, rendering her unable to escape. Gradually, her body softened. Wukong, with an appetite that was quite healthy, had long digested the nourishing soup prepared by Wufan. At that moment, as he kissed Chi-Chi, his breathing grew heavy, fueled by a fervent desire to remain close, and a warmth began to envelop him. Chi-Chi sensed a shift, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, tinged with a hint of anticipation. In their 5 years of marriage, they had only shared intimacy once, on their wedding night, when Wukong, having indulged in a drink, succumbed to slumber, leading to an unexpected conception of Wufan. In the years that followed, Wukong, with his innocent disposition, remained oblivious to the nuances of romance, resulting in an absence of a typical marital life. Chi-Chi had intended to find a moment to enlighten Wukong on such matters, but fate intervened with his fatal encounter with Raditz. A year had passed since then, until this very moment. Wukong, Chi-Chi, I am unsure what has come over me. It is all right. I shall guide you. Carry me to the bedroom. Very well. From the picturesque landscapes of Jiangnan to the enigmatic southern frontier, from the soft beaches to the northern vistas, this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. The voice-activated lights in the house on Baozi Mountain illuminated throughout the night, creating a beautiful tableau that mirrored the stars above. On the other side, the barbecue party continued late into the night. Jiang Ling awoke in the morning on the bed, rubbing his slightly swollen temples. He had indulged in too much drink with his friends the previous night, and he couldn't recall how he had fallen asleep. Glancing at himself, he discovered he was clad only in a pair of shorts, and his little brother was protesting. Fragments of last night began to resurface in his mind. It seemed Bulma had assisted him back to the house, and perhaps emboldened by the effects of alcohol, he had boldly confessed his feelings, even daring to touch places he ought not to have. Jiang Ling looked at his right hand, frozen in shock. He would have slapped himself if he could. How could a usually composed individual become so reckless under the influence of drink? Jiang Ling conceded his admiration for Bulma. What man wouldn't be captivated by a woman of such beauty and intellect? Yet, he hadn't anticipated confessing his feelings under these peculiar circumstances. He wondered if this would leave an unfavorable impression on Bulma. Jiang Ling felt a slight throbbing in his head. Rising from his bed, he exited the house to a scene of utter disarray. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and others were sprawled haphazardly across the ground, empty beer bottles strewn about, creating a chaotic tableau. Krillin's toe was comically lodged in Yamcha's nostril, a half-empty beer bottle clutched in his hand. Bulma was nowhere to be seen, presumably having returned home the previous night. Jiang Ling scratched his disheveled hair and ascended into the air, making his way to the upper reaches of the stream. The water babbled gently, crystal clear. He splashed water on his face, attempting to compose himself. Suddenly, he was overcome by the urgent need to relieve himself, a sensation he had suppressed throughout the night. An overwhelming impulse seized him. Without hesitation, he unburdened himself, directing a torrential stream into the brook before him. He harbored no desire to pollute the environment, yet the force of nature was overwhelming. The incessant torrents cascaded into the brook, and astonishingly, a small rainbow emerged. A look of contentment graced Jiang Ling's face as he reveled in the moment. After a considerable time, he stowed away his tools of mischief, sealing them within his trousers, ensuring they would not wreak havoc on the environment for the time being. Subsequently, he soared back to the location of his original abode. Upon arrival, he noticed that everyone had risen, with Krillin washing up by the stream. Jiang Ling observed this scene with a peculiar expression. If memory served him right, he had been positioned upstream of the brook moments earlier. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved not to disclose this to Krillin, fearing it might sow seeds of resentment in his heart. With the Saiyans due to arrive in a few days, Tien Fan pondered their next destination. What shall we do? Perhaps find a place to continue our training while we await the enemy, he suggested, turning to look at Jiaozi. What do you think, Jiaozi? Jiaozi nodded in agreement, signaling that he would accompany Tien Fan wherever he went. Jiang Ling smiled faintly, noting the unwavering bond between the two brothers. What about Yamcha? When questioned, Yamcha shrugged. I think I shall take a moment to rest, so I can face the battle in peak condition. Krillin, having finished his cleansing, approached with a smile, stating, I am returning to Master Wu Tien. As for my plans, I'm uncertain. Do not concern yourself with that. I will simply make my presence known when the time comes. Akalob, seemingly from nowhere, produced a bag of snacks and indulged himself. Chapter 14. Modification. Very well then, I shall not keep you for tea. As you leave, kindly take the trash with you, Jiang Ling remarked, stifling a yawn as he turned to enter his room, casually shutting the door behind him. This left a group of individuals gazing at the chaotic aftermath of the party, disheveled in the wind. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Ling activated the system, reflecting on a new feature that provided skill rewards for location check-ins at the Temple of the Deities from the previous day. Possession allows the user to inhabit any target within a kilometer, with the success rate and duration of possession contingent upon the target's strength. As the name implies, the function of this skill is quite evident. Deities have previously utilized this ability to possess ordinary individuals to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. However, what practical use does it serve? Jiang Ling mused that it seemed superfluous. Weaker foes could be easily dealt with, while stronger adversaries might render the use of possession a potential failure. It felt somewhat redundant. Nonetheless, he remained steadfast in his belief. An abundance of skills is never a burden. Even the most trivial abilities are bound to find their moment of utility. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a notification. Jiang Ling picked it up to discover a message from Bulma. Bulma, have you risen yet? Upon receiving this greeting, Jiang Ling suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had confessed his feelings in a moment of intoxication the previous night and had acted beyond the boundaries of friendship by touching her chest. It would be unfortunate if he left a lewd impression in Bulma's mind. He was, after all, a model student, having received countless awards for excellence in childhood. Perhaps he should offer an apology? Jiang Ling hesitated, but then another message from Bulma arrived. If you're awake, come over to my place. I have a prototype of the gravity device you mentioned yesterday. Come and give it a try. Upon reading this message, Jiang Ling's eyes lit up. He had casually brought up the gravity training system the day before, and he hadn't expected to receive news about it so soon. I'm awake now. I'll be there shortly. After replying to a message, Jiang Ling soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of the West City. An hour later, as he gazed down upon the bustling metropolis below, characterized by towering skyscrapers, incessant traffic, and a throng of people, he marveled at the splendor of urban life. Without needing to consult the address sent by Bulma, Jiang Ling instantly recognized the city's center, dominated by an expansive white building adorned with the emblem of a capsule corporation. Such a conspicuous structure could undoubtedly belong to Bulma's family, for it is the most formidable company on Earth. Descending from the sky into the courtyard, Jiang Ling beheld a woman of striking beauty, her face devoid of any wrinkles, cheerfully watering the flowers while softly humming a tune, clearly in high spirits. He promptly recognized her as Mrs. Brief, Bulma's mother, whose given name is Bikini. Upon noticing Jiang Ling's arrival, Mrs. Brief greeted him with a warm smile, saying, "Hello there. Young man, is there something you need?" With a polite smile, Jiang Ling replied, "Good day, Mrs. Brief. I'm a friend of Bulma, here to see her." "Oh, Mrs." Brief remarked, her gaze appraising Jiang Ling with a knowing look. "You must be Bulma's new boyfriend. How delightful." Hastily, Jiang Ling shook his head, exclaiming, "No. You've misunderstood, Andy." At that moment, Bulma, driving her small electric vehicle, sped out from the house and called out loudly, "Mom, don't say such things. Jiang Ling is my friend." "Indeed, Bulma is correct," Jiang Ling promptly responded. "Oh." Mrs. Briefs, upon hearing this, grew even more animated. She linked her arm through Jiang Ling's and said with a beaming smile, "In that case, would this handsome young man care to accompany me on a stroll through town?" Jiang Ling's body stiffened, and he cast a pleading glance towards Bulma. "Mom, please refrain from such behavior. Jiang Ling has come to see me on business," Bulma said with a touch of exasperation, noting that her penchant for admiring handsome men was indeed hereditary. However, she was not quite so liberal as to approach every attractive young man she encountered. Observing her daughter's reaction, Mrs. Briefs covered her mouth with a delicate giggle. So protective of him. You can hardly deny he's your boyfriend. Mother, Bulma retorted, placing her hands on her hips and widening her beautiful eyes slightly. Very well, very well. I shall not intrude upon you any further. I'm off to town, Mrs. Brief said, departing with a cheerful smile. Once her mother had left, Bulma turned to Jiang Ling and said, please pay her no mind. She is simply like that. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. Let's not dwell on it. Let's proceed to the laboratory. Agreed. As the residence of Bulma was quite expansive, necessitating the use of an electric scooter for conveyance, Jiang Ling took a seat on the pillion of Bulma's vehicle, and together they set off towards the laboratory. Bulma piloted the scooter, while Jiang Ling, seated behind, encircled her slender waist with his arms. He perceived the tactile sensation emanating from his hands, and a delicate fragrance permeated the air, entering Jiang Ling's nostrils, which stirred within him a sense of distraction. This was not without cause. Bulma, as the female lead of Dragon Ball, possessed an exceptionally fine figure and a captivatingly beautiful countenance, and she was also a top-tier scientist, a veritable genius in the realm of research. One might well ask, which young man would not be moved by her? Jiang Ling's expression flickered, and he silently performed a check-in within his mind. Ding! Check-in successful. Reward: mastery of mechanical modification. With the aid of the electric scooter, they swiftly arrived at the laboratory. Bulma retrieved a machine from within, remarking, "This is it. During my childhood, my father, Dr. Brief, obtained gravitational technology from another party and fashioned this prototype." The machine appeared somewhat unrefined, but Jiang Ling paid it no mind, as long as it served its purpose. "Bulma, shall we conduct a test?" "Hmph." Bulma nodded and then personally guided Jiang Ling in activating the machine. Beep. 5 times gravity. Activated. Thud. The instant the gravity was engaged, Bulma was flattened to the ground. Jiang Ling, regaining his composure, hastily deactivated the gravity and then assisted Bulma to her feet, scratching his head with a look of contrition. "My apologies, Bulma. I was too eager to test it just now and neglected your well-being." Bulma gazed at him with a look of deep melancholy and sighed. "Never mind. Just activate the gravity once I've distanced myself." With that, she hurriedly moved to a far-off spot. Once she was beyond the gravitational influence, Jiang Ling resumed the gravity. 5 times the gravity. Jiang Ling assessed the situation and commenced a series of warm-up exercises, push-ups, sit-ups. He even performed an entire set of the 8th routine of calisthenics. Each movement felt remarkably effortless, presenting no challenge whatsoever. Having long acclimatized to the 10-fold gravity of planet Vegeta, the current 5-fold gravity felt utterly trivial to him. Suddenly, he sensed a significant weight pressing down on his body as the gravity surged dramatically. Taken aback, he glanced at the machine. The screen displayed a staggering 20 times the gravity. Jiang Ling swiftly disabled the gravity effect and explained the situation to the approaching Bulma. The machine's gravitational output was functioning correctly, yet there appeared to be an internal system malfunction, which had inadvertently escalated to 20 times the gravity. Upon hearing this, Bulma conducted a brief inspection and identified the issue. The machine was quite antiquated, having been constructed 2 decades prior. Both the system and hardware required updating and modification. It would likely take a day to complete. "Shall you return tomorrow?" she inquired. Chapter 15. The arrival of the Saiyans. Jiang Ling gazed at the machinery before him. With the enhancement of his mechanical modification mastery, various transformation schemes flitted through his mind. After a brief pause, he declared, "I shall remain and assist." "Are you certain?" Bulma inquired, her skepticism evident. The tasks ahead required mechanical knowledge, and she doubted Jiang Ling's capabilities. Yet, as he deftly maneuvered the workstation and wielded the tools with remarkable proficiency, her astonishment grew. His formidable prowess allowed him to engage in frontline combat, while also managing logistical support from the rear. Could this truly be the essence of an all-round prodigy? "I'm not adept at system calibration. That task falls to you." Seated at his workbench, Jiang Ling casually spoke. Upon hearing this, Bulma settled down beside him, her demeanor shifting to one of solemn concentration as she meticulously adjusted various parameters on the computer. Their collaboration was seamless, as if they had been partners for an extended period. An hour later, Bulma stretched, her body weary from prolonged work, necessitating a moment of respite. Turning her gaze towards Jiang Ling's profile, she found herself captivated by his earnest expression. Memories of the previous night flooded her mind, when she had assisted the intoxicated Jiang Ling to bed. The intimacy of their shared space had emboldened her, leading her to impulsively reach out and touch his abdominal muscles. Subsequently, Jiang Ling, in his inebriated state, had grasped her hand and confessed his feelings. Perhaps due to his impaired coordination, their movements became uncontrolled, and they tumbled onto the bed, his hand inadvertently landing on her chest. Before he drifted off to sleep, the recollection caused a blush to creep across Bulma's face, and she playfully stuck out her tongue. Sensing her gaze, Jiang Ling turned to see Bulma's flushed cheeks, his expression one of bewilderment. "Why is your face so flushed?" Another hour elapsed. A brand-new gravity machine had been meticulously overhauled, its parameters refined by Bulma to ensure unwavering stability, precluding any recurrence of the disconcerting gravitational imbalances that had plagued its earlier iterations. Jiang Ling ensconced the apparatus within a designated chamber, reminiscent of the gravity training rooms depicted in the original narrative, complete with a sizable screen for simultaneous viewing and exercise. His commitment to indulgence was resolute. The chamber was further enhanced with soundproofing, ensuring complete acoustic isolation from the external environment, regardless of the decibel level within. The prospect of engaging in gravity-enhanced training while enjoying visual entertainment filled Jiang Ling with palpable satisfaction, and he was eager to transport the training facility to his abode for immediate utilization. "Bulma, regarding remuneration, I find myself temporarily devoid of funds. May I defer payment until a more propitious time?" Bulma, with a magnanimous wave of her hand, declared, "There is no need. The material costs were negligible." Jiang Ling, after a moment of contemplation, asserted, "I insist on providing compensation, as it is a matter of masculine pride. Perhaps you would consider offering yourself in matrimony?" Bulma responded with utter bewilderment. Having acquired the training chamber, Jiang Ling returned to his residence, the very locale where he had indulged in libations the previous day. He resolved to establish his domicile there. The setting was idyllic, characterized by meandering streams and verdant foliage. Crucially, the locale afforded a degree of seclusion, ideally suited to his predilection for a tranquil existence. Upon entering the gravity training chamber, Jiang Ling activated the device, calibrating the gravitational force to 20 times its normal intensity. A sudden wave of pressure enveloped him. He shifted his body, producing a crackling sound. "Vegeta, I eagerly await your arrival," Jiang Ling said, a faint smile gracing his lips as he commenced a new round of training. Unbeknownst to him, the day of Vegeta's arrival had arrived. Two white, circular single-person spacecraft appeared in the outer space above Earth, descending towards the planet without a moment's pause. Baidu, a metropolis rivaling the grandeur of Shidu, bustled with its inhabitants leading their usual lives when suddenly, someone pointed to the sky and shouted, "What is that? Something is falling from the sky." This exclamation drew the attention of those nearby, leading to a wave of panic. Some wept, others trembled in fear, and a few expressed deep regret, with even some taking out their phones to start live broadcasts. "It appears to be a meteorite. I believe the apocalypse is upon us. The world is coming to an end. Mother, help! I have yet to confess my feelings to my boyfriend. How can I?" Dear friends, the host is in Baidu, and what you are witnessing is two spacecrafts soaring through the sky, descending at an astonishing speed into the heart of the city. With a thunderous crash, the ground is left with two immense craters. Those objects do not seem to be meteors. They are two round, white shapes. Could they possibly be UFOs? Amidst the buzzing discussions, the two spacecrafts emit a hissing sound as their doors gradually swing open. From within, two figures emerge, one tall and robust, the other shorter, adorned in peculiar attire, with an apparatus resembling glasses over his right eye. The tall figure, a muscular giant devoid of hair, is named Naba. The shorter figure is Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans, standing only at Naba's abdomen. Despite his stature, his hair is styled sharply upwards, creating a distinct angular appearance. Vegeta casts a disdainful glance at the surrounding crowd, digs into his ear, and smirks with contempt, remarking to Naba that these ants are rather noisy. Naba, the towering figure beside him, strokes his gleaming bald head and replies, "Your Highness Vegeta, I shall take care of it immediately." With that, Naba surveys the crowd, unleashing a surge of intense energy that radiates from him, a blinding light quickly enveloping the throng and the entire city. Amidst an acute and dazzling luminescence, the once towering cityscape was reduced to utter desolation. Its inhabitants vaporized into mere dust before a single lament could escape their lips. Nappa, a profligate expenditure of energy, wouldn't you agree? Nonetheless, this prince finds himself quite pleased with your actions. Vegeta hovered above, nodding in contentment. Nappa scratched his head, chuckling. The remaining energy will more than suffice for dealing with Kakarot and the others. Consider it mere amusement. Indeed, it is time to seek out these individuals and demand the Dragon Balls. The matter of procuring immortality brook no delay. Vegeta declared, activating the scanner over his right eye. The device emitted a double beep, eliciting a chuckle from Vegeta. Is that all? The highest power level on this sphere barely registers in the hundreds. Let us depart, then, and secure the Dragon Balls, lest unforeseen complications arise. Nappa paused momentarily. And Kakarot? That traitor? Should he persist in his apostasy, show no leniency. Eliminate him. Vegeta retorted with a frigid sneer. Subsequently, the two ascended into the firmament, charting a course toward the location indicated by the power level scanner. Chapter 16. The entirety embarks Mount Pozu. Goku returned home, bearing a wild beast upon his shoulders, sustenance for his family's meal. Chi-Chi, I have returned. The door creaked open, revealing Chi-Chi, adorned in a chi-pao that accentuated her exquisite figure. Her expression, noticeably less fraught than in days past, radiated warmth and tenderness. Her lively eyes fluttered momentarily. During the days of son Wukong's absence, her cheeks had taken on a blush unseen in their 5 years of marriage. Welcome back, you've worked hard. Please take a rest. Let me prepare the meal, she offered, gently wiping the sweat from Wukong's forehead with a handkerchief. She then called out for Wufan. Wufan, assist with the ingredients. Let your father relax. Wufan had returned just a couple of days prior, courtesy of Piccolo. After all, no one could ascertain the true strength of their adversaries. So a family gathering was indeed a welcome respite. Wukong scratched his head, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to Chi-Chi's transformation over these days. Mom, I feel like you changed. Wufan looked up, his innocent eyes blinking. Oh, in what way? Chi-Chi inquired, intrigued. Well, your temper has improved significantly, Wufan replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed, leaving her momentarily speechless. After all, it wouldn't do to admit that Wukong's previous obliviousness had gradually soured her temperament over the years. Sai, what was she even thinking? Wukong playfully ruffled Wufan's hair. Mom is still the same mom. What is there to change? Son Gohan rubbed his head gingerly. Kiki stifled ajigul, her hand covering her mouth. The family radiated contentment at the doorway. Abruptly, Goku's gaze altered, and he lifted his eyes towards the horizon, sensing two formidable auras. Gohan, who had been occupied with preparing ingredients, paused momentarily, also perceiving the potent energies. Father and son exchanged a knowing glance. Chi-Chi, I must venture out for a time, and Gohan shall accompany me. Await our return here. Chi-Chi voiced her apprehension. Is this related to the matter you mentioned a few days ago? Are the adversaries approaching? Perhaps Gohan should remain behind. Upon hearing this, son Gohan responded earnestly. Mother, please permit me to go. I, too, wish to contribute to the Earth's defense. Indeed, Chi-Chi, I assure you Gohan shall be unharmed. I yield to your insistence. Exercise caution and ensure your safe return. Kiki sighed resignedly. She understood Goku's temperament well. Though typically affable and easygoing, once he resolved upon a course of action, nothing could dissuade him. Rest assured, Chi-Chi, having spoken, two figures, one large and one small, soared into the heavens, hurtling towards the horizon. In a picturesque, verdant wilderness, Jiang Ling emerged from the gravity training chamber. A pristine white towel draped around his neck, wiping away the perspiration that clung to his skin. His torso was bare, revealing a physique of sculpted musculature. each of his 8 abdominal muscles distinctly defined, a testament to his lean yet powerful build. The moment Vegeta arrives is finally at hand. These past 6 months of relentless training have been in anticipation of facing you. I trust you won't disappoint me. Jiang Ling gazed into the distance, his eyes ablaze with fervent anticipation. Upon a remote, towering peak, Piccolo, cloaked in a white mantle, sat in serene meditation, sensing an approaching presence. A glint of piercing intensity flashed in Piccolo's eyes. With a sudden burst of motion, he propelled himself forward, leaving behind a series of sonic booms that echoed through the air. His velocity was such that he became a mere blur, imperceptible to the average observer. Came house. Master Roshi, I'm setting off. Krillin, clad in his martial arts uniform, cinched his belt and prepared to depart. Master Roshi emerged to bid him farewell. If the battle proves too formidable, do not hesitate to retreat. I shall await your triumphant return. Understood. Acknowledging the summons, Krillin ascended into the sky, charting a course towards the origin of the emanating energy. Master Roshi, the venerable sea turtle, and Launch watched him depart. In a desolate expanse of windswept sand, Yamcha, Tien, and Kairatsu materialized, their arrival coinciding with the advent of the Saiyans. Yamcha's gaze settled upon the duo, his attention drawn to the tails coiled around their waists. You must be the Saiyans, he declared. Your power is palpable, and the presence of tails confirms it. Nappa pivoted, directing his attention towards Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, he began, allow me to dispose of these insignificant insects, lest your hands be sullied. Proceed. Vegeta acquiesced with a dismissive wave. He regarded the opposition as mere vermin, unworthy of his attention as the esteemed Saiyan prince. Nappa's lips peeled back in a grotesque grin. Well, earthlings, he sneered. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I might grant you a swift demise. Otherwise, I shall crush you with a mere flick of my finger. Yamcha, Tien, and Kairatsu exchanged grim glances, acutely aware of the Saiyans' superior strength. Despite their year of training in Kami's lookout, the chasm between their power levels remained daunting. Let's take a moment. I can sense that Wukong and the others are on their way. Well then, shall we put to the test the fruits of our training over the past year? The 3 of them exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. Half a year ago, when Jiang Ling arrived at the Heavenly Temple, he had advised them to practice their coordination, for such synergy would yield results greater than the sum of their parts. They had heeded his counsel, and now it proved to be most opportune. With a swift motion, the trio dispersed, subtly encircling their target, Naba. Oh, you 3 are quite clever to attack together, Naba remarked, shaking his head dismissively, yet ultimately regarding them as mere ants. At this, Yamcha's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze upon Naba and assumed a combat stance. In an instant, his body erupted with a semi-transparent aura. Behind him, Vegeta paused momentarily as the power level reading indicated a staggering surge in Yamcha's combat strength, skyrocketing from 200 to an astonishing 1,500 points. Humans of Earth possess the ability to suppress their breath, entering a state of combat before releasing it. Vegeta swiftly concluded this based on his own experience. He then shook his head, realizing that such a level of combat power posed little threat to Nappa, whose strength was an impressive 4,000. In an instant, Yamcha moved with remarkable speed, appearing behind Nappa, and unleashed a powerful punch. With no surprise, Nappa effortlessly blocked the blow with a swift counter. The disparity in their abilities was so vast that their reflexes were not even on the same plane. Not disheartened by his failure, Yamcha raised his hand and executed the Wolf Fang Fist. His fist seemed to embody the ferocity of a wolf king, creating multiple afterimages as he struck at Nappa. With a series of thuds, Nappa defended himself with his robust arms, displaying a demeanor of ease, scarcely feeling any pressure from the onslaught. Have you had your fill? Now it's my turn, Nappa declared, seizing Yamcha's fist with one hand while the other transformed into a clawed fist, delivering a crushing blow to Yamcha's abdomen. Yamcha cried out in agony, hurtling backward and landing heavily on the ground not far away. Though it appeared they had been engaged in battle for quite some time, it had only been a brief moment, and Yamcha was already injured, having been struck before either Tien or Kaiotsu had a chance to intervene. "Yamcha, are you all right? Yamcha!" Tien and Kaiotsu shouted in concern. "I'm fine. I can still fight, though it hurts like hell." Yamcha, clutching his abdomen, rose with a contorted expression. "Hey, you imbecilic baldy," he exclaimed. "That was merely a warm-up. Now behold my ultimate technique." With a resounding cry, Yamcha summoned an intensely radiant energy sphere between his hands. Beep Beep Vegeta, observing the readings on his scouter, betrayed a hint of astonishment. His power level is increasing again. Chapter 17, Coordination. Whoosh, the dazzling energy sphere hurtled directly towards Nappa, who effortlessly sidestepped it. "Futile," Nappa scoffed. "The disparity between us is too vast. You cannot strike me. Is that so?" Yamcha retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. Spirit Ball. With a flourish of his hands, the previously evaded energy sphere looped back in midair, hurtling towards Nappa once more. A commendable technique, but alas, as I stated, you cannot strike me. Nappa shook his head, preparing to evade, when he heard Yamcha bellow, "Kaiotsu now?" In the ensuing instant, Nappa's body stiffened, momentarily immobilized by Kaiotsu's psychic abilities. The spirit ball struck him squarely. Boom! The impact detonated in a cloud of dust and debris. "Did we succeed?" Kaiotsu inquired, his gaze fixed on the dissipating smoke, having expended his psychic powers to briefly restrain Nappa. "I doubt it." Yamcha's expression grew serious as he raised his gaze toward the figure in the sky, silently hoping for reliance upon them. As the dust settled, the imposing form of Nappa remained steadfast, seemingly unscathed, save for a few tattered garments. "Nappa, please conclude this swiftly," Vegeta yawned, having lost patience to continue watching. "Understood, Prince Vegeta," Nappa replied. Yet at that moment, another series of beeping sounds echoed. Vegeta glanced at the data on the power detector, taken aback momentarily. Another surge of energy was skyrocketing. 300, 700, 1,000, 3,000, 4,000. Vegeta abruptly turned his attention to Tien, who had yet to make a move. There he hovered in the air, his hands forming a frame before his chest, aiming at Nappa. "Nappa, you fool! Get out of the way!" Vegeta shouted vehemently. In the next instant, Tien ultimate technique was fully charged as he bellowed, "Kamehameha!" A tremendous wave of energy erupted from his hands, hurtling toward Nappa. A thunderous explosion echoed through the scene, as Tien, having expended all his strength, plummeted from the sky, only to be caught by Kaiotsu. "What has happened?" The trio turned their gaze toward the spot where Nappa had once stood, now transformed into a deep, square-shaped chasm. There, Nappa loomed at the cave's entrance, beads of sweat cascading down his bald head, his expression betraying a lingering terror. Having heeded Vegeta's warning, he had narrowly evaded the attack at the last moment. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiotsu appeared pallid, grappling with the grim reality that even at this juncture, they were unable to prevail. How could such insignificant beings possess the power to threaten my very existence? Such insolence shall not be forgiven. Nappa's demeanor grew increasingly menacing as he bellowed, aiming his fury at Yamcha and the others, a blinding, searing light erupting from his mouth. Alarm bells rang in their minds, their pupils dilating in terror. Yamcha was injured, Tien was fatigued, and Kaiotsu struggled to support Tien. In that moment, the prospect of escape seemed utterly futile. Would they truly meet their demise here? Despair took root within their hearts. A low hum resonated in the air. Suddenly, a rapidly spinning, flat, disc-like energy pierced through Nappa's body, severing him in half. Ugh, ugh. Nappa's eyes widened in shock as the energy blast he had yet to unleash detonated within him. Boom! The cataclysmic explosion obliterated his corporeal form into fragmented remnants. Yamcha, alongside his comrades and Vegeta, stood aghast, their gazes converging upon the origin of the devastating assault. A youthful figure, distinguished by a conspicuously bald cranium, soared into view from the distance. Upon recognizing the individual, Yamcha and his companions breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Krillin, it's a relief you've arrived," Yamcha exclaimed with palpable elation. "It appears my timing was impeccable." Krillin responded, scratching his nose with a sheepish grin. Hmph. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at the site where Nappa had previously stood, then he coldly sneered, a worthless imbecile, to be vanquished by such insignificant vermin. Subsequently, he divested himself of the scouter affixed to his right ocular cavity and cast it asunder, crushing it beneath his heel. The device proved ineffectual against adversaries capable of suppressing their life force or experiencing transient surges in power, thereby impeding accurate assessment of the combat dynamics. Vegeta opted to obliterate it outright, deeming it devoid of utility. Subsequently, he directed his gaze towards the Earth's warriors arrayed before him. I shall extend to you a final opportunity. Surrender the Dragon Balls, and I may deign to grant you a swift and painless demise. Upon hearing these words, the assembled warriors were jolted from their momentary jubilation over Nappa's demise and lapsed into contemplative silence. Krillin, his teeth clenched in resolve, declared, Val Saiyan, we shall never capitulate. Very well, then you leave me no choice. Vegeta retorted with a sardonic smirk. After I dispatch you, I shall seize your comrades and subject them to a gradual and agonizing demise until they relinquish the Dragon Balls. Having spoken, Vegeta concentrated and formed a sphere of energy in his hand. Krillin gasped in shock, acutely aware of the terrifying power contained within it. Vegeta wasted no more words. He hurled the energy sphere forth. If struck, it was conceivable that they would be reduced to mere ashes, vanishing from existence. Final flash. From another direction, a formidable energy entwined in a luminous aura surged forth, colliding with Vegeta's energy sphere midair. The impact reverberated with a resounding explosion. Rocks shattered and earth was upheaved, as if the very world had succumbed to an explosive fury. The terrifying shockwave generated by their clash sent Krillin and his companions tumbling away. Who dares? Vegeta's expression shifted to one of surprise. The energy sphere he had casually unleashed was not something any Earthling could withstand. He focused his gaze, and from the swirling sands emerged a tall figure, green-skinned and imposing, the future ruler of Earth, Piccolo, with a countenance of indifference and a white cloak billowing in the wind. He turned and addressed Krillin and the others in a cold tone. You must leave at once. Do not linger here and become an obstruction. What did you say? Yamcha retorted, ready to confront him, but Krillin swiftly restrained him. Calm down, Yamcha, for my sake. Let us retreat for now. We shall leave this to Piccolo. Yamcha is a man who heeds advice, primarily believing that he cannot contend with Piccolo. Subsequently, they prepare to depart and observe the battle from a distance. However, Vegeta would not allow them to have their way. Permitting their exit would render his previous declarations meaningless. Wouldn't that be a slap to his own face? As a proud prince of the Saiyans, he would never allow such a thing to transpire. Vegeta's countenance darkened as he glanced at Piccolo, blocking his path. In an instant, he surged forward, swiftly closing the distance to deliver a powerful kick. The speed was so astonishing that Piccolo had no time to evade. He could only cross his arms defensively over his chest. The next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Boom! The overwhelming force propelled Piccolo's body backward like a cannonball, carving a deep trench into the ground beneath him. He only came to a halt upon crashing into a rocky pillar, which collapsed instantaneously, burying him beneath the rubble. Piccolo! How could it be? Even Piccolo was defeated in a single blow. How infuriating! Despair engulfed the onlookers. If even Piccolo, who was so formidable, could be felled with one strike, how much stronger could Goku and Jiang Ling possibly be? After only a year of training, they stood no chance. With the troublesome obstacles now eliminated, it was time for you to face the consequences. Vegeta let out a cold chuckle, raising both hands as two orbs of terrifying energy coalesced within his grasp. Krillin and the others were convinced that a direct hit from either of these energy spheres would obliterate them without a trace, leaving them utterly powerless to resist. Chapter 18. We arrived too late. Whoosh. Whoosh. Vegeta hurled the energy orbs, one aimed at Krillin and his companions, the other directed towards the uncertain fate of Piccolo. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. If all went as anticipated, a magnificent display of fireworks would soon follow. Suddenly, two crimson streaks darted swiftly from a distance, arriving at the scene in the blink of an eye, perfectly positioned to intercept the path of the energy orbs. Boom! Boom! The two energy blasts detonated, sending a vast cloud of dust and debris into the air. Krillin and the others anxiously gazed at the swirling dust. Who could it be? Vegeta furrowed his brow, frustrated by the interruptions that seemed to plague him at critical moments. As the dust began to settle, it revealed two figures engulfed in blazing red flames. Jiang Ling, Son Goku, at last you have arrived. We were almost done for. The Saiyans are far too powerful. Even Piccolo stands no chance against them. Krillin and others spoke excitedly. On the battlefield, Wukong and Jiang Ling arrived, and the battle was on the verge of erupting. Meanwhile, at Bulma's home in West City, she learned through the television about the catastrophic destruction of North City. Could these Saiyans truly be so powerful? A city obliterated in an instant. Bulma's expression reflected her deep concern. Wukong and the others were uncertain if they could defeat the Saiyans, and with Jiang Ling being new to the scene, her strength was likely inferior. Bulma worried for her safety. Bulma recalled Jiang Ling, although she had known her for a shorter time than Wukong and the others. Jiang Ling left an impression unlike anyone else. It was as if they were two magnets drawn to one another. At that moment, the news report about North City captured her attention as the reporter discovered two white orbs. It's unimaginable what kind of force could reduce North City to such ruins. Not even a nuclear bomb could achieve this effect. Oh my God, look at what we have found. Two unidentified spheres. The orbs stood out strikingly amidst the desolation. The reporter's cries soon attracted the attention of government officials, who were perplexed by the nature of the two spheres, utterly bewildered. Just then, a stout figure appeared on the screen, his hair tousled, with a knife at his waist. As he made his entrance, he declared, "I know the origin of these two spheres." The reporter immediately inquired, "Oh, and who might you be? May I share with you? I am Akalob. As for these two spheres, they are spacecraft," Akalob declared with unwavering confidence. The eyes of the reporters and attendees sparkled with excitement. If this were true, it would undoubtedly be sensational news. Spacecraft? How do you know this? What is the source? The crowd clamored with inquiries. A faint smile crept across Akalob's lips as he composedly replied, "Oh dear, I'm feeling a tad hungry. What shall I do? What nonsense? How can we allow you to go hungry? Come, let's get in the car. It's on me," a reporter exclaimed, thumping his chest with bravado. Watching the scene unfold on television, Bulma found herself at a loss for words. Is this really happening? Akalob is truly quite the character. On the battlefield, Jiang Ling smiled slightly. "Apologies for the delay. My home is quite distant from here. Thank you for your patience." Son Wukong nodded and subsequently released the Kaioken state, the crimson aura dissipating as he returned to his normal form. He produced two Senzu beans, offering one each to Yamcha and Tien. Consume these, and then leave swiftly, far away. This battle is beyond your capacity to handle. Yamcha and Tien refrained from reaching out, instead shaking their heads in resolute denial, asserting that their efforts would be futile and utterly ineffectual. Goku, you, and Jiang Ling are far more in need of the Senzu beans. Their unwavering determination left no room for further discussion, and with the assistance of Krillin and Jiaozi, they departed from the battlefield without hesitation. Jiang Ling, with a mere thought, dispelled the crimson aura of the Kaioken, casting his gaze upon Vegeta and silently critiquing how short he is, just slightly taller than the bald Krillin, roughly the same height as Bulma. At that moment, another figure soared into view, Gohan, arriving fashionably late. Jiang Ling pointed towards the debris that concealed Piccolo, saying, "Gohan, he is buried beneath those stones. Please lend a hand." Upon hearing this, Gohan exclaimed, "Uncle Piccolo," and began the arduous task of excavating him from the rubble. After a thorough examination, he discovered that Piccolo still clung to life. "Dad, Uncle Piccolo is not dead yet." Gohan's expression turned frantic, his hands trembling slightly. He understood that if things continued as they were, Uncle Piccolo would inevitably succumb to his injuries. The thought of Piccolo's demise was unbearable for him. Gohan continued, "This is a Senzu bean." Goku tossed a Senzu bean towards him, and Gohan instinctively caught it, his expression one of confusion. Observing his reaction, Goku clarified. As long as Piccolo has even a breath left, he can be restored. Just give it to him. Upon hearing these words, Gohan's eyes ignited with a sudden brilliance, as if he had discovered a beacon of hope. He hastily placed the senzu bean into Piccolo's mouth. Uncle Piccolo, you must be all right. Gohan clasped Piccolo's verdant hand in his small ones, whispering his fervent supplications. Shortly thereafter, Piccolo's eyes snapped open, a sharp glint flashing within them. He swiftly rose to his feet, his aura erupting with vigor, as though he had not been on the verge of death moments before. Wonderful! Uncle Piccolo is unharmed, Gohan exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. Piccolo turned towards Jiang Ling and Goku, nodding in acknowledgement. He then knelt down, a trace of tenderness softening his otherwise impassive gaze, and gently stroked Gohan's head, uttering a few emotionless words. I am unharmed. Observing this scene, Jiang Ling could not help but feel a sense of poignant reflection. Since his arrival, the narrative had diverged from its original course. For instance, in this battle, unlike the original storyline where the Earth's warriors suffered grievous losses before Goku's belated arrival, no fatalities had occurred, save for some severe injuries, due to his 10-minute tardiness caused by dwelling at a distance. However, one particular matter left him with a tinge of regret. The Cyberman had not been unleashed, depriving the world of the legendary scene involving Yamcha. In the distance, Vegeta stood motionless, his mind engulfed in a tempestuous turmoil. What was happening? Just moments ago, he appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Yet after consuming a single bean, he seemed revitalized, as if nothing had happened. If only I possessed an abundance of these beans, I could rally an army, and with the immortality granted by the Dragon Balls, would I not stand a chance against Frieza? With this thought, Vegeta's eyes glimmered. He disregarded the fleeing Krillin and others, fixating his gaze upon Goku's visage. You must be Kakarot, for you bear an uncanny resemblance to your father. I am Goku. As for the name Kakarot, I apologize. That may have been my former identity. Yet I possess no recollection of it. Goku shook his head and continued. I am now a Saiyan raised on Earth. It seems you have truly lost your memories. Vegeta noticed the swaying tail behind Jiang Ling and narrowed his gaze. You too are Saiyan? Why have I not heard of you before? Jiang Ling shrugged and said nonchalantly, there are numerous things you haven't heard of. I am but one among many. Hmph. Observing Jiang Ling's nonchalant demeanor, Vegeta scoffed coldly. Are you certain you wish to oppose me, the prince, and betray the entire Saiyan Empire? Jiang Ling. Goku. Seeing the two, remained silent. Vegeta reached a conclusion within himself. It matters little. I seek only immortality and the beings you just produced. You may leave. Goku regarded him with utmost seriousness. I will not allow you to succeed. I will not allow you to succeed, Jiang Ling declared, stepping forward. What they said is correct, Piccolo remarked. I feel the same. Sun Wukong shouted emphatically. The wind swept through, carrying yellow sands and creating an atmosphere charged with tension. Suddenly, Vegeta erupted into laughter. Since you refuse to hand over the Dragon Balls and the senzu beans, I shall take matters into my own hands until you do. Upon hearing this, everyone tensed, bracing themselves for Vegeta's impending assault. However, to their surprise, Vegeta did not launch an attack. Instead, he shot off in a different direction with astonishing speed. Why is he running away? Jiang Ling exclaimed, glancing towards the direction Vegeta had taken. He is going after Krillin and the others. What? Sun Wukong gasped, immediately activating the Kaioken to pursue him. Without the Kaioken, he would surely be unable to keep pace with Vegeta. Damn it, I'm still too slow. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his body erupting in crimson flames as his speed surged. 3 times Kaioken, but it was ultimately too late, and a considerable distance remained between him and Vegeta. Moments later, Wukong heard the chilling sounds of screams and the thunderous roars of explosions ahead. In the next instant, he spotted Vegeta on the ground, with 4 figures lying motionless nearby. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Dumpling. Krillin lay on the brink of death, lamenting, "It is our burden that weighs you down." No. Goku shook his head, producing a senzu bean and urging Krillin to consume it. Do not refuse. You have tasted death once, and should you perish again, resurrection shall elude you. At that moment, the Earth-S dragon could grant life only once. Another demise would render revival impossible. Krillin ingested the Senzu bean, revitalizing him. Goku surveyed the remaining trio. They had succumbed to stillness. Vegeta crossed his arms, a smirk gracing his lips, and taunted, "Kakarot, if you fail to relinquish the Dragon Balls and Senzu beans, your loved ones will meet the same fate as them." One by one, before your very eyes. Goku's gaze turned to Vegeta, fury igniting within him as the flames surrounding him surged once more. He declared, each word dripping with determination, "I shall defeat you." "Huh! What audacity you insects possess, believing you can best me." Vegeta scoffed, his disdain palpable. His arrogance was not without justification. Before the destruction of his home planet, Vegeta stood unrivaled among his peers and even older Saiyans, his prowess exceptional and unmatched. He could not fathom that a Saiyan exiled to this desolate and remote planet could possibly wield strength greater than his own. Chapter 19. The Primate Bang. Vegeta was sent flying into the sky, and in his place stood the newly arrived Jiang Ling. One audacious display of hubris. Two shockwaves erupted from the hands of Piccolo and Gohan. Magic flash. Magic piercing light cannon. The unexpected assault struck the unsuspecting Vegeta in the sky with unrelenting force. It worked, Gohan exclaimed with exhilaration. Jiang Ling offered a slight smile, remarking, "How does it feel to coordinate and execute a surprise attack?" Gohan wholeheartedly agreed, while Piccolo nodded subtly. Vegeta, now visible in the air, appeared disheveled, and his expression was one of sheer displeasure. Just moments ago, he had dismissed them as mere insects, only to be swiftly countered by these so-called insects. Not far away, enveloped in fierce crimson flames, Goku suddenly spoke with a grave tone, "Stand down. I will defeat him myself." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling glanced at Vegeta, then at the lifeless forms of Yamcha and the others on the ground, instantly grasping Goku's intentions. It seemed Goku wished to settle this himself. At that moment, Vegeta was indeed an irksome presence, entirely unlike the Vegeta of later times. With a silent sigh, Jiang Ling shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "Very well, but do exercise caution." "Go for it, Dad." Gohan shouted enthusiastically. "Be careful. Your opponent is formidable," Piccolo cautioned. Goku nodded, propelling himself like a cannonball, cutting through the air with a streak of red light, and collided directly with the confident Vegeta. In but a fleeting moment, Vegeta was violently propelled backward, spewing a mist of blood into the air. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting utter astonishment. How could this speed be possible? And such overwhelming power, what is happening? As Vegeta remained dazed, Goku's figure emerged behind him, delivering a fierce kick. "Ack!" Vegeta cried out in agony as he plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. His expression mirrored that of someone who had just endured a grueling debate. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a lowly warrior possess such formidable strength? The more Vegeta pondered, the more distressed he became, ultimately causing his wounds to flare up, leading him to expel a mouthful of congealed blood, which brought him some relief. Goku stood at the edge of the crater, a trickle of blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, panting heavily, his body trembling slightly. With the enhancement of his power, the number of layers of the Kaioken technique could be increased. At his current strength, employing a threefold Kaioken placed an immense strain on him, nearing his limits. Vegeta rose to his feet, gazing at Goku at the edge of the crater, slowly wiping away the blood, a smirk gracing his lips. "It seems you have resorted to forcibly augmenting your power. So what? As long as I can defeat you, that is all that matters." Goku wiped the blood from his mouth. Vegeta's expression hardened, his aura erupting forth as he swiftly appeared before Goku, unleashing a flurry of punches like a torrential downpour. Top, 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 top. Sun Wukong is truly formidable, employing both hands and feet, relying on his exceptional reflexes and the augmented power from the Kaioken times 3 to block all of Vegeta's attacks. In this brief respite, he landed several powerful punches, exacerbating Vegeta's injuries. After a series of exchanges, Vegeta once again crashed to the ground, battered and bruised, in a state of utter disarray. After all, his battle power was merely 18,000, while Wukong's, bolstered by the Kaioken, soared to over 20,000. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong felt the immense strain on his body, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ha ha ha. You are impressive, Kakarot, Vegeta said, his gaze fixed on the bright sky above. What a pity. Your tail is gone, preventing you from harnessing the most potent powers of the Saiyan race. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the statement. Nearby, Piccolo's expression shifted, casting a sidelong glance at Gohan as if struck by a sudden realization. He looked skyward, silently contemplating, it can't be. I destroyed the moon. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling, overhearing Vegeta's words, shouted urgently, hurry, stop him. Before Sun Wukong could react, Vegeta raised his hand, gathering a faintly glowing energy which he then hurled into the sky. A synthetic moon. When a Saiyan sees a full moon, they can transform into a colossal ape, gaining terrifying strength. However, in the absence of a full moon, a Saiyan can draw upon their own energy to create an artificial moon. Jiang Ling averted his gaze from the moon above, reluctant to acknowledge the presence of his tail, fearing the transformation into a gorilla. After all, he was uncertain whether he could retain his sanity in such a state. Everyone acts swiftly. There is no time to lose, Jiang Ling exclaimed, positioning his hands at his waist in a flower petal formation, instantly gathering a wave of energy. Kamehameha wave. Krillin, Piccolo, and Son Gohan, upon hearing his call, unleashed their fastest attacks. Kamehameha wave. Special beam cannon. Special beam cannon. It's too late. Vegeta smirked, his body gradually morphing, sprouting dark fur. A deafening roar reverberated through the surroundings, causing the nearby stones to tremble. The assaults from Jiang Ling and his companions struck Vegeta's gorilla form, but yielded little effect. Ha ha! This is the might of a Saiyan. Vegeta, in his gorilla form, cackled maniacally, unleashing an energy blast directed at Jiang Ling and the others. They swiftly evaded, and the energy blast crashed into the ground, sending shards of rock flying and creating a deep crater. Turning to Son Gohan, who appeared bewildered, Vegeta remarked, "It is understandable that you, having lost your memories as a Saiyan, are unaware of this fact. Allow me to enlighten you. A Saiyan with a tail who gazes upon a full moon can transform into a gorilla, amplifying their power tenfold. Under the full moon, the gorilla, Son Goku, murmured softly, his gaze lost in the void. It dawned upon him that, in his childhood, he had inadvertently caused his grandfather's demise. Grandfather! Vegeta, the gorilla, raised his hand, a sharp sound slicing through the air as he aimed to strike at Son Goku. Startled, Goku quickly leaped aside to evade. The stone beneath him shattered, along with the earth. Though Vegeta's physique was immense, his agility rivaled that of Goku, and his mind remained lucid. Goku danced across the battlefield, deftly avoiding Vegeta's onslaught. In that moment, he cast aside his chaotic thoughts. The essence of the matter was the battle at hand, given the vast disparity in their strengths. A single misstep could lead to his demise. Goku leapt onto a large boulder, but suddenly, excruciating pain coursed through his body, causing him to falter. In that instant, Vegeta seized him, gripping him tightly. With a forceful squeeze, "Aya!" Goku cried out in agony. "Ha ha, perish!" Vegeta cackled maniacally. He had cast aside thoughts of the Dragon Balls and the sins of beans, for Goku posed a lethal threat. He must eliminate Goku first. Just then, a voice rang out from Vegeta's side. "Hey, look here, worthless Vegeta!" Krillin, making a grotesque face, wielded a flat, rapidly spinning energy disc. With a swift motion, he sent the energy disc flying towards Vegeta's tail. Foolish earthling, you dare to attack my tail and still remind me." Vegeta scoffed, evading the energy sphere with a swift leap. Goku unleashed the solar flare. Goku, clutched tightly by Vegeta, gritted his teeth and summoned the solar flare. The blinding light instantaneously dazzled Vegeta's titanium-like eyes. "My eyes are about to burst." Vegeta shielded one eye with his hand, unwilling to release Goku with the other. It was at this moment that a hum resonated through the air. Behind Vegeta, Jiang Ling appeared silently. A subtle smile graced his lips as he had already gathered an energy sphere. With a swift motion, he directed the sphere straight towards the tail. Chapter 20. I shall return. In an instant, the tail severed as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Wah! What? Vegeta's eyes widened in fury as he felt his power swiftly dissipating, his form gradually shrinking. Goku, unable to hold on, plummeted from the sky, only to be caught by Piccolo, who transformed into a streak of light. Goku, do you have any senzu beans left? None. Sorry. Goku replied weakly, his body severely injured and motionless. Jiang Ling shook his head. It's all right. You should rest. Allow me to handle this. All right. Goku's tone carried a hint of regret. Piccolo gazed intently at Jiang Ling and spoke in a deep voice. Do you have confidence? If not, we shall fight together. It wasn't that he underestimated Jiang Ling, but rather that during their initial encounter half a year prior, Jiang Ling was unable to defeat even a single tiger. Moreover, he had never heard of such an individual before. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air. Krillin expressed his concern. Perhaps we should assist you. Jiang Ling, do not overexert yourself. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively at Goku. He inwardly grumbled that had they confronted Vegeta together with Goku earlier, the situation would not have deteriorated to this extent. Regrettably, Goku insisted on avenging his comrades alone, leaving him with no recourse. At that moment, Goku feebly interjected, there is no need for concern. Jiang Ling is capable of resolving this. He is somewhat more formidable than I. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's countenance shifted with emotion. Krillin audibly gasped, and Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment. In the span of half a year, he had ascended to a level surpassing even Goku's. Could it be that he was a prodigy? In the original narrative, Goku, in a desperate plight, unleashed the Kaioken at fourfold intensity, disregarding the catastrophic consequences to his physical form. Yet now, he withdrew after merely employing it at threefold intensity. Perhaps Goku was cognizant of Jiang Ling's ability to intervene, or perhaps he was reluctant to perish once more and inflict sorrow upon Chi-Chi, thus refraining from unleashing the full extent of his power and engaging in a reckless, all-or-nothing gambit. Vegeta stared blankly at his severed tail, lost in thought for a considerable time before snapping back to reality. With a voice hoarse from exertion, he bellowed, "No. My power." His expression gradually twisted into a grimace, and in a fit of rage, he unleashed a fierce, translucent aura. Waves of energy radiated outward from his form. Jiang Ling stepped forward, his demeanor grave. Vegeta's current state resembled a boss character in a game, teetering on the brink of defeat and entering a frenzied state. A single misstep could lead to total annihilation. Red flames ignited around Jiang Ling, and bolstered by the Kaioken technique, he became an embodiment of ferocity, initiating the assault. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, lunging towards Vegeta, his fists raining down like a tempest. The speed of Jiang Ling's strikes was astonishing, leaving onlookers in a daze. In his berserk state, Vegeta found himself relegated to a passive role, unable to retaliate. Jiang Ling executed a flying kick followed by a whip-like strike, an unrelenting barrage of attacks. Bang! 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 Vegeta was so thoroughly dominated that he could hardly lift his head. Krillin and Gohan struggled to keep pace with Jiang Ling's movements, occasionally catching a glimpse of his afterimages. Meanwhile, Piccolo's gaze shifted with Jiang Ling's every maneuver, his expression increasingly one of disbelief. The overwhelming suppression was palpable. One must recognize that even in his frenzied state, Vegeta invariably begets resistance, a timeless verity. With a primal roar, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of energy, repelling Jiang Ling. He ascended skyward with a single bound. Perish with me! Vegeta's visage contorted in fury as he conjured his ultimate technique, the Gallic Gun, intent on obliterating Jiang Ling and the earth. The Gallic Gun, imbued with terrifying power, descended upon Jiang Ling, arching an eyebrow, retreated and inhaled deeply. The crimson aura enveloping him erupted with intensified vigor. Kaioken threefold, Kaioken fourfold. Flames blazed as Jiang Ling, eyeing the encroaching Gallic Gun, delivered a resounding strike. The Gallic Gun veered off course, hurtling back from whence it came. What? How can this be? Vegeta stood motionless, his countenance etched with disbelief. The Gallic gun had drained him of his last ounce of strength, leaving him with scarcely any power. Helplessly, he could only watch as the energy blast hurtled toward him. With a deafening roar, the Gallic gun impacted, sending Vegeta plummeting from the sky. After a moment, he staggered back to his feet, his combat suit tattered and blood seeping from his wounds. I cannot perish. I must not, he muttered, for I am destined to attain immortality and vanquish Frieza. Jiang Ling inwardly remarked with exasperation. Incredible, truly Vegeta. Even after sustaining such grievous injuries, he still manages to stand. Nevertheless, seize the opportunity when your adversary is vulnerable. With a swift, airborne assault, Jiang Ling aimed a kick at Vegeta's abdomen, but the trajectory veered slightly, striking him squarely in his most vulnerable area. A heart-wrenching shriek of agony reverberated across the heavens as Vegeta crumpled to the earth, his body writhing in torment. His face was ashen, and beads of perspiration cascaded down his pallid features. Jiang Ling, Son Goku. Krillin, witnessing the spectacle, instinctively crossed his legs in sympathetic pain. Piccolo's brow twitched, as if experiencing phantom agony. Gohan, observing the silent assembly and then the convulsing Vegeta, tilted his head, utterly bewildered. A hymn that struck to his nether regions was unintentional. My apologies. Jiang Ling cleared his throat, approaching the incapacitated Vegeta, who now posed no threat. Jiang Ling's countenance hardened, and he raised his hand, poised to extinguish Vegeta's vaunted existence. Hold! Son Goku's voice cut through the air. Could you perhaps spare his life? The assembly turned their gazes upon Goku, their expressions a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Jiang Ling paused, his eyes narrowed. He recognized the familiar trope of Goku's leniency towards his adversaries. Goku, what are you contemplating? Vegeta extinguished the lives of Kairatsu, Tien, Shinhan, and Yamcha, and now you advocate for his release? Krillin was the first to express his reluctance. Piccolo found himself at a loss for words. Recalling the scene at the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, where Sun Wukong had shown mercy to him, allowing him to depart. The current situation mirrored that moment perfectly. Gazing at the unconscious Sun Wukong, barely clinging to life on the ground, Piccolo shook his head and coldly uttered two words. Foolishness. You see, even a normally composed Piccolo resorted to cursing. Krillin was infuriated, stamping his feet in frustration. Gohan placed his hand on Wukong's forehead. A look of confusion etched on his face. Dad, you can't possibly have suffered brain damage, can you? No, Wukong replied, shaking his head as he gazed at the sky. Letting out a sigh. I simply feel it would be a shame to kill him. I yearn for another exhilarating battle. Jiang Ling, may I indulge in my whim, just this once? That is my sole request. Upon hearing this, Krillin felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Well, you have indeed saved the earth countless times. You are entitled to be capricious. Jiang Ling's gaze upon Wukong flickered with a mix of murderous intent and hesitation. The most decisive course of action would be to eliminate Vegeta outright, thereby resolving the matter once and for all. However, the unfolding narrative was beyond his control. Conversely, if he allowed Vegeta to escape as the story progressed, Vegeta and Wukong would become the primary defenders of Earth, allowing him to rest easy at the rear. This was the source of his indecision. Jiang Ling, I implore you. I will heed your counsel from this point forward. The reverberating cadence of Goku's voice echoed once more. Alas, Jiang Ling sighed, then, in a fit of pique, delivered a retaliatory kick toward Vegeta's groin. Aarg! Vegeta howled in agony as his most vulnerable area suffered a double blow. The heart-wrenching sound elicited expressions of sympathy from those present. Piccolo's eyes twitched, inwardly relieved fortuitously. I am devoid of such appendages. After a considerable interval, Vegeta, enduring the marginally diminished pain in his nether regions, tremulously retrieved a remote control and activated it. A solitary, spheroid, white spacecraft descended from afar, landing directly beside him and opening its hatch. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Vegeta gritted his teeth and laboriously crawled inside. Seated within the confines of a spacecraft, his gaze swept over the assembly, finally settling upon Piccolo. If my deduction is correct, you hail from the planet Namek. This reminds me of hearsay regarding the miraculous wish-granting orbs of Namek, akin to Earth's Dragon Balls. Wouldn't you concur? Upon hearing this, Piccolo was taken aback, while the others exchanged perplexed glances. A Namekian? Was Piccolo Daimyo an extraterrestrial being? Jiang Ling's expression remained largely unchanged. As a time traveler, he was certainly aware of this matter. Vegeta, observing their reactions, was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly realize the truth. He sneered. It seems you're just like Kakarot, unaware of your own origins. Next time, you shall not be so fortunate. The hatch slowly closed. I will return, Vegeta proclaimed as his final words. Subsequently, the spaceship soared into the sky, ascending into the vastness of outer space. Krillin shouted loudly, "Damn it, at least clarify your words. What a curious place, Namek." Meanwhile, within the spacecraft, Vegeta activated the life support device and promptly lost consciousness. He had exhausted all his strength. The few harsh words he had just uttered were his final display of defiance. Unbeknownst to him, as he spoke those words, a faint red light flickered in the corner of the spaceship. Chapter 21. Preparing for Namek in a distant corner of the universe. There exists a planet adorned with lush greenery, radiating vitality. Yet, amidst this vibrant landscape, stands a steel base, starkly contrasting with the surrounding trees. Inside the base, in a lavishly decorated office, Frieza reclined in a hovering vehicle, his hands clasped elegantly before him as he listened intently to a recording presented by his subordinate. Namek. The Dragon Balls. Vegeta truly is a troublesome one. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that there is a recording device aboard the ship. Hmph. Standing beside him was a rotund figure with pink skin, who cautiously suggested, making a gesture across his throat, "Should we?" Frieza cast a sidelong glance at him, gracefully shaking his head. "I am not a ruler devoid of principles. Since Vegeta has provided such crucial information, I shall make a visit to Namek to acquire immortality before personally concluding his fate." Ha. As he spoke, a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Doria, are there any teams at the base now?" The portly Doria responded hastily, "Your Majesty. Several teams have already been dispatched for battle, and the fastest one will not return for another 3 days. Then we shall depart in 3 days, heading for Namek." Frieza stated slowly. Earth. After Vegeta's departure, silence enveloped the group. They gazed upon the lifeless bodies of Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu as a wave of sorrow washed over them. Krillin chuckled nervously. "It's all right. We still have the Dragon Balls. They could be resurrected in a year." Jiang Ling's expression was somber. After all, they were friends who had spent several months together. Witnessing the once vibrant lives now reduced to cold corpses was a painful sight for anyone. However, as he continued to gaze, an odd expression crossed Jiang Ling's face, and the sorrow within him dissipated. The position in which Yamcha lay. Why did it seem so familiar? Wasn't this the iconic scene from the original story, where Yamcha's legacy became immortalized? Indeed, the deity of Ti truly lives up to his name. As Jiang Ling grappled with his sorrow, he retrieved his mobile phone and launched the camera application. With a press of the shutter button, a snapshot of this timeless moment was captured within his device. Jiang Ling resolved to transfer this photograph to the USB drive, where he stored his vital study materials upon his return. Jiang Ling dialed Bulma, requesting her to dispatch a larger flying vessel to their location. While they awaited her arrival, the group reminisced about the final words left by Vegeta. "Piccolo, are you aware that you are a Namekian?" Goku inquired. Piccolo shook his head, uncertain, speculating that even the Supreme Kai might not possess clarity on the matter. Krillin interjected, recalling Vegeta's mention of wish orbs similar to the Dragon Balls existing on Namek, suggesting a connection between Piccolo, the Supreme Kai, and that distant planet. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling spoke up. "I surmise that there must be a community of Namekians on that planet. Piccolo, do you wish to journey to Namek?" "Hmph, what concern is it of mine?" Piccolo grimaced, offering no verbal response, though a stirring of interest resonated within him. His appearance set him apart from the Earthlings, and during his solitary training sessions, he often pondered his origins. Jiang Ling regarded Piccolo, then spoke once more, having failed to secure the Dragon Balls on Earth. Vegeta will likely seek them on Namek once he's healed. Your brethren there could be in grave peril. These words cast a shadow over Piccolo's countenance. Goku, who was reclining nearby, perked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He's going to Namek? Then I shall go too. I desire a rematch. Hmph. Easy for you to say, but what of a spaceship? Earth possesses none at present. Piccolo retorted with indifference. Jiang Ling smiled. I shall resolve that issue. I've decided to accompany Goku to Namek. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's eyes flickered with contemplation. After a long pause, he muttered, Take me with you then. With that, he soared away. Gohan raised his hand, exclaiming, If Piccolo and Dad are going, I want to go too. Jiang Ling nodded, turning his gaze towards Krillin. The latter scratched his gleaming bald head. Since you all are embarking on this journey, I suppose I shall join you as well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling initially intended to decline, fearing that Krillin's involvement might lead him down the same treacherous path as depicted in the original narrative, ultimately culminating in sacrificial demise. However, after a moment of contemplation, he concluded that a journey to Maikexing would be advantageous, allowing Krillin the opportunity to develop his potential under the guidance of the Grand Elder, thereby preventing him from becoming overly vulnerable and easily vanquished by foes. As Goku's childhood companion, a prince's confidant, it would be unacceptable for him to remain weak. After a short while, a medium-sized airship approached from the distance and descended near the group. Kiki was the first to emerge, and upon seeing Goku lying on the ground, tears welled in her eyes, prompting her to rush toward him. Jiang Ling turned to Bulma, who was making her way over, and inquired, How did Kiki manage to come along? Bulma shrugged, explaining, I figured that since Goku was gravely injured, and you all are rather rough around the edges and unlikely to provide proper care, I couldn't let him go unattended, so I brought Kiki along. Well, that seems reasonable. Jiang Ling responded with a smile, casually resting his hand on Bulma's waist. Bulma rolled her eyes and swiftly swatted his hand away, muttering, Pervert! Jiang Ling chuckled, seemingly unfazed, as if he had not heard her. Meanwhile, Kiki gazed at Goku's condition, her heart heavy with concern. Goku, how did you get hurt like this? Does it hurt? Why are you pushing yourself so hard? What if you were to perish again, leaving us mother and son behind? Son Goku grinned. It's nothing, see? I'm fine. Really? Son Gohan, hearing his father's words, poked his arm. Ouch! Son Goku cried out in pain. Don't poke me, it hurts like hell. And you said it didn't hurt. Chi-Chi, wiping away tears, couldn't help but chuckle, swatting Gohan lightly. Your father's injured, don't be a nuisance. Observing the harmonious scene of the Sun family, Jiang Ling shook his head. Such blatant displays of affection. Bulma, we need a spaceship. Jiang Ling, intending to discuss the Namekian journey with Bulma, noticed her staring blankly at Yamcha's corpse, utterly silent. Witnessing this, Jiang Ling fell silent, sighing inwardly. Indeed, several years of affection. It's implausible to suggest it vanishes instantly. Bulma must be deeply distressed. Jiang Ling approached, patting her shoulder, intending to offer some solace. However, Bulma blinked. The spaceship's capacity might be insufficient. Perhaps we should cremate Yamcha on the spot? Turning his gaze towards the aeroship, capacious enough to accommodate a score of individuals, Jiang Ling was lost in contemplation. Chapter 22. The Tale's ingenious utility aboard the aeroship. The remains of Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu were ensconced within a preservation pod, subsequently secured within a capsule. Given Piccolo's survival, unlike the original timeline, they merely needed to await the year-long dormancy of the Dragon Balls before invoking a wish for their resurrection. Chi-Chi and Gohan remained at Goku's side, lavishing him with solicitous care. With the depletion of Senza beans, Goku's injuries could not be immediately alleviated. Bulma was thus compelled to pilot the aeroship towards West City's premier medical facility. En route, Jiang Ling elucidated the origins of Kami and Piccolo, alongside the intention to journey to Planet Namek. Planet Namek also possesses Dragon Balls? I never imagined Kami to be an extraterrestrial, Bulma exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. before furrowing her brow. However, undertaking a protracted interstellar voyage, given our resources, would prove exceedingly difficult, even with my father's most cutting-edge engine. That is of no concern, Jiang Ling responded with a smile. Do you recall how Goku arrived on Earth during his infancy? I heard from my elder brother that he came from outer space. Bulma instinctively replied, her eyes then gleaming with realization. Indeed, he must have arrived aboard a spaceship. Jiang Ling affirmed precisely. We can locate the original spacecraft and refit it for our use. Furthermore, now that Vegeta has been routed by our efforts, there remains a spacecraft that he failed to pilot away. As fortune would have it, I came across the remote control for their vessel. So saying, Jiang Ling produced a remote from his pocket, brandishing it aloft. We can potentially extrapolate technologies that are currently beyond our grasp by reverse engineering the spacecraft. Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes lit up with fervor. Through Jiang Ling's depiction, she could envision a plethora of advanced technologies unknown to Earth, as well as leisurely interstellar voyages that appear to pose minimal peril. These are aspects that pique her interest immensely. The cosmos beckons. Which scientist could remain indifferent? Very well, upon our return, we shall procure the spacecraft for retrofitting. As for the technological research aspect, I shall delegate that to my father. My current inclination leans more towards interstellar travel. However, accommodating such a large contingent may necessitate enlarging the spatial dimensions of the craft. Having articulated her thoughts, Bulma's excitement escalated, leading her to cradle Jiang Ling's face and bestow upon him a fervent kiss. Subsequently, realization dawned upon her, and she faltered, recognizing that she had impulsively enacted a long-cherished fantasy. A blush of crimson rapidly suffused her fair countenance, and she demurely lowered her gaze, her heart palpitating tempestuously, hesitant to meet Jiang Ling's gaze. Observing her bashful demeanor, Jiang Ling felt his blood begin to stir. Suppressing a swallow, he gradually leaned in towards her delicate face. An atmosphere of amorousness pervaded the space between them. Bulma closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly upward. Their breaths mingled, each able to perceive the warmth of the other's exhalations. For a fleeting moment, the faint hum of the airship's engine was the only sound besides the rhythmic thumping of their hearts. Just as Jiang Ling was on the verge of claiming her tender lips, Gohan's sudden appearance shattered the spell. Aunt Bulma, we're about to crash, Gohan exclaimed, pointing anxiously towards the mountain peaks ahead of the airship. Bulma gasped, turning back to the controls of the airship in a flurry of motion. Jiang Ling, his amorous moment disrupted, cast a displeased glance at Gohan. Aunt Bulma, are you feeling unwell? Why is your face so red? Gohan inquired with innocent curiosity. Well, perhaps, Bulma responded with a touch of awkwardness, offering a light-hearted chuckle. Gohan, Jiang Ling inhaled deeply, seizing Gohan and transporting him to the side of Goku and Chi-Chi, separated by a wall. He felt it imperative for Gohan to witness the malevolence of society. Unaware of the impending crisis, Gohan inquired, Uncle Jiang Ling, what is the matter? Jiang Ling paid him no heed and turned to Chi-Chi, his expression grave as he stated, Chi-Chi, I believe Gohan possesses immense potential. He must not neglect either his studies or martial arts. Chi-Chi was taken aback, her expression turning troubled. Well, Gohan is still quite young. Perhaps we should consider his opinion. Gohan, what do you think? Gohan tilted his head, pondering for a moment, and concluded that he enjoyed both studying and martial arts. I like both. Jiang Ling smiled. That is splendid. Henceforth, in addition to your regular academic tasks, incorporate some martial arts training. I have faith that you can manage it. Chi-Chi, listen to me. It is essential to educate children early. Otherwise, they will struggle to catch up with their peers. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately expressed her agreement. Jiang Ling nodded in satisfaction and continued, moreover, do not treat the child as a precious gem. Discipline is necessary when he misbehaves. Mere verbal admonishments are insufficient. Subsequently, Jiang Ling fervently extolled the virtues of corporal punishment. However, considering Gohan's strength, it seemed improbable that Chi-Chi could inflict any harm upon him. But if Chi-Chi was incapable, could Goku truly be any different? Jiang Ling, feeling a sense of fulfillment, returned to the cockpit. As for how Wukong persuaded Chi-Chi to allow the two of them to journey to Namek, that was no longer his concern. Seated in the co-pilot's seat, Jiang Ling closed his eyes and entered a state of tranquil contemplation, examining the rewards he had accrued from his sign-in at Vegeta. Congratulations, host. You have received the ability. Transform into a gorilla while retaining rationality. Oh, Jiang Ling was somewhat taken aback. This ability was rather impressive. He was reluctant to part with his tail. After all, Gohan had mentioned that having a tail was quite convenient. For instance, when standing to relieve oneself, the tail could provide support against the ground, forming a tripod with the legs, effectively preventing any loss of balance due to the force of the action. Chapter 23. Wukong's weakness. The spaceship glided gently through the sky. Jiang Ling's gaze was unabashed as it fixated on Bulma, who occupied the pilot's seat. Sensing his scrutiny, Bulma turned her head, only to meet his gaze directly. Bulma quickly turned away, a hint of fluster crossing her eyes. A girl in love tends to be more attuned to such things. Even someone as carefree as Bulma was no exception. She set the spaceship to autopilot and, turning back, feigned composure as she asked, "What are you looking at?" With tenderness in his eyes, Jiang Ling gazed at the girl he admired, her beauty captivating him. He wondered if he might have the fortune to have her as his girlfriend. Leaning closer to Bulma's ear, he whispered softly, "I hope the kite finds the wind, the dolphin finds the sea, and you find me within you. Bulma, will you be my girlfriend?" The warmth of his breath brushed against Bulma's earlobe, causing her to let out a soft sigh. It felt as if an electric current coursed through her body, leaving her feeling weak and somewhat enchanted. Bulma's gaze grew increasingly dreamy. "Is that all right?" "Hmph." Upon hearing her response, Jiang Ling's heart soared with joy. Observing Bulma's bashful demeanor, he felt a sudden urge to tease her. "What? I can't hear you." "All right. Could you speak a little louder, perhaps in your usual boisterous tone?" Bulma lifted her head, noticing Jiang Ling's mischievous smile, her brows knitting together. The girl's shyness vanished in an instant. Placing one hand on her hip while tugging at Jiang Ling's ear, she exclaimed, "I said I agree to be your girlfriend. Did you hear that? Should I say it again?" "Hmph, I heard. Jiang Ling quickly complied, nodding like a chick pecking at grains. "Now that is more like it." Bulma, wearing an air of triumphant smugness, crossed her arms and settled back in her seat, a victorious smile gracing her lips. It was the height of summer, and her attire of shorts showcased her fair, slender legs. Jiang Ling was momentarily captivated. Almost involuntarily, he reached out, but as his hand neared her thigh, he abruptly realized the impropriety of his action. Caught in a dilemma, he swiftly altered course and tickled her ribs. "Ha ha ha. Oh, stop it. Ha ha. You're so naughty. Please, no more." The hospital was reached expeditiously. Goku underwent a comprehensive examination, the results of which astonished the physician. The injuries appeared consistent with being struck and subsequently run over by a heavy truck. The doctor was in awe of Goku's fortitude, having endured such grievous wounds without uttering a single cry of pain. "First, an injection." "What?" Goku's eyes widened, his face a mask of resistance. "I don't want a shot." "Absolutely not." The doctor was taken aback, having just moments ago commended his patient as a paragon of manliness, only to witness his fear of a mere injection. Jiang Ling and the others covered their faces, torn between laughter and exasperation. Chi-Chi, placing her hands on her hips, adopted a stern countenance and declared in an uncompromising tone, "You have no choice. You will receive the injection. It's essential for your swift recovery." Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Wukong gazed at her with a look of profound pity, his intentions unmistakable. However, Chi-Chi disregarded his gaze and insisted that the doctor administer an injection immediately. Simultaneously, she admonished Gohan, saying, "Do not emulate your father. We are good children, understand?" Gohan, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement. He turned to his father to provide comfort, saying, "Daddy, do not be afraid. I will prepare a nourishing tiger bone soup for you." Wukong's eyes brightened at this, responding enthusiastically, "Excellent." Meanwhile, Jiang Ling remained astounded. This left the Wukong family at the hospital while Bulma and Jiang Ling returned home together. Of course, to Bulma's residence, as it was conveniently nearby. As night fell, Jiang Ling stifled a yawn, feeling increasingly weary. Although today's battle appeared straightforward, it was fraught with peril. A moment's lapse could lead to the annihilation of Earth. Alas, the planet was exceedingly fragile. Thus, Jiang Ling maintained a constant state of vigilance on the battlefield, fearing that a careless mistake could result in both Earth's destruction and his own demise, leaving no room for regret. Now that all was secure, he felt the weight of exhaustion settle upon him. Observing his fatigue, Bulma remarked, "Allow me to arrange a guest room for you." "Very well," he replied, "please do so." With a languid yawn, Jiang Ling found himself in a guest room with Bulma, the first day of their relationship still fresh. The room was surprisingly spacious, bathed in natural light, and replete with amenities. As Bulma described the room, Jiang Ling felt a burgeoning desire. Surely, a kiss was not too much to ask now that they were officially a couple. He reached out, encircling her slender waist with his arm. Their eyes met, and a blush crept across Bulma's cheeks. Alone together in the dead of night, their hormones were undoubtedly at their peak. "Bulma," Jiang Ling said with a gentle smile, "you did agree to be my girlfriend." Her face flushed crimson, and she asked with a hint of trepidation, What do you intend to do?" "Intend to do nothing," Jiang Ling replied, before pressing his lips to hers. Their breaths mingled, and their lips met in a tender embrace. Bulma grew faint, her body relaxing against his. Inexorably, they drifted towards the bed, collapsing upon it in a heap. Bulma stared up at Jiang Ling, her heart pounding in her chest. Was she about to surrender her virginity? In Bulma's heart, a flicker of anticipation began to take shape. She was no longer a child, having crossed into her 20s. During her previous relationship, she had refrained from advancing their intimacy, considering her youth. Their bond remained purely platonic, confined to that of mere friends, separated by distance. As time passed, and age crept upon them, coupled with their incompatible personalities, their quarrels became more frequent. Yamcha gradually immersed himself in martial arts, growing distant from her, and they found themselves meeting only a handful of times in a year. Thus, their relationship stagnated, leaving Bulma still an untouched flower. Jiang Ling held Bulma in his arms, inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. The gentleness of a woman often disarms a man, allowing him to shed all defenses and surrender to relaxation. At that moment, Jiang Ling felt as though he had entered a haven of tenderness. As he succumbed to slumber under Bulma's expectant gaze, he drifted into a deep sleep. "Bulma, I've already taken off my skirt and prepared myself, yet you choose to sleep instead?" Chapter 24. Is it possible? The next morning, Jiang Ling, rise and shine. The sun is already blazing, and you still intend to sleep on? It's time to search for Goku's childhood spaceship. In a daze, Jiang Ling opened his eyes, only to find Bulma, who had been in his embrace throughout the night, glaring at him with irritation. "Can you let go now? I need to freshen up. I can't believe you slept so soundly after holding me all night." Gazing into her plaintive eyes, Jiang Ling instinctively released his grip. Coming to his senses, he inwardly berated himself. Nothing transpired last night. They merely slumbered, utterly exasperating. Jiang Ling inwardly cursed his own restraint. At his age, how could he possibly sleep? Listening to the pattering sounds emanating from the bathroom and beholding the exquisite silhouette through the frosted glass, Jiang Ling's heart grew restless. He could no longer suppress his desires. His blood was already surging with vigor in the early morning, and coupled with Bulma's earlier resentful gaze, he felt compelled to act. The bathroom door was unlocked. Jiang Ling entered the bathroom, eliciting a startled exclamation from Bulma. Why are you coming in here?" "To assist you with scrubbing your back, of course. You've already seen everything. Given our relationship, it's all the same whether I see you now or later, hee." Witnessing Jiang Ling's shameless demeanor, Bulma was both amused and exasperated. However, mindful of the matters to be attended to shortly, Bulma could only adopt a conciliatory tone, entreating later, "Let's wait until later this evening, shall we? We need to locate the spaceship." Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively. "The spaceship can be found at any time. It's of no consequence." Let us proceed. Bulma gazed upon Jiang Ling's physique, her admiration evident. It was undeniable that Jiang Ling possessed an exceptional figure, with a voluptuous bust, a slender waist, shapely legs defined obliques, and meticulously sculpted abdominal muscles, a quintessential example of lean yet muscular build. Jiang Ling reached out, encircling her delicate waist, their skin melding together in a fervent embrace. "May I kiss you?" he inquired. "Yes," she acquiesced. "You smell divine," he murmured. "Oh, you tease, be gentle," she responded. "May I kiss you here?" he ventured. "No, you mustn't." "Very well. Yes, you may." "Really? Silly boy." At that moment, Jiang Ling began to pluck the strings of a pipa, his fingers dancing across the instrument with delicate precision. This performance only served to heighten Bulma's anticipation. She yearned to hasten their intimacy. Gazing at him, her eyes brimming with tenderness, she leaned in close and whispered in his ear, "Are you up to the task, you little rascal?" Jiang Ling, the thread of rationality within him, snapped. "Up to the task? Little rascal? Are you questioning my capabilities?" Instantly, the fire within Jiang Ling burned with an intensity surpassing even the Kaioken technique. Without hesitation, he swept her into his arms, carried her from the bathroom, and gently placed her upon the bed. Bulma's cheeks were now flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes glazed with desire, presenting an image of utter surrender. Before his reason completely dissipated, Jiang Ling issued a command to the system within his mind. System, shut down. The system powered down, and was confirmed to be off. Jiang Ling then turned his gaze to Bulma, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a famished predator beholding a delectable feast, and he lunged towards her. With mutual affection, their passions unfolded as naturally as water finding its course. Bulma paid the price for the words she had spoken. The distance between them was now non-existent. The bed, like a small boat in a tempest, seemed on the verge of collapse. An hour later, Jiang Ling sat on the sofa, refreshed and invigorated, while Bulma lay nestled in his arms. In the distance, the bed lay in ruins. A blush still lingered on Bulma's exquisite face. With a slight frown, she murmured, "Couldn't you have been a bit gentler? The first time is bound to be painful." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling quickly offered solace, as the saying goes, "When it flows, there is no pain. When there is pain, it does not flow. It will be better next time. Besides, you were urging me to go faster just now." Bulma shot him a glare and retorted, "Silence. We still need to find Goku's spaceship." With that, she struggled to rise. Jiang Ling chuckled and caressed her head. "You've only just been initiated. You should rest. That can wait. There's no rush." Bulma had no alternative but to concede. It wasn't that she was unwilling to rise. Rather, Jiang Ling had been excessively unchivalrous, leaving her body aching and devoid of strength. Had Jiang Ling been privy to her thoughts, his lips would undoubtedly have curled into a triumphant smile. Naturally, after all, he had been unattached for over 2 decades. Chapter 25. A modest abode. The following morning, Jiang Ling deliberately summoned a white, spherical spacecraft using a remote control. This single-occupant vessel had belonged to Nappa, the bald, muscular scion who accompanied Vegeta to Earth. However, due to his demise, it was no longer of use to him. Consequently, Jiang Ling, having discovered the remote, rightfully claimed the spacecraft as his own. Jiang Ling entrusted the spacecraft to Dr. Brief, tasking him with studying its technology. He was confident that, in due course, Earth would possess its own interstellar vessels. Dr. Brief, a sprightly and vigorous old man, perpetually adorned in the white coat of a research scientist, with a small black cat perched upon his shoulder, was also Bulma's father. Upon beholding the spacecraft, his eyes immediately gleamed with fascination. He caressed the vessel with ardent delight. "If Bulma ever mistreats you," he declared, "inform me, and I shall discipline her." Dr. Brief patted Jiang Ling on the shoulder, assuring him with a promise. Naturally, Jiang Ling responded with a cheerful smile, internally marking his attendance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Ling excused himself. Seeking a secluded spot, he eagerly checked the rewards from his recent attendance. After all, Dr. Brief was among the most eminent scientists on Earth. How could the rewards be anything less than extraordinary? Ding! Having successfully checked in, he was rewarded with Dr. Brief's artistic appreciation. Jiang Ling recalled that Dr. Brief harbored a penchant for adult magazines. After a day of respite, Bulma reverted to her vivacious self. Amidst the knowing glances of Dr. and Mrs. Brief, the couple departed from West City. Following Goku's directions, they arrived at the mountains near Mount Pozu. To locate a diminutive spaceship within the vast expanse of the mountains seemed an arduous task. However, this presented no challenge for Bulma, the so-called genius girl. In a matter of hours, she constructed a metal detector. With this device, locating the spaceship became a cinch. Jiang Ling escorted Bulma back to his abode, a picturesque dwelling nestled in the mountains, far from the prying eyes of her parents. Living at Bulma's residence would have cast him in the unflattering light of a kept man, while Jiang Ling wouldn't have minded the readily available comforts. They were currently in the throes of a passionate romance, and constantly being under her parents' scrutiny felt somewhat awkward. Now that their relationship had deepened, they both felt the need for a private sanctuary, a world of their own. Jiang Ling deemed purchasing a villa too cumbersome, especially since it would feel cavernous with just the two of them. After deliberation, they concurred on residing in Jiang Ling's humble abode. Soon, the surroundings of the house were transformed into a quaint courtyard by Jiang Ling. Despite being a pampered heiress, Bulma exhibited no signs of being a spoiled princess. She didn't mind the modest size of the house, for which Jiang Ling felt a pang of guilt, lamenting that she was being shortchanged. Bulma giggled, covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling. There's no need to feel wronged at all. It's you as a person that I adore. Besides, I'm wealthy. What material comforts can I satisfy? Jiang Ling, I almost forgot this young lady is quite affluent. Mundane matters like daily expenses are of no consequence. This alleviates many trivial issues. Currently, the surroundings of the house are beginning to take shape, featuring a courtyard, a house, and a gravity training chamber. There's also a sprawling structure that Bulma released from a capsule, essentially a factory, where she conducts research and manufactures machinery. Jiang Ling merely glanced inside, and the array of equipment was so dense that even with his expertise in mechanical modification, he couldn't name most of the devices. Goku's spaceship is already in hand, and the task of modifying it has been entrusted to Bulma. Although Jiang Ling could assist, he has chosen to focus on his training. The impending adversary may be Frieza, and without intensifying his power, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. Relying on Son Goku? Perhaps not. Self-reliance is preferable. Directly avoiding Frieza's might? When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. If Frieza gathers the Namekian Dragon Balls and obtains immortality, the subsequent objective is Earth. How could Frieza, the eminent galactic overlord and CEO of a cosmic real estate empire, presiding over countless subordinates, possibly tolerate the latent threat posed by Earth's Dragon Balls? Ergo, augmenting one's strength should be expedited, lest one meets an irreversible demise beyond the restorative power of the Dragon Balls. Nevertheless, Jiang Ling was not without contribution to the modification of the spaceship. On the vessel's blueprints, a chamber was distinctly marked, designated by Jiang Ling for cohabitation with Bulma. Consequently, Jiang Ling meticulously incorporated the finest soundproofing materials available on Earth into the inventory of required resources, eliciting a blush from Bulma. Chapter 26. Laying a Trap Ding. In light of the host's consummation of a momentous life event, a reward of 10 mutated Senzu bean seeds has been granted. Jiang Ling, immersed in training under 50 times normal gravity, paused in bewilderment upon hearing the notification. Is this permissible? He mused, noting that this marked the inaugural instance of the system dispensing seeds. Furthermore, the appellation mutated Senzu bean seeds seemed incongruous with the Dragon Ball lore. Had the Senzu beans strayed from their origin, or had Krillin betrayed his vows? The system, attuned to Jiang Ling's perplexity, furnished an elucidation. Host. The mutated Senzu bean seeds are a distinct cultivar cultivated by the system. Their primary effect is to incrementally elevate the body's overall attributes and potency. I comprehend, Jiang Ling affirmed, nodding. He then inquired, do they confer any enhancement in that area? Theoretically, it exists. This is quite impressive, thought Jiang Ling, silently commending the system. As he observed the description regarding the mutated immortal being's seeds, which promised a modest enhancement of strength, he felt increasingly satisfied. His prowess in that regard was already formidable, leaving no need for further improvement. Furthermore, a slight boost in combat power, merely a few hundred points from a single mutated being, seemed somewhat superfluous to Jiang Ling. However, these mutated immortal being seeds would be perfectly suited for Bulma. To be honest, due to Bulma being an ordinary person, Jiang Ling needed to exercise extreme control over his strength to engage in intimate activities. Otherwise, even a slight movement might be too much for her. Now, with the mutated immortal being seeds in hand, he believed that their future would become increasingly intriguing. Jiang Ling hesitated to dwell on such thoughts. What a stroke of fortune. Shaking his head, Jiang Ling exited the gravity training room and found an open space in the courtyard to squat down. With a flick of his hand, the mutated immortal being seeds appeared. Digging a small hole, he added some soil and counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Repeating these steps, he planted all 10 seeds. After watering them slightly, a miraculous scene unfolded. 10 tender sprouts emerged from the soil, emitting a faint glow. Truly, as expected of mutation, they grew remarkably fast. Jiang Ling's brow unfurrowed. He had initially anticipated a protracted wait for the harvest. It now appears that maturity is imminent. Jiang Ling proceeded to the exterior of the laboratory. Through the window, he observed Bulma, clad in overalls, meticulously manipulating machinery to modify a nascent spaceship. Her cerulean tresses were gathered into a ponytail, and beads of perspiration intermittently trickled down her forehead. Indubitably, Bulma possessed a unique allure when engrossed in her work. Jiang Ling entered the room, placing his hand on Bulma's shoulder, gently massaging it, and softly uttered, "Do not overexert yourself. Remember to rest periodically." Bulma paused, then smiled and shook her head. "I'm not weary. This is my passion, and I derive immense pleasure from it." "Allow me to assist," Jiang Ling offered, preparing to sit down and lend a hand. Upon seeing this, Bulma arose and ushered him out of the laboratory. "Refrain from impeding my progress. Modifying a spaceship is a gratifying endeavor for me. Then, allow me to recompense you." "Huh? How so?" Bulma inquired, momentarily taken aback. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a smile as he whispered something into her ear. Upon hearing his words, Bulma cast a reproachful glance at him. "It is broad daylight. Exercise restraint for the time being. We shall address this in the evening." With that, she turned and re-entered the laboratory. Jiang Ling could only forcibly quell his restless emotions. Sighing inwardly, martial artists possess many virtues, but their exuberance of vitality is undeniable. Contemplating this, Jiang Ling retrieved a cup of warm water infused with goji berries from the system space. Sipping slowly, he made his way back to the gravity training chamber, embarking on a new round of cultivation. The cool breeze carried whispers of autumn, while the expansive moonlight enveloped everything, leaving me to ponder my longing for the beloved, as if each day stretched into eternity. In the underworld, Yamcha was leisurely sprinting along the serpentine path. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi had already surged ahead. After their demise, they, too, had been assigned by the celestial beings to cultivate on Planet King, and now they traversed the winding road towards their destination. "Hey, wait for me! Don't be in such a hurry!" Yamcha shouted. Yet, Tianjin Fan maintained his pace, responding as he ran. "If you're not anxious, I am. Such a splendid opportunity for cultivation must be seized." "Brother Tien is right," Jiaozi chimed in. "TCH," Yamcha scoffed. "I've heard from the deities that the Saiyans have been driven away. Is it truly necessary to exert ourselves so fervently?" His reasoning was simple. Having finally met his end, shouldn't he indulge in a little enjoyment? However, Tianjin Fan held a different perspective. Who knows if more formidable foes will emerge in the future? Just think about how we perished. Do you not recall the helplessness of being obliterated in an instant? Chapter 27. Vegeta sets off. West City Hospital. Inside a ward, Goku lay recumbent on the hospital bed, his entire body swathed in bandages, a testament to the severity of his injuries. The aftereffects of prolonged usage of the Kaioken technique had taken their toll, yet his resilient physique was proving sufficient for a basic recovery. His current state stemmed from the brutal assault by the great ape Vegeta, which resulted in multiple fractures and significant organ damage. Fortunately, the advanced medical technology of this era ensured that complete healing was merely a matter of time. Chi-Chi was willing to wait, but Goku himself was far less patient. The enforced inactivity was excruciating for the training-obsessed Saiyan. Consequently, he subtly shifted his body, seeking any form of movement. Goku, you must remain still. That is the only way you will heal swiftly. Kiki admonished him, but I yearn to move. My body is growing stiff from this prolonged rest. I will not have it. You must not move. Focus solely on recuperating. As Chi-Chi concluded her statement, a physician entered, syringe in hand, poised to administer an injection to Goku. The gleaming, silvery needle sent a shiver down Goku's spine, his face betraying his utter aversion. No, I absolutely refuse any injections. They are far too dreadful. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi felt a sense of helplessness. Her husband, undeniably the most formidable warrior on Earth, harbored a fear of injections. A rather perplexing paradox. A thought then occurred to Chi-Chi. She leaned in close to Goku's ear and whispered, "Darling, your body will recuperate more swiftly after the injection. Once we're home, you may administer as many injections as you desire on me." Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with allure, her cheeks flushed with a delicate blush, rendering her exceptionally radiant and captivating. Goku, utterly mesmerized, remained oblivious to the doctor administering the injection. At that moment, Gohan materialized seemingly out of nowhere, inquiring, "What are you two doing?" "Ahem. Shoo. Have you completed your homework? If not, return and finish it. Refrain from meddling in adult affairs." In the vast expanse of the cosmos, Vegeta's spaceship, after a fortnight's voyage, successfully touched down on its designated planet, the headquarters of Friesia's Galactic Real Estate Corporation. The stationed personnel, upon recognizing Vegeta within the spacecraft, promptly escorted him for medical attention. Inside the infirmary, Vegeta, devoid of any attire, was immersed in a therapeutic device filled with liquid. A physician of unsightly appearance, sporting a tuft of crimson hair, sat beside him, patiently awaiting the completion of the treatment. After several hours, a notification emerged on the device's screen, "Treatment complete." The medical conditions on Earth are unparalleled. In just a matter of hours, a critically ill patient can be miraculously revived. Vegeta opened his eyes amidst a machine filled with unfamiliar fluids, shattering the glass enclosure with a single punch as he emerged. With an impassive expression, he surveyed his surroundings before striding directly to the location of his battle attire. One by one, he donned his undergarments, combat suit, armor, and boots. The doctor sighed in astonishment, remarking, "I cannot fathom from where you returned, nearly to the brink of death. This treatment has failed to restore your tail. Hmph. I shall return for vengeance. As for my tail, it will rejoin me in due time," Vegeta replied, his countenance darkening as he snorted disdainfully before turning to leave. He intended to rest briefly before venturing to Namek. Observing that he had forgotten his power-level scouter, the doctor picked it up and hurried after him, exclaiming, "Hey, you left this behind." Vegeta glanced back and waved dismissively. "I no longer require this device." During his battles on Earth, he had begun to grasp the art of sensing and concealing his energy through observation. Though still in the nascent stages of mastery, with practice, he would undoubtedly become proficient. "What?" The doctor scratched his head, utterly bewildered. "How can you fight without a scouter?" Unaware of the enemy's whereabouts, considerable effort must be expended in the search, significantly delaying progress. Without offering further explanation, Vegeta turned to depart. At that moment, a figure approached, adorned with purple skin and sporting two catfish-like whiskers by his mouth. Well, if it isn't Vegeta, it seems you've had quite the ordeal these past few days. I heard you nearly met your demise," he remarked with a sardonic tone. This individual was Chio-E, Vegeta's arch-nemesis, with whom he shared a mutual disdain. Had it not been for the constraints of their military code, one would have surely eliminated the other long ago. "Hmph. A good dog knows its place," Vegeta retorted darkly, brushing past him. "I must warn you," Chio-E called after him. "Your recent insubordination has greatly displeased King Frisia." "Oh, I shall certainly discuss this with him," Vegeta replied, a hint of irony in his voice. He left with a contingent, and I owe that information to you, it seems. What? The information I provided? Vegeta's eyes widened, an ominous feeling creeping in. Chio-E grinned with a slyness that sent shivers down Vegeta's spine. Indeed, upon returning from Namek with his newfound immortality, the first order of business for the king is to deal with you. Prepare yourself. How could this be? I destroyed the power level detector. Vegeta exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. The king has long been wary of you. Surely, you never considered that your spacecraft was outfitted with listening devices? Chio-E smirked disdainfully as he approached Vegeta, poking him on the shoulder. You little pauper. Enraged, Vegeta's fury ignited, not solely due to Frieza, but also because of the smugness radiating from the diminutive figure before him. With a resounding thud, Vegeta delivered a punch to Chio-Ye's abdomen, catching him off guard. Mucus and saliva splattered onto the nearby doctor as he was hurled backward, crashing against the wall. You are violating company regulations. Get out. Vegeta's expression remained icy as he snatched the power level detector from the doctor's hands. This device still holds some utility. He then turned and dashed at remarkable speed towards the docking area of the spaceship, leaving behind a bewildered doctor and a dazed Chio-E. Damn it. I cannot allow Frieza to attain immortality first. Immortality is mine. Only by obtaining it can I defeat Frieza and rule the universe. Vegeta boarded the spaceship, activating it and soaring into the cosmos. After his departure, Chio-E, clutching his stomach with a malevolent expression, boarded another vessel, trailing closely behind. Chapter 28. Goku's recovery. The essence of life lies in struggle and perseverance. A man must possess integrity and an upward spirit. When meeting a kindred soul, one should establish a family. When encountering a benefactor, one should pursue a career. And when meeting a wealthy woman, one should both marry and build a career. Jiang Ling has successfully established a family with Bulma. Yet, he finds himself yearning for more. Although he does not mind relying on others, he simultaneously embodies the traits of a man with a strong sense of masculinity. He must possess his own career. Jiang Ling has already resolved to pursue a particular venture, and he intends to begin as soon as Namek returns. The trip to Namek is ostensibly to assist Piccolo in returning to his homeland, but in reality, it is a quest to seek the Grand Elder and unlock latent potential. However, there is one aspect that Jiang Ling remains uncertain about. In the original narrative, Frieza discovered the existence of the Dragon Balls on Namek through eavesdropping on Vegeta's power level scouter, which prompted his journey there. With Jiang Ling's involvement, the circumstances have transformed. When Vegeta revealed that Piccolo is a Namekian, the scouter had already been damaged. Logically, Frieza should remain unaware of this revelation. Nevertheless, Jiang Ling feels a lingering sense of insecurity. What if, in the realm of the butterfly effect, who can guarantee complete control over every eventuality? Bulma, how long until the modifications are completed? Approximately 5 more days. Bulma glanced at the progress and remarked. Jiang Ling nodded, noting that the transformation of the spaceship had taken a total of 20 days, including the previous half-month. This was indeed a swift endeavor. Previously, the Supreme Kai had sent Bubbles, mentioning that he had a spaceship available, one that had been used during his childhood visit to Earth. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling declined the Supreme Kai's kind offer, for that vessel was far too sluggish. In the original story, Bulma took the Supreme Kai's ship to Namek, which consumed a full 34 days. In contrast, the spaceship utilized by Sun Wukong was a modified version of the one he had taken to Earth during his youth, allowing him to reach Namek in a mere 8 days. This was why Jiang Ling insisted on upgrading the spacecraft. 5 days. I shall inform Wukong and the others so they can prepare in advance, he said. Isn't Wukong still in a hospital? Perhaps it's best not to disturb him. No worries, I have senza beans. Jiang Ling kissed Bulma gently on the forehead and then soared into the sky, departing with haste. The earlier one departs, the sooner one returns. Bulma was unaware of the reason behind Goku's insistence on traveling to Namek, yet she refrained from inquiring. Her man's resolute demeanor was undeniably charming. After a considerable pause, Bulma chastised herself for momentarily losing her composure and subsequently returned to her task of modifying the spaceship with a cheerful spirit. At the First People's Hospital in West City, within the confines of Goku's hospital room, Goten was engrossed in his writing at the desk. Goku lay on the bed, both hands fractured, and it was Chi-Chi who diligently fed him 3 meals a day. After finishing his meal, an elderly doctor with a full head of white hair approached for an examination. "How long will it take for my husband to recover?" Kiki inquired. The doctor pondered briefly before estimating, conservatively, at least 2 months. No sooner had he spoken than Goku expressed his discontent. "What? 3 months? But I still need to go to Namek. Is there any other option?" The doctor shook his head. "There's none. 3 months is the fastest recovery time given the current medical conditions." Chi-Chi interjected. "Perhaps you should reconsider going. Healing is of utmost importance." Previously, Goku had somehow convinced Chi-Chi to agree to his and Goten's expedition to Namek. Little did he know that his greatest concern now was his injury. Goten added, "Dad, why don't you skip the trip? I can go with Uncle Jiang Ling and the others instead." The doctor, bewildered, listened to their conversation, perplexed by their mention of a certain star. He couldn't comprehend their words. Wukong, feeling a sense of frustration, realized that the only solution was to consume a magical bean. However, all the beans had been exhausted during the battle with Vegeta, and the new ones had yet to mature, leaving Master Krillin at a loss. The magical beans, such extraordinary items, regardless of one's strength or the severity of their injuries. As long as one is not deceased, a single bean would restore them to full health. Unfortunately, their production is quite limited. At that moment, a voice resonated. "I have a way to restore Wukong immediately." Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, the window of the hospital room. The doctor gasped in surprise, trembling as he pointed at Jiang Ling, who was perched by the window. "Why you? How did you get in here?" Jiang Ling offered no reply, merely nodding to the assembled crowd. "Uncle Jiang Ling, you've come." Gohan was the first to greet him. Wukong's eyes lit up with hope. "Do you have a way to heal me instantly?" he inquired eagerly. Kiki, too, looked at Jiang Ling with anticipation. If he could indeed facilitate an immediate recovery, it would save them a considerable amount of money and hassle. After all, hospitals are notorious for draining one's finances. Jiang Ling smiled, producing a single bean. "I have a magical bean." "What? That's wonderful. I can return to normal right away." Son Wukong's expression brightened, and soon both Chi-Chi and Gohan shared in his joy. Jiang Ling handed the mystical bean to Chi-Chi, urging her to feed it to Wukong. However, at that moment, the doctor, realizing the situation, widened his eyes and shouted vehemently, "Do not give the patient such unverified substances. Claims of instant recovery are nothing but deceit." Jiang Ling remained silent, while son Wukong's family exchanged glances. Indeed, the doctor's words held a semblance of truth, albeit he was unaware of the miraculous properties of the bean. "Doctor, there is no need for concern. This bean truly possesses such effects," son Wukong clarified. The doctor, taken aback, furiously exclaimed, "I am a doctor. Where in the world could such a thing exist?" Jiang Ling, suppressing a rising headache, gestured for Chi-Chi to disregard the physician's outburst and promptly administer the Senzu bean to Goku. Aware of the bean's restorative properties, Chi-Chi acted without delay, placing it directly into Goku's mouth. Goku's eyes widened as a tremor coursed through him. He propelled himself from the hospital bed with such force that the bandages encasing his body unraveled, revealing his robust physique. A profound silence descended upon the room. Kiki's face flashed the crimson. Jiang Ling wore a peculiar expression, silently noting, "Slightly less developed than myself." The doctor, utterly bewildered, slumped into his chair, his gaze fixed on the astonishing scene unfolding before him. Oblivious to the stunned onlookers, Goku nonchalantly stretched his limbs, muttering, "Nearly 2 weeks without training. My body is becoming sluggish. Goku, perhaps you should put on some clothes." Once Goku was dressed, Jiang Ling informed him of their rendezvous at Master Roshi's island in 5 days. As they prepared to depart, the doctor, his eyes gleaming with fervent interest, intercepted them. "Hold on. Where did you acquire this item? Are there more? I must have one to analyze its composition. This could be a groundbreaking discovery." I'll even include your name when I publish my findings. Consider yourself fortunate. This is an unparalleled opportunity for renown." Upon hearing this barrage of words, Jiang Ling's expression was that of an old man on the subway, engrossed in his phone, utterly dumbfounded. Disregarding the nonsensical ramblings of the doctor, Jiang Ling strode directly to the window and leaped down. Subsequently, he soared into the sky, flying towards the distance. The doctor was once again taken aback, delivering a sharp slap to his own face. The plethora of absurd occurrences today had led him to question whether he was merely dreaming. Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi exchanged knowing smiles. "Let us return," Chi-Chi murmured, her cheeks flushed. It was not surprising, for she had recently begun to relish the joys of womanhood, an experience that was both intoxicating and delightful. Meanwhile, Wukong scratched his head and glanced at Gohan, inquiring, "Gohan, would you like to spend a few days at Master Roshi's?" Chapter 29. In the dead of night, a remote wilderness, Jiang Ling hovered in the sky, his gaze searching for something elusive. Like Piccolo and the Earth Warriors, he usually concealed his presence. It was only through the aura he had sensed before that he was able to locate this place. However, he found himself at an impasse. Resting his chin on one hand, he pondered for a moment before a brilliant idea struck him. It is widely acknowledged that locations for cultivation are of significant importance. In tales of immortal cultivation, practitioners often seek out places rich in spiritual energy. Similarly, in the secular world, one often speaks of auspicious sites. Although the realm of Dragon Ball operates on the principle of Qi, there are parallels to be drawn. For instance, certain locations may yield faster growth and power or provide a more comfortable environment for training. Jiang Ling contemplated that if Piccolo possessed any sensibility, he would instinctively gravitate towards such a site while training in the wilderness. If that were the case, it would simplify matters. Fortuitously, he had studied this aspect to a degree. Taking a deep breath, he scrutinized the terrain, calculating with his fingers while muttering incantations. Seek the dragon, discern the gold. Observe the entwined mountains. Each layer entwined represents another barrier. Crayon Shinchan medals with the azure serpent, Peppa Pig. What a grand goose. Breaking sound, Eureka! With a glint in his eyes, Jiang Ling promptly soared towards the distant profound mountains. Piccolo sat cross-legged atop the highest peak in the deep mountains, immersed in a meditative combat state. Within his mind, he simulated battles against Vegeta. Yet regardless of how many times he played it out, he was invariably defeated with a single move, often reduced to ashes. "Damn it," he muttered, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. "I must augment my power swiftly. With my current strength, I possess not a modicum of chance against him." Abruptly, he sensed an anomaly, his eyes snapping open, his gaze piercing like lightning towards the man who had materialized silently nearby. The man tilted his head, evading the twin beams, his tail swaying erratically behind him. It was none other than Jiang Ling, who had sought him out. "TSK, old Piccolo," Jiang Ling remarked, casting a glance around the surroundings. "It took you quite a while to notice my arrival. I must say, this place was quite defined. A commendable location, indeed." Piccolo's pupils contracted, his face betraying his alarm. He was acutely aware of the potency of his own sensory abilities. Even though he had been immersed in a concentrated meditative combat state, not even Goku or Vegeta could have approached him undetected. Yet, Jiang Ling had accomplished precisely that. It appears that quite some time has passed, and this is what astonishes Piccolo the most. There is but one possibility. Jiang Ling's strength far surpasses his own by an immeasurable margin. At this moment, in Piccolo's eyes, Jiang Ling's power has reached unfathomable depths. "Why the silence, old Pic?" Jiang Ling casually settled beside Piccolo, completely unperturbed by their relatively unfamiliar rapport. "Ahem, my name is Piccolo, not the old Pic you mentioned." Piccolo cleared his throat, feeling considerably more at ease. "I am aware," Jiang Ling chuckled heartily. "Calling you, that makes it seem as though we are more familiar." Piccolo pondered for a moment, conceding that it was indeed a fair point. "You mentioned you were looking for me? The method to find me is quite simple. Just unleash a bit of your energy, or contact the Supreme Kai. That fellow can reach me at any time." Jiang Ling smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "All right, how did I not think of that? I wasted quite a while searching." The winds howled atop the mountain as the two engaged in a light-hearted conversation. Subsequently, Jiang Ling informed Piccolo of the upcoming departure to Namek from Hmph in 5 days before taking his leave. Upon returning home, he found a meal prepared. Bulma removed her apron, her gentle smile illuminating the room. "You're back. Let's eat. You can cook too?" Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback in his recollection. Whether from the original work or this instance, he had never witnessed Bulma engaging in culinary endeavors. He had unconsciously accepted the notion that she was incapable of cooking. Yet, the delightful aroma of the dishes before him revealed that Bulma was indeed proficient in the kitchen, and it appeared that her culinary skills were quite commendable. "Of course I can," Bulma replied with a sense of entitlement. "Although I exhibited scientific talent as a child and was considered a genius girl, my mother still insisted on teaching me how to cook. According to her, every girl must know how to prepare meals. I think she's rather old-fashioned." Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. Indeed, it did seem antiquated. However, he found Bulma's newfound cooking prowess to be even more enchanting. "Really?" Bulma inquired, touching her cheek, her delight evident. "Let's eat first and see how it tastes." "All right." Jiang Ling took a bite and immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Delicious. If you find it tasty, then eat more," she encouraged. "Sure." The two of them commenced their dinner together. Bulma, with her modest appetite, consumed only a small portion before stopping, her eyes sparkling as she turned her gaze upon Jiang Ling, growing increasingly fond of him. As a Saiyan, Jiang Ling naturally possessed a voracious appetite, swiftly devouring the entirety of the delectable meal. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, he noticed Bulma's gaze and, touching his face, asked, "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" Nestled in Jiang Ling's embrace, Bulma gazed at him with a languid expression, shaking her head gently. "In the stillness of the night, my thoughts drift to you. You are the morning dew, the evening star, the very essence of my joy. I delight in your handsome demeanor, and even more so in your breathless moments. I envision a future where I am nestled in bed, the meal simmers on the stove, and everything is at your discretion." Jiang Ling was taken aback by Bulma's words. Was this truly the Bulma he knew? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ling inquired, "Where did you learn such words?" Bulma exclaimed in surprise, "How did you know?" "I encountered them online and committed them to memory." Jiang Ling grinned, "Because it is not in accordance with your character." Then, shifting his tone, he added, "However, I take that final sentiment to heart." "That final sentiment," Bulma mused, her eyes widening before attempting to flee, as if escape were possible from Jiang Ling's grasp. Jiang Ling hoisted Bulma onto his shoulder and strode purposefully towards the bedroom, remarking, "You did say everything was at my discretion, did you not? Release me." Bulma protested, struggling in vain. Smack Jiang Ling delivered a resounding slap to her curvaceous posterior. Bulma immediately stilled, then said coyly, Could you perhaps administer another?" Jiang Ling. Evening. Rooftop. Bulma reclined in Jiang Ling's embrace. A gentle evening breeze stirred, lifting the azure tips of her hair. Together, they gazed at the star-studded expanse above, the celestial river reflecting in their eyes like scattered stardust. "Bulma, how would you feel about a day trip tomorrow?" "Oh, but the spaceship isn't quite. Such trivial matters can be set aside." "Then, very well. The following day." Jiang Ling, "Too fast, I can't bear it." "Then I shall decelerate." Jiang Ling reduced his velocity, gliding leisurely through the air. Bulma nestled closer in his arms, the keen wind whistling past her ears, enveloped in the rich, masculine scent. An overwhelming sense of security. From the picturesque landscapes of Jiangnan to the enigmatic southern frontiers, from the gentle beaches to the northern vistas, the two individuals reveled in the Earth's splendid scenery within a single day. Chapter 30. Departure time slips away like grains of sand, quietly escaping through one's fingers. When the 5 days elapsed, Bulma had successfully modified the spacecraft as scheduled, anticipating the potential ennui of their journey. She had prepared a plethora of supplies and even installed a large television in the bedroom for viewing films and similar videos. Naturally, without internet access, the videos had to be pre-downloaded. In addition to each person's quarters, the spacecraft was equipped with a bathroom, kitchen, and other amenities. Bulma had also set aside a room for gravity training, a request specifically made by Jiang Ling, aimed at continuing their cultivation during the voyage. On came house. Everyone had gathered. The spacecraft was securely docked. Bulma leaned in to whisper to Chi-Chi. "Hey, Chi-Chi, it seems you've been doing quite well lately." Bulma chuckled softly, observing the rosy glow of satisfaction and happiness that occasionally danced across Chi-Chi's face. She had a fair inkling of what was happening. Chi-Chi, withdrawing her gaze from Goku and his son, replied with a light laugh, "Bulma, while you chide me, it appears your relationship with Jiang Ling is progressing splendidly. Keep it up. Aim for a little one." Bulma, upon hearing this, scoffed. "What are you talking about? I have no intention of having children at the moment. I must say, my Gohan is already 5 years old. You really need to step up your game. Depending on the situation, let's not talk about me. I see you're preparing for a second child. Huh. Keep it up." Conversations among women are endless. If no one interrupts, they can discuss everything from poetry and literature to life philosophies, from celebrity gossip to household matters. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, observing this scene, turned to Krillin and said, "Look, you're the only single one here. Wake up, Krillin, it's time to find a girlfriend." Krillin scratched his head and pointed at Piccolo. "Isn't there still one more?" Master Roshi hit Krillin's bald head with his cane. "Is that the same? He can lay eggs and reproduce on his own. Can you?" "No." "Exactly. Hurry up and find a girlfriend." "Wait." Krillin had a sudden realization. "Teacher, you're single too." "Master Roshi." At that moment, Jiang Ling's voice came through. "Everyone, board the ship." Wearing a straw hat, Jiang Ling stood at the cabin door with a wide grin. "We're already partners, aren't we?" A multitude boarded the vessel. Under the watchful gaze of Kiki, Master Roshi, and the old sea turtle, a wave of energy erupted, propelling the spacecraft into the sky, soaring towards the cosmos. Far away in Corinta, the guardian Corinta, clutching a small pouch in his paw, observed the direction in which the spacecraft had departed. The sacred beans had indeed ripened a bit late. May they embark on their journey safely. Yachirobe grimaced. What was so delectable about the sacred beans? They were far inferior to snacks. On Namek, a colossal spaceship descended. As the hatch opened, a throng of soldiers emerged, standing at attention. Subsequently, Frieza, as ever, made his entrance seated in his baby carriage, gliding slowly from the hatch. Following closely behind were two figures, the grotesque, rotund Dodoria and the handsome, green-hued Zebon. They were Frieza's trusted lieutenants. Though lacking in combat prowess, they remained in his favor. Beep! Zebon received a message and approached Frieza, bowing respectfully as he spoke. "My lord, the Ginyu force has heard of your impending immortality and has specifically requested to come to Namek to witness this momentous occasion." Frieza intertwined his fingers atop his baby carriage and replied with feigned politeness, "Very well. Let them come to witness the first step of my ascension as the supreme ruler of the universe." "Yes," Zebon responded, retreating a few steps to relay Frieza's words back. "Dodoria." Frieza cast a sidelong glance at the pinkish corpulent figure. "Indeed," Dodoria responded promptly, subsequently pressing a digit on the scouter affixed over his right ocular cavity. Beep beep. Numerous energy signatures detected approximately 50 kilometers to the right flank. Was the approximate magnitude of their power? Insignificant. "Oh, let us investigate, then. I trust they shall not prove disappointing." Frieza nodded imperceptibly, forthwith announcing their departure to gather intelligence regarding the Dragon Balls. "Hail, King Frieza! Hail, King Frieza! Hail, King Frieza!" The soldiers chanted in perfect unison. In a vast expanse of the cosmos, a spaceship was rapidly advancing towards planet Namek. Bulma provided an orientation, detailing the location of individual quarters, lavatories, the galley, and other amenities. However, the crew evinced little interest. Their collective attention riveted upon the gravity training chamber. "Gravity training? I wish to partake. Jiang Ling, you are remarkable." "Jiang Ling, your prowess is truly astonishing. Have you been training under such conditions for an extended duration? It elucidates your rapid amplification in strength." "Affirmative," Jiang Ling responded with a genial smile. The others, observing Jiang Ling's nonchalant demeanor, found it challenging to envision his prior rigorous training within the extreme environment of the gravity chamber. I must experience the gravity chamber. I too desire to partake. Include me as well. Likewise, as the crowd murmured in conversation, Bulma quietly exited the gravity chamber, aware that if she did not leave promptly, she would be the first to succumb to its overwhelming force. I shall activate it now, Jiang Ling declared, initiating the gravity device. In an instant, everyone felt their bodies weigh tenfold, 10 times the gravity. Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo, having never visited King Kai's planet, struggled under this immense pressure. In stark contrast, Jiang Ling and Goku appeared unfazed, strolling leisurely. Are you prepared? I'm about to engage the 20-fold gravity device, Jiang Ling announced. Come now, you must be underestimating us. Krillin boasted, patting his chest confidently. With a swift motion, the 20-fold gravity was activated, and Krillin and Gohan immediately collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Piccolo, though visibly strained, managed to withstand it, as his strength surpassed that of Gohan. However, the 30-fold gravity was swiftly unleashed, and even Piccolo could no longer bear it. Meanwhile, Goku reveled in the sensation of increased gravity, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Jiang Ling, this gravity training room is perfectly suited for rigorous training. Indeed, I had Bulma construct it specifically for this purpose. If you desire one, you can certainly ask for her assistance. Upon hearing this, Goku contemplated the cost, scratching his head, ultimately deciding to postpone the matter. Would it be acceptable if I borrowed yours? Not a problem at all. As Jiang Ling spoke, observing the others struggling to endure, he deactivated the gravity. With the 30-fold gravity disengaged, Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan finally recovered. You've been training here all this time? That's insane. Krillin exclaimed, astounded. Nai. Jiang Ling demurred, shaking his head. This level of gravity is inconsequential. I typically train under 50 times the gravity. Impressive. Goku eagerly commenced his gravity training. The others retreated to their respective chambers, initiating their own regiments. Jiang Ling ceded the gravity chamber to Goku, departing for his own quarters. He must first acclimate himself, so as to lay the groundwork for my design, Jiang Ling mused, sauntering back to his room. Upon entry, Jiang Ling beheld Bulma reclining on the specially commissioned grand bed, clad in a gossamer negligee. Her fair countenance radiated a delicate blush, her eyes languid and alluring, each gesture a tantalizing revelation, exuding boundless enchantment. Jiang Ling, observing Bulma's artful poses upon the bed, lifted the mug of hot water infused with wolfberries from the table. He sipped it deliberately, his heart untouched. Bulma, all good things are difficult to achieve. Huh? What do you mean? You could always avail yourself of the desk's edge or the bedpost for that purpose. A mischievous smile played upon Jiang Ling's lips. He was, in most respects, a fine fellow, yet he harbored a peculiar fondness for teasing Bulma. Observing her capricious demeanor by day and her tender ministrations by night was among his chief delights. Bulma appeared somewhat taken aback. This was unlike the Jiang Ling she knew. Could it be that he was no longer capable? Or perhaps there was another woman? What ails you? Is it that you're unable to perform? Well, it's quite all right. Even if you can't, I shall not abandon you. Bulma rose and entwined her arm with Jiang Ling's, her voice laced with concern. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. To be accused of impotence, especially by his own woman, was intolerable. He hastened to clarify, it's not as you suppose. I merely cherish you and fear you're overexerting yourself. I wish for you to rest. Bulma's eyes twinkled with amusement. I hadn't mentioned being weary. What is it that you fear? Very well then. Jiang Ling shrugged, encircling Bulma's slender waist. However, your strength must also be cultivated, lest you become too fatigued. You speak with a modicum of truth, yet cultivation is not my predilection. It is far too arduous for my tastes, and, more importantly, it might lead to musculature. I much prefer the intellectual stimulation of a laboratory. For some, engaging their intellect is more excruciating than facing death. Yet Bulma finds intellectual pursuits in the laboratory to be her greatest passion, a source of serene contentment. Then let me devise a solution. Jiang Ling mused. recalling the rapid growth of the mutant Senza bean seeds he had planted. They had already matured by the time they boarded the spaceship, and he estimated they would be fully ripe upon their return. This timing was fortuitous, allowing Bulma to assess the extent to which they could augment her power. The prospect of an exhilarating battle with Bulma filled Jiang Ling with eager anticipation. "Shall we commence now?" Bulma inquired, her lips slightly parted, a renewed ardor flickering in her eyes. Her alabaster form ascended Jiang Ling's chest, her slender fingers gently caressing him. "Let us proceed without hesitation." Jiang Ling gasped, swiftly turning over to enfold Bulma's petite form beneath him, embracing her ardent affection. The lights were extinguished, save for a solitary bedside lamp, casting their silhouettes upon the wall. The shadows drew ever closer. An atmosphere of romance permeated the room, with light and shadow dancing across the walls. Jiang Ling was deeply engrossed, and Bulma uninhibitedly expressed herself. Rhythmic sounds resonated within the chamber, together composing a beautiful symphony. Through the glass ceiling, a glimpse of the cosmic panorama could be seen, adding a unique flavor to the moment. Thanks to the room's specially installed soundproofing, their activities remained discreet. In a nearby room, Piccolo's ears twitched slightly, and a wry smile touched his lips. He then sealed off his hearing, emitting a sigh of resignation. Imperceptibly, several days elapsed. Bulma, clad in lingerie, listlessly watched television from bed. Jiang Ling, with time on his hands, wandered from room to room, checking on the others. Krillin sat cross-legged in his room, meditating in solitude. Gohan, perhaps after a training session, was diligently working on his homework at his desk. "Gohan, so diligent," Jiang Ling remarked. Jiang Ling chuckled. Son Wukong put down his pen and scratched his head, saying, "Sigh, my mother insists that these assignments must be completed. If I don't finish them." As he contemplated the consequences, this warrior with a power level exceeding 1,000 trembled slightly. "Well, good luck with that," Jiang Ling said, delighting in his misfortune as he patted Wukong's shoulder and laughed while departing. He turned towards Piccolo's room. "Top, top, top." The sound of knocking resounded. "Come in," Piccolo's voice called out. Jiang Ling opened the door and leaned against the doorframe. "Oh, if it isn't Piccolo. It's been a few days. Still training, I see." Piccolo glanced over with indifference, replying, "Only through relentless training can one surpass Son Wukong. Old Piccolo, your current strength is vastly inferior to Wukong's, and considering your division with the Supreme Kai, I believe you will not surpass him." Piccolo's expression darkened slightly. "So, you came here to mock me?" No, that's not my intention." Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, retrieving 2 bottles of alcohol from his system space, tossing one towards Piccolo. While Piccolo primarily relies on his 2 antennae for photosynthesis to synthesize starch for his daily needs, he possesses all the basic organs in his body and can still consume food. Piccolo caught the beer, looking at Jiang Ling. "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Jiang Ling chuckled, taking a sip of his wheat beverage. "It's nothing, merely that I perceive a vital connection between you and Cammy, an inherent unity. Have you ever contemplated reuniting as one?" "Never," Piccolo retorted decisively, shaking his head. "Though we share a life link, we are in essence 2 distinct beings. I have no desire to become him, nor does he to become me." He paused, a sudden realization dawning on him. "Surely, this has no bearing on strength, does it?" "On the contrary, it is of paramount importance." "How so?" "By merging with Cammy, I estimate your power could potentially increase 100-fold. Moreover, the dominant personality could be either Cammy's or yours, depending on your mutual agreement." "Indeed?" Piccolo regarded him with suspicion. "I find that hard to believe. Where did you glean this information?" It was hardly surprising that he was skeptical. It was akin to a stranger approaching you and claiming you had a son. Disbelief would be the natural response. "Believe it or not, as you wish." Jiang Ling finished the last sip of his beer and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Vic's eyes flickered with thought. He pondered silently. If what Jiang Ling said is true, it might indeed serve as a trump card. In the face of an unbeatable foe, it could be worth a try. With this thought, Vic picked up his beer and downed it in one go. Casting aside his distractions, he resumed his training. Meanwhile, on planet Namek, in a small village, Frisia's minions, armed with laser guns, herded dozens of Namekian villagers together and mercilessly slaughtered them. Green blood splattered everywhere, and screams filled the air. Frieza, seated in his hoverpod, appeared slowly with his two lieutenants, Dodoria and Zarbin. Ho ho ho, I didn't expect such a small village to have so few people, he chuckled. The village was massacred until only the elder remained. The elder, gaunt and glaring, shouted, "You vile invaders, do you realize what you've done? You will face retribution." Frieza waved his hand elegantly, a slight smile on his lips. "I don't care. My goal is to obtain the Dragon Balls." Hearing this, the elder's face darkened. "If you want the Dragon Balls, you must pass the trials I set. To make a wish, you must gather all 7. Pausing for a moment, the elder cast a sorrowful glance upon the remains of his village, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "I would sooner embrace death than surrender the wish orb to you. Abandon all hope." At that instant, a subordinate presented Frieza with a large, amber-colored sphere. "Your Majesty, the wish orb has been located." Frieza accepted the orb, nodding in approval. "So, this is the wish orb that can grant immortality, is it? Excellent." Without hesitation, he raised a single digit, directing it toward the elder in the distance. A beam of energy erupted from his fingertip with a sharp sound. The elder's chest was instantly pierced by the laser, his eyes widening in disbelief as emerald blood flowed from the wound. Frieza elegantly blew upon his fingertip, remarking, "So, you refuse to relinquish the Dragon Ball? No matter. I have already obtained it. Even if you were to gather all 7 wish orbs, you would still be unable to wield their power," the elder gasped, his voice fading as he succumbed to his mortal wound. Frieza disregarded the elder's words, dismissing them as the futile struggles of a dying man. "Minions, proceed to the next village and gather the remaining wish orbs." "Yes, Your Majesty." The soldiers spoke in unison and then hurried to the next village, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation, scattered debris, severed limbs, and blood flowing freely across the ground. Chapter 32, Arrival. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a spaceship was speeding toward planet Namek. Inside the gravity training chamber of the vessel, 2 figures collided under the crushing force of 100 times Earth's gravity. They exchanged rapid blows before separating, only to engage again in a flurry of relentless attacks, their movements a blur of agility and precision. With each clash, their fists met with such intensity that light erupted at the point of impact, followed by an explosive force that sent both figures hurtling backward, landing heavily on the ground. The reinforced gravity chamber shuddered violently, causing the entire spacecraft to tremble momentarily. These 2 combatants were none other than Son Goku and Jiang Ling exhausted. They lay on the floor, gasping for breath, their bodies drained from the grueling battle under such extreme conditions. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Jiang Ling retrieved a Senzu bean and consumed it. The effects were immediate and undeniable. His body was restored to its peak condition in an instant. Rising to his feet, he glanced at his tattered clothing, but paid it no mind. Approaching Goku, he offered him a Senzu bean as well, which Goku gratefully consumed, his vitality fully replenished. "Phew!" Goku exhaled. "Jiang Ling, I feel like my strength has grown significantly again. It is imperative, and you are well aware that with every injury, one's strength significantly increases upon recovery." Upon hearing this, Wukong nodded in agreement. Having recently been discharged from the hospital, I had already sensed this. But lacking the celestial beings, I refrained from experimentation and continued my training. This extraordinary ability is characteristic of the Saiyans. Nearing death and subsequent recovery drastically enhances their power. Jiang Ling provided an explanation. The original narrative has diverged at this juncture. Due to his intervention, Sun Wukong was discharged over a month earlier than scheduled, consequently arriving at Namek a month in advance. The ramifications of this alteration meant that Master Karen's new batch of mature celestial beings was not obtained, necessitating the use of Jiang Ling's beans instead. Though limited in number, Jiang Ling's beans would suffice for several uses. At this moment, they had employed the method of near-death recovery combined with celestial beans multiple times. Jiang Ling estimated that his combat power had reached between 2 to 300,000, with Wukong's strength being comparable. The gap between the two was minimal. Gohan, Piccolo. and Krillin had also experienced varying degrees of enhancement during their training in a gravity chamber over the past few days. Gohan showed the most significant progress, while Krillin exhibited the least, with Piccolo maintaining a steady improvement. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Jiang Ling promptly deactivated the gravity effect. "Come in," he called. The door opened to reveal Bulma. "We are nearing Namek. Please make your preparations." Jiang Ling nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood." A flicker of combat spirit flashed in Wukong's eyes. He believed that he would soon engage in battle with Vegeta once more, and the thought stirred excitement within him. Amidst a jolt, the spaceship successfully descended upon planet Namek. Through the window, Bulma beheld a scene utterly distinct from Earth, stirring a sense of longing within her. However, preparations must precede any exploration. It was imperative to test whether the air was suitable for human habitation, as well as to check for potential viruses. Bulma rummaged through her tools, muttering to herself. Jiang Ling approached her, gently patting her shoulder, and remarked with a smile, "There's no need for such fuss. Everything will be just fine." "What makes you so certain?" Bulma inquired, puzzled. Jiang Ling gestured towards the jubilant figures of Son Wukong and the others outside the window. His meaning clear. Bulma, however, was unfazed. She immediately dashed down from the spaceship, hands on her hips, and vociferously reprimanded the group. "Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? What if the environment here is inhospitable? You are all grown individuals, yet you act so recklessly. We are here for a vacation. If anything were to go awry, how would I explain it to your families?" The group stood in a line, heads bowed, too intimidated to respond. Ahem. Piccolo finally broke the silence, stating, "I have no family." Bulma shot him a glare, incredulous. "Is it permissible to joke with your own life just because you lack family? Are you out of your mind?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's face as he felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from a human girl for the first time. He turned his gaze towards Jiang Ling, who was smiling not far away, casting a pleading look. Jiang Ling merely shrugged, indicating there was nothing he could do. Piccolo's inner monologue screamed, "I don't believe a word you say." Chapter 33. The Namekian Language. "Is this my homeland?" Piccolo took a deep breath, his heart stirring with emotions. At that moment, Goku's expression turned grave as he suddenly turned his head towards a direction, sensing something ominous. "Can you feel it?" he asked. The others, upon hearing this, quieted their minds to sense the presence, their faces soon filled with horror. Gohan muttered to himself, "This energy, Piccolo gasped. Such a malevolent energy. Not only evil, but incredibly powerful." Krillin's voice trembled, his shiny bald head dotted with fine beads of sweat. Jiang Ling's expression was equally serious. An energy surpassing theirs, and, on Namek, could only belong to one formidable man. Frieza, the real estate tycoon whose business of buying and selling planets spanned the universe. "He's here after all," Jiang Ling thought, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, then turned his gaze towards Bulma. "Bulma, check if the dragon radar is working." Upon hearing Bulma's words, which she did not fully comprehend, she nodded in affirmation. "Let me investigate." With a press of a button on her Dragon Ball radar, several luminous points immediately materialized on the screen. "Excellent. The Dragon Ball radar is functional. This indicates that Dragon Balls are indeed present on Namek." Upon hearing this revelation, the countenances of Goku, Piccolo, and the others underwent a dramatic transformation. The existence of Dragon Balls on Namek, coupled with the palpable presence of a malevolent and potent aura, portended dire consequences should the Dragon Balls fall into the clutches of evil. Jiang Ling did not express excessive astonishment at this outcome. He accepted the Dragon Ball radar and scrutinized it, observing that the luminous points were dispersed, with two of them exhibiting rapid movement. Jiang Ling discerned that these points corresponded to the direction of the malevolent aura. He communicated his findings to the group, eliciting varied reactions. Piccolo's expression grew somber, lamenting that the malevolent presence was indeed engaged in the acquisition of Dragon Balls. Goku, on the other hand, displayed a glint of martial ardor in his eyes, expressing a desire for a contest of skill with this formidable adversary, driven by his penchant for engaging in combat with powerful opponents to transcend his limitations. Gohan, standing nearby, muttered, expressing his surprise that a visit to Piccolo's ancestral home for familial recognition would lead to such an event. At that moment, the voice of King Kai resonated, greeting them with a cheerful salutation. Goku reciprocated the greeting, acknowledging King Kai's presence. Bulma was perplexed. That's King Kai of the North. Goku and I trained under him. Jiang Ling, noticing the other's confusion, elucidated, and the group comprehended. I have 3 individuals here. Venture a guess as to their identities? King Kai teased enigmatically. Jiang Ling feigned deep contemplation. Let me speculate. It certainly wouldn't be Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu. Surely, King Kai's intellect wouldn't lead us to ponder such a rudimentary question. Wouldn't you concur, King Kai? Yeah. King Kai glanced at Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu beside him, offering a nervous chuckle. Haha, well, if you can't guess, so be it. By the way, where are you all? It doesn't appear to be Earth. Goku responded, we're vacationing on Namek, but we've encountered a formidable individual, and I intend to spar with him. A formidable individual? Let me assess. King Kai declared, his antennae twitching as he scanned Namek. Abruptly, his body stiffened, perspiration cascading from his brow to his feet. Frieza, Goku, Jiang Ling, under no circumstances should you provoke him. That individual is Frieza, an incorrigible villain of immense power, and you are utterly incapable of defeating him. The North Realm King spoke anxiously. Given his understanding of Sun Wukong, it was evident that Wukong would be exceedingly intrigued, which explained his urgency. The North Realm King incessantly chattered, inundating Jiang Ling with countless reminders, to the point where he was thoroughly exasperated, responding with vague affirmations on Wukong's behalf. Once he terminated the communication with the North Realm King, a palpable silence enveloped the scene. Frieza loomed like an invisible weight pressing heavily upon everyone's shoulders, a formidable and malevolent adversary. Krillin, scratching his shiny bald head, broke the stillness, suggesting, well, everyone, perhaps we should just head back. After all, Frieza isn't our concern. Immediately, Gohan, who had remained silent until now, interjected, Uncle Krillin, this is Piccolo's homeland. If we turn a blind eye, the people of his hometown will be slaughtered by Frieza. Do you think I don't want to help? Our strength can make a difference. I'm not going back. I will assist. Krillin argued vehemently. Everyone understood that Krillin's choice was undoubtedly the most rational and prudent course of action, yet Gohan's compassion and emotions would not allow him to concede. Gohan. Piccolo gently ruffled Gohan's hair, a smile gracing his lips. You all should return to Earth. I wish to stay here on Namek for a while. Bulma chimed in with a smile. Ah, it seems our great demon king wishes to save Namek. Piccolo turned his head and defended. I merely wish to glimpse what this clan's planet is like. It is certainly not as you perceive. Haha, there's no need to conceal it. I am well aware. Bulma chuckled softly, gradually losing her fear of the demon King Piccolo. The transformation of Piccolo was secondary. The most significant factor was that Bulma now had the formidable Jiang Ling by her side. Would Piccolo dare to bully her? It would be swiftly dealt with. At this juncture, Jiang Ling clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Listen to me. Since we are here, let us assist Piccolo. After all, he is still just a child under 10. Goku, Bulma, Krillin, Gohan. Piccolo's expression darkened, his gaze fixed menacingly on Jiang Ling. If looks could kill, Jiang Ling would have perished hundreds of times over for daring to expose his secrets. Coughing lightly, Jiang Ling continued, let us first seek the Dragon Balls. By gathering them beforehand, we can thwart Frieza's schemes and have leverage for the future. Indeed, I support this. Someone chimed in. That makes perfect sense. Given the circumstances, we have no other choice. However, I still yearn to confront Frieza directly. Jiang Ling's proposition garnered unanimous support, save for Goku, who voiced a dissenting opinion. This dissent was swiftly silenced by a sharp slap from Bulma, accompanied by a scolding, thus achieving consensus. Apologies for the earlier violence. Please do not take offense. Bulma nestled tenderly in Jiang Ling's embrace. Jiang Ling gently pinched her delicate nose and chuckled. What are you saying? How could I ever dislike you? That's reassuring then. An aroma redolent with the sweetness of burgeoning romance permeated the air. The others feigned ignorance, whistling nonchalantly. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow at Sun Wukong, his meaning unmistakable, as if to say, observe closely and emulate this with Chi-Chi. Don't say I never taught you anything. After a brief interlude, Jiang Ling, aware that amorous displays were inappropriate given the circumstances, cleared his throat. Frisia's forces possess scouters. Let us refrain from using kin, instead embark aboard the spacecraft. Having just spoken, Bulma activated a flying vessel capable of accommodating 7 or 8 individuals. As for the spaceship, it had long been stored within her capsule. The group boarded the flying ship, swiftly descending upon a quaint village guided by the Dragon Ball radar. Upon arrival, everyone disembarked, only to be met with the wary gazes of the Namekians surrounding them. Gohan expressed his astonishment, noting their resemblance to Piccolo. For Piccolo, encountering beings who bore such a striking similarity to him, aside from the Supreme Kai, evoked a sense of kinship within him. The Namekian villagers observed Piccolo with a mixture of caution and curiosity, engaging in hushed discussions in their native tongue. How could our Namekian kin associate with outsiders? Could these newcomers truly be benevolent? No, the Elder had already warned us about malevolent intruders invading our planet, urging vigilance. Naturally, Piccolo comprehended their discourse. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling was taken aback, for he too understood their language. At that moment, a voice resonated within him, causing him to shudder. Ding! Host, this system elucidates your confusion. Your comprehension of the Namekian language stems from the Dragon Ball language bestowed upon you by this system, which encompasses all languages within the Dragon Ball universe. Startling me like that, after such a prolonged silence, is hardly courteous. Nonetheless, this Dragon Ball language is indeed a remarkable asset, greatly facilitating communication. Jiang Ling silently nodded in agreement. Listening to the murmurs of the villagers, Piccolo was about to provide an explanation when Jiang Ling stepped forward and, in perfect Namekian, addressed them. Greetings, I am not an adversary. Would you kindly converse in universal language? I seek an audience with your village elder. The flawless Namekian, he uttered astonished the villagers present. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Jiang Ling possessed the ability to speak their language. Over the past few days, Jiang Ling's displayed talents had continually astonished him. Sun Wukong and the others were utterly baffled, unable to comprehend Jiang Ling's words. The villagers, their eyes wide with disbelief, struggled to accept that an outsider could articulate their native tongue. Our elder, Muley, is on his way. A timid Namekian child spoke softly. Chapter 34. So big. Little one, what is your name? Bulma inquired, finding the Namekian child adorable as she crouched down to ask. I am Dondi, the 108th child of the Grand Elder, he replied. What a lovely name. Bulma gently ruffled Dandy's hair, then inquired with curiosity, and who is the Grand Elder? The Grand Elder is the strongest individual on our planet, and also our father. He explained. Ah, I see. Shortly thereafter, a somewhat corpulent Namekian, exuding an air of composure, arrived on the scene. His gaze swept over the assembly, and he addressed them in the universally understood language. I am Mori, the village elder. I am aware of the preceding events. Outsiders, state your purpose. Jiang Ling cleared his throat and began. Elder Mori, we have journeyed from Earth to assist our friend Piccolo in discovering his origins. Upon arriving on Namek, we discovered your plight is dire. Your planet faces an unprecedented crisis. Mori, upon hearing this, turned his attention to Piccolo, scrutinizing him intently. He nodded and affirmed, indeed, you are one of our brethren. However, regarding your lineage, I am not privy to that knowledge. I believe our great elder would possess that information. The great elder. Piccolo mused inwardly, remaining silent in contemplation. Mori then shifted his gaze back to Jiang Ling, stating, the great elder has already apprised me of the impending crisis you speak of. At this juncture, his expression hardened, and he clenched his fist resolutely, declaring, if pushed to the brink, we are not without recourse. Jiang Ling paused momentarily before responding. Are you referring to assimilation? While it is an option, given Frisia's true power, even the combined might of your entire race may prove insufficient to defeat him. Impossible. Trust my assessment. Alera's gaze remained fixed upon Elder Mori. It was evident from the limpid depths of her eyes that he had spoken truthfully. He fell silent. Assimilation was their racial endowment, enabling two individuals to merge into one, thereby acquiring power several-fold greater than their original capacities. Building upon this foundation, successive assimilations could potentially unlock immeasurable strength, albeit at the cost of their brethren's lives. Alera was acutely aware that had all the Namekians initially assimilated into a single entity, they might have stood a chance against Frisia. However, Frisia had already decimated several villages, diminishing the Namekian population considerably, rendering assimilation a potentially futile endeavor. "We require your village's Dragon Ball," Alera stated gravely, "for if Frisia arrives, you will be unable to safeguard it. Furthermore, since Piccolo's origins are known only to the Grand Elder, I wish to bring him before him." Mori, having risen to the position of village elder, was a man of decisive action. After only a moment's contemplation, he made his decision. "The first condition I can accede to. As for the second," Mori paused, as if receiving some communication. Before continuing, "The Grand Elder has instructed me that you are to seek him out directly. Please wait here. I will have someone fetch the Dragon Ball." "Very well." After a brief respite, Bulma kept Jiang Ling company, engaging in desultory conversation, though Jiang's mind was elsewhere. Piccolo, meanwhile, was engrossed in a discussion with Guru, delving into the fundamental aspects of Namek. "Jiang Ling, is Frisia truly as formidable as you claim?" Goku inquired, reclining on the verdant grass, his arms serving as a pillow, a blade of grass casually held between his lips, his thoughts seemingly adrift. Jiang Ling affirmed with a nod, "Frisia's power is truly terrifying. In your current state, you'd merely be offering yourself as fodder. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to face this Frisia." Such was Goku's nature, his excitement escalating in proportion to the strength of his adversaries. A sentiment akin to those whose peculiar predilection lies in the thrill of being challenged. Nearby, Gohan and Krillin, with their youthful spirits, were engrossed in playful activities with several Namekian children. Presently, the Dragon Balls were delivered. Observing the Namekian Dragon Balls, several times larger than their earthly counterparts, Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, "They're enormous, larger than Earth's." Jiang Ling retorted with a smirk, "And what about me? Am I big?" Bulma responded, "Refrain from such lewdness. Is this really the time and place?" At that instant, two streaks of light traversed the heavens, plummeting towards the horizon. "That resembles Vegeta's spaceship when he arrived on Earth," Gohan remarked, momentarily taken aback. "That aura. It's unmistakably Vegeta." Krillin shuddered, a testament to the lingering dread Vegeta's presence instilled within him. Goku abruptly rose, his gaze fixed on the descending spacecraft, eyes gleaming with anticipation. As Jiang Ling had foretold, Vegeta had indeed arrived, though the extent of his current power remained to be seen. Jiang Ling clapped his hands, dispelling the diverse thoughts of the group, and declared, "Enough. Let us proceed to the Grand Elder's abode." "Jiang Ling, why do you insist on going to the Grand Elders?" "You shall see when we arrive." The group boarded the vessel, Tien joining them. The spaceship ascended, Tien guiding the way as Bulma piloted the craft at full speed toward the Grand Elder's residence. Meanwhile, Frisia's forces were wreaking havoc on the third village. "Lord Frisia, the third Dragon Ball has been acquired," Dodoria, the pink-skinned behemoth, announced, presenting the Dragon Ball. Frisia, as ever, remained seated in his levitating pod, nodding with an air of serene indifference. Beep. Zarbon received a communication, stating, "Lord Frisia, Vegeta has arrived on Namek, and Shui is in pursuit." "That irksome simian," Frisia remarked with disdain, yet maintained his refined composure, adding, "Shui is in pursuit, is he not? Let him deal with it. His power level surpasses Vegeta's." "As you wish," Sabo acknowledged, and promptly assigned a task to Chou-E. Suddenly, Frisia recalled something and inquired, "Isn't the Ginyu force on their way?" "Indeed, my lord." "That's splendid. It has been quite a while since I last saw them, and I must admit, I have missed their presence. I shall take the Dragon Balls back to the spaceship, and while we await the arrival of the Ginyu force, you may continue your search for the Dragon Balls." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 35. The origin of Piccolo in a certain location on Namek. Vegeta's spaceship had just landed, creating a sizable crater upon impact. The hatch opened with a hiss, and Vegeta emerged, inhaling the fresh air. So, this is Namek, the place where the Dragon Balls exist that can grant me immortality, aside from those on Earth, he murmured, his gaze shifting to another large crater, where another spaceship lay. From it emerged an unsightly catfish-like creature, Chio-E, who had followed closely behind. What a loyal dog Frieza has. You follow me wherever I go. Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms. Chio-E retorted with a cold smirk. You may not be aware, but the king has just commanded me to eliminate you directly. Oh, is that so? At this moment, Vegeta exuded an air of confidence regarding his strength. Had this encounter occurred prior to his journey to Earth, he might have faltered against you. However, now, he paused, activating the power level scouter affixed to his right eye, directing it towards Chio-E. With a dismissive tone, he proclaimed, your power level is merely 22,000. You stand no chance against me. Such condescension pierced Chio-E deeply, inciting him to retort. Even if my power level is 22,000, that does not place you above me. Is that so? Vegeta's eyes narrowed, his legs slightly bending as he launched himself toward Chio-E like a cannonball. The latter, taken aback by Vegeta's directness, quickly raised his arms to defend. Bang! The overwhelming force that surged through Chio-E's arms left him in disbelief. How could this despicable monkey possess such formidable strength? Vegeta smirked, surprised are we? To be honest, I too find it hard to believe, yet it is undeniably true. As he spoke, he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, each one crashing violently against Chio-E's arms. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Bang-bang-bang-bang boom. Unable to withstand the ferocity of the onslaught, Chio-E was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a massive boulder, the sheer force fracturing the stone. Gasping, Chio-E coughed up a stream of green blood, his face reflecting sheer terror as he beheld Vegeta advancing toward him step by step. Spare me. Vegeta gazed down at Chui, seizing his head and flinging him effortlessly into the sky. With swift motions, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, each striking Chui with devastating force. Kui shrieked, defenseless against the onslaught, as the concentrated energy projectiles obliterated him into fragments, scattering across the heavens like a macabre firework display. Hmph! Vegeta clenched his fist, reveling in his newfound power. To be revived from the brink of death, only to emerge with such amplified strength, a truly exquisite sensation. If only I could experience this repeatedly. He chuckled darkly. Then, with immortality within my grasp, I shall inevitably vanquish Frieza and reign supreme over the entire universe. However, the immediate priority is to seize the Dragon Balls from Frieza's clutches. As long as Frieza remains incomplete in his collection, the prospect of immortality eludes him. If necessary, I shall obliterate the Dragon Balls and embark on a journey to Earth. Vegeta's gaze flickered as he cast a penetrating glance in Frieza's direction. Concealing his aura, he turned and set off in another direction, deliberately avoiding Frieza, prioritizing the search for the Dragon Balls. Unbeknownst to him, on this Namekian planet, aside from Frieza, there were others, Jiang Ling and his companions, who were also stealthily advancing. In a certain location on Namek, a spacecraft carrying Jiang Ling and his group arrived at the Elder's residence. Gently descending, one by one, they disembarked, with Gohan and Dandy being the last to step off. Throughout the journey, Gohan had been sharing delectable Earth snacks with Dandy, entertaining him with captivating animated shows on the screen. Dandy was so enthralled that he nearly pointed in the wrong direction several times. This is where the Elder resides, Dandy declared, gesturing towards the white, semicircular structure. No sooner had he spoken than the door of the white abode swung open, revealing a robust Namekian. Neru, it's been a long time, Dandy exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, Nara nodded, his gaze shifting to Jiang Ling and the others. Our esteemed elder is already aware of your intentions. Having traveled from Earth, please follow me. Having spoken, he turned and entered the residence. Jiang Ling nodded, taking Bulma's hand to follow, with Goku and the others trailing closely behind. Upon entering the house, they boarded an elevator that ascended to the second floor. Before them sat an enormous Namekian, comfortably settled in a chair. How immense! Krillin swallowed hard, contemplating the sheer scale. In comparison to this being, they appeared as mere children beside adults. Are you the Grand Elder? Bulma could not help but inquire, feeling the weight of the imposing figure's presence. Jiang Ling assessed the Grand Elder, finding him consistent with his recollections from the original narrative. His colossal form was marked by age, with numerous age spots adorning his skin. Greetings, Earthlings. I am the Grand Elder of the Namekians. His aged voice resonated. Goku grinned broadly, unabashedly greeting him. Goku. So you're the Grand Elder. At last. I found you. I'm not entirely sure why we're looking for you, but it was Jiang Ling who sought you out. This is our Grand Elder. Do not be disrespectful. Nairu, the Grand Elder's guard, furrowed his brow and stepped forward, only to be halted by the Grand Elder's gesture. There's no need for concern. The Grand Elder waved off the matter of etiquette, redirecting his gaze towards Piccolo. You hail from Earth, and I presume you are one of the children sent away by Kakarot long ago. It is indeed a surprise to see you safely arrived on Earth. I recall that you are a prodigious member of our Namekian clan, belonging to the esteemed dragon lineage, though your strength appears significantly diminished compared to your peers. Upon hearing this, Piccolo furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head. I have no recollection of my childhood. I do not know who Krillin is, nor do I comprehend the meaning of dragon lineage. Observing his demeanor, the elder contemplated for a moment before kindly inquiring, May I explore your past? Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to understand your history. After a brief silence, Piccolo acquiesced. My body has grown weary. Please come to my side. Piccolo complied and approached. The elder's broad palm rested gently upon his head as he closed his eyes. The onlookers refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to wait in quiet anticipation. After a considerable pause, the elder opened his eyes and sighed. Indeed, you are the child sent away by Cardaze within our community. We refer to the gifted as the dragon lineage, and you belong to that lineage, capable of creating Dragon Balls, a gift reserved solely for the dragons. Alas, you were separated from the celestial being, which significantly diminished your power and potential. Otherwise, the Saiyans who invaded Earth recently would have been no match for you. So that is how it is, Piccolo murmured softly to himself. The elder continued, I sense that there remains untapped potential within you. Allow me to guide it forth. Potential? Piccolo was about to press the matter when he was immediately overwhelmed by a surge of potent energy from within. What is this? Is this my power? He gazed at his hands in astonishment, palpably aware that his strength had amplified more than tenfold. Indeed, child, this is the power that lies dormant within you. All I have done is merely guide it forth. Should you reunite with Kami, your strength would increase exponentially, the great elder remarked with a benevolent smile. Chapter 36. Potential Unleashed. Piccolo emanated a translucent aura, ablaze and nearly tangible, his presence reaching a terrifying magnitude, particularly in the eyes of Krillin and Gohan. Mr. Piccolo is so strong, Gohan exclaimed with excitement. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Krillin's bald head, as if he were reliving the era of the Demon King Piccolo's rampage. Piccolo stared at his hands, astonished, never having imagined he could wield such immense power. The great elder kindly said, Child, do not be averse to this newfound power, for it is intrinsically yours. I understand, great elder, Piccolo responded with a nod. Subsequently, the great elder turned his gaze to the others, stating, Earthlings who have traveled far, I sense your benevolence. If you would not object, allow me to guide your latent potential in my final moments. Is it true? Can one truly attain formidable power akin to Piccolo? Krillin's eyes brightened with intrigue. The elder slowly nodded, affirming, indeed. Bulma, with a hint of concern, inquired, Elder, will such methods adversely affect your health? The elder shook his head and replied with a gentle smile. Thank you for your concern. I am merely assisting in guiding the latent energy within you, and it will not cause any harm. We appreciate your assistance. Elder, Jiang Ling responded with a smile. The quest to uncover Piccolo's heritage was merely a secondary pretext. His true intention was to unlock the potential of all present. The elder first facilitated Krillin's potential development, assessing that his strength had augmented approximately sixfold. Next was son Gohan. whose latent abilities were significantly greater, enhancing his power by more than a dozen times. This outcome was anticipated by Jiang Ling. As for Son Goku, the strength he attained after unlocking his potential was nothing short of terrifying, at least in comparison to his previous state. Although the increase was somewhat modest, approximately 8 or 9 times, the depth of his foundational strength was impressive. According to Jiang Ling's calculations, his battle power still exceeded 2 million. Jiang Ling, I shall seek out Frieza. With great enthusiasm, Sun Wukong exclaimed. Jiang Ling waved his hand, refraining from intervening, fully aware that any attempt to do so at this moment would be futile. Moreover, there was currently no means to enhance their combat prowess further. Jiang Ling cast a glance at Krillin, contemplating that without his ritual, Wukong should not be able to transform into a Saiyan. Nevertheless, with the Dragon Balls at their disposal, they could find a way to resurrect him later. Son Gohan spoke up, Father, I wish to join as well. Wukong nodded, a smile gracing his face. Experiencing some battles will be beneficial for you. Then I shall assist as well, Krillin declared, surprising the others. Noticing the astonished gazes directed at him, Krillin scratched his bald head, feeling somewhat bashful. After all, I owe a great debt to the elder. The group shared a knowing smile. Without waiting for the elder to respond, they soared towards the direction of Frieza's energy. Wait, the elder began to object, but it was too late. He turned to Jiang Ling and inquired, Jiang Ling, is what you said earlier true? Is Frieza truly as formidable as you described? If so, you must depart with your companions as soon as possible. He wished to avoid involving innocent lives due to the calamity on Namek. After a brief pause, the elder requested, if it is possible, please take a few Namekians with you. Jiang Ling chuckled and demurred, Venerable elder, pay them no mind. Let them proceed. Should matters truly reach an irretrievable juncture, we still possess the Dragon Balls, do we not? We could simply beseech them to transport everyone to Earth. Indeed, that is so, the elder affirmed with a nod, continuing, only you and the young lady remain. Come, allow me to assist you in unlocking your latent potential. Very well. As the elder's benevolent hand graced Jiang Ling's head, he perceived an energy within him being gradually guided. Boom, a surge of energy emanated spontaneously from his being. Raven locks danced of their own accord, and a translucent aura erupted from his form. Power. Sensing the surging force, Jiang Ling, though forewarned, could not suppress the elation within him. Anyone suddenly imbued with such immense power would undoubtedly feel the same. Composing himself, Jiang Ling subdued his aura and addressed the elder. My gratitude, venerable elder. It was a mere trifle. However, your potential is truly astonishing, akin to that of the young boy from before. The elder remarked jovially before turning his gaze upon Bulma. Young lady, it is your turn. Mean it? Bulma queried, gesturing to herself with a hint of surprise. Indeed, I believe I shall abstain. Combat is not my forte. Bulma demurred with a smile and a wave of her hand. Are you certain? I am certain. Jiang Ling requested a Dragon Ball from the Grand Elder and, after exchanging pleasantries, prepared to depart with Bulma. Noticing that Piccolo had no intention of leaving, he inquired, Piccolo, will you not join us in battle? Piccolo replied, you may go ahead, fully aware that during the earlier demonstration of potential, his aura had been projected outward, likely detectable by the enemy's scanners. The Grand Elder, of course, could not move, and thus Piccolo chose to remain to protect him. Acknowledging Piccolo's decision, Jiang Ling said nothing further and soared away with Bulma. Upon arriving at a clearing, Jiang Ling instructed her to retrieve the spaceship. In the event of danger, Bulma could initiate the ship's departure at once. Inside the spacecraft, Jiang Ling remarked, Bulma, I believe you should attempt to unlock your potential. Bulma retorted, I am not a fighter. What use is strength to me? With a playful smirk, Jiang Ling leaned closer to whisper something in her ear, causing her to flush crimson and shoot him a playful glare. You always think about such things. You've got me there. Let us return to the Grand Elder. No need, Jiang Ling replied with a mysterious smile. I have also learned how to unlock potential. He had seized the opportunity to acquire the skill while near the Grand Elder moments ago. Why did you not mention this sooner? What need have we for the Grand Elder's guidance now? Alas, newly acquired skills, though not yet refined, are hampered by attire that diminishes the likelihood of successful channeling. Within the chamber, upon the bed, Bulma's countenance was etched with incredulity as the power was unleashed. Is this truly power? It threatens to overflow. Jiang Ling. What preposterous utterances! Nevertheless, I shall partake first. Jiang Ling inverted her, positioning her prone upon the bed, and plunged headlong into the realm of tenderness. Who could remain indifferent in the face of Bulma's alluring alabaster form? Bulma exclaimed in surprise, what are you about to do? Alas, I am not yet prepared. However, the disparity in power ordained that she could only submit to Jiang Ling's disposition. Chapter 37. In days of yore within a certain village, Frisia's army was engaged in indiscriminate slaughter. Dodoria delivered a blow to an ordinary Namekian, piercing through the abdomen. Verdant blood splattered upon him, and he licked his lips, unconcerned. At that moment, the detector affixed to his right eye abruptly registered a formidable power. Beep beep, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Beep boom. The detector self-destructed. The detector's maximum detection threshold was 50,000. Its detonation signified that the emergent power exceeded that value. Dodoria felt a twinge of surprise, albeit slight, for he was acutely aware of his lord's formidable prowess. Regardless of who approached, their fate was invariably one of swift annihilation. Could it be that the Ginyu force had arrived? Sabin pondered aloud. This notion held merit. It was not entirely implausible. Nevertheless, let us prioritize the collection of the Dragon Balls, for our Lord awaits. Hence, we shall divide our efforts to expedite the gathering. Once the Ginyu force arrives, our opportunity to showcase our abilities shall be lost. After deliberation, Dodoria and Sabin unanimously resolved to split into two groups. 5 vessels, akin to shooting stars, descended upon Namek, creating 5 deep craters upon impact. 5 figures surged forth from the spacecraft, making their way directly toward the grand ship of Frisia. In no time, they stood before Frisia, who lounged in his exclusive hoverpod, regarding the 5 with satisfaction. These individuals comprised the Ginyu Force, a team of his loyal subordinates, each possessing unique abilities and unwavering allegiance. They could be likened to a suicide squad, or in contemporary parlance, fervent devotees who had been thoroughly brainwashed. My lord, the members of the Ginyu Force report for duty. They proclaimed in unison before launching into an awkward and embarrassing dance. Guldo, Berta, Jeez, good. Each member struck what they deemed to be their most flamboyant pose. Ginyu made his entrance, immediately pivoting to present his posterior to Frisia, revealing his flesh-toned safety shorts. Finally, the 5 warriors exclaimed in unison, "We are the Ginyu Force." Having concluded their performance for Lord Frisia, Captain Ginyu arched an eyebrow and inquired, "My lord, did you find the dance to your liking?" Frisia's countenance flushed with a tinge of embarrassment, despite having witnessed the Ginyu Force's introductory dance on numerous occasions. He still found it difficult to acclimate to its sheer mortification. "Ahem, acceptable," Frisia stated as he cleared his throat, swiftly changing the subject. "Elite Squadron, your presence pleases me. I have a mission for you. Gather the Dragon Balls so that I may attain immortality. We shall fulfill the mission without fail." The Ginyu Force members declared in perfect unison. Frisia gestured dismissively. "Begone." As the final word echoed, Captain Ginyu activated his scouter. The northwest and southwest sectors are already occupied by Dodoria's and Zarbin's teams, respectively. No need to investigate those areas. To the southeast, 3 faint energy signatures approach, but they pose no significant threat. The northeast, however, reveals 2 energy signatures, fluctuating erratically, which suggests the potential presence of a Dragon Ball. Upon completing their reconnaissance, Ginyu issued a command, directing the 5 elite warriors to soar towards the northeast. Meanwhile, Vegeta had just obliterated a village, acquiring his first Dragon Ball. After concealing the Dragon Ball, he suddenly gazed into the distance, his pupils narrowing. 5 powerful auras approached. The Ginyu Force had arrived. In contrast to Frisia's rare displays of power, the Ginyu Force's brutality and formidable combat prowess left a more indelible impression. Vegeta cautiously massed his energy, only exhaling in relief when he sensed the Ginyu Force moving in another direction. With his current fighting capability, he knew he could not contend with Ginyu. Prudence was his best ally. Huh? Did Dodoria and Zarbon part ways? Vegeta's eyes gleamed with interest as he darted towards the sensed energy. Shortly after, he crossed his arms, positioning himself in front of Dodoria. Observing Dodoria accompanied by a throng of minions, he smirked. Dodoria, long time no see. Dodoria, upon seeing the newcomer, exhibited no anger, merely a profound disdain. Oh, isn't this the monkey? I didn't seek you out, yet you come knocking at my door. How fortuitous! I can deal with you as well. Who will deal with whom remains to be seen. Having uttered those words, Vegeta unleashed a burst of energy, elevating his latent power to its zenith. Without superfluous banter, he discharged a barrage of energy projectiles. With swift agility, Dodoria evaded the onslaught of energy blasts. Is that the best you can do? He sneered. Scarcely had the words left his lips when a cacophony of explosions and agonizing screams echoed from behind. He pivoted abruptly, his countenance darkening with dismay. His retinue of soldiers had been annihilated. Inconceivable, he bellowed. The loss of these minions would undoubtedly impede the pillaging of the village and the subsequent quest for the Dragon Balls. Hence, his ire was kindled. You have thoroughly incensed me, he roared. Prepare to meet your end. Consumed by rage, Dodoria propelled his corpulent frame toward Vegeta with unexpected celerity, his massive fist hurtling forward. A resounding thud reverberated through the air. Dodoria's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him, Vegeta effortlessly parried his assault with a single hand. Is that all? Vegeta scoffed derisively. Impossible. Utterly impossible. Dodoria vehemently refuted the notion that the once feeble Saiyan could withstand his full-force attack. His eyes were bloodshot, and his fists lashed out with furious speed. Invariably, Vegeta evaded or intercepted each blow. Had your fill of games? My turn. Vegeta scoffed, delivering a knee strike that sent him skyward. In a flash, he appeared above Dodoria, a savage kick landing squarely in his abdomen. Dodoria crashed to the earth, creating a crater upon impact. Vegeta descended beside the prostrate Dodoria, gazing down at him. Dodoria suddenly cried out in mortification, roaring, Do you have any idea who I am? Frisia's most trusted lieutenant. In my day. Chapter 38. Toei, do you even comprehend my identity? Frisia's most esteemed confidant. In days of yore, I accompanied Lord Frisia, twin blades in hand, carving a path from the western reaches of the galaxy to its eastern frontier. For 3 days and nights, the carnage was ceaseless, a veritable torrent of blood. Yet, with each strike, my resolve remained unwavering, my gaze never faltering. Dodoria thundered, attempting to intimidate Vegeta into retreat. Vegeta paused, then inquired, Don't your eyes become parched? Dodoria's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm conveying that I'm a remorseless killer, and you inquire about ocular dryness? What else is there to ask? Vegeta offered a faint smile, crouched down, and grasped Dodoria's head, mercilessly smashing it against the ground again and again. Boom! 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 The earth beneath Dodoria, already situated in the heart of a deep pit, fractured into a spiderweb of cracks. Frisia's right-hand man? Boom! 3 days and 3 nights? Boom! Swift as a blade? Boom! With each utterance from Vegeta, he struck Dodoria's head once more. At last, Dodoria could no longer endure, pleading for mercy. I was wrong. Spare me. Boom! Seeing that Vegeta remained unmoved, a wave of terror washed over Dodoria's heart. In a moment of desperation, he recalled a crucial piece of information, as if clutching at a lifeline, and hurriedly exclaimed, I know how planet Vegeta was destroyed. Vegeta's hand paused momentarily, and he scoffed. Planet Vegeta was obliterated by a meteorite impact. I am well aware. No, that is not the truth, Dodoria interjected hastily. I know the real story. If I tell you, you must let me go. Oh, Vegeta halted his actions, his gaze flickering with interest. Very well, speak. Upon hearing this, Dodoria breathed a sigh of relief. Planet Vegeta, annihilated by Lord Frisia himself, as I overheard him mention, fearing the legendary Super Saiyan as a perpetual menace. That's all. You promised to spare me. Vegeta listened, a subtle emotion flickering in his eyes. He nodded, seized Dodoria, and hurled him into the sky. With hands clasped, An energy sphere pulsating with intense power coalesced. Gallic gun. Vegeta thrust his hand skyward. The Gallic gun, carrying formidable force, launched forth, striking the helpless Dodoria midair. Boom! With a resounding blast, Dodoria was obliterated into pink fragments, descending into the lake below to feed the fish. All transpired in an instant, leaving Dodoria without even a final word. Hmph. To trust in fleeting promises, your death is not unjust. Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression indifferent. Meanwhile, within the spaceship housing Jiang Ling and Bulma, a large-screen television mounted on the wall played a romantic melodrama, accompanied by soothing music from the speakers. Bulma, her fair face flushed from recent events, nestled in Jiang Ling's embrace, tracing small circles on his chest. "Darling, you were amazing. Need you ask?" A smug grin graced Jiang Ling's lips as he reached out, caressing her once more, eliciting a delicate murmur of protest from the beauty. After a period of tender dalliance, Bulma moistened her lips, a cheerful expression upon her face. "Oh dear," she purred, "my lips feel rather parched." Jiang Ling glanced at her, remarking, "If your mouth is dry, simply have some water." "But I'm so weary. I haven't the energy to rise, nor do I desire water." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling scratched his head, somewhat perplexed by her meaning. "Then what is it that you desire?" he inquired. Bulma rolled her eyes playfully. "I mentioned my lips were dry. Does that not suggest anything to you?" "Oh," Jiang Ling exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. "Then Hitsue." "Heavens!" Bulma cried, swiftly dodging the unexpected projectile, settling into a cross-legged position on the bed, hands on her hips. She fumed. "Is that truly what you thought I meant?" "Well, what else could you have meant?" Jiang Ling retorted. "I'll thrash you," Bulma threatened, brandishing her small fists as she lunged forward. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily as they engaged in playful combat. Abruptly, Jiang Ling's expression shifted, his earlier levity vanishing. "Stay here," he commanded. "Do not venture out." "Have you detected something?" Bulma questioned, concern etched in her voice. "Indeed. Simply remain here and await my return." "Very well, do be careful," Bulma cautioned, her anxiety palpable. Jiang Ling scoffed playfully, "Do not underestimate your man's capabilities." As he spoke, with a swift motion, he vanished within the spaceship, only to reappear outside moments later. Bulma stood in astonishment, murmuring to herself so fast. If it was all that quick before. Oh dear, I can hardly fathom it. Jiang Ling, however, remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Bulma's mind. At that moment, he had already soared far from the spaceship. Suspended in the air, with his hands clasped behind his back, he stood at ease, gazing at the five-member team before him, the Ginyu Force. Each member possessed peculiar abilities. Should Krillin, Gohan, and the others confront them, there would be no escape. Yet Jiang Ling appeared unfazed, even before unlocking his potential. His combat prowess was sufficient to take on the Ginyu Force single-handedly, let alone now that he had fully developed his abilities. "So, you're the Ginyu Force, are you?" Jiang Ling smiled. The arrival of this formidable team was something he had not anticipated. They had come much earlier than in the original tale. "Oh, do you have the Dragon Balls? If not, step aside and don't obstruct my path," Ginyu sneered, a wicked grin spreading across his face. The other members chuckled in unison, perceiving the individual before them as utterly overconfident. "Indeed, I do have them, but can you obtain them?" Jiang Ling beckoned with a finger. The Ginyu Force exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. "Shall we stick to the old tradition? Let us draw lots to decide who will step forward." Subsequently, they congregated and commenced a game of Mora. Jiang Ling observed their antics in silence. Eventually, the burly Rikum emerged victorious, earning his turn. Jiang Ling was familiar with him, knowing his forte lay in defense and dance. "Allow yours truly to trifle with you," Rikum declared. Jiang Ling dispensed with the preliminaries, his figure blurring as he moved, leaving a mere afterimage in his wake. He swiftly closed the distance to Rikum, delivering a blow to his abdomen, followed by an upward swing, a devastating uppercut to the jaw. The entire sequence transpired in a fleeting instant, catching everyone off guard. In the aftermath, Rikum's body contorted, and he expelled a mouthful of clear saliva, accompanied by several yellowish teeth, into the air. while the others remained in a state of bewilderment. Jiang Ling had already repositioned himself behind Rikum, unleashing a brutal elbow strike upon his back. With a resounding thud, Rikum was felled by the sheer force, prostrating himself upon the ground. A crater formed, centered around his prone form. The members of the Ginyu force gazed upon the scene with incredulity. How could Rikum have been defeated so swiftly? I couldn't discern what transpired, one exclaimed. My vision was blurred. It all happened too swiftly. Inconceivably rapide, surpassing even my own cosmic velocity. How could this be? Birder, a member of the Ginyu force, with his cerulean complexion, prided himself on being the swiftest in the universe. Yet, to his utter dismay, someone had outstripped him, shattering his perception of reality. On the battlefield, Jiang Ling stood at the edge of the crater, arms crossed, casting a cold gaze upon Rikum, who lay prostrate within. Unforgivable. This is the first time someone has inflicted such grievous wounds upon me, Rikum uttered, his frame trembling as he struggled to his feet, gasping for breath, his face contorted in agony. I shall obliterate you. Behold my ultimate technique, the Rikum eraser gun. As he spoke, Rikum's maw gaped wide, coalescing in intense luminescence within. Jiang Ling, observing this, nodded in acknowledgement. Even with approximately 100,000 units of power, I couldn't vanquish him. Truly, Rikum lives up to his reputation as the Ginyu Force's bulwark of defense. Just as Rikum was about to unleash his Rikum eraser gun, Jiang Ling swiftly darted before him once more, extending his hand and delivering a resounding slap. The sound of a slap reverberated, lingering in the air, unwilling to dissipate. Golu Lycum received a blow, swallowing down the mouth cannon that was about to be unleashed. His eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Ling took a step, retreating several hundred meters in an instant, turning to look back. There, he witnessed Lycum, having just swallowed the mouth cannon, exploding violently, his abdomen bursting open. A resounding boom erupted, creating a small mushroom cloud, sending dust and debris soaring into the atmosphere. Lycum was obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Truly a formidable technique, it possessed a certain intrigue. Jiang Ling could not help but nod in satisfaction. Chapter 39. Intrigued Lycum. How could this happen? How could it? Indeed, it is tragic that we have lost a dancer, rendering our performance imperfect. The remaining members of the Special Forces lamented. Jiang Ling. The blue-skinned Bait and the red-skinned JS exchanged glances, nodding slightly. They then clasped hands together, directing their focus towards Jiang Ling, shouting in unison, combined technique. Purple-red comet impact, a swirling energy projectile, interwoven with shades of purple and red, surged forth from their joined hands, hurtling towards Jiang Ling. Observing this, Jiang Ling remarked, with both speed and destructive power, there are virtually no rivals among those of your combat prowess. Regrettably, my power surpasses yours by a significant margin. Jiang Ling shook his head, casually intercepting the crimson sphere of energy before him. With a mere wave of his hand, the orb dissipated into nothingness. The crimson-skinned Jis gazed upon the scene with astonishment, utterly incredulous. Gasped Birder, with azure skin, inhaled sharply, staring blankly at the spectacle. The fusion technique, which had always been invincible, had been effortlessly nullified. This occurrence was beyond their comprehension. It should be known that even Captain Ginyu himself would not guarantee to withstand such an attack. While they were still in a daze, Jiang Ling was unwilling to prolong the encounter. Swiftly moving before them, he seized them by the hair, one in each hand, and violently collided their heads together. Clang! Dizziness ensued. Clang! Blood flowed freely. Clang! A honeymoon suite was prepared. After slamming them together a few times, Jiang Ling casually flung them into the sky. He crouched slightly, placing his hands at his waist in the shape of a calyx, as brilliant azure and white light emanated from between his fingers. Ga! Me! Ha! Me! Ha! With a forceful push, Jiang Ling unleashed a shockwave from his hand, enveloping it in an overwhelming might that struck fiercely against the defenseless Bart and Gildo. The impact detonated spectacularly, filling the air with two magnificent blossoms of light, radiant, resplendent, and shimmering with brilliance. The skirmish concluded so swiftly that Captain Ginyu and fellow warrior Guldo had yet to intervene. They merely gazed at the aerial fireworks, as if the visages of their fallen comrades lingered before them. Guldo, drenched in perspiration, shifted his gaze furtively, contemplating an escape. Meanwhile, Jinyu's eyes flickered, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. "Guldo, I require his body. You understand what must be done," Ginyu murmured. Yes. Guldo nodded rapidly, fully aware of Jinyu's ability to swap bodies, his current vessel being merely one of many. Jiang Ling's gaze fixed upon them, honing in on Guldo, fully aware that this individual must be eliminated first. Otherwise, his collaboration with Ginyu would pose a slight inconvenience. Without further ado, Jiang Ling, capitalizing on his speed, appeared before Guldo in the blink of an eye. The latter, startled, instinctively recoiled and shouted, "Now's the time." Ginyu then bellowed, "Swap bodies." Guldo held his breath, and in his perception, everything froze, including Jiang Ling and Ginyu before him. Only he remained capable of movement. This was his extraordinary gift. "As long as I hold my breath, time stands still." Guldo swiftly repositioned Ginyu to his original place, facing Jiang Ling, while he himself sought refuge, subsequently releasing his breath to inhale deeply the fresh air. As he breathed, time resumed its flow. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Ling perceived a blur. The diminutive Guldo had transformed into Ginyu, who radiated a brilliant white light. This was his innate ability, body change. The instant one is struck. They can swap bodies. Jiang Ling was acutely aware of this. Yet, the distance was sufficient for him to act. As the white light was about to reach him, he deftly shifted his foot and sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. His speed and reflexes were nothing short of extraordinary, especially in a confrontation where such a significant disparity in power existed. Ginyu was momentarily taken aback, astonished that even at such close range, he had failed to strike the coveted body. What formidable combat prowess this was. Thoughts swirled in Jiang Ling's mind. He realized he had erred in his earlier assessment. He should have prioritized eliminating Ginyu first. Channeling his energy, Jiang Ling manifested an energy blade in his hand. With a series of swift motions, he severed Jinyu's limbs. Subsequently, he plunged the energy blade into Jinyu's throat, thoroughly macerating his vocal cords, thus preventing Ginyu from uttering the specific incantations required for his body swap technique. The reason for not immediately killing him, you ask? Jiang Ling merely coveted his innate ability. Abandoning Ginyu, Jiang Ling sensed the surrounding aura and fixed his gaze upon a concealed figure behind a boulder. He advanced and shattered the boulder, revealing the cowering Guldo. How did you find me?" Guldo stammered, his face etched with terror. Don't come any closer." Jiang Ling offered a faint smile and gently unleashed a punch. In an instant, Guldo's body vanished, indicating that time had been momentarily frozen. However, Jiang Ling remained unhurried, knowing that Guldo's need for respiration would limit his escape. As anticipated, Jiang Ling located him behind another boulder. The cycle of vanishing and rediscovery repeated itself several times. Eventually, Guldo collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Jiang Ling casually delivered a palm strike, inflicting severe injuries upon him, ensuring his inability to escape from his grasp. As to the reason for not immediately ending his life, Jiang Ling smiled faintly. He held a keen interest in the concept of time standing still. Chapter 40, Wukong vs. Frieza. Soon, Jiang Ling received a notification from the system. Ding. Sign in, count refreshed. Time certainly hasn't passed that quickly, has it? How can I sign in again? Jiang Ling pondered. After the system's clarification, he understood that on Namek, a day passed swiftly. Roughly 3 days there equated to 1 day on Earth. Oh, the system is quite considerate, adapting to local time, Jiang Ling remarked with a smile. Of course, this system will never harm its host, came the reply. Well then, please assist me with the sign-in, Jiang Ling said, extending his hand towards Guldo. Ding! Sign-in successful. You have acquired Guldo's dance, Jiang Ling. I was promised a considerate system. Can you give me this? Ding! Host, this system is fair to all. The skills obtained through sign-in are indeed random. Jiang Ling waved his hand, feeling somewhat exasperated. Having signed in for this skill from Guldo, if he wished to sign in again, he would have to wait a whole year. Reflecting on it, acquiring desired skills had been remarkably easy before. Perhaps he had been exceptionally fortunate, consistently obtaining the skills he wished for. Now, upon receiving an undesirable skill, the drawbacks became apparent. The ability to halt time was an opportunity he could not overlook. He would have to devise a plan. As for Ginyu, it is best to wait until tomorrow when the cooldown period for signing in has elapsed. Jiang Ling observed the venomous expression on Jinyu's face and the feeble state of Guldo, having firmly resolved his course of action. Just then, a distant aura of battle reached his senses, indicating that Sun Wukong and Frieza had already clashed. I must go and see, he pondered. If Frieza were to triumph and successfully dominate the universe, the consequences would be dire. The thought of wandering through the cosmos with Bulma, evading Frieza's relentless pursuit, sent shivers down his spine. Clutching the limp forms of Ginyu and Guldo, Jiang Ling soared towards the source of the conflict. On the other side, Sun Wukong confronted Frieza directly. I have heard of your formidable strength. Allow me to test your prowess. After loosening his body, he assumed a combat stance, his energy surging forth. Frieza momentarily froze at the sight of Wukong. You bear an uncanny resemblance to the Saiyan who resisted until the very end when I annihilated planet Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was taken aback, then shook his head. Perhaps so. I possess some Saiyan blood, and it is not unusual to find someone resembling me. However, I cannot fathom why that fellow Vegeta would willingly serve you after you destroyed his planet. Ha ha ha. Frieza chuckled, utterly unaware of the situation. How audacious of a mere Saiyan monkey to challenge me. Such arrogance is truly beyond comprehension. It seems you remain oblivious to the magnitude of my power. Frieza harbored unwavering confidence in his own abilities, dismissing Goku entirely. Sitting comfortably in his hovering vehicle, he had no intention of descending. Come now, I can deal with you using but a single hand, he taunted, a smirk gracing his lips as he extended a finger, unleashing a laser beam from its tip. Goku, puzzled, perceived this attack as rather feeble in his current state and effortlessly swatted the laser aside. He then advanced, launching a powerful punch toward Frieza. The tyrant was taken aback that his assault had proven ineffective, and as Goku appeared before him in an instant, his astonishment deepened. How could this insignificant monkey possess such astonishing speed? Boom! Frieza extended his hand to catch Goku's punch, only to be met with an overwhelming force surging through his arm. The hovering infant carriage, which he had been seated in, could not withstand such immense power and was forced backward until it collided with the wall, halting with a resounding crash. The carriage, which had been an inseparable companion, could not endure the intensity and exploded into a myriad of fragments. For the first time since arriving on Namek, he was liberated from the confines of the carriage, revealing his entire form. Indeed, he appeared somewhat diminutive. With a grim expression, Frieza felt the ground of Namek beneath his feet for the first time. Each foot bore 3 toes, totaling an astonishing 6 toes. Well done, you have successfully enraged me. You insignificant insect, daring to retaliate, he declared. I shall unseal my true power. Frieza's demeanor grew stern, an intense aura swirling around him. He had never anticipated that as a cosmic emperor, he would be so publicly humiliated. The derisive remarks he had previously uttered now rendered him a mere jester. Goku stood bewildered, uncertain of the unfolding events, as Frieza's form began to swell, undergoing a transformation. His physique grew more robust and taller, his muscles solidifying as his height doubled. The 2 horns atop his head transformed into robust, bull-like appendages, and his combat power surged from over 500,000 to more than 1 million. Creak, creak, creak. Frieza took a few slow steps, producing a series of creaking sounds. An elegant yet haughty expression returned to his visage. How intriguing. Sun Wukong sensed the shift in Frieza's body and aura, his eyes lighting up. Prepare to receive my strike. Wukong advanced, launching a direct punch. Frieza tilted his head, evading the blow. He grasped Wukong's wrist and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Subsequently, he coiled his tail around Wukong's waist and forcefully hurled him away. Wukong braced himself, executing several flips before landing steadily on the ground. Your strength is commendable. The warm-up match has now concluded. With a faint smile, Goku's aura surged forth, igniting into a blazing flame. The waves of energy swept away the dust from the ground, spiraling outward. In an instant, he appeared before Frieza, his fist striking with astonishing speed. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. He was caught off guard, retreating under the relentless onslaught. Goku unleashed a powerful kick, sending Frieza flying far away. Following this, he gathered energy for the Kamehameha wave, which struck Frieza directly, erupting into a massive cloud of smoke and debris. Gasping for breath, Goku turned his gaze towards Frieza's direction, scratching his head. It seemed he wasn't as formidable as Jiang Ling had claimed. Inside Frieza's spaceship, two small figures crept cautiously, glancing around with great care. "Be careful. It's always wise to err on the side of caution," Krillin whispered. Gohan nodded in agreement. "I understand, Uncle Krillin." Just then, a small soldier approached, wielding a laser gun. Krillin and Gohan concealed themselves, holding their breath. "Uncle Krillin, I feel we needn't hide. This person seems rather weak." "Indeed," Krillin concurred. The two individuals exchanged a glance before swiftly stepping forward. Before the minion could react, one delivered a flying kick, rendering him unconscious. With a resounding clap, they celebrated their success. "Hush, let's continue the search for the Dragon Balls." Krillin produced the Dragon Radar and, accompanied by Gohan, approached the door of a room step by step. A room designated for important items surely possesses a code and security measures. There might even be an alarm. What should we do? Krillin pondered, resting his chin in thought. Before a solution could form, Gohan grasped the doorknob and pushed the door open, dashing inside. There lay 3 Dragon Balls quietly on the ground. Gohan picked one up, exclaiming with delight, "Uncle Krillin, we found them." Krillin replied, "What happened to the password, the traps, and the alarms? This is nothing like the movies." Chapter 41. The shock of Vegeta. Meanwhile, Frieza's subordinate, Zebon, had just decimated another village. Clutching a Dragon Ball, he was leading his troops back to report when he encountered an unexpected guest. Vegeta, with his arms crossed and a cold smirk, Vegeta positioned himself in front of Zebon. "Hand over the Dragon Ball, and I shall spare your life." Upon witnessing the scene, Sabo donned a disdainful smile upon his handsome visage, his green hair and green skin lending him an otherworldly allure. I surmised his identity. It was none other than the Saiyan, the monkey Vegeta. What? Has he grown so audacious as to challenge me? Hmph. Do not court your own demise. I shall grant you one more chance. Vegeta scoffed, brimming with confidence in his ability to best Sabo. The power detector indicated that Sabo's combat strength was inferior to his own, thus emboldening him to obstruct my path. "What if I decline?" Sabo retorted. "Then do not blame me for seizing by force." Vegeta charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Sabo raised his arm in defense, only to feel an immense force that compelled him to stagger back several paces. "It has been merely a few days, yet I did not anticipate you had grown this formidable." "Hmph. This is the consequence of underestimating me." "Oh." Sabo raised an eyebrow, pondering who truly underestimates whom. From their brief skirmish, he deduced that he was currently no match for Vegeta. Thus, he decided to abandon any pretense. "I neglected to mention, I'm a transformation-type warrior." No sooner had he spoken than Sabo's entire being began to swell. Vegeta felt a sense of foreboding stir within him. In the subsequent moment, Zarbon's physique expanded, his appearance transforming into a monstrous visage. Yet his complexion and verdant hair offered a glimpse of the grotesque entity's true identity. Vegeta discerned that Zarbon's power level had surged exponentially, leaving him gasping for breath. Zarbon, without uttering a word, materialized before Vegeta, delivering a blow that sent him hurtling backward through the air, defenseless. With astonishing celerity, Zarbon intercepted Vegeta's trajectory, executing a knee strike. Vegeta's body recoiled, propelled skyward, only for Zarbon to materialize behind him. With hands clasped together, he delivered a thunderous hammer blow, sending Vegeta crashing to the earth, leaving a crater in his wake. The disparity in power is too vast. Vegeta was overwhelmed by a relentless barrage. Now you comprehend the gulf between us, Zarbon sneered, his grotesque countenance contorting into a smile. He extended his hand, conjuring an energy sphere, poised to obliterate Vegeta. Vegeta, struggling to his feet, stared wide-eyed at the impending energy blast. Whoosh, the anticipated explosion never occurred. The energy sphere was dispersed by a figure who had materialized unexpectedly. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta exclaimed instinctively, "It's you, Jiang Ling." "Indeed, it is I. You should express your gratitude. I have spared your life." "Hmph." Vegeta remained taciturn, a fact that did not perturb Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling shifted his gaze towards the opponent. A momentary flicker of perplexity crossing his features before he recognized the green-haired figure as Zarbon. It was no wonder Vegeta had been outmatched. In the original narrative, Vegeta had indeed been thoroughly trounced by Zarbon's transformed state. With a swift motion, Jiang Ling traversed the distance, materializing before Zarbon in an instant. An energy blast was discharged at point-blank range. The resulting explosion obliterated Zarbon in the blink of an eye, leaving him no chance to utter a single word. Jiang Ling then reappeared before the minion clutching the Dragon Ball, seizing the object. An intense surge of energy emanated from his body, instantly vaporizing the surrounding minions in a manner reminiscent of Zarbon's fate. This technique, a simple emission of bodily energy, proved to be an effective area of effectability for clearing out adversaries. Vegeta watched in stunned disbelief. What had transpired? In a mere matter of days, how had Jiang Ling become so formidable? The sheer power he had just displayed was overwhelming. It was a far cry from their relative strength on Earth. Vegeta stood rooted to the spot, grappling with his incredulity. He even began to question his own title as a Saiyan prince and prodigy. Was he truly a genius? If so, how could he account for the monstrous growth exhibited by the figure before him? Jiang Ling turned to face the dumbfounded Vegeta. "Cease your reverie," he said. "Hand over the Dragon Ball you acquired." "Impossible." Vegeta regained his composure and promptly refused. "I shall not relinquish the Dragon Ball to you." Jiang Ling's lips curled into a smile, anticipating Vegeta's response. "Then, you are aware of the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza, are you not?" "Indeed," Vegeta replied somberly. "I have only recently learned of it." "Would you seek retribution?" Jiang Ling inquired. "I can assist you in avenging your people. Frieza's power surpasses mine. You would be utterly defeated." Jiang Ling gently cajoled. Upon hearing these words, Vegeta's heart stirred with a flicker of desire, yet he still demurred. "This is a matter for the Saiyans." However, before he could finish, he noticed the tail swaying behind Jiang Ling. Vegeta paused, momentarily taken aback. "I had almost forgotten you are also a Saiyan. I can impart to you methods for rapidly augmenting your strength." Jiang Ling continued his enticement. "You could even ascend to the legendary state of Super Saiyan." He added, "If you decline, so be it. I possess a dragon radar. Locating the Dragon Balls would be a trivial matter." Super Saiyan. Vegeta wavered, particularly upon hearing the latter part of Jiang Ling's statement. Before long, Vegeta produced the concealed Dragon Ball and handed it to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling gestured towards Ginyu and Guldo, whom he had cast aside in the distance. "Assist me in carrying them. It is inconvenient for me to hold them while possessing the Dragon Ball." "These are Ginyu and Guldo of the Ginyu Force." Vegeta murmured, momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained his composure. After all, the magnitude of Jiang Ling's feats had already desensitized him to surprise. The annihilation of the Ginyu Force was, in fact, something he could accept. "Follow me to Frieza's spaceship," Jiang Ling stated, cradling the Dragon Balls as he soared into the sky. Vegeta, left with no alternative, reluctantly carried Ginyu and Guldo as he trailed behind. Before long, they reached their destination, coinciding with the emergence of Gohan and Krillin, who were also clutching Dragon Balls. "Now all 7 Dragon Balls are assembled," Jiang Ling affirmed with a nod. "Wait here for a moment. We will summon the dragon shortly." "Understood." Krillin and Gohan responded in unison. Subsequently, Krillin gestured towards Vegeta, who was standing behind them. "How is it that he's with you?" he inquired. Jiang Ling chuckled, reassuring them. "Rest assured, he poses no immediate threat." Vegeta merely curled his lip, offering no retort. Following this, Jiang Ling surveyed the vicinity and, with a gleam in his eyes, beckoned Vegeta to follow. 5 spherical, single-occupant spaceships materialized before them. Place Guldo in one of those spaceships and have him depart Namek, Jiang Ling instructed, pointing towards one of the vessels. Vegeta's countenance reflected his bewilderment. Why spare Guldo's life? Seemingly discerning his thoughts, Jiang Ling refrained from elaborating, simply stating, "Just do as I say. I have my own plans." Chapter 42. A great sun, a surge of energy rushed forth. The solitary spacecraft ascended into the heavens, carrying Guldo, as Jiang Ling and Vegeta watched, breaking free from the atmosphere and departing planet Namek. This person is nothing but a calamity. I cannot fathom why you chose to spare his life. Would it not have been simpler to eliminate him? Vegeta muttered to himself. Jiang Ling cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting, "You are also a source of trouble. By your logic, I should have disposed of you long ago." Truth be told, had it not been for Goku's intervention at that time, he would have certainly eliminated Vegeta. In this timeline, he had already altered many outcomes, and whether Vegeta would transform as he did in the original narrative remained uncertain. Thus, he initially contemplated extinguishing Vegeta in his infancy. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, Vegeta choked momentarily, recalling the harsh words he had uttered upon leaving Earth. And considering the current disparity in their strengths, he felt an urge to return to the past and slap himself. Nonetheless, the pride of the Saiyan prince steeled his resolve. He vowed to surpass Jiang Ling and Kakarot and to subsequently exact a fierce retribution, thereby cleansing the humiliation of his past. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ling, Vegeta was immersed in a multitude of inner thoughts. After casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta, Jiang Ling felt a surge of satisfaction within himself. At that moment, he was quietly awaiting the conclusion of the system's countdown. The countdown ticked away. 1 minute, 50 seconds, 30 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 ding. The sign-in attempts have reset. The host is now able to sign in. Indeed, yet another day has passed on Namek. Time certainly flies. What remains to be seen is whether Ginyu lives or dies, and that shall depend on fortune, specifically Jiang Ling's fortune. Jiang Ling's gaze fell upon Ginyu, who was now devoid of limbs and had suffered damage to his vocal cords, and he grinned widely, revealing a radiant smile. Jinyu's eyes widened in shock, and for reasons unknown, that smile sent a chill down his spine. Sweat poured down his brow as he emitted unintelligible sounds of distress. "Don't be anxious," Jiang Ling gently reassured him, placing his hand upon Jinyu's form. Silently, he thought, "Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for an extraordinary stroke of luck. Sign-in rewards include body swap and Jinyu's choreographic talent. What a delightful surprise to receive 2 skills at once. Truly, my dear offspring is remarkable," Jiang Ling mused, even though one of the skills was rather useless. "Of course, as your father, I must lend a hand," he added, "when it comes to matters of titles." Jiang Ling was never one to shy away. He often retorted boldly, "System, you are my son." Having jested with the system for a spell, Jiang Ling turned his attention to the newly acquired skill, body swap. Upon uttering the word exchange to a target, a beam of intense light emanates from the speaker's mouth, striking the target, thereby initiating an exchange of bodies. Cooldown period, 1 day. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why a cooldown period was imposed upon him. "My dear system, what's the deal with the cooldown?" Though still irked, the system dutifully responded, "Such astonishment. The skill is excessively potent. Hence, it has been attenuated by yours truly, Jiang Ling." A reasonable justification, indeed. Nevertheless, possessing this skill is advantageous in itself. Why clamor for more? He mused about the possibilities that lay ahead. Yet again, Jiang Ling's brow furrowed. Previously, he had merely perceived the body swap skill as formidable and sought to obtain it. Now that he had it in his grasp, it seemed rather inconsequential. Jiang Ling deemed his own physique to be in good order, and he harbored no eccentric predilections. Considering this, the body swap skill appeared quite superfluous. Could it be that all his efforts had been in vain? Damn it, what a waste of my time. Jiang Ling turned his gaze towards Ginyu, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Kamehameha. Before Ginyu could comprehend what was happening, a blinding blue and white shockwave enveloped him, and then there was nothing more. After dispatching Ginyu with the Kamehameha, Jiang Ling let out a long sigh, justifying his actions to himself. I am ridding the universe of evil. This reasoning is not unfounded. The heinous crimes committed by the Ginyu Force throughout the cosmos are truly beyond description. Hmph, sins are sins. May you be a good person in your next life. Jiang Ling lamented, gazing at the large crater before him. After a moment of contemplation, he decided, henceforth, this place shall be known as Itamori. Perhaps one day, I shall film a Namekian version of your name. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Goku was bemused by the realization that Frieza was not as formidable as he had imagined. Just then, the smoke obscuring Frieza began to dissipate, revealing a slightly trembling figure. How infuriating, how utterly intolerable. This king has been wounded by an ant. His energy surged violently. Goku's expression hardened. Can he transform again? This energy. It's overwhelming. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, Goku refrained from intervening. He wished to witness just how powerful Frieza truly was. As a blinding light flashed, Frieza's appearance underwent a transformation. He became shorter and increasingly grotesque, resembling an alien creature. His aura surged exponentially. In this form, with a battle power exceeding 20 million, prepare to meet your demise, Frieza slowly proclaimed, although his expression was somewhat contorted. He raised his hand, gathering a purple orb at his fingertip, which grew larger by the second. The purple annihilation sphere, encircled by ominous purple lightning, emanated a terrifying energy. Frieza pointed forward, directing the annihilation sphere towards Goku. Goku's expression turned gravely serious. He recognized that evasion was not an option. If he fled, planet Namek would face destruction. Then I shall hold nothing back. Goku bellowed as crimson flames blazed around him, soaring into the sky. Tenfold Kaioken. Kamehameha. He positioned his hands in a flower-like formation at his waist, concentrating a profound red energy wave. With a sudden thrust forward, the Kamehameha surged forth like a dragon, crashing with tremendous force against Frieza's annihilation sphere. Frieza, refusing to concede, pressed down with his hand. In that instant, the clash of their attacks suspended in midair. The energy fluctuations shattered nearby peaks, while waves retreated, unleashing successive tsunamis. Ayahawk! Goku's veins bulged as he gritted his teeth, declaring 12-fold Kaioken. Suddenly, the Kamehameha wave surged with renewed energy, gradually pushing back the purple ball of destruction. What? Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. He pressed down with all his might. It bore no fruit. Helplessly, he watched as the destructive sphere advanced toward him. Chapter 43. Jiang Ling arrives. The area surrounding the destructive ball crackled with lightning, the violet orb brimming with terrifying energy. Under the onslaught of Goku's Kamehameha wave, the sphere descended upon Frieza. Victory seemed imminent. Frieza, with his diminutive frame, braced himself against the overwhelming purple orb. His expression contorted, his eyes bulging in agony. Aya! Frieza roared in frustration, attempting to deflect the destructive force. But under Goku's relentless pressure, he found himself unable to do so. Gradually, he was forced downward by the sphere, heading toward the lake below. This cannot continue. If it does, I shall perish. The fear of death began to swell within Frieza's heart. In that case, I shall unseal my transformation and return to my true form. Aya! Frieza's aura surged once more. His energy was escalating. Could he still transform? A sudden shock coursed through Sun Wukong's heart as he exerted even greater force in his hands. Yet the annihilation sphere remained utterly unmoved, even pushing back against him. At that moment, a voice resonated through the air. Tenfold Kaioken. Kamehameha. Jiang Ling's figure emerged not far away, enveloped in a similarly blazing crimson aura. The energy radiating from him was on par with Wukong's own. The red Kamehameha merged with Wukong's own, coalescing into a massive crimson dragon that engulfed both the annihilation sphere and Frieza, devouring them whole. It plunged into the depths of the sea. A deafening explosion erupted from beneath the waves, unleashing towering surges of water. Most of it evaporated, while some cascaded over the nearby land, resembling a cataclysmic tsunami. Phew! Sun Wukong exhaled deeply, the crimson aura dissipating. Having employed the 12-fold Kaioken, he could feel his body nearing its limits. Thanks to your timely arrival. Otherwise, if Frieza had transformed once more, the consequences would have been unimaginable. A grin spread across Sun Wukong's face. By the way, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to arrive? I was dealing with Frieza's minions. It took a bit longer than anticipated, but I managed to make it in time. Jiang Ling replied with a smile, though a hint of doubt lingered in his heart. Was Frieza truly so easily vanquished? Upon careful perception, it was indeed discovered that the presence of Frieza had vanished. The seawater cascaded from the heavens, drenching the faces and bodies of the two individuals, instilling in them an overwhelming sense of reality. Yet, in that very moment, an unforeseen upheaval occurred. A formidable force erupted as a shadow shot forth from below, colliding directly with Sun Wukong. Bang! Wukong instantly spewed blood, his entire form hurtling away, shattering mountain peaks until he was ultimately buried beneath the rubble. Wukong! Jiang Ling cried out, swiftly turning his gaze towards the shadow. Frieza, you're not dead. At that moment, Frieza's form had shed the grotesque appearance he had previously donned, taking on a sleek and elegant silhouette. His countenance had also adopted a more delicate demeanor. Ha ha ha! Just a moment ago, I thought my demise was inevitable. Now behold, I stand in my complete form. Are you prepared? Frieza proclaimed, his laughter as Jiang Ling was about to speak. An energy blast suddenly hurtled from behind, directly striking Frieza, perhaps out of disdain for evasion. The impact produced a resounding boom. Alas, it was much ado about nothing. Frieza remained unscathed, not a hair out of place. Turning to see, the source of the energy blast was Vegeta, who had just arrived. His chest heaved, and his fists were clenched tightly. Frieza, he exclaimed, though I learned of the entire affair from Dodoria, hearing it from your own lips, at this moment, I wish to strangle you with my own hands. No sooner were these words uttered than Vegeta unleashed his full power, charging forward. Oh my, if it isn't my dear little Vegeta, what seems to be the matter? Frieza cooed with a gentle smile. Observing Vegeta still some distance away and finding his speed somewhat lacking, he extended a hand and lightly tapped a fingertip. A beam of light shot forth, piercing Vegeta's chest directly. The event transpired in an instant, leaving Jiang Ling unable to intervene in time. Gazing at the gaping wound in his chest, Vegeta collapsed to the ground, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. I was truly overestimating myself, he muttered, his gaze drifting towards Jiang Ling, who had rushed to his side. I should have remained hidden. With fading strength, Vegeta continued, Jiang Ling. Frieza's greatest fear is the legendary Super Saiyan. In my estimation, you are that Saiyan. I implore you, can you vanquish Frieza and avenge the Saiyan race? Vegeta's head lolled to the side, his life extinguished. Jiang Ling sighed, lamenting, weakness is the ultimate sin. Rest in peace. Frieza, arms crossed, regarded the scene with boredom. Finally finished, has he? To think he could utter so many words after being impaled through the heart. How amusing. The wind swept by, carrying with it swirls of yellow sand. The two stood face to face, enveloped in silence. Aiyua! Jiang Ling shattered the stillness, erupting with power. A profound crimson aura enveloped him, lending an alluring quality to his presence. The sky above was awash in a sea of red, as if heralding the apocalypse. 15-fold Kaioken. Jiang Ling let out a low growl. Deep within, he understood that this 15-fold increase had already reached the limits of his physical capacity. Although he could summon 20 or 25 times that power, he was uncertain whether victory in battle would come before his body succumbed to collapse. With determination, Jiang Ling surged forward, resembling a crimson meteor as he charged ahead. In the next instant, he found himself face to face with Frieza, his head colliding against the tyrant's frame. Bang! Frieza staggered back a few steps, a cloud of dust erupting around him. How could this be? It hurts so much. I have attained my perfect form. Yet this scion monkey possesses such formidable strength to injure me. Before Frieza could fully register his astonishment, Jiang Ling launched his next assault. His fists transformed into a tempest of fury, raining down upon Frieza with relentless force. Each strike was delivered with maximum intensity, landing with a resounding impact. Bang, 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 bang. Frieza, momentarily overwhelmed, found himself unable to retaliate, enduring a relentless assault. At long last, he seized an opening, retracting his head and contorting his leg. He parried with his arm before retaliating with a sweeping tail strike that connected with Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling recoiled, halting his advance, and erupted in laughter as he beheld Frieza's battered state. Frieza was now covered in wounds of varying severity, his face a grotesque tapestry of bruises and swelling. Chapter 44. A mocking gesture, insolent fool. Act the pain? Frieza hissed, his face contorting as the injuries throbbed. You have inflicted pain upon me, a sensation unknown until this moment. You shall be the first to witness my complete power, my full 100 potential, a power that even I find terrifying. Tremble, Scion Ape. Jiang Ling responded with a dismissive shrug. Rather than unleashing your full power, I suggest you focus on survival. He then gestured skyward. What? Frieza's gaze shot upward, only to behold an enormous sphere of incandescent energy descending upon him. What? Ah! In an instant, the radiant orb engulfed him, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion of energy, unleashing a shockwave of unimaginable force. The land and the sea have momentarily dissolved into nothingness. In the distance from the explosion's epicenter, Jiang Ling gently descended to the ground, holding Wukong in his grasp. Indeed, you are remarkable, Wukong, silently gathering the spirit bomb. Had it not been for your diversion of Frieza's attention, I would not have succeeded. Cough, cough. Wukong chuckled softly and then began to cough lightly. The injuries inflicted by Frieza were quite severe. Surely, Frieza must be annihilated now. Jiang Ling gazed at the crater formed by the spirit bomb, murmuring to himself, this would be the best outcome. Just as they exhaled in relief, Frieza's figure slowly emerged, suspended from the depths of the crater. At that moment, his appearance transformed once more, muscles bulging ominously across his body. A terrifying aura of oppression emanated from him. Truly, he is an indomitable cockroach. Jiang Ling smiled wryly and shook his head. He was acutely aware that Frieza, in his current form, possessed a combat power of 120 million, far beyond his capacity to contend with. Two options lay before him. The first was to inflict severe injury upon himself, utilizing the body swap skill to transfer Frieza into his own body, and then eradicate the Frieza that had taken residence within him. The second option was to contact Krillin, summon the Eternal Dragon, and transport both him and the Namekians to Earth, leaving Frieza stranded on Namek. Observing the increasingly deranged expression on Frieza's face, Jiang Ling knew he had to make a decision swiftly. Suddenly, a notification from the system interrupted his contemplation. Ding. Host, you have an unused location sign-in. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? The prompt momentarily distracted Jiang Ling, who casually replied, sign in. Ding. Sign-in successful. As the host is currently at the iconic scene of Dragon Ball, where Goku first transforms into a Super Saiyan. The reward is Goku's inner journey at that moment. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback, as if he sensed the loss of something profoundly significant. What exactly was this vital loss? A person? An object? Bulma? His pride? The system? Or perhaps all the friends by his side? Ultimately, such details became inconsequential. What truly mattered was that Jiang Ling did not wish to lose anything. By nature, he was composed, and since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, nothing had ever provoked desire. However, this time, he was consumed by rage. No one could seize what belonged to him. He would safeguard all that was his. Rumbling filled the air as dark clouds suddenly blanketed the sky, and thunder resounded with deafening booms. No one could take my manhood. Reason began to elude Jiang Ling, his eyes turning white. His aura fluctuated violently. Crack! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The earth fractured, and the ocean surged. A dazzling golden light soared into the heavens. Son Goku stared blankly at Jiang Ling. What was happening? Frieza's eyes widened, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Whoosh! The golden light intensified. Jiang Ling's figure gradually emerged. His hair stood on end, golden hair and eyebrows, light green eyes, and an aloof expression. He was engulfed in a blazing golden aura. The first thing Jiang Ling did upon regaining his senses was to check his manhood, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was still there. His very hair had transformed into a golden hue, suggesting that the alteration was not confined to his head and eyebrows, but extended to all bodily hair. A peculiar thought crossed Jiang Ling's mind that Bulma would find this transformation exceedingly fascinating. However, the present was not the time for such considerations. He turned his gaze towards Frieza, announcing that the warm-up had concluded, and inquired if Frieza was prepared to meet his demise. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Frieza's face. An inexplicable sense of impending doom emanated from Jiang Ling. Impossible. He inwardly roared. My power is at its zenith. How could I possibly sense death from this Saiyan ape? He forced a smile, scoffing at the notion that a mere change in hair color could defeat him, proclaiming himself as the mightiest emperor in the universe. Loquacious. Jiang Ling retorted with icy disdain. His figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind Frieza. This was no teleportation, but rather a display of unparalleled velocity. Jiang Ling's fist, enveloped in golden aura, struck Frieza, sending him crashing to the ground. The island beneath them shattered and vanished in the wake of the impact. The island had been obliterated by a single blow. A barrage of energy blasts erupted from Jiang Ling's hands, raining down upon Frieza's descent. The ocean surged in tumultuous waves, sending countless columns of water skyward. With a burst, Frieza emerged from the turbulent waters, blood trickling from his lips, his appearance disheveled. Damn you! He cursed. He expectorated a mouthful of blood-flecked spittle, his countenance contorted in a savage snarl as he lunged toward Jiang Ling, seemingly consumed by a frenzied madness. Jiang Ling, showing him no quarter, unleashed a punch, the force of which landed squarely upon Frieza's face, sending him hurtling backward. Arg! I shall ensure your demise. Frieza bellowed, charging once more, only to be met with another concussive blow. Again and again he rushed. Again and again he was repelled. Scores of times this cycle repeated itself. His tenacity unwavering, his perseverance unyielding. Though his head was battered and bloodied, he continued his relentless assault. Ha! Ha! Frieza ceased his advance. At long last, the futility of his efforts dawned upon him. Very well, he rasped, then let us perish together with this wretched planet. Unlike you pathetic mortals, I do not require air to sustain myself. I can thrive within the vacuum of space. Ho ho ho. A sinister chuckle escaped his lips as he began to coalesce a planet-destroying energy sphere at his fingertip. However, little did he anticipate Jiang Ling's response. Would Jiang Ling permit him to realize his malevolent ambition? Nay, he would not. With hands clasped at his waist, Jiang Ling began to conjure a cerulean and ivory-hued energy blast. Gah! Hiya! Yet, Jiang Ling did not discharge the attack. His expression hardening, he uttered a guttural cry, compressing the Kamehameha wave, condensing it further, and compressing it yet again. A profound, azure and ivory Kamehameha wave materialized within his grasp. I call your name, Frieza. Do you dare answer? Indeed, Frieza responded instinctively. Immediately following, a Kamehameha wave was unleashed, engulfing him entirely. Boom! From a vantage point of outer space, planet Namek emitted a massive, thick pillar of cerulean and white light, piercing through the cosmos, guiding lost and wandering spacecraft in their trajectories. Chapter 45. Soup Frieza was dead, annihilated, reduced to nothingness. In life, he brought devastation to countless planets. In death, he departed without taking or leaving anything behind, vanishing silently into oblivion. Jiang Ling reverted from his Super Saiyan form. His once spiked hair and light green eyes resumed their original state. The golden aura receded, replaced by his natural black hair. Jiang Ling, what you just did. What was that? It was incredible, Goku inquired with sparkling eyes, filled with curiosity. Ah, that's what Vegeta mentioned. the legendary Super Saiyan. It's nothing much. You can achieve it too. Really? Yes, I believe in your potential. After a brief respite, Jiang Ling retrieved the final Senzu bean, bisecting it and sharing it with Goku. Subsequently, Jiang Ling escorted Bulma to the rendezvous point near Frieza's spaceship, where Gohan and Krillin were safeguarding the 7 Dragon Balls. Upon arrival, Jiang Ling was taken aback to see Krillin adorned in a Frieza Force battle suit. Jiang Ling's expression was peculiar, as in the original narrative. Krillin was slain by Frieza while wearing this very garment, precipitating Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, a fact that had been humorously dubbed a burial shroud by fans. "Why are you wearing that?" Jiang Ling inquired. Krillin chuckled. "Oh, my previous attire was soiled, and fortuitously, Frieza's spacecraft contained a suitable replacement, so I donned it." Splendid. The quality of the fabric is rather commendable, Jiang Ling remarked, refraining from further comment, content with Krillin's contentment. Nearby, Gohan was engaged in grilling, with a pot simmering beside him. Intrigued, Bulma queried, "Gohan, what concoction are you brewing in that pot?" With an innocent countenance, Gohan responded, "The contents of this pot were taught to me by Uncle Jiang Ling. I believe it is exclusively for adults." Jiang Ling interjected with a light cough, adding "Ahem, and only men are permitted to partake. Bulma, you are disallowed." "Fine, don't share. You're such a miser," Bulma retorted. Bulma curled her lips in disdain as Jiang Ling leaned in closer, whispering something in her ear. Her cheeks flushed a deep shade of crimson. With a playful glare directed at Jiang Ling, she reached out and pinched him lightly. Jiang Ling chuckled softly, observing the bubbling broth. He contemplated for a moment before adding various herbs such as epimedium, cinnamorium, and cistanche. The soup was ready. "Klin, this is a remarkable concoction. Come and have a taste." Jiang Ling called out to Klin with a grin. Klin rubbed his bald head, questioning, "Is it truly delicious? What kind of dish is this?" "Huh? You don't know what's in it?" Jiang Ling replied, feigning surprise. Klin shook his head, admitting ignorance. "I was just changing clothes a moment ago." "Well, it's better that you don't know. It's beneficial for you. Do drink a bowl," Jiang Ling urged with a warm smile. Klin, though somewhat skeptical, could sense an undertone of mischief in Jiang Ling's grin. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to take a sip. After all, they were friends. Surely he wouldn't be harmed. The remaining soup was then shared between Jiang Ling and son Wukong, after which the group began to indulge in barbecue delicacies. As they feasted, the conversation shifted to the recent battle. "Indeed, your fighting was rather extreme. That terrifying aura was overwhelming," one remarked. "Yes, I felt Frieza's presence so intensely that I despaired of any hope." I was astonished to learn that Jiang Ling could surpass even that. Another added, still in disbelief. "The impact of your battle was so profound that I thought an earthquake was occurring while I hid aboard the spaceship," Klin chimed in, recalling the chaos. Listening to the harrowing details of the battle, Bulma instinctively clutched Jiang Ling's arm, imploring him to refrain from such perilous engagements in the future, confessing her fears for his safety. Sensing the warmth of her touch, Jiang Ling found his throat parched. After a generous gulp of iced refreshment and a deep breath, he soothed her concerns, promising to heed her warning in the future. At that moment, King Kai initiated a telepathic communication, anxiously inquiring about their well-being and their involvement with Frieza, urging them to evacuate planet Namek. Jiang Ling responded, informing him of their confrontation with the tyrant. King Kai's voice resonated with urgency, lamenting their decision to engage Frieza despite his explicit instructions, emphasizing the futility of their efforts and imploring them to flee. Jiang Ling and Goku exchanged amused glances. Exasperated by their levity, King Kai berated them for their mirth in the face of mortal danger. Jiang Ling chuckled as he reassured King Kai, expressing gratitude for his concern, acknowledging Frieza's formidable power and their initial disadvantage. However, he revealed that he had vanquished Frieza, obliterating him completely. King Kai exclaimed in disbelief. Startled, King Kai of the North KO planet leaped with considerable agitation, subsequently composing himself with a palpable gulp. "Pray, jest not with me. Such levity is hardly amusing. I assure you, I jest not. It is indeed so." Jiang Ling elucidated the sequence of events while partaking of grilled fare. Upon hearing the account, King Kai slumped earthward, muttering to himself, inconceivable, utterly inconceivable, that their power has burgeoned to such magnitude. The King Kai lamented with a sigh. Turning towards Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu, who were engrossed in their training, he declared, "Henceforth, your training regimen shall be intensified tenfold." Kaiatsu responded with a plaintive, "Ah?" Yamcha exclaimed in disbelief. Tien echoed the sentiment with a questioning. On planet Namek, the Fellowship, replete from their repast, conveyed the 7 Dragon Balls to the abode of the Great Elder. Exterior to the dwelling, a score of Frisia's henchmen lay strewn, lifeless. Entering the abode, Jiang Ling scratched his head in belated realization, as it seemed he had inadvertently neglected to invite Piccolo to the barbecue. However, it was of little consequence, as Piccolo was not one to partake in such convivial gatherings. He resolved to extend an invitation on the subsequent occasion. "Great Elder, we have vanquished Frisia." The Elder's murky eyes grew clear. "I am grateful to the esteemed benefactors from Earth. I never anticipated Frisia's formidable strength, nor did I expect that you could vanquish him. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude." Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand. "There is no need for such formality. In the future, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek my help." The Elder chuckled heartily. "Certainly." Then, he shifted the conversation. "However, my lifespan is nearing its end. I must prepare for the next generation of elders." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling contemplated for a moment. "No, I wish for you to live on." Chapter 46. Contractions. A dark and ominous sky loomed over planet Namek. A golden light shot into the heavens, transforming into a mighty dragon with robust arms, standing majestically between the earth and sky. This divine dragon had been summoned by Jiang Ling as he sought to make a wish. With his proficiency in the language of Dragon Balls, communication with the dragon posed no challenge. Bulma gazed at the Namekian dragon in astonishment, exclaiming, "It's so large." It became evident that not only were the Dragon Balls of Namek grander, but the dragon itself surpassed that of Earth in size. The Namekian dragon looked down upon the assembled crowd, its authoritative voice resonating. "Brave warriors who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. Anything is possible, and I shall grant it." This phrase was articulated in the language of Namek, comprehensible only to Piccolo and the Namekians present, with Jiang Ling being the sole exception among the others, who were a loss. Jiang Ling harbored a disdain for being looked down upon. Feeling as though he were beneath the gaze of his interlocutors, he ascended into the air, aligning himself with the head of the Namekian dragon, his gaze fixed intently upon the dragon's fiery crimson eyes. Any wish could be granted? Indeed, any desire at all. However, as Jiang Ling maintained his unwavering stare, the Namekian dragon suddenly felt an unaccustomed pressure, beads of sweat trickling down its sizable head. This sensation was unprecedented in its existence as a dragon, an experience both strange and intriguing. "Is immortality attainable?" Jiang Ling inquired. The dragon wiped its brow and replied, "With my authority, that is beyond my capabilities. However, I can extend your lifespan to the greatest possible extent." Jiang Ling was not taken aback. He had anticipated this. Such a wish was, in essence, a flaw in the narrative, for within the manga penned by Akira Toriyama, no character had ever acquired such an ability through the Dragon Balls. The animated adaptation featuring the second iteration was merely an original storyline, thus not to be counted. It is likely that Toriyama himself was unaware of its existence. The Dragon Balls already possessed the remarkable ability to resurrect individuals. What more could one desire? "How much lifespan can be added?" Jiang Ling asked. The dragon responded, "It varies according to each individual's constitution." Jiang Ling nodded and slowly articulated, "Then, grant an extension of life to the Grand Elder of Namek." He possessed knowledge of the Elder's past, and it is truly a pity for him to have met his end in such a manner. Once, Namek was a planet of advanced technology, where the inhabitants, in their hubris, misused their innovations, ultimately leading to a catastrophic degradation of their environment and the demise of the majority of their population. A small remnant of survivors utilized spacecraft to evacuate the remaining children from Namek, among whom was the divine being. The others chose to remain. resolutely battling against the calamity that had befallen them. The outcome is evident. When the disaster eventually subsided, only one Namekian remained, the Elder. His survival through such adversity undoubtedly attests to his formidable strength. The Elder had the option to depart, yet he chose to stay, embracing the grave responsibility of ensuring the continuation of his race. Over the course of several centuries, he has fathered a total of 108 children, and now his own life approaches its conclusion. Jiang Ling wishes for the Elder to extend his years as a means of expressing gratitude for the assistance in unlocking potential. Assisting in the eradication of Frisia from Namek also serves as a tribute to the Elder. However, there is a personal consideration as well. If Frisia is not eliminated on Namek, Earth is likely to be the next target of destruction, leaving them all with no hope of survival. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's wish, the Namekian dragon nodded in acknowledgement, and a fleeting glimmer passed through its crimson eyes. Thus, the Elder's lifespan has been extended by 20 years. Bick acquiesced to the expressed desire with a nod to Jiang Ling. Neil and Dandy, being the progeny of the Great Elder, were also present, their deep affection for their father self-evident. Overwhelmed with gratitude upon hearing that Jiang Ling's initial wish was to prolong the Great Elder's life, they conveyed their heartfelt appreciation. We are profoundly grateful for extending the Great Elder's life. We had previously contemplated employing the Dragon Balls to beseech for an extension of his years, but he declined. Regardless, we are immensely thankful to you all for not only resolving the Namekian crisis, but also for prolonging the Great Elder's life. Upon hearing their expressions of gratitude, Jiang Ling jested, "Haha, should I seek to borrow the Dragon Balls from you in the future, I trust you shall not refuse?" "Assuredly not," Neil and Dandy avowed with unwavering conviction. At that moment, the dwelling of the Great Elder abruptly shattered, and an imposing figure emerged. The assembly focused their gaze and beheld none other than the Great Elder himself. The aura of decay that had previously enveloped him had dissipated, replaced by a vibrant vitality. Neil and Dandy hastened to greet him. "Great Elder, your health is delicate. Why have you emerged?" "Indeed, Great Elder, pray return to your repose." The Great Elder, his countenance radiant with a smile, waved his hand dismissively. His complexion was florid, and his voice resonated with sonorous clarity. "I am currently in excellent health." Nodding towards the crowd, she then lifted her gaze to the sky where Jiang Ling resided. "I have received your intentions. Thank you," she expressed. Jiang Ling shook his head with a smile, replying, "It is primarily because I feel it would be a pity for you to depart." The Elder remarked, "Thank you. I have come to realize that I cannot help but be concerned for my children." "Nilu, Dandi," the Elder continued. The Elder displayed a warm smile. "Since I have relinquished 20 years of my life, I shall continue to witness the growth of Namek and my children." "Warrior who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, please state your second wish." The Eternal Dragon addressed Jiang Ling below. Bulma and others were perplexed. "Wait, wasn't the wish already granted? Why hasn't the dragon vanished?" Dandi blinked and remarked, "Our Eternal Dragon can grant 3 wishes." Understanding dawned upon the crowd, and they began to praise the Namekian dragon for its more humane nature. In the sky, Jiang Ling redirected his attention back to the Eternal Dragon. "As for my second wish, I wish to restore the environment of Namek that was ravaged by battle to its former state." The Eternal Dragon nodded, its crimson eyes flashing with light. "Your wish has been granted." The Grand Elder, Neru, Dend, and the others were deeply moved upon hearing this, and their esteem for Jiang Ling grew. He could have wished for something that would benefit him, but he did not, instead choosing to restore planet Namek to its former state, a truly selfless act, unaware of their thoughts. Jiang Ling proceeded to articulate his third desire, to augment Earth's gravitational force by 0.5 times its current value. Jiang Ling posited that the Earthlings' comparatively low combat prowess was not without reason, stemming primarily from their physical constitution. Planet Vegeta, the Saiyans' homeworld, possessed a gravity 10 times that of Earth, thus imbuing its inhabitants with formidable strength. Earth's gravity was simply too lenient. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Ling subtly increased it. After all, a gradual acclimation period was necessary. An immediate 2, 3, or 5-fold increase would undoubtedly lead to widespread fatalities. Even with a mere 0, 5 increase. A small fraction of the population succumbed, primarily those already grappling with severe illnesses and teetering on the brink of death. Their remaining days were cut short by Jiang Ling's actions. However, Jiang Ling deemed it a necessary measure. He understood that achieving true strength demanded such sacrifices. Pain was inevitable, but it would pave the way for a new era. Shenron nodded, confirming that the wish had been granted. All 3 wishes had been fulfilled, and he bid them farewell until their next encounter. Upon uttering these words, he transformed into 7 spherical stones, which fell to the ground. The night gave way to the dawn. Chapter 47, Returning Home. The path ahead for Earth is fraught with challenges. All Jiang Ling could do was to enhance gravity slightly, thereby improving the physical constitution of future inhabitants of Earth. With the disappearance of the divine dragon, Jiang Ling descended from the sky. Bulma stepped forward and said, "Jiang Ling, many lives were lost on Earth due to the arrival of Vegeta last time. Why don't you resurrect them? Moreover, I've heard that Namek has suffered greatly as well." As she spoke, her voice dwindled into a whisper, and the atmosphere became shrouded in gloom. Jiang Ling shook his head and replied, "This Dragon Ball can only resurrect 1 person per wish." Sun Wukong, resting his chin on one hand, pondered thoughtfully and realized the implication. The others nodded in understanding. The Namekian dragon is indeed limited. Even with 3 wishes, it proves futile. It is lamentable that most of our kin were slain by Frisia's army, leaving us unable to resurrect them. Dandy's expression fell, and tears threatened to spill. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances and began to chuckle. Just as Dandy and Neru were bewildered, Krillin stepped forward to clarify. "No worries. Our Earth-S Dragon Balls can resurrect multiple individuals at once. Once our Dragon Balls have recharged, we will assist you in reviving your kin." A glimmer of joy illuminated Neru's expression. Dandy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leapt 3 feet into the air. Hooray! This meant that the tribe could be revived. The gloom dissipated, and the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed. The weather was clear and cloudless, presenting a perfect opportunity for a celebration. Sun Wukong, Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin each ventured into the wilderness, returning with a bounty of fresh ingredients for the barbecue. Jiang Ling produced an array of grilling condiments and dozens of crates of beer, officially commencing the festivities. As time passed, survivors from all corners of Namek gathered to find the elder and, upon learning the circumstances, expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Jiang Ling and the others. They then joined the celebration, reveling in song and dance, while also embracing the unique cultural elements of Earth. 4 sixes. I'll add 1 more, making 5 sixes. 8. I don't believe you have 8 sixes. Cheers. Let us drink a couple of rounds. The revelry persisted for a full day and night, forging strong bonds of friendship among the attendees. As a result of excessive alcohol consumption, a multitude of inebriated individuals lay sprawled haphazardly across the venue. Bulma, having abstained from drinking, sighed in resignation. She utilized a capsule to materialize a dwelling, carrying Jiang Ling inside to rest. As for the remaining partygoers, she expressed her inability to assist them, leaving them to the elements. After a day of recuperation, the group regained their senses. The moment of parting had arrived. Jiang Ling procured a single-person spacecraft, the same model used by the Ginyu Force during their expedition to Namek, and invited Goku to board it. "We can simply return in our own spacecraft. Why must I travel alone?" Goku inquired, perplexed. Jiang Ling responded enigmatically, "You will not be returning to Earth for the time being. I will provide an explanation to Chi-Chi." "Huh? Where am I going then?" "I am sending you to a place for training." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ling addressed the spacecraft's onboard AI. "Navigate to planet Yardrat." "Acknowledged. Please fasten your seatbelt and prepare for departure," the AI responded. The hatch of the single-person spacecraft gradually sealed shut, carrying the bewildered son Goku toward his designated destination. "Uncle Jiang Ling, why are you sending my father to this Yardrat place?" Gohan inquired, and the others turned their curious gazes towards him, eager to uncover the reason behind it. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily, believing that sending him off to train would earn him Gohan's gratitude. "Enough of this talk. Let us board the spacecraft and return to Earth," he declared. The group bid farewell to the Mech Star inhabitants and ascended aboard the spaceship. As the vessel powered up, It expelled a wave of gas, propelling it into the vastness of outer space. On board the spaceship, Gohan found himself idly watching animated shows in the lounge. Jiang Ling glanced over and suddenly asked, "Have you finished your homework?" At this, Gohan instinctively shivered, hastily switching off the television and retreating to complete his assignments. He had only managed to write a mere tenth of his homework, with the majority still unfinished. The thought of returning home with incomplete work filled him with trepidation, for he certainly did not wish to endure his mother's admonishments. Meanwhile, Piccolo entered the gravity training chamber, despite having had his potential unlocked by the Elder. Significantly enhancing his strength, he remained undeterred. The overwhelming energy emitted during Goku and Jiang Ling's battle made it abundantly clear that he had yet to reach their level. Thus, he resolved to train even harder, striving to catch up to them, and then, perhaps, to dominate the world? He couldn't help but chuckle derisively at the thought of ruling the world as he continued to immerse himself in gravity training. In another chamber, Krillin was inexplicably experiencing a surge of heat throughout his body. His heart was filled with a yearning and an impulse that he couldn't suppress. He lay on his bed, sighing, bewildered by what was happening to him. As a single man, he was taken aback by these feelings, as he had no desire to solicit a sex worker. Krillin's blood was now coursing with excitement as he paced back and forth in the room, unable to find peace. He could only resort to training to expend his energy, unsure if this was a blessing or a curse. Jiang Ling returned to his own room. As soon as the door closed, Bulma, in her eagerness, locked it. Jiang Ling gazed at Bulma's alluring figure, which exuded a captivating aura. His mouth instantly went dry, and he swallowed hard. Bulma was dressed in a sheer, revealing outfit. Jiang Ling whispered in her ear, "Turn your back to me and lean against the wall. Okay?" Bulma's face flushed as she felt the warm breath on her ear. She obediently complied, raising herself slightly, saying, "Yes, this is perfect. Jiang Ling, I can't take it anymore." Jiang Ling smiled upon hearing her seductive voice, wondering how he would tame this little enchantress today. Swiftly, with unexpected alacrity, Jiang Ling launched a surprise maneuver. Within the confines of the chamber, a tableau of vibrant sensuality unfolded. Time elapsed rapidly, imperceptibly. The spacecraft conveyed its occupants to a cerulean planet. This celestial body was, in fact, Earth. At long last, they had returned. As the spacecraft alighted upon the terrestrial surface, the company disembarked, inhaling deeply. There's no place like home. Krillin, invigorated by his regimen of constant training throughout the voyage, proclaimed with a visage of pristine freshness. Gohan, his gaze directed earthward, remained taciturn. Jiang Ling, noticing his demeanor, inquired, "Gohan, why do you appear so dispirited?" "My scholastic assignments remain incomplete," Gohan confessed, his index fingers interlacing in a gesture of contrition. Jiang Ling and Bulma exchanged glances, their countenances breaking into smiles. "Fear not," Jiang Ling reassured. "We shall accompany you hence." "But my assignments," Jiang Ling chuckled, mindful of his prior commitment to Goku to provide guardianship for Gohan. "Rest assured, I shall intercede on your behalf." Krillin returned to Master Roshi's residence. This time, irrespective of other gains, his combat prowess had increased severalfold. He was now returning to train and acclimate to his newfound strength. Although Master Roshi's combat strength was somewhat low, his experience was abundant, and with his guidance, Krillin could quickly integrate this new power. Jiang Ling, Bulma, and Gohan's party arrived at Mount Paozu, where the Sun family resided. Currently, only Chi-Chi remained in the house. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Ling rapped on the door. "Kiki, are you home?" Soon, a gentle female voice emanated from within the house. Coming, coming." The door opened, revealing the appearance of the hostess. Her skin was fair and delicate, her long hair was dark and lustrous, and her features were refined. She wore a Chong Sam that accentuated her graceful figure. "Oh, it's Jiang Ling and Bulma. You've returned? Where are my Goku and Gohan?" Seeing them, Chi-Chi was first delighted. Then she fired off a series of questions like a string of pearls. This was not surprising, as she was a very traditional woman. Not seeing her husband and son, she was naturally concerned. "Mom, I'm here." Gohan emerged from behind, Jiang Ling said with a smile. We came here as soon as we got back. Chapter 48, Resilience. Earth Broadcasting reports that 10 days ago, for reasons unknown, gravity unexpectedly increased by 0.5 times. After a period of 10 days, the populace has largely adapted to this new reality and resumed work and production with vigor. However, a small number of severely ill individuals have succumbed prematurely, and a few frail citizens have fallen ill. Hospitals are actively seeking solutions and remind everyone to engage in regular exercise, minimize the consumption of heavily salted, oily, and spicy foods, and maintain their health. In front of the television, Jiang Ling, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and son Gohan watched the news report, sipping tea and reflecting on the situation. Little did they know that this incident was instigated by Jiang Ling, which had caused quite a stir at the time. Chi-Chi chuckled, noting that it hadn't affected her much, as she had been training in the turtle school martial arts since childhood, and her physical constitution was quite robust. Indeed, Bulma replied with a light laugh. Thankfully, Gohan took up martial arts early, so his physical condition is also commendable. The two women engaged in casual conversation, their camaraderie evident as they chatted animatedly. Jiang Ling and Gohan could only sit quietly beside them, enjoying their tea without the opportunity to interject. Suddenly, Chi-Chi shifted the topic, a look of curiosity on her face. Has Goku not returned with you? Why haven't we seen him for quite some time? Surely he hasn't gone off to train again right after coming back? Bulma paused, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, and directed her gaze towards Jiang Ling ahem. Regarding Goku, Jiang Ling cleared his throat, his expression growing somber. Upon witnessing this, Chi-Chi felt a heaviness in her heart. Goku, he couldn't possibly have died again, could he? As she spoke, her voice trembled, and her eyes began to well with tears. Chi-Chi was acutely aware that the Dragon Balls could only resurrect someone once. A second resurrection was impossible. This realization contributed to her profound reaction. Goku is fine. Please do not worry. He is merely training on another planet and is expected to return in about a year. Jiang Ling hastily reassured her. Thank goodness, Chi-Chi sighed with relief. Let him train. As long as he is safe, that is all that matters. Jiang Ling and Bulma exchanged a knowing smile. The human psyche is rather simplistic. When one is led to believe that a situation is dire, only to later discover that it is not as severe, acceptance comes easily. For instance, when one is famished and presented with two dishes, one being the most detestable stinky tofu and the other a daunting thesis, one might realize that consuming the stinky tofu is indeed preferable, at least in comparison to facing the thesis. Once Chi-Chi's emotions stabilized, she inquired about Gohan's progress on his assignments. Jiang Ling replied, Alas, our spaceship was attacked on Namek, and unfortunately, it struck Gohan's room. After a devastating fire, both his assignments and food were lost. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's attention was immediately drawn to food. She hurriedly embraced Wu Fan, looking at him from left to right, and top to bottom. My poor Wu Fan, you mustn't be hungry, right? Mother will prepare a meal for you right away. The overwhelming maternal love prompted Wu Fan to quickly respond. Mother, I'm not hungry. I have been eating regularly every day. However, this explanation seemed to fall on deaf ears for Chi-Chi, who believed that Wu Fan had not had enough to eat and had grown thin. Without hesitation, she dashed to the kitchen to begin cooking. Bulma quietly remarked, Jiang Ling, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Inappropriate? Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow. I think it's quite commendable. This is merely a well-intentioned falsehood. If Chi-Chi remains perpetually angry, her temperament will veer towards extremity, and I am merely helping her correct that. Moreover, anger can be detrimental to one's health. It is vital to maintain equanimity. Do you understand? You mustn't always lose your temper. Bulma shot him a glare, who said, I lose my temper. I'm just a gentle and virtuous young lady. Hmph. Jiang Ling scoffed, muttering under his breath. I wonder who woke up this morning and still needed that. If I didn't give that, you'd be angry and want to hit me. Before he could finish, Bulma struck him with a pillow. Don't bring it up. All right. I want to mention it, he relented. Jiang Ling chuckled and raised his hands in surrender. Beside him, Gohan tilted his head, bewildered by the peculiar conversation unfolding. Chi-Chi's culinary skills were remarkably swift. She single-handedly prepared meals for the entire household, a talent honed by necessity, especially with Goku, the voracious eater, in the mix. If she didn't tea-work quickly, she would struggle to keep pace with Goku's appetite. Moreover, since Gohan began his training, his appetite had only increased. A meal meant for 30 people barely sufficed. Chi-Chi graciously invited Jiang Ling and Bulma to join her for dinner. The table was laden with an abundance of dishes, and Chi-Chi continued to cook, bringing forth an endless stream of culinary delights. 50 dishes, 80 dishes, 100, and astonishingly, each one was delectably prepared. Jiang Ling couldn't help but commend Chi-Chi for her efforts. Gohan was already showcasing his prowess, devouring his food at an impressive speed. Jiang Ling, endowed with Saiyan blood and having undergone rigorous training, matched his pace, also indulging heartily. Bulma, on the other hand, savored her meal at a more leisurely pace. Her appetite was not as substantial, and Jiang Ling's capacity to consume such quantities elicited little surprise from her. After all, she had watched Goku grow up, and such matters had long ceased to astonish her. Jiang Ling, being her confidant, was well understood by her. Besides, one must be well fed to have the strength to work, right? Despite toiling until the late hours, Jiang Ling remained invigorated, while Bulma was utterly exhausted and collapsed onto the bed. Yet, this did not diminish her fondness for it. After recuperating the following day, she dared to continue. This exemplifies Bulma's latent attribute, an exceptionally rapid recovery. Regardless of her level of fatigue, she invariably rejuvenated by the next day, transforming back into a spirited maiden. Chi-Chi ceased her culinary endeavors upon reaching 150 dishes. They similarly took their places at the table, dining and conversing with Bulma. She exhibited no signs of weariness from her cooking. Jiang Ling, glancing over while consuming his meal, was filled with admiration. Truly, she was the woman of Son Goku, incredibly robust. Chapter 49:3. Following the satisfying repast, Jiang Ling contemplated an idea, uncertain whether to voice it. After some deliberation, he decided to express it, solely because he perceived the strenuous nature of Chi-Chi's cooking. Chi-Chi, he began, have you ever considered that, within your family, you could prepare meals in bulk? Procure a large pot and cook a dozen portions of each dish at once. A few dishes would suffice. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's eyes gleamed with sudden brilliance. What an ingenious notion! Why hadn't I considered this before? This would greatly alleviate the burden of cooking. While the texture and flavor might not match individually prepared dishes, Goku and Gohan are not fastidious eaters. Moreover, harnessing the strength cultivated since childhood, mastering the art of preparing a grand feast was effortlessly achieved, devoid of any pressure. After dining, Jiang Ling and Bulma departed together, returning to Bulma's residence in West City. After all, having been away for such an extended period, it would be remiss not to visit home. Despite their current romantic involvement and shared living arrangements, they had yet to officially merge their households, rendering it inappropriate to linger indefinitely at Jiang Ling's abode. The couple resided in West City for a while. During this time, Jiang Ling made no waste of his opportunities. Now that he was in a relationship, he could not simply indulge in training while residing in his partner's home. Jiang Ling harbored a degree of traditional masculinity. Acknowledging Bulma's affluence, he felt compelled to provide her with a respectable lifestyle, even if he felt inferior in wealth. Though Bulma had expressed indifference regarding their living conditions, Jiang Ling dismissed her words. His pride would not allow him to be seen as dependent. Thus, Jiang Ling embarked on a quest for employment. Armed with the skills acquired from his previous accolades in master-level singing, master-level acting, master-level composition, and master-level painting, alongside his familiarity with renowned works from before his transmigration, he navigated the entertainment industry with remarkable success. Within a mere 6 months, a plethora of his works emerged, sending shockwaves through the cinematic and musical realms of Earth. Jiang Ling's endeavors stirred the very fabric of the industry, earning him an array of prestigious accolades such as Best Actor, God of Song, Lyricist, and Composer of the Year, and the title of Great Director. Subsequently, he ventured into the realm of comics, producing works that achieved global acclaim. Notable creations such as One Piece, Naruto, Gintama, Weathering with You, Your Name, and Inuyasha captivated audiences worldwide. Fans were astounded by his ingenious concepts and perplexed by the boundless energy he exhibited. Alongside singing, acting, lyric composition, and screenwriting, he also took to illustrating comics with remarkable speed and exceptional quality, far surpassing his peers. Unbeknownst to his admirers, for Jiang Ling, these endeavors were merely trifles. Thanks to his extraordinary stamina, he possessed an additional skill known as super speed, enabling him to complete an astonishing 10,000 words in under 10 minutes. With these undeniable advantages, the majority of the global populace became fervent admirers of Jiang Ling, transcending all age demographics. He emerged as the singular deity of the entertainment industry, revered as Jiang Shun. After a year of wielding influence in the entertainment industry, Jiang Ling established a company, recruiting numerous singers and actors, delegating the management of the diverse creations he produced to the firm. It was simply impractical for him to sing or act in so many works alone. Thus, sharing these with his affiliated talents not only ensured their optimal use, but also generated profit. The company also enlisted a group of trainees, with Jiang Ling specifically instructing that they undergo 2.5 years of rigorous training before debuting, allowing them to build a solid foundation for smoother paths ahead. With the establishment of the company, Jiang Ling entrusted Bulma to find a reliable manager, while he assumed the role of a hands-off proprietor. Using the earnings, he constructed a grand residence on the site of his former home. The house was spacious, exquisitely decorated, and featured a large yard. Jiang Ling, along with his girlfriend Bulma, officially moved into this magnificent abode. He could discern the joyous smile radiating from Bulma's face, a reflection of her happiness for him. Consequently, on that very day, Jiang Ling took Bulma on a tour of every corner of their new home, leaving behind traces of their shared existence. Having accomplished his financial goals, Jiang Ling was not in a hurry to engage in physical training. Instead, he turned to his computer to embark on another venture, writing novels. The enhancement of super speed enabled him to type at an astonishing pace. In no time, several novels, each comprising millions of words, surged to prominence across the internet. The author's daily output was remarkably high, and the quality of the novels was exceptional, effectively dominating the online literary landscape. After all, most authors could only manage a few thousand words a day, while Jiang Ling was producing over 100,000 daily. Each novel was replete with tens of thousands of words. Months passed as he busied himself with these endeavors, and finally, Jiang Ling found himself with some leisure time. After a few days of relaxation, one morning he awoke to find no trace of Bulma beside him, which did not surprise him. Clad in his loose shorts, he made his way to the kitchen. There, he beheld Bulma, her blue hair elegantly styled, adorned in minimal fabric and a neatly tied apron, revealing a generous expanse of skin as she prepared breakfast at the stove. She bore the appearance of an ideal wife were it not for Jiang Ling's familiarity with her. He might have believed it. Approaching her from behind, he wrapped his arms around her waist and leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, "What has inspired you to make breakfast today?" "Just in the mood," Bulma replied. "And what if I am the mood as well?" Jiang Ling teased, slipping his hands through the apron-esque gap to playfully provoke her. Bulma's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red as she playfully scolded him. "So early in the morning. How can you be so spirited? Wasn't last night enough?" "Not enough. Come help me out," Jiang Ling responded. "I am truly exasperated with you." Bulma extinguished the fire and cast a sidelong glance. Then, she crouched down to assist Jiang Ling. An hour later, Jiang Ling emerged from the kitchen, utterly satisfied. With breakfast in hand, due to Bulma's busyness, he had taken it upon himself to prepare the meal. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Ling reclined in a sun lounger in the courtyard, squinting his eyes in blissful enjoyment of the sunlight, with the latest popular songs playing nearby. Of course, they were sung by him. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding. Long time no see, host. So, you actually remembered to come out? I thought you'd gone missing," Jiang Ling retorted, recalling his previous attempts to contact the system, all of which had gone unanswered. "Ding, host. Please refer to me as the system. What is this? Have you forsaken your father?" "Host, this system underwent an upgrade and has now completed the transition to version 3.0. Ignoring Jiang Ling's comments, the system swiftly changed the subject. "Oh." Jiang Ling sat up intrigued. He was eager to discover what new features the system had introduced. Ding! The results of this system update are as follows. Bugs have been fixed, and new features have been launched. Chapter 50, Upgrade. Some bugs have been resolved, and a new function has been added, time and space switching. As the name suggests, this allows access to any parallel universe within the Dragon Ball realm through the system. Unlocking conditions. A small amount of temporal energy is required to unlock. Temporal energy? Where on earth can I find that? Jiang Ling furrowed his brows. This concept had indeed been mentioned in the novels he penned, but those were mere figments of imagination. Reality offers no guidance. Temporal energy, Jiang Ling muttered to himself, and suddenly caught sight of Bulma, clad in a loose-fitting top, striding gracefully with her long, fair legs. His eyes brightened instantaneously. He recalled someone who might, possess the temporal energy. Calculating the time, it seemed that individual would soon arrive. Future Trunks, also known as Great Trunks, the son of Bulma from an alternate timeline. However, given the current timeline where Bulma had become his girlfriend, it was uncertain whether Great Trunks would materialize. A frown creased Jiang Ling's face. Yet, the thought of Bulma nestled in his embrace brought him solace. Regardless of whether he came or not, the unlocking of new abilities was of little consequence. Life would continue, meals would be served, and days would unfold as usual. Jiang Ling resolved to dismiss such thoughts. Overthinking serves no purpose. Embracing the simplicity of life is what truly matters. Jiang Ling's gaze swept across the courtyard, and suddenly he was struck with clarity. How could he have forgotten this? In a corner of the yard, several vines danced gently in the breeze along the bamboo poles. Already laden with beans, Jiang Ling recognized them instantly. They were the mystical beans. However, these sins of beans differ from those of Krillin. Previously, the system provided 10 seeds, labeled mutated senzu bean seeds, which are said to yield mutated beans capable of augmenting one's combat prowess slightly. Jiang Ling had planted them in the yard at the time, but upon returning from Namek, he had nearly forgotten about them. Indeed, excessive indulgence in lewd activities has begun to erode his memory. He might consider venturing into the wilderness to procure traditional Chinese medicinal herbs to replenish his vitality, such as Cistanche deserticula, Epimedium, and Cinnamorium songaricum. Jiang Ling plucked the mutated senzu beans. After consuming one, and sensing the shift in his power, Jiang Ling nodded subtly. He estimates that it augmented his combat strength by approximately 200 points. For him, this is negligible. Yet, for Bulma, it is a divine artifact. It would undoubtedly elevate her strength considerably. Consequently, Jiang Ling couldn't help but recall some lascivious encounters. Leisurely days invariably pass swiftly. During these days of respite, Jiang Ling has hardly engaged in any productive endeavors. Due to the mutated senzu beans, Bulma's strength has increased substantially. So what he has been doing these days is to take advantage of Bulma and indulge himself in lewd activities. This confirms a principle. Women only hinder my growth. Jiang Ling is resolved to abstain from lewdness. It is primarily his inability to restrain himself. Thus, he decided to take a stroll. Coincidentally, there were matters to attend to. Jiang Ling arrived at the Temple of the Gods. It remained much the same as before, yet the square was desolate, devoid of the practitioners who once filled it. 2 rows of verdant trees swayed gently in the breeze. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, narrowing her eyes as the sunlight cascaded upon her. A gentle zephyr brushed against her hair. In that moment, time stood still, and life felt serene. Jiang Ling found herself enveloped in a tranquil state, as all the chaotic thoughts of the mundane world seemed to drift away with the wind. After an indeterminate period, Jiang Ling opened her eyes to find 2 individuals standing before her. "I apologize, deities, Mr. Bobo, for keeping you waiting," she said with a slight smile. The deity shook his head. "There is no rush. Your previous state was quite remarkable. Based on my experience, I could only discern that it was beneficial for you. Hence I refrained from interrupting." "I can sense that as well," Jiang Ling nodded. "Though its effects are not immediately evident, it will undoubtedly serve me well in the future." Subsequently, without further ado, he articulated his purpose directly. "You are aware of the matters concerning the planet Mech, where their Dragon Balls grant 3 wishes. I hope that our Dragon Balls may also be expanded to 3 wishes. After returning from Namek, the Supreme Being learned about the event on the planet through his insights. At this moment, he nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the rationale behind it. It seems I must upgrade the Dragon Balls. Mr. Popo, please assist me in retrieving the model. He instructed Mr. Popo. Upon hearing this, Mr. Popo reached behind him and presented a dragon model, carefully encased beneath a cover, to the Supreme Being. The model was exquisitely crafted, suggesting that the Supreme Being used it to control the Dragon Balls. As he lifted the cover, the Supreme Being produced a bottle of water from behind him, the liquid transparent, colorless, and odorless, its origins unknown. He poured the water over the dragon model, chanting an obscure incantation. His hands radiated a luminous glow, enveloping the model in a mystical aura. Subsequently, the model emitted 7 beams of golden light, scattering across the world. The upgrade is complete, and the cooldown has been reset, the Supreme Being declared. Does this mean we can now gather the Dragon Balls to make wishes? Jiang Ling inquired. Indeed, came the affirmative response. With a brief farewell, Jiang Ling leaped down from the platform, arriving at the base of Krillin Tower. Inside the tower, Master Krillin was engaged in a mundane game with Yachirobe to pass the time. Upon seeing the unexpected arrival of Jiang Ling, he paused momentarily. "Ah, it's you again, Mr. Jiang," he remarked. Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand. "You can just call me Jiang Ling, Master Krillin. I am here to inquire whether there are any more celestial beings available." "Indeed, I have been collecting the recent harvest," Master Krillin replied, casting a wary glance at the nearby Akalobe. Jiang Ling's smile broadened. "That's wonderful. By the way, has the cat food I gave you last time been consumed?" Before Master Krillin could respond, Akalobe interjected, "Jiang Ling, you have no idea. After the 10 bags of cat food were finished, he kept muttering your name. Is that so?" "Ha!" Jiang Ling observed Master Krillin's somewhat embarrassed expression, and his heart felt reassured. "How about I trade you cat food for celestial beings?" "Well, that is not out of the question." Master Krillin pretended to ponder, yet internally he was already overjoyed. "However, we must discuss the terms. 1 celestial being for 1 bag of cat food. I have 20 beans here." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling waved his hand grandly. 100 bags of cat food appeared before Master Krillin, each boasting a variety of flavors. "These 100 bags are all yours. But I only have 20 beans. Not to worry, the excess is a gift for you." Ultimately, Jiang Ling departed from Kalinta with 20 celestial beings in hand. He returned home directly to retrieve the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma. Chapter 51. Sparring the sounds of clashing echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Ling successfully acquired the Dragon Ball radar. With his extraordinary speed, he gathered all the Dragon Balls in less than half an hour. Summoning the Eternal Dragon was no trivial matter. Thus, Jiang Ling chose not to call everyone together, opting instead to invoke the dragon alone. In an instant, the previously bright and cloudless sky darkened ominously. Lights flickered to life in various cities. Regardless of their activities, be it working, shopping, farming, or indulging in intimate moments, people paused, casting their gazes skyward in bewilderment. What is happening? Why is the sky suddenly darkened? Indeed, it startled me just now. Could it be a solar eclipse? That is a possibility. Ha! The school announced an early dismissal. "Oh yeah, dear, let's take a moment to see what is going on." "No, you are merely using this as an excuse to avoid your duties. Hurry up. You haven't turned in your share for several days. Otherwise, I shall seek assistance elsewhere." The reactions of the people were varied and fascinating. Some expressed fear, others trepidation, while some were elated, panicked, or even eager to revel in the chaos. In essence, a myriad of responses emerged. At that moment, various channels of information, radio, television, and mobile notifications broadcast an urgent announcement. "Dear viewers, we interrupt this program for an emergency news update. Due to an unknown phenomenon, the sky will descend into darkness for a few minutes. Please remain calm and patiently await the return of daylight." The affected areas include West City, North City, and Tokyo. This news brought a measure of reassurance to the populace. What was happening this year? An increase in gravity had made daily life considerably more arduous. There had been earthquakes, inexplicable solar eclipses. I recall similar occurrences in the past. It seems such phenomena arise every few years. While the public debated matters unknown to Jiang Ling, he had previously signaled to Bulma. The influence of the world's foremost conglomerate was such that a few announcements could easily stabilize the public sentiment. At this moment, Jiang Ling soared through the skies, locking eyes with the dragon. The dragon declared, "State your wish. No matter what it is, I can grant you 3. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling curled his lips in disdain, deeming the statement merely a superficial boast. Those unaware might mistakenly believe it to be of great significance. Yet the truth remains that many aspirations remain unfulfilled. Dragon, he commanded, bring back to life those slain by the Saiyans, such as Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, and restore the ravaged lands to their former glory. He recited the names of those he knew: Piccolo, Krillin, Master Roshi, Bulma, and Yamcha. He continued, aside from these individuals, erase all memories regarding the devastation caused by the Saiyan invasion. Jiang Ling, apprehensive that the resurrection of the deceased might incite unrest among the populace, had thus articulated this wish. It was not yet the time to divulge such matters to ordinary people. The moment was not ripe, and doing so would only invite unnecessary turmoil and complications. The dragon nodded and inquired, "This will require the consumption of 2 wishes. Do you confirm?" "Confirmed," Jiang Ling replied resolutely. "Your wish has been fulfilled. There remains one final wish. Revive those who perished at the hands of Frisia's minions on Namek." The wish was granted, and the dragon concluded, "Until we meet again." The divine dragon's eyes glimmered, fulfilling its 3rd wish. It was a decisive creature, devoid of superfluous words or chatter, immediately transforming into 7 shimmering Dragon Balls, which darted towards various locations on Earth. The final wish, promised to the Namekians by Jiang Ling, could not be neglected. Upon concluding his wishes, Jiang Ling returned home and immersed himself in the gravity training chamber. According to the timeline of the original narrative, the subsequent events should involve Frisia returning home to seek his father, and then bringing his father, King Cold, to Earth for vengeance. However, Jiang Ling was certain that Frisia had truly been vanquished and was unlikely to arrive on Earth, for he had specifically consulted the King of Hell about this matter. Thus, the unfolding events became somewhat uncertain for Jiang Ling. He pondered whether King Cold would make an appearance, and if not, would Trunks venture from the future to intervene? Jiang Ling found himself unable to comprehend the situation, so he chose to set his thoughts aside. As the saying goes, when the soldiers come, the generals will defend. When the water rises, the earth will cover. Time flowed like a river, and the days passed in a monotonous manner. After the last wish granted by the Shenlong, Yamcha was also revived. During these days, Jiang Ling observed him mingling with the baseball team as he did before, which filled him with a sense of disappointment for his unfulfilled potential. Consequently, he arranged for Yamcha to join his entertainment company. Life seemed to be relatively comfortable. Meanwhile, Tien, Fan, and Jiaozi, reluctant to enter the company, took Jiang Ling's suggestion and opened a martial arts school in the city to teach apprentices. The life of Earth warriors had finally found its rhythm. On Earth, an unexpected visitor arrived. A spaceship descended from the cosmos. Vegeta emerged from within. After his revival on Namek, he had taken the spacecraft directly to Earth. The moment he stepped out of the spacecraft, Vegeta sensed a change. What is happening? The gravity of this planet feels slightly higher than before. As a warrior accustomed to battling across various planets, he was quite sensitive to gravitational changes. Perhaps it was the result of the Dragon Balls, he mused. Suddenly, he raised his gaze towards a direction, and a figure swiftly appeared before him. "Jiang Ling? Vegeta? Having been resurrected by you, I am permitted to come to Earth, but should you engage in any activities detrimental to this planet, I would not hesitate to." Jiang Ling trailed off, making a cutting motion across his neck. Upon hearing this blatant threat, Vegeta's countenance darkened. However, he remained silent. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Jiang Ling previously, let alone now. Furthermore, he had no intention of causing harm to Earth. Destroying Earth would inevitably lead to his own demise. His ambition was to grow stronger, but he would not engage in such foolish acts. "I have no interest in Earth," Vegeta scoffed. "I'm merely curious as to why you have become so formidable in such a short span of time. However, I surmise I have discovered the method. He continued, one can augment their power by recovering from severe injuries or being resurrected from death. Before he could finish, Jiang Ling's voice echoed, indeed. This method can enhance one's strength, but it has its limitations. It is still preferable to rely on self-improvement through training. Jiang Ling was not overly surprised by Vegeta's arrival. He was well aware of Vegeta's intentions. As the Saiyan prince, Vegeta's pride would not allow him to lag behind in strength, especially to his fellow Saiyans. Jiang Ling and Kakarot. I am aware of that. I have no desire to resort to that method. Vegeta nodded, glancing at Jiang Ling, his eyes gleaming with a fervent desire for battle. Hey, Jiang Ling, I wish to spar with you. I wish to ascertain the extent of the disparity between our strengths. As he spoke, Vegeta's aura erupted with full force. During their time on Namek, Vegeta was aware of Jiang Ling's formidable strength, even proclaiming him to be the legendary Super Saiyan. However, the extent of that power remained unclear to him. Now, having been resurrected after death, his strength had significantly increased, offering him the opportunity to gauge the gap that remained between them. Jiang Ling nodded in agreement, as he had nothing else to occupy his time. Chapter 52. The youth whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom. Rumble rumble. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Fortunately, they were cautious enough not to inflict substantial damage upon the earth, save for a single mountain that had been reduced to rubble. Jiang Ling paused and remarked, Vegeta, you are rather lacking. Your strength is likely only 1/10 of my usual power. What? Vegeta exclaimed, his composure shattering in an instant. He understood that there was a disparity, but he had not anticipated it to be so vast. At that moment, Jiang Ling added, if I were transformed into a Super Saiyan, my power would multiply by 50. Super Saiyan? Transform? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. Jiang Ling's words struck him like a knife plunged into his heart, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. Faced with such a staggering disparity, his pride lay shattered, leaving him utterly despondent. He stood there in a daze, oblivious to the moment Jiang Ling departed. Time slipped away, and eventually, Vegeta regained his composure. Gazing at the sky, he took a deep breath, and once more, a sense of pride befitting a Saiyan prince welled up within him. No matter the vast chasm that separated them, he reminded himself that as a proud warrior of the Saiyan race, he was still the prince of Saiyans. If Jiang Ling could achieve greatness, and if Kakarot could do so, then surely he too could rise to the occasion. Vegeta muttered to himself, his entire demeanor becoming even more formidable, akin to an indomitable sharp-edged blade. Time elapsed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since their return from Namek. On this particular day, within Jiang Ling's residence, the door to the gravity training room swung open, revealing a man clad only in a pair of shorts, his upper body bare. The man possessed a handsome and refined countenance, his eyes sparkling like the stars in the night sky. Perspiration streamed down his sleek musculature, lending him a unique aesthetic appeal. This man was none other than Jiang Ling. He retrieved a white towel and meticulously wiped away the sweat from his body. He then sauntered over to a chair in the courtyard, settled down, and grabbed the insulated cup resting on the table, draining its contents in a single gulp. This was no ordinary water. Mind you, it was infused with goji berries, red dates, cistanche deserticula, epimedium, and other ingredients beneficial to men, a veritable elixir of virility. Imbibing this concoction invigorated him for his training. Jiang Ling prepared another cup and reclined in his chair, taking a respite. After these days of rigorous training, he could sense that his strength had ascended to another level. I wonder how Goku is progressing over there, Jiang Ling mused to himself. Back on Namek, he had dispatched Goku to planet Yardrat with the express purpose of learning instant transmission. Only upon Goku's mastery of this technique could Jiang Ling acquire the ability through the sign-in system. From this, it is evident that Jiang Ling's calculations resonate loudly, echoing even in neighboring realms. Meanwhile, in the West capital, a young boy stood outside Bulma's parents' residence, lost in a moment of nostalgia and contemplation. It was then that Mrs. Brief emerged from within, noticing him. Young man, are you here for something regarding our family? she inquired. The boy, momentarily taken aback by her words, replied, "I'm looking for my mother, Bulma. May I ask if she is present? Are you a friend of Bulma's?" Mrs. Brief's eyes lit up as she appraised the boy, realizing that Bulma's friends were indeed quite handsome. "Young man, there is no need to seek Bulma any longer. Come accompany me on a shopping excursion. Bulma has already moved in with her boyfriend." "Huh?" The boy scratched his head, his expression one of bewilderment. Auntie, I do not wish to go shopping. Could you please inform me of Bulma's whereabouts? I have something important to discuss." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Brief did not press further and provided the boy with the address. With her wistful gaze upon him, the boy, feeling compelled, took his leave in a hurried manner. Chapter 53. A Sparring Session. Jiang Ling's residence. As an individual who ardently maintains physical fitness and possesses formidable strength, Jiang Ling is brimming with vitality. However, one must not become ensnared in the allure of comfort, must they? He was not one to be driven by mere carnal desires. Currently, he immersed himself daily in the gravity training chamber, exerting himself to the point of utter exhaustion before retiring to his quarters. For a month now, he had abstained from any nocturnal interactions with Bulma. Initially, Bulma felt a sense of melancholic resentment, but she swiftly adapted, becoming engrossed in her scientific pursuits, navigating the vast expanse of scientific exploration. Previously, their days had been filled with amorous encounters, a consequence of their newfound delight and insatiable appetite for each other. It was not that Jiang Ling was incapable. On the contrary, his vitality was remarkably robust. Nor was it a matter of waning affection between him and Bulma. Rather, their days were so consumed with labor that they would succumb to slumber immediately upon collapsing into bed. On one occasion, Jiang Ling had even prepared for intimacy, having removed his trousers, only to fall asleep the moment he lay down. Who could one complain to? With the augmentation of his strength, the vital energy within him grew increasingly fervent. Jiang Ling recognized this as a result of prolonged physical exertion. He determined that he could not persist in this manner, lest he eventually explode. Resolving himself, he made a firm decision. He would forego training today and seek out Bulma for a transformative, earth-shattering, cataclysmic encounter. A fierce conflagration ignited within Jiang Ling's heart, and he rose to proceed to Bulma's technology laboratory. Abruptly, a thought struck him. He pivoted sharply, gazing skyward, where he discerned a silhouette, backlit by the sun, obscuring its features. Who is it? Jiang Ling's gaze was piercing, and the excitement he had just felt dissipated without a trace. The individual before him concealed his presence so adeptly that, had it not been for Jiang Ling's keen perception, he might have remained oblivious. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, the mysterious figure descended before him. It was then that Jiang Ling discerned his appearance, a youth with light purple hair styled in a center parting. His expression was resolute, and his demeanor calm. He donned a blue jacket emblazoned with the emblem of a capsule corporation, and on his back rested a large sword. In an instant, Jiang Ling recognized this enigmatic young man. It was Trunks, the great Trunks from a future timeline, the son of Bulma. Indirectly, he could even be considered Jiang Ling's son. A smile spread across Jiang Ling's face. "Ah, my son has arrived." Trunks, bewildered, stared at Jiang Ling, perplexed by his words. His biological father, as his mother had described, was a man named Vegeta, and he had seen photographs. This individual was clearly not the one in those images. Furthermore, who would greet someone by calling them their son right away? Was that not a matter of courtesy? First of all, I am not your son. Secondly, I have come to seek Miss Bulma's assistance, Trunks stated earnestly. Jiang Ling merely smiled and offered no explanation. He gestured for Trunks to take a seat on a chair in the courtyard, before heading into the technological research room to summon Bulma. "May I inquire what you need from me?" she asked. Bulma, clad in a white lab coat, gazed at Trunks with a look of perplexity. She did not recognize this suddenly appearing youth, and what struck her as particularly curious was the emblem of her own company emblazoned upon his attire. Could he possibly be a fan? Was this a case of fandom manifesting at her doorstep? Logically, one would presume that pursuing someone of global renown, like Jiang Ling, would be far more reasonable. This bizarre thought crossed Bulma's mind, and her gaze toward Trunks took on an unusual quality. Trunks, observing the youthful visage of his mother, felt a wave of nostalgia. Having traversed through time in the time machine, he had originally intended to confront Frieza and Cooler as per his original plan. However, after waiting for an extended period, he found no sign of their invasion of Earth. Subsequently, following the timeline and coordinates provided by his mother, he sought the location where Goku had returned to Earth. Yet there too he encountered no sign of Goku. Thus, in a moment of necessity, Trunks ventured to West City, arriving at this place through the address given by his grandmother in search of his past mother, Bulma. After a brief silence, Trunks resolved to share a portion of his story with Bulma. He was determined to prevent this timeline from mirroring the tragedies of the future. Clearing his throat, he spoke earnestly. "Miss Bulma, I implore you to listen attentively to what I am about to disclose, for it carries significant implications for the future of Earth." Bulma began to harbor suspicions regarding Trunks' mental state. It was not entirely unreasonable for her to think so. After all, when a stranger suddenly appears before you, proclaiming knowledge of the future of Earth, any rational individual would likely regard them as delusional. Trunks, discerning her skepticism, elucidated, "I am Trunks, a traveler from the future via a time machine. I understand your doubts, but my words ring true. I possess knowledge of certain events in your life, such as your childhood quest for the Dragon Balls, your myriad adventures, and your acquaintances with Goku, Yamcha, Puer, Master Roshi, Tien, and Kaiatsu." Upon hearing this, Bulma turned to Jiang Ling, inquiring, "Did you tell him about us? Is this some sort of role-playing game scenario?" "Don't be absurd. I have no interest in such games." "As you well know," Jiang Ling replied, raising his hands in a gesture of disavowal. Bulma, taken aback, felt a mix of astonishment and confusion. These details were not known to anyone but her close friends. How could this stranger, Trunks, possess such intimate knowledge? Could it be that he truly hails from the future? Trunks continued, "I'm also aware that approximately a year ago, you ventured to Namek and defeated Frieza, only for Namek to subsequently explode." "Stop," Bulma interjected. "I do not know how you came to learn of our journey to Namek, but there is one detail you have incorrect." "What detail?" "Namek did not explode." "What?" Trunks was astounded. This was inconsistent with his mother's account. Could it be that history had been altered? Trunks contemplated this, glancing at Jiang Ling, who had remained silent beside him. He had not previously heard of this handsome young man from his mother. Could it be that he had altered history? A silence descended upon them. At that moment, Jiang Ling broke the silence. "Bulma, trust him. What he says is true." "But, do you trust me, then?" "I do. That's all that matters." Jiang Ling and Bulma exchanged a tender gaze, their faces drawing closer. "Ahem." Trunks coughed softly, his face flushing slightly. He had not expected his mother to be so uninhibited in her youth, displaying affection in front of strangers. Interrupted, Jiang Ling regarded Trunks with displeasure, stating, "Trunks, I'm not only aware that you have come from the future, but also that you are a Saiyan. Am I correct? How did you discern that?" Trunks was taken aback. "It is inconsequential how I know. Spar with me." "Very well." Trunks agreed, and soon they soared to a distant location suitable for battle, with Bulma observing from short distance. The two stood facing each other, their gazes locked. Jiang Ling spoke, "Come on, unleash your full power." Trunks shook his head, replying, "If I were to exert my full strength, you might not be able to endure it." It was not out of arrogance. To his knowledge, only Sun Wukong in this era possessed the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan and contend with him, while the combat prowess of others was negligible. "It's fine. Just go all out." Jiang Ling smiled and insisted. Trunks nodded. "Since you insist, I shall oblige your request." Then a formidable aura erupted forth. Golden flames surged from Trunks' body. His parted hair stood on end, shifting from a light purple to a radiant gold. In that instant, his eyes transformed into a pale green, surrounded by the golden flames. Trunks regarded Jiang Ling with an impassive expression. With a slight smirk, Jiang Ling seemed to grasp the extent of Trunks' strength. "How about we make a wager? If you lose, you shall call me father. If I lose, I shall acknowledge you as my father." Chapter 54. "Tomorrow, why should I gamble with you?" Trunks was visibly perplexed. "Very well. If you're unwilling to wager, so be it. The day will inevitably arrive when you implore me, Jiang Ling declared, gesturing dismissively with his hands. Before Trunks could respond, Jiang Ling emitted a resounding shout. A golden aura enveloped his form, erupting into a vibrant conflagration. His hair and eyebrows mirrored the golden hue, complementing his piercing, verdant eyes. He had ascended to a Super Saiyan. The power emanating from Jiang Ling rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Trunks. You. Trunks stammered, his eyes widening in disbelief. If his memory served him correctly, only Goku possessed the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan at this juncture. Subsequently, Gohan would achieve the transformation years later, followed by himself. A mere trio of Super Saiyans. Why had the timeline diverged so drastically? He had not encountered Goku, yet Jiang Ling, Bulma's paramour, had become a Super Saiyan, and a more formidable one at that. Who exactly are you? Trunks inquired, his voice laced with incredulity. Have I not already elucidated? I am Jiang Ling, Bulma's boyfriend, and soon to be her husband, Jiang Ling responded, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. In a tone inaudible to Bulma, who stood at a distance, he added, Have you not heard of me, Trunks, the future progeny of Bulma? Upon hearing those words, Trunks reeled back, his mind in utter disarray, as if struck by a thunderbolt. After what seemed an eternity, he finally spoke, stammering, How could you possibly know? I never reveal my identity. Who exactly are you? Jiang Ling offered a gentle smile and said, Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Jiang Ling, currently Bulma's paramour, which would make me your stepfather, though we share no blood relation. Your biological father, in this timeline, will no longer find himself with Bulma. As for how I came to possess this knowledge, it is because I hail from another temporal dimension, much like yourself. Trunks stood motionless, his eyes glazed over, muttering to himself, So that's how it is. So that's the explanation. Then all the alterations to this timeline are due to you? Indeed, you are correct. Therefore, might I be addressed as father? Jiang Ling inquired with a playful smile, for he delighted in assuming the role of a paternal figure. Simultaneously, both of them reverted from their Super Saiyan transformations. Trunks, being but a youth, was overwhelmed by the paradigm-shattering information, and any desire for sparring had completely dissipated. Continue to indulge in your reveries, Trunks retorted. Ha! Whether you acknowledge it or not. I have embraced you as my son, Jiang Ling responded. Jiang Ling chuckled mirthfully. Trunks pondered for a moment, then retrieved a small vial from his jacket pocket. Tossing it to Jiang Ling. Since you are acquainted with me, you should be cognizant of the purpose of my visit here, shouldn't you? Jiang Ling caught the vial with ease. He was aware that the bottle contained a potent remedy for cardiac disease, the very reason Trunks had journeyed from the future. In the future timeline, Son Goku would succumb to a heart ailment within a year, causing Vegeta to lose his drive and rendering him unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. The Earth's warriors would fall one by one against the androids, leaving only Trunks to persevere. Jiang Ling nodded. Indeed, I am aware. It essentially boils down to two matters: providing Son Goku with a heart disease cure and forewarning everyone about the android's emergence in 3 years. Rest assured, with my presence here, no significant issues will arise. That puts my mind at ease, Trunks stated, preparing to depart. Jiang Ling interjected, halting him. Hold on. When you return, take me with you. I wish to witness the future world. Are you certain? Trunks paused, his expression thoughtful. Your strength is considerable, but the disparity between you and the androids remains vast. That is of no concern to you. We shall journey to the future together. Very well. I shall await you. As the two concluded their exchange, Bulma arrived, soaring through the air. Are you two going to fight or not? Transforming into Super Saiyans only to abstain from combat and revert back. You can fly? Trunks was taken aback. Bulma tilted her head and replied nonchalantly, Yes, Jiang Ling taught me. What is so strange about that? Trunks couldn't help but reflect that this was no longer the world he once knew. This world was astonishing. Even young mothers could fly. What else was impossible? Jiang Ling glanced at Bulma, then at Trunks and pondered, Trunks, come find me tomorrow. I need to prepare tonight. All right. Trunks replied without further thought and departed. As Bulma watched him leave, a sudden realization struck her. Jiang Ling, you mentioned he came from the future, decades ahead? Jiang Ling considered this. Approximately 19 years into the future. Then, his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan indicates he is also a Saiyan. Currently, on Earth there are only you, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta as Saiyans. We can rule out Gohan. He is still too young, and it is unlikely he will have a son of such age in 19 years. So, whose child is Trunks among the three of you? Bulma fixed her gaze on Jiang Ling, her intense curiosity compelling her to uncover the answer. Tian Ling smiled, revealing no secrets, for there was no need to hide the truth. Well, he is your child, Bulma. My child? So, that means he is our child. And I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight upon learning that her future son would be so handsome, and she felt an overwhelming sense of joy within. Truly, her genes were remarkable. In the next moment, Jiang Ling shook his head, declaring, "He is not ours." What? Bulma's eyes widened in shock, her body trembling with disbelief. You. It's impossible. We cannot break up. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks in heavy cascades. The mere thought of parting from Jiang Ling caused her sorrow to overflow. She genuinely adored him and yearned for their union to remain unbroken. Jiang Ling's heart softened. He pulled Bulma closer, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and reassured her. "Foolish girl, we will always be together. How could we possibly part?" But, Bulma struggled to articulate her concerns about the future, yet the words eluded her. Jiang Ling gently replied, "I understand what you wish to express. Rest assured. In other timelines, my absence is the reason you are not with me." He elaborated on his unique circumstances, explaining that he did not exist in any other timeline, and thus, their future separation was impossible. "Is that true?" she asked, her voice tinged with hope. "Indeed," he affirmed. "Yet, I wish for the other versions of myself to be with you as well." Jiang Ling was taken aback by Bulma's unexpected notion. However, seeing her delicate, heart-wrenching visage filled him with compassion. "Bulma, let's return home. Allow me to cherish you." Upon their return home, an intense passion ignited between them. Perhaps due to a period of abstinence, or some other catalyst, they surrendered to the moment, wholly consumed by the experience, relishing the exquisite pleasure of forbidden fruit. Chapter 55. The future. The following morning, Trunks arrived at Jiang Ling's residence. Jiang Ling felt a tinge of guilt for not offering him accommodation for the night. As he was, after all, his father, it seemed unnatural not to extend such hospitality to one's own son. However, Jiang Ling had his reasons. The events of the previous night had rendered the house unsuitable for an overnight guest. The household was currently in disarray. Jiang Ling, however, appeared radiant and full of vigor. He greeted Trunks in the courtyard. "Your mother won't be able to see you off. She's quite fatigued." Trunks, puzzled by this remark, simply nodded in understanding. "Shall we depart then? Is there anything else that needs to be prepared?" "Nothing at all." As Jiang Ling shook his head, Hmph produced a capsule, pressed the button atop it, and tossed it onto the ground. With a resounding bang, a bullet-shaped machine materialized before them. The lower section comprised the body of the machine, while the upper part was a transparent glass chamber housing the cockpit. This contraption was none other than a time machine, resembling closely what one might encounter in a comic book. Jiang Ling and Hmph entered the cockpit, the hatch sealing behind them as the machine gradually ascended into the sky. Upon reaching a certain altitude, with a swift whoosh, both the machine and its occupants vanished from sight. Bulma stood by the window, observing the spot where they had departed, wishing them a safe journey. After uttering her farewell, she turned to survey the disarray of her home, feeling a twinge of headache. The previous night had been rather intense. Today would be devoted to tidying up, cleaning, mopping the floor, washing bed linens and clothes, and discarding the torn garments, among other tasks. Meanwhile, within the time tunnel, the machine sped towards its destined temporal point. Inside the time machine, Jiang Ling gazed curiously at the scenery beyond. Hmph couldn't help but remind him, "Enjoy the view, but do refrain from opening the hatch." Jiang Ling nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he commanded the system to harness the power of time and space. A chime sounded, indicating the absorption was complete and the function of the time portal was activated. Quite impressive indeed. Looking at the system interface, Jiang Ling noticed that the once gray chronal gateway feature now radiated with vibrant color. The chronal gateway presently facilitates transit between two distinct temporal dimensions. It is expected that additional temporal dimensions will be incorporated in due course. The two temporal dimensions accessible are Jiang Ling's native epoch and a future epoch. Ergo, subsequent intertemporal journeys can be initiated with a mere tap, granting unrestricted ingress and egress, devoid of any systemic energy replenishment prerequisites. Presently, the time machine conveyed the duo to the future world, levitating in the firmament before gently descending. Surveying the terrestrial desolation, Jiang Ling then directed his gaze towards the oppressive skies. A sensation of consternation arose within his psyche. Alighting from the apparatus, Jiang Ling remarked, "I did not anticipate your world to be so oppressive." Trunks paused momentarily, then, glancing at the skies, comprehended Jiang Ling's sentiment. "There is no need for concern. It is merely precipitating rain." Jiang Ling responded with a rueful chuckle. "Indeed. I momentarily surmised that your temporal reality had deteriorated to such an extent that even the meteorological conditions had undergone transformation. It is merely precipitating rain, as you say." Trunks tarried momentarily in silence, gesturing towards the ruins. This place was once resplendent with prosperity, but it has been despoiled by the androids. Furthermore, the majority of the world's metropolises have been ravaged by those same androids. They wrought utter devastation, their combat prowess formidable, leaving us with virtually no recourse. Gohan and I once clashed with the androids in this very city. Ultimately, Gohan succumbed, falling in battle. Trunks shook his head. "Enough of that. Let's go see my house." "All right," I replied. The two of us soared into the sky, rapidly heading in a single direction. The android's inability to sense ki allowed us to fly uninhibited, free from the worry of detection. Had the androids possessed a means of detecting power levels, he would have been eradicated long ago. Soon, we arrived at another city, utterly ravaged. West City. Reaching the epicenter, here was once Bulma's home. After the android's destruction, Bulma relocated with Trunks to an underground dwelling. She never relinquished her scientific pursuits, dedicating herself to research in the hope of one day saving the world through the power of science. Why didn't she seek out the Dragon Balls and wish for the Earth to be restored? Because in the future timeline, Piccolo perished in battle, and Kami was gone as well. With no successor, the Dragon Balls were rendered inert stones. And what of Namek? The explosion had left Bulma in a state of uncertainty, unable to ascertain the new location of Namek. Trunks led Jiang Ling to a house, where he pushed aside an old washing machine, revealing a concealed passage beneath. "This is where my mother and I reside, and it is now my home," Trunks explained before stepping inside. Jiang Ling nodded and followed closely behind. Upon entering the basement, the dim light hanging on the walls cast a subdued glow. Trunks maneuvered through the winding passage until they reached a sturdy iron door. He input a code and entered. Inside, the illumination was bright, a stark contrast to the dimness outside. The furniture and decor suggested that this place had been established long ago, predating the era of androids. It appeared to have once been a research facility, repurposed as a refuge during the androids' rampage through the city. The floor was impeccably tidy, indicating regular cleaning. Trunks called out, "Mom, I'm back." "Oh, welcome back. You must be tired," came the warm reply. A captivating woman with azure, flowing hair emerged from the kitchen, her figure voluptuous and her complexion fair. Despite the arduous environment, she had meticulously preserved her physique and visage, appearing decades younger than her actual age. Seemingly in her early 30s, she exuded the allure of a mature woman, leaving Jiang Ling momentarily mesmerized. Chapter 56. A prime location, the living room was filled with the fragrant aroma of tea, rising in delicate wisps. Following an introduction by Trunks, Jiang Ling and the future Bulma became acquainted. Observing Bulma's poised tea preparation, Jiang Ling felt a sense of peculiarity, stemming from the juxtaposition of two distinct versions of the same face, one youthful and the other exuding mature charm. Vague recollections of the previous night, with Bulma's entranced gaze, surfaced in Jiang Ling's mind. "So, you journeyed from a past timeline?" The future Bulma inquired with a smile. Jiang Ling took a sip of tea and replied earnestly, Indeed. I accompanied Trunks in his time machine, eager to witness the android's power firsthand. You intend to combat the androids? Bulma responded with a hint of surprise. She scrutinized Jiang Ling and remarked with gentle tact, I am familiar with Earth's formidable warriors of that era, and if my memory serves me correctly, I do not recall encountering you. Her implicit meaning was a desire to prevent Jiang Ling from embarking on a path to certain death. With a smile, Trunks interjected, Mother, Jiang Ling is also a Saiyan and possesses the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, making him slightly more powerful than myself. Is that so? Why do I not recognize you? Bulma finally noticed the tail behind Jiang Ling, her astonishment evident. Typically, she was well acquainted with the strong warriors of Earth. The sudden emergence of an unfamiliar Saiyan, one whose power surpassed Trunks, left her somewhat bewildered. My timeline has diverged from yours, Jiang Ling elucidated. In my reality, Namek did not explode, and all the warriors of Earth know me, including a younger version of yourself with whom I share a close relationship. How close? Future Bulma inquired with curiosity. Trunks, listening nearby, wore a peculiar expression. Jiang Ling chuckled, close enough to share a bed as romantic partners. Bulma? Subsequently, Jiang Ling recounted numerous details from his timeline, leaving Bulma's mind in a state of turmoil. After a considerable pause, she gradually regained her composure. The overwhelming influx of information took her some time to process. So, you mean to say that in your timeline, I did not end up with Vegeta? Indeed, he affirmed. Since Namek did not explode and Frieza was vanquished, he had no reason to summon his father, Kula, to Earth for vengeance. Precisely. With a long sigh, Bulma accepted everything. She scrutinized Jiang Ling carefully and chuckled. You are quite handsome and possess remarkable strength. Indeed, you are my type. Jiang Ling scratched his head, feeling at a loss for words. If Bulma had been shy, it would have been more manageable, but her candidness left him speechless. Trunks interjected, Mom. I think Jiang Ling and a younger you would make a fine match. Bulma shot him a glare. Trunks continued, You should show some decorum. Jiang Ling is from my generation. You ought to address him as Uncle Jiang Ling. Bulma glared at him again. Trunks, glancing at the smiling Jiang Ling, reluctantly said, Uncle Jiang Ling. Ah, good boy, came a response. At noon, Bulma prepared a meal. In this apocalyptic era, having such provisions signifies a relatively decent existence. Trunks ventured outside to scavenge for supplies, livestock, and vegetable seeds before returning to the underground base. Bulma dedicated a room to sow the seeds, even installing a grow light to ensure adequate sunlight. The livestock were kept in a separate room. Thus, their lives over the years had been comparatively pleasant, unlike the humans gathered in the shelters outside, who endured a life of intermittent hunger. Jiang Ling understood that Trunks, being exceptionally powerful and adhering to the philosophy of aiding the world once one has achieved success, would occasionally provide assistance to those in the shelters. However, the supplies that sustained one or two individuals were but a drop in the bucket for the multitude inhabiting the larger shelters. To truly rescue them, the most effective solution would be to defeat the androids and restore a stable environment to the Earth. After finishing their meal, Jiang Ling accompanied Bulma to her dedicated technology room. It was filled with numerous machines, including the time machine, which had been manufactured there. What are you planning to create now? Jiang Ling inquired, noticing the sketches laid out on the table. Oh, this? Bulma glanced at the papers. This is part of my previous research. I suspect that Dr. Gero will equip the androids with control devices, so I'm attempting to devise a solution. Jiang Ling nodded, aware that indeed such devices existed within the androids. He could procure the schematics from Dr. Gero's laboratory and then enlist Bulma to create them, thereby ushering in a period of peace. However, Jiang Ling was reluctant to pursue this course of action. He desired for Trunks to grow stronger and confront the androids himself, ensuring that in the event of future calamities, he would not find himself in perilous circumstances. After all, this was a future timeline, and he was the last warrior remaining on Earth. After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Ling bid farewell and departed. Bulma gazed at his retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Jiang Ling arrived at Trunks' chamber. Trunks, do you wish to defeat the androids? Yes, more than anything, Trunks exclaimed, his eyes alight with fervor and resentment. "Very well," Jiang Ling replied with a nod. "If you vanquish the androids, you shall call me father. Does that seem a fair bargain?" "Trunks, huh?" Jiang Ling, accompanied by Tien, departed from the base. They soared through the air, oblivious to the darkened sky and the gentle drizzle that fell upon them. As they passed the ruins of a city, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupted, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. The momentary brilliance illuminated the desolation of the entire city. The soft rain fell incessantly, trickling down the jagged remnants of roofs and walls, pooling into puddles that flowed aimlessly. Had all cities on Earth succumbed to such devastation? Indeed, nearly every city lay in ruins, as the artificial beings emerged periodically to partake in their grim amusements, slaughtering innocent civilians or demolishing urban structures and natural landscapes. Tien gritted his teeth in frustration. The artificial beings of this timeline were beyond redemption, concluded Jiang Ling. Without lingering, they continued their flight. Soon, they arrived at a platform suspended in the sky. The platform was in a state of disrepair, marred by the scars of battle. It was evident that a fierce conflict had transpired long ago. What purpose did they have in coming here? There seemed to be nothing of significance. As his mother had recounted, many years prior, Uncle Bick had perished, the deity had also fallen, and Mr. Popo had vanished without a trace, leaving the place desolate. Jiang Ling smiled mysteriously. "There is indeed a hidden gem here. It is understandable that your mother, Bulma, remains unaware." "Where are we going?" Chapter 57, Shadows. "Just follow me, and you will see." Jiang Ling entered the Hall of Gods first, with Turnax trailing behind. Inside the Hall of Gods, there were numerous rooms, and Jiang Ling opened each one as if searching for something. Turnax could not help but speak up. "Although we have never searched here, after years of neglect, any supplies would have surely decayed by now." Jiang Ling smiled, realizing Turnax had misunderstood, and clarified, "I am not here to look for supplies." As he spoke, his gaze shifted forward and his eyes brightened. "Found it." Jiang Ling hurriedly approached and pointed at the sign hanging at the entrance of one of the rooms. Turnax read the sign aloud, word by word. "House light time, spirit? What does it mean?" Jiang Ling rolled his eyes. "You need to read it backward. The spirit time house. Is this what you came here to find? To be precise, I am looking for this particular room. The spirit time house is a peculiar chamber. Time inside flows differently. A year spent in there equates to merely a day outside." Jiang Ling explained slowly. "A year inside, a day outside." Turnax became instantly excited. "If that is the case, training for 10 or 8 years in there would allow me to emerge capable of defeating the androids outright." "How naive," Jiang Ling remarked. "Each person can only cultivate for 2 years within it. Unless you possess the strength to break through the space, you shall remain trapped forever." His words doused the exuberance of Turnax, casting a chill over his heart. Only 2 years. 2 years of cultivation surely cannot suffice to rival the androids. Turnax murmured softly, the shadows of the androids looming large in his mind. The vast disparity in their abilities weighed heavily on him. Turnax had faced the androids countless times, enduring mockery and torment. Each encounter rendered him a mere plaything, a diversion for their amusement. This was precisely why he had survived so many confrontations. Upon learning of the mere 2 years allotted for cultivation, he instinctively believed it to be an impossibility. Noticing Turnax's lack of confidence, Jiang Ling furrowed his brow and delivered a punch to Turnax's cheek. Turnax was sent sprawling, crashing against the wall of an adjacent room. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. "What am I doing? I should be asking you the same. Is 2 additional years of cultivation not sufficient? How can you declare it impossible without even trying?" Jiang Ling's expression was dark and resolute. Turnax rose, somewhat disheveled. "But the androids are far too powerful. No buts allowed," Jiang Ling insisted. Jiang Ling uttered in a low voice, "Reflect upon the persistence you have exhibited over the years. What purpose does it serve?" "Perseverance. I strive to restore world peace, to protect my mother, to defend the earth and humanity. Most importantly, to avenge Brother Gohan." As these words escaped his lips, Trunks' eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, the confidence he had lost gradually rekindling within him. I shall undoubtedly vanquish the androids. Excellent. Jiang Ling patted Trunks on the shoulder, expressing his admiration. Indeed, you are my son? That's right. Huh? No, no, no. You're manipulating me. Trunks glared fiercely at Jiang Ling. A subtle smile graced Jiang Ling's lips as he relished the moment in his heart. He truly relished the role of being someone else's father. His fondness may be peculiar, yet harbored no malice. It is likely that most young men share this sentiment, nurturing a desire to assume the role of father, especially when it comes to their brothers. Some young men, however, exhibit a rather eccentric inclination, enjoying when their girlfriends affectionately call them daddy during intimate moments at night. However, upon reflection, it is quite natural. A mere utterance of daddy from a girlfriend can invigorate a young man, stimulating him as if he were infused with potent hormones. Glancing at the sign that read mental time room affixed to the door, Jiang Ling opened it and stepped inside. The perceptive 10X followed closely behind. As the light flickered momentarily, they found themselves within the confines of the mental time room. The space they occupied was a room furnished with a neatly made bed and orderly tables and chairs. It appeared to be quite a pleasant chamber. However, this room boasted only 3 walls, with the 4th side being entirely open. Through this opening, Jiang Ling and 10X beheld an expanse of blinding whiteness, an atmosphere steeped in silence. Any ordinary person lingering here for too long would surely succumb to the strain of madness. Stepping out of the room, the two found themselves enveloped by the vast, white void, simultaneously experiencing a sensation of weightiness. The gravity here is tenfold that of the outside world. This thought flashed through their minds. Such gravity cannot confine us. Nevertheless, acclimating to this tenfold weight will undoubtedly benefit our bodies, Jiang Ling remarked. 10X nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Right, we're meant to stay here for 2 days, aren't we? Indeed, that is correct. It appears we've neglected to bring provisions. Perhaps we should return and acquire sufficient supplies for the 2 of us for a couple of years. Jiang Ling demurred with a smile. I surmise that you and Bulma are also short on comestibles. If we were to pilfer 2 years' worth of victuals, we'd be reduced to penury thereafter. Then what shall we do? We can't simply starve to death. Rest assured. Do you know why I insisted on departing the day after I mentioned coming to this timeline with you? I do not. Trunks shook his head. Must you be so obtuse? It seems rather foolish of you, considering how explicit I've been. Could it be that you indulge a grand feast? Jiang Ling sighed, shaking his head. Nay, I went to stockpile victuals and other necessities. Trunks' eyes widened in astonishment. So, even before boarding the time machine, you were plotting to bring me to the hyperbolic time chamber? I'm glad to see you're not entirely witless. Jiang Ling smiled faintly. Heavens! Trunks exclaimed. How did you foresee so much? It's terrifying. With hands clasped behind him, Jiang Ling adopted a contemplative stance, his gaze directed skyward at a 45-degree angle, exuding an aura of detached sagacity. After acclimatizing to the intensified gravitational pull, they commenced foundational exercises. Such rudimentary training was deemed indispensable for augmenting their physical constitution. A precarious foundation, they surmised, would invariably undermine even the most formidable prowess, akin to premature culmination, where fleeting elevation proves ultimately unsustainable. Both comprehended the imperative of gradual progression, likening it to savoring a meal one morsel at a time, lest imprudent haste lead to asphyxiation. Upon completion of their basic regimen, the passage of half a day was marked by Jiang Ling's stomach's vociferous protestations. He wiped the perspiration from his brow and turned his attention toward Trunks, whose condition mirrored his own. The exertion of training invariably precipitated a substantial depletion of energy reserves, rendering hunger an inevitable consequence. Let us pause for respite and sustenance, Trunks, Jiang Ling proposed. As he spoke, Jiang Ling produced an array of barbecue supplies, featuring various meats, including dinosaur meat, tiger meat, and bear meat, alongside a medley of vegetables such as eggplant, green beans, cabbage, chives, and mushrooms. Finally, Jiang Ling unveiled 2 bottles of chilled beer, intending for just a modest sip before resuming training. Chapter 58. A man and a woman. The smoky aroma of the barbecue filled the air, permeating the vast, white expanse around them. Jiang Ling and Tien prepared an ample feast of grilled meats and vegetables, and soon began to indulge. Jiang Ling primarily relished oysters, grilled kidneys, and chives, as these were to his liking. Tien was informed that consuming such delicacies was beneficial to one's health. Is that so? Tien inquired, puzzled, as no one had ever imparted such wisdom to him. Jiang Ling chuckled. Indeed, you'll understand the advantages once you have a girlfriend. But I already have a girlfriend. So soon? Aren't you a bit young? Not at all. I'm not young. Tien's expression shifted dramatically. I am of age, 19. Boys are particularly sensitive about being called young, whether regarding their age or other matters. 19 indeed? You certainly don't appear it. Jiang Ling was taken aback, a pang of inexplicable melancholy tugging at his heartstrings. At the tender age of 19, the lad had already secured a girlfriend. Jiang Ling, on the other hand, was still frittering away his time with video games, a stark contrast that stung him deeply. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Ling pressed on, so have you too. You know what exactly? Well, that what? Jiang Ling paused, then clapped his hands a few times in a suggestive manner. Like that. Trunks shook his head, a picture of utter bewilderment. I have no idea what you're alluding to. Observing Trunks' cluelessness, Jiang Ling fell silent. It seemed Bulma in this timeline had neglected to educate Trunks on such matters, perhaps preoccupied with her scientific pursuits or overwhelmed by the looming threat of the androids. A sudden sense of responsibility weighed heavily on Jiang Ling's shoulders. Initially, his purpose in venturing into the future was to mentor Trunks, guiding him to vanquish the androids and to hone his own skills within the hyperbolic time chamber. However, upon arriving and gaining insight into the grim realities of this era, Jiang Ling resolved to take on a more profound role. The fact that Trunks was so utterly ignorant in this regard struck Jiang Ling as particularly disheartening. Trunks, let's set aside this topic and partake in some libations. Jiang Ling pointed at the untouched glass of wine before Tien. Ah, this. Tien scratched his head. I've never had alcohol. My girlfriend told me not to drink. Jiang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you a man or not? Do you simply obey everything your girlfriend says? Where is your masculinity? Just drink it. If you get caught, you can always apologize. If that doesn't work, sweeten her up a bit, and if all else fails, let her scold you. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ling had unwittingly adopted a paternal authority. Well, okay then. Tien, inspired by Jiang Ling's words, seized a glass and downed it in one go. Gulp, gulp. Ooh, ah. Tien let out a belch and, with a resounding thud, collapsed onto the table, unconscious. Jiang Ling was taken aback. It turned out there was a reason his girlfriend forbade him from drinking. Nevertheless, how could a man lack the capacity for alcohol? It seems that not only must he strengthen his physical prowess, but he must also cultivate his tolerance for drink. Jiang Ling cast a glance at the unconscious Tenankis sprawled across the table, shaking his head in disapproval. He tidied up and departed for some solitary exercise. Meanwhile, in a certain villa, a man and a woman were engaged in a video game before the television. The man, tall and imposing with short black hair and clad in dark attire, exuded an air of cool indifference. The woman, statuesque with flowing golden hair and striking blue eyes, radiated a breathtaking beauty. Suddenly, the golden-haired beauty hurled her controller to the ground, her expression reflecting displeasure. I'm done. This is boring, she declared. The dark-haired man smirked slightly. Number 18, a loss is a loss. You can't just make excuses. And what's wrong with making excuses? Retorted the woman, her eyes narrowing. Don't forget, I'm still your older sister. Hmph. Number 17 scoffed, clearly unfazed by her words. Number 18 reclined on the sofa, her enchanting gaze fixed on the ceiling, her delicate legs draped over the armrest, idly swinging back and forth, betraying her boredom. By the way, that sword-wielding guy hasn't shown up during our city raids these past few days. At this, number 17 lifted his gaze slightly. What? Are you missing him? Developing feelings, perhaps? Hmph. Number 18 scoffed again. With his meager strength, he's all bark and no bite. Do you really think I would be attracted to a feeble pup like him? He merely injects a modicum of amusement into our otherwise tedious existence. His presence is inconsequential, save for the slight augmentation of ennui in his absence. Upon hearing this, Android 17 relinquished his controller, a smile playing on his lips. I dare say, Android 18, you ought to seek the companionship of a gentleman. Otherwise, you shall be deprived of considerable enjoyment. A man? Android 18 scoffed. Which man is worthy of my attention? Even were I to indulge in dalliance, their strength would prove woefully inadequate. Indeed, Android 17 chuckled, shaking his head as he ambled toward the exit. Where are you off to? Android 18 inquired casually, glancing in his direction. Boredom compels me to seek out a few women for amusement. Android 17's voice echoed as he soared into the distance. Alone in the chamber, Android 18 mused, these monotonous days are rather trying. Very well. I shall venture into the city to ascertain if there are any inhabitants. I shall dispatch them. Or perhaps engage in a game of cat and mouse. They flee, and I pursue at a leisurely pace, eliminating any stragglers. Quite diverting. Android 18 moistened her lips. Finding nothing amiss with the emergence of such a notion, it seemed perfectly natural within her consciousness. Her thoughts, as ever, were capricious. With a nimble leap, she vaulted from the sofa, shattering the window in her wake. The shards grazed her attire, momentarily revealing her alabaster skin, yet she remained indifferent, hurtling towards the nearest metropolis. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, time ebbed and flowed. Unbeknownst to them, evening had descended. Jiang Ling returned to his quarters after his exertions. It was at that moment that Trunks stirred, awakening with a throbbing head. Well, sleepyhead, you're finally awake? Jiang Ling chuckled. Trunks offered a wry smile. Jiang Ling, please spare me your derision. I've told you, I cannot tolerate alcohol. It impairs my judgment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's countenance turned earnest. Precisely because you cannot imbibe. You ought to practice. Cultivate your tolerance, lest you succumb after a mere sip and fall prey to unscrupulous women. Furthermore, have you forgotten your mother's admonition? Address me as uncle. Trunks's face contorted in a grimace of utter distaste. UNC, CLE. There you go, that's my boy. Jiang Ling cheerfully replied. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a capsule and tossed it onto the ground, causing a table laden with steaming, delectable dishes to materialize before him. This was a collection he had purchased at a restaurant in his original timeline, stored within a capsule. Although the capsules do not provide insulation or preservation, and prolonged storage can lead to spoilage, time within Jiang Ling's space is suspended. Therefore, placing the capsule within his space allows the food to emerge as if freshly cooked. The rationale for not directly storing the dishes in the system space is to maintain a FAAD. Capsules are common portable items, while the system space is exclusive to Jiang Ling. If he were to produce a spaceship from thin air, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Chapter 59. A New Use for the Super Saiyan. Inside the room of spirit and time, a solitary structure stood defiantly amidst a kaleidoscope of white mist, strikingly conspicuous. Within the room, Jiang Ling and Trunks voraciously devoured the steaming feast before them. In a matter of moments, the table was cleared, leaving only a collection of spotless plates. The dishes gleamed as though brand new, cleaner than a bowl licked by a dog. Burp. Trunks, feeling thoroughly satisfied, let out a contented belch. Since he could remember, the occasions on which he had indulged in a hearty meal could be counted on one hand. Jiang Ling, caressing his belly, reclined in the chair and chuckled at the remark. If you enjoy eating, then indulge yourself. After all, who else could assist you but your mother, Bulma? Trunks responded with a curt, get lost. It took him a while to muster that single retort, succinctness being one of his defining traits. Jiang Ling paid no mind, relishing the afterglow of the meal, having exerted himself throughout the day. In this brief interlude post-dinner, he savored the tranquility, for there was no greater satisfaction in a day than this. Trunks, Jiang Ling said languidly, considering the time, it's already evening. You should retire early and rest. We can resume our training tomorrow. Trunks, perplexed, inquired, how do you know it's evening? There is no concept of time here. As he spoke, he glanced outside at the vast expanse of whiteness. Jiang Ling simply pointed to the wall clock, saying, look, there's indeed a clock. Indeed. Trunks, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. Primarily, he had not been attentive and had also slept for half a day. Jiang Ling allowed a soft sigh. The power system of Dragon Ball is somewhat amusing. Possessing the ability to annihilate stars, yet still requiring sleep, seems paradoxical. Having spent some time here, Jiang Ling had come to understand a few things. It appears that chi cannot be absorbed voluntarily. Instead, it must be transformed from the body's energy. The enhancement of chi strength necessitates physical training, which inevitably leads to fatigue and energy depletion. Hence, ample rest is essential. That is the gist of it. Trunks felt invigorated and had little desire to sleep. It is understandable. After an afternoon of slumber, one would hardly feel drowsy. Jiang Ling glanced at the bed in the room and pondered how two grown men could share it. He was aware that some close male friends do not mind sleeping together, but he personally preferred solitude. At most, he would welcome a woman by his side, falling asleep while holding her voluptuous form. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved a capsule and released a small house in the vast whiteness outside. The capsule could contain a portable dwelling, giving rise to the concept of housing capsules. As for larger residences, one would need to construct them themselves. Take Jiang Ling's villa. For instance, it was specifically designed for construction and allowed for personalized style choices. How delightful that is! Trunks, in which chamber shall you repose? Trunks surveyed the expansive, unconcealed room. Then his gaze drifted towards the capsule homes, exuding an air of utmost privacy. Without hesitation, he elected for the capsule dwelling. Jiang Ling remained indifferent, his disposition one of nonchalant ease. He could slumber anywhere, even upon a mere cot. The capsule home, with its tenfold gravity during repose, presented an ideal training ground, fostering enhanced strength upon acclimation. Suddenly, a thought dawned upon Jiang Ling, stirring within him. A capsule materialized in his grasp, a mischievous grin playing upon his lips. Trunks, behold, I present to you some instructional materials. Absorb their wisdom. Having spoken, he tossed the capsule to the bewildered Trunks, urging him back into the capsule house. Jiang Ling himself sprawled out on the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Trunks, upon entering the house, contemplated the learning materials Jiang Ling had provided, retrieving them from the capsule. Several books materialized before him. Observing the covers, Trunks' face flushed crimson. Casting furtive glances around, he gingerly opened a book, immediately captivated by its contents. He reveled in the sea of knowledge. Previously unaware, yet particularly enticing to young men, the knowledge gradually absorbed Trunks with diligent study, perhaps more earnestly than he had ever studied in his childhood. The following morning, Jiang Ling awoke leisurely, stretching languidly. He had enjoyed a truly restful sleep. Jiang Ling sensed that he had not felt this comfortable in a long while, perhaps due to the solitude of sleeping alone, fostering extraordinary relaxation. Jiang Ling was uncertain and unconcerned about the cause. Venturing outside, he encountered Trunks emerging from the house, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Good heavens! Didn't you sleep at all last night? Jiang Ling was taken aback. Trunks smiled sheepishly, saying little more. Observing the situation, Jiang Ling understood. Most boys acquire such knowledge from books and videos, subsequently engaging in practice to discover the truth. Jiang Ling was no exception. Trunks had now embarked on the first step, and the next would be practical application. Keep it up. Jiang Ling patted his shoulder. Time always seemed to fly during training. Unbeknownst to them, a year and a half had elapsed. On this day, Jiang Ling halted the sparring session with Trunks. Trunks, we need not spar any longer. Your abilities have significantly improved, sufficient to confront the androids. However, there remains one concern. The androids possess infinite energy, whereas our transformation into Super Saiyans resembles funnels, causing our strength to gradually dissipate. Trunks nodded earnestly. Indeed, our endurance has always been lacking after transforming into Super Saiyans. Upon hearing this somewhat ambiguous statement, Jiang Ling cleared his throat, his expression turning slightly pale. It is your endurance that is lacking. I am still quite strong. He continued, I have developed a method beyond the Super Saiyan transformation, which I believe could address this issue. What method? Trunks inquired, and in an instant, Jiang Ling transformed into a Super Saiyan, surrounded by a golden flame that exuded an aura of dominance. Subsequently, the golden flames were reabsorbed, leaving him seemingly ordinary, with no trace of energy escaping. Trunks widened his eyes, pondering whether Jiang Ling had indeed reverted from his Super Saiyan form, had it not been for his still golden-haired appearance. "What is this situation?" Jiang Ling replied with a subtle smile. "I refer to this as Super Saiyan, full power. Previously, when I unleashed a punch, much of my energy was wasted. Now, however, the power within me remains contained, allowing for complete utilization of my strength. This is Super Saiyan, full power." Trunks gasped in astonishment. "This is remarkable. Can you teach me?" "Certainly. I shall impart my knowledge without reservation, especially since you are Bulma's son. In the ensuing 6 months, you must maintain your Super Saiyan state daily, encompassing all aspects of life, including eating, sleeping, and even using the restroom. Only then will you be able to better control the power of a Super Saiyan." "That seems incredibly difficult. How can anyone achieve that?" "And there's more. Transforming into a Super Saiyan can alter one's mindset, leading to emotions such as coldness and rage. Therefore, you must learn to manage these feelings and return to your usual demeanor." Trunks furrowed his brows, pondering the impossibility of the situation. What could possibly be implausible? I could even suppress my raging power and emotions while in the state of a Super Saiyan, blissfully indulging in watching films. Jiang Ling chuckled, his golden locks shimmering. Yet his expression remained composed and casual. After a brief pause, he continued, "When you're able to immerse yourself in the realm of indulgence while in the form of a Super Saiyan, it signifies that you have successfully mastered the Super Saiyan full power." Trunks. Chapter 60. Emergence in the subsequent 6 months. Trunks maintained his Super Saiyan form in his daily life. Initially, during meals, he struggled to control himself, reducing food to mere powder, leaving plates, chopsticks, tables, and chairs in ruins. While using the restroom, as soon as he sat down, guess what happened? It exploded. When it came time for slumber, the bed collapsed. Even nightmares resulted in destruction, causing the house to crumble. This tumultuous state caused Trunks considerable distress. To avoid wasting his abode, he resorted to sleeping under the open sky, using the heavens as his blanket and the earth as his mattress, constantly suppressing the negative emotions brought forth by his Super Saiyan transformation. This predicament persisted for a month before any improvement was felt. "Jiang Ling, how did you conceive this concept of full power?" "It's simply marvelous and exceedingly practical." During a casual conversation, Trunks abruptly posed the question. "Me? I'm merely an anomaly." Jiang Ling responded with a peculiar expression. He couldn't very well explain that it had occurred spontaneously during a routine conjugal visit with Bulma one evening. Could he? Although it wasn't entirely spontaneous. Jiang Ling had already disrobed and was suddenly seized by the desire to transform into a Super Saiyan to impress Bulma, to exhibit a commanding presence before her. Bulma, as he had anticipated, was immediately captivated, her eyes gleaming with delight. And then, Jiang Ling found himself being teased by Bulma. In the Super Saiyan state, one is consumed by rage and ferocity, devoid of such desires. Perhaps it was due to Jiang Ling's lecherous nature, or perhaps it was his usually mild temperament. Under Bulma's tantalizing provocation, the rage within Jiang Ling dissipated, and desire took precedence. And then he discovered that he had become Super Saiyan full power. Such matters. How could Jiang Ling possibly muster the audacity to voice them? Moreover, before Trunks, even the thickest skin would falter in uttering such words. He could only chuckle awkwardly and sidestep the topic. The fury and ferocity of a Super Saiyan are instinctual reactions, challenging to rein in. Jiang Ling's transformation was merely a serendipitous occurrence, one that cannot be replicated. This left Trunks in a state of vexation, plagued by a disinterest in his study materials. A significant source of joy now absent from his life. That morning, Trunks awoke once more on the floor, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him. An impulse to engage with his learning materials surged within him. Trunks paused, exhilaration propelling him to his feet. What could this signify? It indicated that the fury and ferocity of the Super Saiyan had been tempered. Other emotions had taken precedence. Super Saiyan, full power. It was a triumph. Time flies relentlessly, like a fleeting specter, never to be grasped firmly in one's hands. In the divine realm, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, after 2 days, was finally opened once more. However, this time it was from the inside. Two figures emerged from the room. Uncle Jiang Ling, I thought my height would surpass yours. I never imagined that after 2 years, I would not have grown even a fraction. It seems you may find it challenging to grow taller. I believe it is determined by genetics. The speakers are Jiang Ling and Trunks, who have experienced 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon emerging from this ethereal space, they felt no discomfort. The transition from darkness to light signified a shift between two worlds. At that moment, their appearances were strikingly similar, with golden hair and eyebrows, and light green eyes. Yet, they lacked the formidable aura of a Super Saiyan, appearing rather like ordinary individuals. They had maintained this state for quite some time, seamlessly integrating into their daily lives. Trunks inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar essence of Earth, a delightful reminder of home. Jiang Ling gazed down from the sacred world of the Kais at the vast planet below, feeling as though he had traversed ages. Although only 2 days had passed outside, he and Trunks had indeed spent a tangible 2 years within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. Jiang Ling leaped from the edge of the platform, eschewing the art of aerial movement, his ears filled with the howling of the fierce wind. Below the divine temple lay Kalinta, which, under normal circumstances, would remain suspended directly above it. However, in special instances, the overseer of the divine temple could relocate it to hover over any position on Earth. Upon reaching Kalinta, Jiang Ling employed his aerial technique to enter the tower, followed closely by Tien. As Jiang Ling surveyed the surroundings, he noted the dilapidated state of the place, which, like the architecture of the divine temple, was overrun with moss. The signs indicated that it had been abandoned for a considerable time. He pondered the whereabouts of Yakalob and the Kaling Immortal. Tien interjected suddenly, I know about Yakalob. He's been aiding the Earth's self-defense force. As for the Kaling Immortal, I am not certain. This fellow possesses quite the resilience, Jiang Ling remarked, a hint of surprise flickering across his features before he settled into understanding. Indeed, it was no wonder. Yakalob was notoriously fearful of death, and it was unsurprising that he had managed to survive until now. Though he was timid, he was unyielding in matters of great importance, which explained his involvement with the Earth's self-defense force. Can you tell me more about the Earth's self-defense force? Jiang Ling inquired. Certainly, Tien replied. This force was assembled to protect Earth and resist the slaughter perpetrated by the artificial beings. Their strength greatly surpasses that of ordinary humans. Equipped with advanced technology and formidable weaponry, as well as some of the most powerful warriors currently on Earth. Trunks elaborated. The strength here is merely relative to ordinary individuals. However, when faced with androids, one would simply be eliminated in an instant. Jiang Ling nodded, reflecting on his previous lack of understanding regarding the future world. It was only now that he realized how many aspects he had overlooked. Is your girlfriend also acquainted with this place? Jiang Ling inquired with curiosity. If memory served him right, Trunks' girlfriend was Xiaowu, who, in actual years, was older than Bulma. However, due to the dragon's transformation, her physical form, and consequently her psychological age, had been diminished, making her contemporaneous with Trunks at this moment. Oh, Trunks exclaimed in surprise. How did you know? She is a key player in our team. I happened to become acquainted with this team over time, Jiang Ling replied. That's wonderful. Keep it up. He patted Trunks on the shoulder, wearing a paternal smile. Without delving deeper into this topic, he recognized that a child's romantic life should be determined by the child themselves. And as an elder, it was best not to interfere. Jiang Ling searched briefly in Caring Tari, but, as expected, found no senza beans. He had anticipated this outcome and felt no significant disappointment. Let's return home and see, he suggested. Indeed, it has been 2 years since I last saw my mother. I truly do miss her. Trunks smiled softly. Throughout his life, he had never been away from Bulma for such an extended period. At this moment, his heart yearned to return home swiftly. He was acutely aware that only 2 days had elapsed in the outside world. Yet he found himself deeply nostalgic for the home that held his mother. Perhaps this sentiment encapsulates the longing of a traveler on their first journey away from home. Chapter 61. Xiao, the headquarters of the Earth Defense Force, was situated within a concealed refuge. At that moment, a stout man clad in samurai attire, brandishing a katana and sporting a scruffy beard, was conversing with a young girl dressed in a military coat. Xiao, according to our intelligence, the Redwood Refuge was attacked by androids yesterday, leaving scarcely any survivors. Currently, the androids are wreaking havoc in the ruins of City B. How infuriating! The girl known as Xiao exclaimed, slamming her hand upon the table. In Trunks' absence, the androids had grown increasingly rampant. She was uncertain of Trunks' fate, and this situation could not continue. Just then, the Weapons Research Department announced the development of several highly destructive bullets. Xiao meticulously polished her specialized sniper rifle, her eyes gleaming with determination. Upon hearing this, Yachirobe immediately interjected, "No, that is far too dangerous. You know how formidable the androids are. They cannot be dealt with by our current technological weaponry. I must endeavor to ascertain the efficacy of technological weaponry. Success would validate its viability, while failure would, at the very least, afford me the opportunity to impede our adversaries," Xiao declared with unwavering resolve, shaking her head. After a brief pause, she continued, "Furthermore, with the implementation of life-preserving protocols and the strategic selection of terrain conducive to egress, the probability of a successful escape, should the mission falter, is exceedingly high. Yajirobe, spare your entreaties, for my decision is irrevocable." "Alas, very well, I shall accompany you." Recognizing the futility of dissuasion in the face of such resolute determination, Yajirobe could only offer a resigned sigh. "Pray tell, when you mentioned exceedingly high, how does that compare to Trunks?" "What?" Xiao, taken aback, swiftly transformed into an irate virago, brandishing a formidable greatsword as she pursued Yajirobe. "You dare trifle with me? I have never even laid eyes upon that appendage." Amidst the ruins of a once thriving metropolis, a man and a woman unleashed a relentless barrage of energy projectiles, obliterating the city's shattered remnants in a maelstrom of smoke and debris. "Huh, my alacrity surpasses yours, Android 18. Victory is mine once more." "Hmph, inconsequential." The fair-haired Android 18 retorted with an aloof expression, curling her lip in disdain. With a casual flick of her wrist, she discharged an energy orb, reducing a distant, partially collapsed skyscraper to a desolate heap of rubble. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Such words belie your actions. Methinks you vent your spleen with unrestrained abandon." Android 17 crossed his arms, a sardonic expression on his face. "Mind your own business. I'm enjoying myself." Android 18 rolled her eyes, launching several energy blasts that erupted in the debris, creating clouds of dust. Suddenly, 2 gunshots echoed from afar. Bang! Bang! 2 specially designed bullets struck the unsuspecting androids 17 and 18, detonating upon impact. The force of the blasts caused them to stumble backward. Clink, clink. 2 bullet casings fell to the ground. The androids were hit, sustained only superficial damage. Their clothes were torn, and their skin bore faint marks. Androids 17 and 18 exchanged a dark look, their visages instantly turning grim. Simultaneously, they dashed toward the origin of the gunfire. The unexpected ambush, though not significantly damaging, was deeply insulting. They felt profoundly affronted. "You sneak attacking cur, you'll suffer a terrible fate." The androids moved with incredible speed, arriving within moments at a nearby forest. A petite young woman in a military jacket, wielding a sniper rifle, stood before them. "So, you're the one who launched that sneak attack. Very well. I'll seize you and ensure your suffering is unimaginable." Android 18's beautiful face twisted into a venomous smile. "No, no. Android 18, hand her over to me. I'll ensure she has an experience she won't soon forget. I'll let you have her after I've had my fill." This woman's figure and face are truly a rare sight. With a gloomy smile that starkly contrasted his handsome features, number 17 stood there menacingly, clad in a military overcoat. Little Dance stood her ground, unwaveringly gazing at the 2 architects of humanity's plight, utterly unafraid. "Even the latest and most formidable weapons of mankind cannot subdue you. I concede defeat, yet I shall never yield to your tyranny." As her words echoed, Little Dance suddenly hurled an unknown object at the feet of the androids, swiftly retreating. In the next moment, a dense cloud of smoke erupted, obscuring their vision. Coughing uncontrollably, number 17 wiped away tears, realizing number 18 was equally incapacitated. Damn it. This smoke grenade has the effect of tear gas, and there's mustard gas too. I can hardly keep my eyes open. The two wicked androids cursed, their vision temporarily shrouded, resorting to blindly unleashing energy blasts based on instinct. Instantly, the forest erupted into chaos from the barrage. Meanwhile, Little Dance had already found refuge in the underground tunnel, being carried on the shoulder of Akalian, who moved with remarkable speed, like the wind itself. It must be said, Akalian had undoubtedly maximized his speed attributes. At that moment, the entire tunnel trembled with a thunderous roar. Akalian, you truly are the fastest man alive, Little Dance exclaimed. Is that even a question? Damn it, the androids have initiated their bombardment. I certainly do not wish to be buried alive in this tunnel. With a string of muttered imprecations escaping his lips, Yajirobe quickened his pace. Beneath West City, within the brief residence, Jiang Ling and Trunks had returned. Bulma, we're back. I'm home, mother. Bulma, who was in the midst of enjoying tea in the drawing room, glanced up at the sound of their voices. A gentle smile gracing her countenance. Welcome back. Yes, we're back. Trunks responded, a radiant grin spreading across his face, his eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. I missed you, mother. My dear child, you were only away for a mere 2 days, and you're already like this? It appears your independence still requires some nurturing. Bulma remarked with tender affection, a soft chuckle accompanying her words. In the wake of the tragic demise of her erstwhile companions at the hands of the androids, Bulma had gradually cultivated a more gentle disposition, and it had been quite some time since she had last succumbed to fits of temper. A stark contrast to her younger years, when she sported fashionable attire, possessed a captivating visage, and exhibited a fiery temperament akin to that of a rebellious young woman. Oh, you've lost weight. Bulma, ever the perceptive mother, immediately discerned the subtle change in her son's physique. It's a rather protracted tale. Let's settle down and discuss it at leisure, Jiang Ling suggested with a smile. As they took their seats, the fragrant aroma of tea pervaded the drawing room, and Jiang Ling proceeded to recount their sojourn within the hyperbolic time chamber in meticulous detail. So you spent 2 years in there. I didn't expect there to be a hyperbolic time chamber. Bulma voiced her astonishment, followed by a hint of regret. Alas, it's just that the android crisis happened so suddenly back then. The Earth's warriors fell too quickly, and Goku also passed away from a heart attack prematurely. I suppose Cammy didn't have the opportunity to mention the hyperbolic time chamber. Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's what I think as well. Moreover, even if our Earth's warriors had entered and trained for 2 years back then, it would have been difficult to close the gap with the androids. Cammy's lookout restricts each person to only 2 days inside per lifetime. Considering the overall strength of the Earth's warriors at the time, wanting to train for 2 years and defeat the androids was absolutely impossible. Let not dwell on this. Bulma shook her head, reluctant to revisit that painful period, as it was deeply etched in her memory. After chatting for a while about interesting things in life, Bulma glanced at Trunks and let out a soft sound of surprise. Come to think of it, Trunks, you've grown 2 years older, haven't you? Why does it seem like you haven't grown taller? Trunks, I don't know what's going on either. Uncle Jiang Ling said it's a genetic inheritance issue. Genetic issue, Bulma mused, considering only the genes of Trunks' father, Vegeta, and her own. I suppose that's it. She and Vegeta were of similar height, so being able to give birth to a young man as tall as Trunks was already quite satisfying. It must be the height issue between Vegeta and me. Speaking of Vegeta, my recollection of him is somewhat hazy, as it only pertains to the events of the past year or two. Chapter 62. Nocturnal discourse. Upon hearing the name Vegeta uttered by Bulma, Jiang Ling remained unperturbed. After all, in retrospect, it was he who had preempted Vegeta's intentions. What justification could there be to harbor resentment towards a man? The malevolent androids cast a pall over the earth, plunging it into an apocalyptic state, rendering any form of amusement obsolete. Following supper, everyone promptly retired to their chambers to rest. Jiang Ling reclined upon the expansive bed within the guest room. restlessly tossing and turning, unable to succumb to slumber. Within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, where no female presence existed, his sole focus had been on rigorous training. Exhaustion from cultivation would simply lead to repose, devoid of such carnal thoughts. However, upon returning to this more relaxed setting, coupled with the sight of future Bulma, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his girlfriend Bulma, yet possessed a distinctly different, gentle, and amiable demeanor, and compounded by 2 years of abstinence, Jiang Ling found his mind consumed by alternating images of his girlfriend Bulma and future Bulma. This was not his fault. It was merely the surge of male hormones asserting themselves. Yet the discomfort was almost unbearable. Were he to resolve this predicament, he could simply resort to self-gratification. It was not as if Jiang Ling, prior to having a girlfriend, had never engaged in such activity. Indeed, it is a common practice among young men. After some deliberation, Jiang Ling rose from the bed. Suddenly, a knock echoed upon the door. Jiang Ling startled, his ardor instantly extinguished. "Who is it?" "I, Bulma." He stepped forward to open the door. What came into view was Bulma, clad in a nightgown. The loose-fitting fabric could not conceal her well-maintained figure, nor the smooth, fair skin that adorned her. The hem of the nightgown barely reached above her knees, revealing her long, fair legs. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback and welcomed Bulma inside. "Bulma, it's quite late. Is there something you need?" he inquired. As he spoke, Jiang Ling took a closer look and realized that Bulma was, in fact, devoid of any undergarments. His breath instinctively grew heavier. Bulma noticed Jiang Ling's bare torso, his well-defined muscles accentuated by his handsome and sunlit features, and her gaze flickered. Soon, she regained her composure, shook her head, and let out a sigh. "Oh, Jiang Ling, perhaps it was our conversation about the past today that made me reminisce about old friends. I came to ask if you happen to have any photographs of them." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling pushed aside his less savory thoughts, retrieved his phone, opened the album, and handed it to her. "Yes, take a look." He regarded future Bulma with empathy, acknowledging the profound hardships she had endured. Future Bulma perused the photographs within the album, predominantly images of Jiang Ling alongside his paramour, Bulma, as well as solo portraits of the latter. She contemplated these images in silence, her gaze imbued with envy and an indefinable sentiment. Upon discovering photographs of other individuals, tears welled in her eyes. Goku, Gohan, Chi-Chi, the lecherous Master Roshi, Krillin, Launch, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Yamcha Piccolo. Were these denizens of Namek? A wave of nostalgia washed over her. Observing her distress, Jiang Ling sighed and gently patted future Bulma's back in solace. After a protracted interval, future Bulma wiped away her tears and returned the mobile phone to Jiang Ling. "Thank you, Jiang Ling. I feel considerably better." "It's nothing. Seek me out whenever the need arises," Jiang Ling responded with a dismissive wave. "Very well." Bulma arose and departed. Jiang Ling watched her leave. Then, after a moment of repose on the bed, he found himself unable to suppress the agitation within. He arose and proceeded directly to the ablutionary, where he subjected himself to a cold shower. The frigid water cascaded over Jiang Ling's form, releasing delicate wisps of steam, which served to quell the fervor within and the surging of his blood. He then reclined upon the bed, activated the air conditioning, covered himself with the comforter, and succumbed to slumber. As the interminable night draped over the urban ruins, the moon's radiance cascaded down, akin to the lingering whispers of the wind. The following day, Jiang Ling roused languidly, realizing it was already midday. He remained seated on the bed for a spell, allowing himself to acclimate to the normal physiological response of awakening. This was a vexing matter for every man. Despite the absence of desire, his body would react thus upon waking. If a girlfriend or wife were present, they might occasionally assist. Yet, Jiang Ling was alone. He could only bide his time, allowing the physiological response to dissipate naturally, while simultaneously dispelling his morning grogginess. After a brief interval, Jiang Ling emerged from his chamber, stretching his limbs. This slumber had been exceptionally restorative. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the absence of others. The repast lay serenely upon the dining table, seemingly still steaming, indicating it had been prepared recently. After a perusal, Jiang Ling discovered Bulma's presence within the science laboratory. Bulma from the future, adorned in a scientist's white coat, was engrossed in tinkering with some apparatus. Her earnest profile exuded an alluring charm. Jiang Ling greeted her with a smile. "Hey, Bulma." Upon hearing his voice, future Bulma looked up, her face breaking into a radiant smile. "Awake? I was mindful of disturbing you last night and wanted to let you sleep longer, so I didn't rouse you. The meal is freshly prepared. You may partake directly." "Haha. Thank you, Bulma. My slumber was most rejuvenating." Jiang Ling smiled and continued to inquire, "By the way, where's Trunks?" He left early this morning without mentioning his destination." Bulma wasn't particularly informed and chose not to pry. After all, her child had grown up and deserved his own space. She reminisced about her own adventures at the age of 16, when she ventured out independently and even brought a boyfriend home. Suddenly, Bulma remarked, "It would be wonderful if Trunks could bring a girlfriend home." Jiang Ling smiled enigmatically. With Trunks sneaking out so mysteriously, he may well have one already. "Oh, really? That would be splendid. I truly hope to become a grandmother soon." Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Ling was at a loss for words, pondering the fact that the androids had yet to be eradicated, yet Bulma was already dreaming of grandmotherhood. However, looking at it from another perspective, perhaps this was a wish shared by every mother. Chapter 63. Seizing Opportunities at the Earth Defense Forces Refuge. "You are being exceedingly reckless," Trunks exclaimed, visibly angered. While beside him stood the smiling Xiao Wu. "You cannot contend with the androids. It's fortunate nothing went awry this time. What would you have done if it had?" "All right, please don't be upset. I assure you I won't act so thoughtlessly again." Pressed against him, Mai reassured him with soft laughter. Trunks, somewhat appeased, then realized his arm was deeply embedded in gentle softness, irretrievably so. "What's wrong, Trunks?" "Nothing." Trunks inhaled deeply, subtly adjusting his position to conceal his embarrassment from Mai. "How have things been with the androids since I've been away?" Hearing this, Mai's smile faded, and she solemnly replied, "The androids have become increasingly rampant." Subsequently, she recounted the events of the past few days in detail. Trunks listened quietly, then mused, "Keep an eye out for when the androids appear, and let me know. I intend to confront them." "Huh?" Mai looked at the composed Trunks, somewhat surprised. Previously, upon hearing of the android's rampant behavior, Trunks would undoubtedly have been enraged. This time, however, he appeared remarkably composed. Mai's mind was instantly overcome with infatuation. The composed Trunks was even more endearing. "What to do? Help! Trunks is so handsome, so mature." A dazed expression clouded Mai's eyes as a surge of hormones coursed through her, intensifying the butterflies in her stomach. With a touch of girlish coyness, she moistened her lips, offering a subtle hint. "Trunks, my lips feel a bit parched." Trunks, perplexed, scratched his head, unsure why she had brought this up. "Parched? Well, why not simply have some water?" Seeing his obliviousness, Mai tried again, more explicitly. "Couldn't you perhaps assist me?" Trunks tilted his head, then reluctantly stood up and fetched a glass of lukewarm water. "Here you go. It's important to stay hydrated. It's good for your health." "Where did you learn that?" Mai asked, her face a mask of confusion. "I never realized you were so dense." Trunks chuckled, a hint of pride in his voice. "It was that Uncle Jiang Ling I mentioned. He's a really great guy, and he's taught me a lot about how to interact with people." Mai fell silent for a moment before finally saying, "Try not to learn too much from him in the future." Just as Trunks was about to protest, a knock echoed from the door. "Talp, Talp, Talp? Mai, are you there?" "It's Videl." Hearing this, Mai quickly put some distance between herself and Trunks. "Yes, I'm here." "Come Videl." The door to the room swung open, revealing a tall, strikingly beautiful young woman who entered with an air of determination etched across her features. Her name was Bidalai, the daughter of Mr. Satan. Within the ranks of the self-defense force, she stood among the elite, a testament to her exceptional prowess and unyielding spirit. It is imperative to note that a woman who attains such a high position in the self-defense force possesses remarkable skills and a resolute character, coupled with the crucial ability to make decisive choices in battle. To underestimate Bidalai simply because she is a woman would be a grave miscalculation. In this timeline, her father, Mr. Satan, had also claimed victory at the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament. However, the same year heralded the onset of the android crisis, resulting in his untimely demise. Fortunately, Bidalai had undergone rigorous training from a young age, equipping her with the means to defend herself amidst chaos. After years of perseverance and struggle, she gradually honed her abilities and ultimately united with others, including Xiaowu, to establish the Earth Self-Defense Force. Ah, Trunks, you're here too. Am I interrupting a moment between you and Xiaowu? Bidalai remarked with a teasing smile. Xiaowu's face flushed a deep crimson, despite her numerous battles. She remained somewhat naive regarding matters of the heart. Sister Bidalai, please refrain from teasing me, she implored. Trunks rose from his seat, scratching his head in embarrassment as he chuckled. Sister Bidalai, you've arrived. I just got back and didn't have a chance to greet you. I understand. Bidalai responded with a light laugh. By the way, since Gohan is no longer around, you needn't call me sister. All right, sister, Trunks replied. Thank you, said Tenix. In this timeline, Gohan and Videl, through a series of unforeseen circumstances, ultimately crossed paths and developed a romantic relationship. However, Gohan met his demise in battle. Videl, observing Tenix's insistence on calling her sister-in-law, could only manage a resigned smile. Turning her gaze toward Xiaowu, she set aside her playful demeanor and stated, recently, we have been unable to establish contact with the Northern Refuge. We dispatched individuals to investigate, and we have now received news. Oh, what is the cause? Xiaowu inquired with a serious expression. Videl's demeanor grew grave. The Northern Refuge, with thousands of individuals, has vanished without a trace, leaving only a ground strewn with clothing and signs of a fierce battle. Hiss! Both Xiaowu and Tenix inhaled sharply, exchanging a glance. A shared thought emerged in their minds. What crisis had they encountered, and why had they shed their garments to flee? Tenix could not restrain himself from voicing his concern. Videl shook her head. When I first received this news, I entertained a similar thought, but upon learning more, I dismissed it. The investigators found only signs of conflict, with no evidence of a retreat. Based on the traces at the scene, it does not appear to be the work of androids. The preliminary assessment suggests they encountered an unknown enemy, most likely a monstrous creature that devours flesh and blood. Xiaowu suppressed the shock within her and inquired, do such monsters truly exist in this world? I do not know, Bidalai replied, shaking her head. Trunks' expression darkened as he spoke. Indeed, they do. I have heard my mother recount tales of formidable foes, some possessing peculiar abilities. For instance, take the notorious demon King Piccolo, who could regenerate severed limbs and even spawn offspring from his mouth. Xiaowu and Bidalai nodded in agreement, clearly aware of this matter. It had caused quite a stir back on Earth, displaying immense power that nearly allowed him to dominate the planet. Ultimately, he was defeated by a remarkably strong child, known to them as Sun Wukong. Alas, one could only ponder how far Mr. Sun Wukong's strength might have grown had he still been around. Both Xiaowu and Bidalai, one being Trunks' girlfriend and the other Gohan's, were well aware of Sun Wukong's Saiyan heritage and his legendary exploits. First, let us inform our subordinates and other shelters of this situation, so they remain vigilant and notify us of any developments, Trunks decisively stated. He continued, as for the malevolent androids, Jiang Ling and I will handle that. What? You believe you can defeat the androids? The two women gazed at him with astonishment. Turnkess waved his hand and chuckled. It is a collaboration between Jiang Ling and me. We possess a certain degree of confidence. Yet we must confront the situation to ascertain our strengths and weaknesses. Chapter 64. The Research Institute. After Bidalai's departure, Turnkess and Xiaowu lingered for a while, both preoccupied with their own thoughts, their minds far from the realm of romance. Eventually, Turnkess found an excuse to take his leave. He returned home, and upon arrival, he sought out Jiang Ling, recounting the entire sequence of events. The monstrous entity that devours flesh. Jiang Ling immediately recognized who it was. Sheru, calculating the time. It seems that Cell should still have a few years left until maturation. How could he possibly emerge prematurely? Could it be a version of Cell from another timeline? That is a possibility. However, Jiang Ling felt that the likelihood was rather slim. There was no particular reason for this belief. It was merely an instinctive impression. Cell was a creature meticulously crafted from the genetic research conducted by Dr. Gero, utilizing the DNA of Earth's warriors, as well as Frisia, Cooler, and others. In order to uncover the truth, Jiang Ling resolved to visit the research facility. Uncertain of its location, he recalled that during his initial viewing of Dragon Ball, he had paid little attention to the names of the places. The only locations that lingered in his memory were Kame House, Penguin Village, and West City. As for Dr. Gero's laboratory, he had only a vague recollection, knowing it was situated in a remote area with sparse population. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Ling decided to inquire about a few details from Bulma. "Bulma, are you familiar with Dr. Gero?" he asked. Bulma paused, searching her memory for the name. "Oh, him? Yes, I know. He's a genius in genetic biology, though unfortunately he took a misguided path. Our fields differ. He primarily focuses on genetic technology, while I specialize in mechanical technology." Jiang Ling pressed on. "Do you happen to know where his research facility is located?" "The research facility?" Bulma furrowed her brow, a delicate wrinkle forming between her elegant eyebrows. "If memory serves, it was in the vicinity of the northern capital, or so I believe. Regrettably, the passage of time has blurred my recollections." Upon hearing the locale, Jiang Ling's eyes gleamed with recognition. "Precisely, that is the place. There is no need for further contemplation. It is unequivocally the correct destination. Trunks, let us depart." Jiang Ling beckoned Trunks as he strode towards the exit. Trunks, in tow, inquired, "Where are we headed? Is this a strategic maneuver to confront the androids?" "Alas, the androids emit no discernible energy signature, and I am presently unaware of their whereabouts. We must await intelligence from the self-defense forces. This venture does not concern the malevolent androids," Jiang Ling responded, shaking his head, his countenance adopting a rare gravitas. "We are to investigate a site that may potentially be the genesis of the carnivorous entity." Following a brief period of rapid aerial transit, Jiang Ling and Trunks arrived above the ruins of the northern capital. They surveyed the dilapidated remnants with impassive expressions. After all, this was purportedly the first metropolis where the androids made their debut, holding their inaugural concert some 15 years prior. Over the intervening years, vines, weeds, and trees had proliferated throughout the ruins, imbuing them with an aura of antiquity. It evoked a sense of profound transformation and the transience of existence. The location should be within a radius of several dozen kilometers from the city. "Trunks, let us divide our search, paying particular attention to the mountainous regions. The laboratory would have been constructed within the mountainside." "Understood." As soon as the words were spoken, the two parted ways, each seeking in different directions. Their pace slowed significantly, for they needed to search meticulously. Flying too swiftly would likely result in overlooking crucial details. Jiang Ling navigated through the mountainous terrain, his mind intensely focused, scrutinizing the landscape for any signs of a research facility. After an hour had elapsed, a sudden surge of energy erupted. Jiang Ling halted, directing his gaze toward the source. It was the aura of Hmph. The timing of this energy surge suggested that the research facility had indeed been located, and this was the means of communication. Without hesitation, Jiang Ling surged forward at his utmost speed toward that direction. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the site. Hmph stood before a partially collapsed mountain, and upon noticing Jiang Ling's arrival, he gestured toward some exposed metallic objects. "This must be the place." Observing his surroundings, Jiang Ling ascertained that they were indeed within Dr. Gero's laboratory. Promptly, the two commenced a thorough cleansing of the area. Endowed with extraordinary capabilities, their progress was remarkably swift. Several damaged instruments and a few pristine, man-sized white capsules were unearthed, along with the remnants of two defunct robots. One appeared corpulent and obese, while the other was gaunt and emaciated, each bearing a gaping hole in their chassis. Jiang Ling recognized these automatons as Dr. Gero himself and Android 19. It seemed that in this particular timeline, Dr. Gero had scarcely unleashed androids 17 and 18 before succumbing to a surprise assault, without even activating the emergency shutdown mechanism. "Jiang Ling, I've discovered an unopened capsule," Trunks exclaimed suddenly. Jiang Ling's gaze shifted towards the indicated object. Adorned on the white capsule was the designation Android 16. "Refrain from opening it for now. We shall transport it back later," Jiang Ling instructed. He had been puzzled by the absence of Android 16 in this timeline, only to realize that it had remained dormant within its confines. The meticulous clearing operation proceeded apace, as Jiang Ling had yet to locate the object of his search. Abruptly, upon displacing a large boulder, an entrance was revealed beneath. His eyes gleamed with elation. "Found it! Trunks, come hither and descend with me." "A subterranean chamber?" Trunks queried as he approached. "Precisely," Jiang Ling spoke as he descended the stairs, a wave of musty decay assaulting his senses. The darkness enveloped him, rendering visibility impossible. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured a small orb of light. Though diminutive in size, its brilliance illuminated the entire basement. Within the subterranean chamber stood a computer alongside several instruments. The computer screen displayed a series of unsettling messages punctuated by exclamation marks. "Experiment prematurely terminated. Experiment incomplete." Jiang Ling's gaze shifted to the instruments. Among them was a large incubator, its glass dome shattered from within, shards littering the floor, accompanied by traces of dried liquid. Piecing together the clues from the computer, Jiang Ling envisioned a scenario. A fully developed humanoid creature, known as Cell, had inexplicably broken free from the confines of the incubator, causing the nutrient solution to spill forth. Subsequently, Cell had exited and vanished without a trace. The text on the computer indicated that the cultivation period had not yet reached its designated time, suggesting that Cell had chosen not to wait any longer. Jiang Ling pondered this revelation deeply. Just then, Tien approached, inquiring, "Jiang Ling, have you made any discoveries?" "Indeed," Jiang Ling replied, sharing his deductions, including information regarding the creature. "Cell." Tien's expression turned grave, realizing the profound implications. A true monster that can even evolve. No wonder the inhabitants of the North City shelter have vanished. They have been absorbed. Chapter 65. The crisis of android number 16 remains unresolved, and a new peril has emerged. When Jiang Ling first arrived in this future timeline, he refrained from confronting Cell, believing, according to the original narrative, that Cell would not manifest for several more years. To his surprise, Cell has now appeared ahead of schedule. This unforeseen twist has left Jiang Ling somewhat astonished. However, he remains confident that the situation is still manageable. Conversely, Trunks perceives the burden upon his shoulders has grown considerably heavier, rendering him somewhat breathless. Jiang Ling patted his shoulder and reassured him with a smile, urging him not to feel too pressured, for Cell at this stage is still quite weak and poses little threat. He would require substantial amounts of flesh to evolve. And crucially, there are not enough inhabitants on Earth for him to consume. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's comforting words, Trunks exhaled deeply, feeling somewhat relieved. He could only hope that this would indeed be the case. As he surveyed the basement, Jiang Ling's attention was drawn to a stack of papers on the table. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they contained information regarding the emergency shutdown devices for androids number 17 and number 18. Trunks inquired, "What is this?" Jiang Ling explained that this information is valuable, as it can be utilized to create a Devik Jiang Ling elucidated. Trunks' eyes shimmered with sudden interest, recognizing its potential. This is an invaluable asset. With this, we might circumvent the necessity of confronting the androids directly. Jiang Ling rolled her eyes, retorting with a dismissive pout. "Don't place excessive reliance on these contrivances. What if they prove ineffective? We must still personally eradicate the malevolent androids. Consider the emergency shutdown device as a contingency." Trunks, regaining his composure, concurred with Jiang Ling's prudence. "You speak sagaciously. Ultimately, one's own strength is the paramount principle. While technology might offer a solution on this occasion, what recourse do we have when faced with formidable adversaries in the future? The same rationale applies to everyday life. Others may extend assistance now, but what about subsequent challenges? We cannot perpetually depend on the benevolence of others, can we? Therefore, it is best to resolve what one can independently, without relying on others." Jiang Ling gathered the documents, intending to take them back for Bulma to fabricate. The blueprints on the documents appeared intricate, but he believed Bulma, the prodigy, was capable of creating them, as they had been made in the original work. Jiang Ling scoured around and discovered some research materials regarding genetics, which he deemed somewhat useful, and thus, he took them. He also seized some valuable machinery and, incidentally swiped the capsule containing Android 16. Subsequently, he exited the Research Institute with Trunks. Observing the now insignificant Research Institute, Jiang Ling conjured an energy blast in his palm and hurled it. With a thunderous roar, the laboratory, along with the mountain, was reduced to ashes, leveled to the ground. From this energy blast, it was evident that Jiang Ling's control had reached a microscopic level, capable of flattening the mountain without harming the earth. Let's depart, homeward bound. Affirmative. Back at the base, Jiang Ling indiscriminately handed over the blueprints, documents, and some instruments to Bulma. After reviewing the blueprints, Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. The artificial human termination device I've been researching is similar to this blueprint. It seems my direction is correct. Now that I have this blueprint, I'll be able to create it soon. Jiang Ling nodded and then retrieved the capsule of Android 16. There's an artificial human contained within. What? Bulma and Trunks were taken aback. They were acutely sensitive to the term android, perceiving it as inherently malevolent. After all, without androids, the Earth would not be in such a state. Destroy this android, Trunks exclaimed. Bulma paused, choosing to remain silent as she awaited Jiang Ling's perspective. She harbored an inexplicable trust in him, convinced that his actions were justified. Perhaps it was because Jiang Ling was her boyfriend from another timeline? Jiang Ling smiled and said, "Allow me to explain. This android is different. He is neither malevolent nor evil. He is a good android. Jiang Ling, you must understand, all androids are evil. And this one is no exception." Trunks argued passionately, though his reasoning was lacking. The impact of androids had permeated deeply into his being, prompting an instinctive opposition. Bulma shot him a glare and promptly pinched Trunks' ear, insisting, "How many times must I remind you to call me Andy?" Andy, I called you. Mom, please stop pulling my ear. I am your mother. What is wrong with that? Nothing, as long as you're happy. Ultimately, Trunks succumbed to Bulma's stern authority. Jiang Ling found the situation quite amusing, pondering how someone with Bulma's temperament could raise Trunks. Perhaps it was a matter of generational differences. Their personalities were entirely dissimilar. Ahem. Jiang Ling interrupted their affectionate interaction and continued, "Listen to me, the android number 16 is not malevolent." Upon hearing this, a moment of silence enveloped the scene. Bulma spoke up, "All right, Jiang Ling, I believe you." Trunks recalled Jiang Ling's numerous accomplishments, including leading him to the hyperbolic time chamber, teaching him the full power of Super Saiyan, providing him with valuable study materials, and sharing crucial information about Cell, among other things. Given all this, trusting Jiang Ling seemed utterly reasonable. "I believe you too," Trunks declared earnestly. A smile graced Jiang Ling's lips as he proceeded to introduce the details about Android 16. Android 16 is a fully robotic entity, composed entirely of machine components aside from its human-like appearance. "Bulma," Jiang Ling remarked, "given your expertise in robotics, you should be able to intervene, right? For instance, you could implant a control program within its central control system as a precaution. This way, if anything goes awry, you could intervene." Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed her forte. Absolutely no problem. With that pronouncement, Bulma ushered the cockpit into her laboratory. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling and Trunks retreated to the living room to rest and doze. It was then that Trunks received a communication from the Earth Defense Force. Upon reading it, his expression turned grave. A small town had survived, but its inhabitants have been ravaged by Cell. Tens of thousands of people. "I must obliterate Cell first," he exclaimed, making for the door, only to be intercepted by Jiang Ling. "Have you sensed Cell's aura?" "No," Trunks replied, shaking his head. "Then what is the purpose of your haste?" "Cell is cunning and adept at concealing his presence. Should he burrow into a forest, where would you even begin to search?" But, I am filled with anguish. So many lives." Jiang Ling reassured him. "Do not fret. They can be resurrected once all is concluded." Trunks was taken aback. Resurrected? It was said that the Earth is devoid of Dragon Balls. However, my mother mentioned that new Dragon Balls exist on the planet Namek, though she's unaware of their whereabouts and has been searching fruitlessly for over a decade. In this timeline, the events preceding the arrival of the androids remain true to the original narrative. Namek was obliterated by Frieza, prompting the Namekians to migrate to a new Namek. Bulma, on the other hand, remains oblivious to its location. Otherwise, she would have resurrected the Earth warriors long ago. As for Goku, he perished due to heart disease, and according to the lore, his revival seems implausible. There are methods available, albeit they are rather challenging. Jiang Ling harbors no confidence in successfully reviving Goku. Well, once matters conclude, I shall consult King Kai, and then we can have your mother construct a spaceship to journey there, Jiang Ling remarked with a smile. Does this mean Gohan can also be revived? It is theoretically feasible. Splendid, Trunks exclaimed, leaping with excitement, inadvertently creating a significant hole in the ceiling. Ouch, that hurts! Jiang Ling observed Trunks' exuberance with a warm smile, akin to that of a benevolent elder watching over a junior. Chapter 66. The Battle. After a while, Bulma approached, announcing that she had completed her task. Jiang Ling responded, "Let's first awaken Android 16, even if 16 is malevolent. Should you find it difficult to manage, Trunks and I will be here to ensure everything remains under control." Bulma nodded, holding a controller specifically designed for Android 16 in one hand, while cautiously opening the white hatch with the other. Before them stood a robust man with a distinctive orange, pineapple-shaped hairstyle, Android 16. As Bulma pressed the activation button, 16 slowly opened his eyes. He sat up and surveyed the group. "Hello, Ms. Bulma. Greetings to you both, gentlemen." Within 16's database, he possessed information about Bulma. However, he found no data regarding Jiang Ling or Trunks. Bulma and Trunks felt a sense of relief at 16's amicable demeanor. Jiang Ling silently nodded in approval, noting that while 16's appearance was rather ordinary, his hairstyle did not align with his aesthetic preferences. "Greetings, Android 16. You may call me Jiang Ling, and this is Trunks, Bulma's son." "Jiang Ling, Trunks, it is a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire as to this location?" "This is our underground base. First, I must ascertain whether you harbor any malicious intent." 16 shook his head, stating, "I bear no ill will. I cherish nature and small creatures, and I have no desire to take a life. Yet my programming dictates that I must eliminate one individual, Sun Wukong." Bulma interjected, "Sun Wukong is already deceased. Is that so? What then shall I do? Since this programming has been imposed upon you, I can assist in its removal." "Thank you very much, Ms. Bulma." "You're welcome." At that moment, Trunks suddenly remarked, "You claim you harbor no ill intentions. But how can I ascertain if you're being truthful? I possess no concept of deceit." Number 16 responded, "I can grant you access to the core code for verification." Trunks and Bulma exchanged a glance, both feeling reassured given the circumstances. Jiang Ling smiled and said, "May I request your assistance with something?" "Go ahead," Number 16 replied. "On Earth, there exist malevolent androids, namely Number 17 and Number 18, created by Dr. Gero, who wreak havoc, leading to a drastic decline in both human and animal populations, as well as considerable damage to nature." Jiang Ling paused momentarily before continuing. "Could you assist us by providing the locations of Number 17 and Number 18? Number 16's expression shifted slightly. "Yes, that is feasible. According to the database, their energy signatures are rather unique, which explains why your technological devices cannot detect them." Upon hearing this, Trunks inquired curiously, "They are androids like you. Why would you provide us with their locations?" Number 16 shook his head. "I have never encountered them and possess no emotional ties to them. Moreover, I abhor malevolence." Jiang Ling then declared, "Very well, Number 16 and Trunks, let's set off." Number 16 nodded in agreement, indeed. "Let's embark." In Trunks' eyes, a fierce fighting spirit flickered. Above, Jiang Ling, Trunks, and No. 16 soared through the sky at an astonishing speed, heading toward the location detected by Number 16. As they flew, Number 16 observed the devastated forests and flora below, a look of pity crossing his face. What a shame. Nature is so splendid, yet has been ravaged. Jiang Ling glanced at him and replied, "As long as we eradicate the malevolent androids, I shall restore nature to its former glory." Before long, they arrived at a villa. "According to the energy readings from my internal radar, they should be inside," stated Number 16. No sooner had he spoken than Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy skyrocketing. With a flash of brilliance, a powerful energy wave surged forth. Boom! The villa erupted in a tremendous explosion, debris scattering in all directions. Jiang Ling nodded, acknowledging the impressive power of the attack. He too had mastered it through training. Whoosh! Two figures emerged from the wreckage of the villa, confronting Jiang Ling and his companions. It was a nefarious android duo, number 17 and number 18. Not a scratch marred their bodies. Oh, I wonder who this is? Isn't it the cowardly Trunks? After hiding for so long, have you finally mustered the courage to show yourself? Number 17 scoffed. So you found yourself some assistance this time. But you are merely here to serve as fodder. You stand no chance against me. Number 18 cast a fleeting glance, her gaze settling on Jiang Ling. This man piques my interest. Number 17. Do refrain from killing him. Number 17 shrugged nonchalantly. Very well. Who can blame you for being my sister? Perhaps having tasted invincibility for too long. They exuded an air of confidence, entirely devoid of the tension that typically accompanies an impending battle, appearing remarkably relaxed. Hmph. Artificial human. The eyes of Hmph glimmered with a fierce resolve and simmering hatred. Today marks your doom. Number 17 crossed his arms, taunting. You said the same thing last time, and the outcome? Need I elaborate? He then glanced at the ruins of their villa, continuing, however, since you've destroyed our home, I shall inflict some serious injuries upon you as punishment. Hmph drew forth the massive sword from his back, assuming a combat stance. Meanwhile, number 16 remarked, Jiang Ling, Hmph, I harbor no fondness for fighting. You too may proceed. Very well. I had no intention of involving you anyway, Jiang Ling replied with a smile, stepping forward to limber up, directly seeking out number 17 as his opponent, for he found it difficult to raise his hand against a woman. Boom! A fierce golden aura surged into the sky. Chapitre 67, Sword Technique. Two streams of golden flames intertwined, radiating a dazzling brilliance. They enveloped Jiang Ling and Hmph, resembling two formidable war deities. Number 16 gazed at the two, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He was aware of their strength, yet he never anticipated such terrifying energy. Was this truly a power that humanity could possess? Number 16 found it hard to believe, but the radar within him confirmed its reality. Number 18 paid little heed to her opponent, Hmph. In her eyes, he was effortlessly capable of handling the situation. She tucked her hair behind her ears, licked her luscious red lips, and fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Ling. Handsome boy, if you surrender now and obediently serve me, I might consider sparing you trouble in the future. Otherwise, the agony of flesh will be unavoidable. My brother certainly won't show mercy like I do. Upon beholding Jiang Ling for the first time, she was immediately captivated by his dashing and handsome mien, igniting within her a desire to cherish him in her own unique fashion. Whether it was a case of instant infatuation or a sudden impulse, she had never before experienced such an intense sensation. In any event, Android 18 was eager to employ her small leather whip upon him. Had Jiang Ling been privy to her thoughts, he might have mused that disparate environments can indeed cultivate divergent predilections. If you desire my servitude, you must first vanquish me, Jiang Ling remarked with a dismissive glance. Android 18 spread her hands, stating with resignation, in that case, Android 17, you are aware of the protocol. Refrain from inflicting grievous harm. Android 17 responded casually. Very well, I shall endeavor to exercise restraint. Scrutinizing his adversary, Jiang Ling, he scoffed, you are the third individual I have encountered who dyes their hair. But to what end? Ultimately, you shall succumb to our amusement. Out of deference to my sister, I shall grant you the prerogative of initiating the first offensive. Oh, Jiang Ling's lips curled into a subtle smile. In the ensuing moment, the golden aura that enveloped him dissipated as he transitioned directly into his maximum power configuration. With a swiftness that defied perception, he materialized before Android 17. Boom! Jiang Ling delivered a powerful punch, striking number 17 with tremendous force. Caught off guard, number 17's eyes widened as his stomach reacted violently, expelling gastric fluid. He was propelled backward, carving a deep and wide trench into the ground before finally colliding with a mountain peak, where he came to a halt. Is that all? Jiang Ling remarked. unimpressed by the display of strength. Nearby, number 18 was taken aback, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Number 17 has been knocked down by a single punch. In a moment of panic, number 18 shouted, "Number 17, have you been playing too much these past few days? Are you feeling weak?" With a thunderous crash, number 17 shattered the massive boulder, pinning him down, and glared fiercely, declaring, "Whoever feels weak, it cannot possibly be me. I was merely unprepared." He truly believed himself to be the strongest in the world, convinced that no one could defeat him. He insisted that he had merely been ambushed. With renewed vigor, number 17 charged towards Jiang Ling, determined to retaliate. "Come at me." Jiang Ling chuckled, standing his ground and preparing to meet the challenge head-on. Boom! Jiang Ling remained steadfast, unfazed by the confrontation. He unleashed a flurry of punches, 1, 2, 3, each landing with resounding impact on number 17. Suddenly, number 17 found himself in a position of passive defense, unable to mount any effective counterattack. Despite numerous attempts to break free, he found himself effortlessly subdued by Jiang Ling's relentless assault. "Number 17, I am here to assist you." On the 18th, she was not devoid of insight. Upon witnessing her younger brother in peril, she promptly sought to assist him. She understood the principle of mutual dependence. However, just as she was about to intervene, Trunks positioned himself squarely in her path. "Your adversary is me. Depart." In her urgency to safeguard her brother, 18 disregarded Trunks, executing a swift and powerful kick. In her eyes, this strike would undoubtedly incapacitate him. With a resounding thud, Trunks effortlessly blocked her kick with his arm. "You underestimate me," he said, his tone unfazed. 18 furrowed her brow in disbelief. How is it possible for Trunks to withstand such an attack unscathed? Sensing her incredulity, Trunks declared, "I am no longer the person I once was. Allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my training." In an instant, the golden aura surrounding him surged, elevating his presence to a new level. Grasping his great sword with both hands, he swung it with force. 18's pupils dilated. Her senses heightened as a wave of danger washed over her. She immediately braced herself, summoning a faint blue shield to envelop her body. With a tremendous impact, 18's curvaceous form was driven into the ground, creating a substantial crater. The delicate blue shield dissipated upon collision. Clearly, even with the shield's protection, her body had endured significant force. A gasp escaped as a mouthful of crimson blood was expelled from her luscious, ruby lips. What is happening? How can you possibly be this strong?" "There is nothing impossible," he replied. "You see, during moments when my training nearly overwhelms me, I always recall the visage and laughter of my beloved Gohan. It is he who sustains me, urging me to persevere through the pain." Trunks clutched his heart, his eyes ablaze with fury. "It is you who have slain my dearest Gohan." Instantly, Android 18 found herself subdued by Trunks' formidable aura. In a state of panic, she hastily implored Trunks, please don't approach. Consider the times I have spared you." With a bitter smile, Trunks retorted, "Spared me? Do you truly believe I am unaware? You merely toyed with me for your amusement. If I were to let you go, what of the countless humans you have murdered on this planet? What of the innocent creatures you have slain? What of the devastation you have wrought upon this world? What of the brave warriors who have perished at your hands?" Not far off, Jiang Ling, who was battling Android 17, noticed the commotion. He paused, taken aback. He hadn't realized the extent of the pressure and resentment, perhaps even animosity, that had accumulated within Trunks over the years. If things continued this way, Trunks would inevitably succumb to darkness. Jiang Ling sighed, acknowledging that he couldn't fully empathize with Trunks' situation. Yet he shared his abhorrence for the atrocities committed by the malevolent androids. His strikes grew fiercer, pummeling Android 17 relentlessly. Trunks' impassioned words left Android 18 stunned. She had never considered, nor had she ever cared. She couldn't fathom why Trunks would concern himself so deeply with these insignificant beings. They were merely ants. Trunks shook his head. Their paths diverged too greatly for any meaningful understanding. No amount of explanation would bridge the gap with the wicked androids and their comprehension of the suffering they caused. With a glint in his eyes, Trunks charged forward, brandishing his greatsword. Witness the techniques Jiang Ling has imparted to me. Dragon Strike. His figure seemed to be enveloped by the spectral image of a divine dragon. Chapter 68. Destruction Blast. A sword wound appeared on Android 18's body. Trunks wheeled around, his great sword arcing upward, launching Android 18 into the sky with no regard for her appearance. Phantom Sword Dance. Trunks swung his great sword with a sudden ferocity, unleashing energy as if it were in limitless supply, striking number 18 with a resounding blow. The latter was left defenseless, exclaiming in desperation, "Enough!" Her body was already marred with wounds. In a fierce burst of determination, she unleashed a tremendous force from within, compelling Trunks to retreat and interrupt his flurry of attacks. Number 18 hovered in the air, gazing at her once smooth and fair skin, now riddled with injuries, a savage fury igniting in her eyes. Countless energy orbs materialized in her hands, hurled towards Trunks with intent. Yet, she retained her composure. She was certain that if Trunks evaded her projectiles, the resulting explosions would devastate the Earth. Number 18 was resolute. Trunks would undoubtedly intercept them. Indeed, the very next moment, a grave expression settled upon Trunks' face. He chose not to dodge, allowing the energy orbs to collide with him directly. The air erupted with violent blasts, smoke billowing as chaos ensued. "Trunks!" Jiang Ling called out, a twinge of concern gnawing at his heart. With a swift knee strike, he sent number 17 sprawling away, fixating his gaze on Trunks. "I'm fine," Trunks' voice reassured him, prompting Jiang Ling to exhale in relief as he resumed his confrontation with number 17, who now bore the bruises of battle, stripped of his former elegance and charm. "How infuriating! I shall obliterate you." Jiang Ling jested, observing, "Your entire being is pliant, save for your obstinate mouth." These words were a direct affront to number 17, for what could be said to a man that cuts deeper than an accusation of softness? "Ayowa!" Number 17 bellowed, his countenance contorted in rage, as he conjured an immense energy sphere between his hands. "Annihilation Ball!" he roared. "Kneel before me, or I shall obliterate this planet." Jiang Ling muttered, impressive. It seems both siblings resort to threats when outmatched, though I concede this particular threat is rather effective. Jiang Ling descended to the ground, yet remained standing. A man does not yield so easily. "Do not be impetuous," he implored, his tone laced with gentle persuasion. "If you destroy Earth, you shall perish as well." He hoped to dissuade number 17 through reason. Should that fail, he would utilize the system to retreat to his own timeline before Earth's demise. A deserter? Nay. Upon returning to his own time, Jiang Ling would, after a suitable interval, return and journey to New Namek to restore Earth with the Dragon Balls. A contingency, to be sure, but one to be avoided if possible, for the inconvenience it would cause. "Do not be impetuous?" Number 17 retorted, incensed. "I am on the verge of being slain by your hand, and you bid me to remain calm? Behold my face, once a visage of considerable charm, now marred and swollen. When shall it ever return to its former glory?" With palpable ire, number 17 voiced his displeasure. A suppressed giggle escaped Jiang Ling. Upon seeing number 17's unsightly countenance, stifled her mirth and earnestly offered, "That's not what I meant. I can help you recover." Subsequently, Jiang Ling's countenance adopted a serious demeanor. With alacrity, she positioned herself before number 17, and before he could react, she unleashed a flurry of blows upon his face, a restorative pugilistic technique. Aesthetic restoration fist. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Following the barrage, number 17's face appeared even more swollen. "Aarg, I shall not forgive you." The words were barely uttered before Jiang Ling propelled him skyward with a forceful kick, his form hurtling into the distant forest, felling countless trees in its wake. Disregarding his plight, Jiang Ling's gaze ascended to the gargantuan sphere of annihilation that number 17 had conjured, now gradually descending. Her expression grave, Jiang Ling intoned softly, her entire being radiating power. She adopted a stance, hands forming a calyx shape at her waist. King Kai Fist. A scarlet aura enveloped her form. King Kai Fist, Super Saiyan, amplified. Jiang Ling's visage contorted in agony, her body seemingly unable to withstand the confluence of these explosive energies. Yet, she had no other recourse. Kamehameha. A crimson beam coalesced in Jiang Ling's hands, surging forth to meet the descending sphere of destruction. Boom! The sphere's reflection loomed ever larger in Jiang Ling's eyes, still inexorably falling. I shall assist you. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the battered Trunks, undeterred by Android 18's threats, unleashed a powerful flash of energy. Boom! The two of them worked in unison, barely managing to prevent the cataclysmic blast from descending upon Earth. The situation momentarily reached a stalemate. At that juncture, the voice of Android 16, who had been observing the battle, resounded. I shall join as well. With a swift motion, he detached his wrist, aiming the ominous dark aperture at the annihilation blast, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. Boom! The trio combined their might, propelling the destructive force further away, finally sending it hurtling into the vastness of outer space. Boom! The shock waves from the explosion still reverberated, impacting Earth, yet the consequences were manageable, merely earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis ensued. Chapter 69, Mutation. Having averted the crisis posed by the annihilation blast, Jiang Ling and Trunks breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment on the battlefield, Android 17 had been struck by Jiang Ling and vanished into the forest, while Android 18, seizing the opportunity to recuperate, tended to her wounds, which had begun to clot. Trunks, are you all right? Jiang Ling inquired with concern. Just moments ago, Trunks had endured a relentless barrage of energy blasts from Android 18. Even with his full Super Saiyan power, withstanding such an onslaught was no trivial feat. Trunks' attire lay in tatters, and the number of wounds adorning his body surpassed those of Android 18. He took a moment to steady his breath and replied, I'm fine. I can hold on. Jiang Ling suggested, if it becomes too much, allow me to step in while you take a moment to recuperate. Trunks shook his head, his expression resolute. No, I must resolve this myself. It is time to avenge Gohan. Well said. You possess great courage. Jiang Ling approvingly gave a thumbs up, gratified that his faith in the young man was well placed. Subsequently, he collapsed heavily to the ground. The earlier combination of the Kaioken with Super Saiyan had pushed his body past its limits, rendering him incapable of further combat. Although Jiang Ling still possessed a Senzu Bean, which would enable him to continue fighting, he surmised that Android 17 was likely severely injured and out of the picture. With only Android 18 remaining, and Trunks capable of handling her, Jiang Ling decided against expending the Senzu Bean unnecessarily. He would observe the battle from the sidelines. Jiang Ling produced a set of table and chairs, along with tea utensils, tea leaves, hot water, and refreshments. He began brewing tea on the spot, inviting the astonished Android 16 to join him. His leisurely demeanor made it seem as though they were far removed from the battlefield. Trunks, carry on, Jiang Ling said. I'll just enjoy a cup of tea. The fragrant aroma of the tea wafted through the air as Jiang Ling savored a sip. Trunks took a deep breath, composed himself, and turned his gaze towards Android 18, stating in a deep voice, Let's continue, Android 18. Android 18's once cheerful face was now cast in a somber expression. I didn't expect you to survive after enduring so many of my energy blasts, she said. Your growth is truly remarkable. Trunks retorted, That's none of your concern. Just know that your end is near. Such arrogance. Number 18's eyes glinted coldly as she shouted, Number 17, where are you? If you're alive, come out quickly and help me deal with Trunks. She could see that Jiang Ling had lost the ability to continue fighting if Number 17 emerged to join forces. Victory in this battle would be assured. After waiting for a while without receiving a response from Number 17, a sense of dread enveloped Number 18. Number 17, answer me. Lapus. Respond to me. She even called out Number 17's name, yet silence persisted. Trunks chuckled softly, sensing that Number 17 was likely in grave danger. Impossible. My brother is so powerful. How could anything happen to him? Number 18 grew increasingly agitated, her breath becoming erratic, as the prolonged silence from her dear brother drove her to the brink of madness. Her eyes gradually turned crimson. This is bad. We must end this swiftly. Trunks felt a shiver run through him as he unsheathed his great sword and charged forward. Number 18, with her long legs slicing through the air, simultaneously unleashed a powerful kick. Ultimate Demon Sword Technique. Martial God Kick. As they brushed past each other, both combatants landed heavily on the ground. With simultaneous gasps, they expelled blood. Recognizing the fleeting nature of the opportunity, they pressed on, launching renewed assaults. Energy surged once more. Trunks brandished his great sword, unleashing a barrage of ethereal blades, while Android 18, seemingly consumed by frenzy, hurled energy blasts with reckless abandon, unconcerned with their accuracy, fueled by her inexhaustible power supply. The ethereal blades collided with the energy projectiles, creating cacophonous explosions that reverberated across the heavens and the earth, audible even on the far side of the globe. The destructive energy unleashed by the cataclysmic impacts radiated outwards, obliterating rocks, flora, and fauna in its wake. Frustrated by her inability to subdue Trunks, Android 18 teetered on the precipice of utter mental collapse. With a primal scream, she unleashed the full force of her internal energy, causing fissures to erupt in the ground beneath her feet. "This is not good. She's going to self-destruct," Jiang Ling exclaimed, setting down his teacup abruptly. Trunks, his countenance resolute, advanced rather than retreated, brandishing his great sword. Ultimate demonic swordsmanship, Tempest style, he roared. In a flash, his figure vanished, replaced by a multitude of swords suspended in the air, encircling Android 18, forming an imposing sword array. An immense pressure descended upon her, effectively stifling her self-destructive intentions. "What's happening?" she exclaimed. Android 18's countenance reflected utter disbelief as rationality finally prevailed. Surveying the dense array of flying swords encircling her, a chilling dread washed over her being. Wait, Trunks, please spare me." From a short distance, Jiang Ling interjected with timely urgency. "Trunks, show no leniency, harbor no misplaced compassion." Simultaneously, Trunks' voice reverberated from all directions, reaching Android 18's ears. "I shall grant you no quarter. You must answer for the countless lives of Earth's inhabitants." As his words echoed, Trunks materialized amidst the myriad greatswords, grasping one in each hand, and with a simultaneous surge, a tempest of sword light erupted, countless glimmers of cold steel flashing as they hurtled toward Android 18. Amidst the chaos, Trunks' figure could be vaguely discerned, weaving through the sword array. "Ayoa!" Android 18's piercing scream, mingled with the clangor of swords, resounded through the heavens and earth, lingering long after. When the dust settled, Android 18 lay motionless upon the ground, her attire tattered and torn, devoid of any sign of life. Residual sword energy crackled across the surrounding terrain. Trunks retrieved his great swords, sheathing them behind him, and approached Jiang Ling. He seized a teacup and gulped down the hot tea. Jiang Ling, wearing a look of concern, chided him gently. "Savor it slowly. This is exquisite tea." On the 16th, there was a look of deep concern. "Trunks, I never anticipated your prowess. However, it seems you have caused considerable damage to the flora and fauna during the skirmish." Trunks replied with a hint of exasperation. "So, no one noticed my rather dashing demeanor. I take it? Well, I shall be more mindful next time." Pausing for a moment, he lifted his gaze slightly, casting it towards the heavens at a 45-degree angle, as if he could behold the visage of Gohan. He murmured softly, "Gohan, I have finally avenged you." The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. No one dared to utter a word. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Ling spoke up. "By the way, we still don't know if number 17 has perished. 16, could you assist me in detecting him?" Trunks also turned his attention to number 16, who nodded in agreement. His gaze shifted towards the forest where number 17 had fallen, and a stream of data flickered in his eyes. Soon, an expression of astonishment crossed his face. He could not detect number 17's energy signature, nor even a corpse. Instead, an unknown life form was present, one not recognized among Earth's current species. Jiang Ling's curiosity was piqued. "Elaborate, please." Yet, it was at that moment that an unexpected turn of events occurred. A figure materialized before number 18's lifeless body. Cackling echoed ominously. Thank you for delivering the 17th model, defeating the 18th. Otherwise, I would have had to evolve. And I shudder to think how long that would have taken. Jiang Ling's expression shifted, and he gathered a ball of energy, launching it forward with determination. To his astonishment, the figure did not flinch or evade. Instead, the appendage behind it expanded, directly absorbing the remains of the 18th model. With a resounding thud, the energy blast struck it, creating a massive cloud of smoke and debris. Chapter 70. Delusions of Grandeur. Jiang Ling's countenance grew solemn as he fixated on the swirling dust. It appeared that another battle was imminent. What? What is happening? Who is that? Trunks inquired urgently. Model 16 also turned to Jiang Ling, eager for clarification. Jiang Ling spoke slowly. To be precise, that cannot be classified as human. He is the creature I previously mentioned, Cell. Cell is the ultimate weapon created by Dr. Gero, utilizing the genes of Earth's warriors, along with those of Frisia and Cooler. However, due to prolonged cultivation, they abandoned that path and focused on the development of androids. The Cell before us was certainly once feeble. He had concealed his energy and remained hidden from even my senses. Taking advantage of the severely injured 17, he covertly absorbed him, and now he has consumed the 18th model as well. I surmise that he has completed his evolution into a perfect form, and his power is undoubtedly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Trunks and Android 16 gasped in shock. Jiang Ling's prowess was already formidable enough to be deemed terrifying, which only underscored how fearsome Cell must be. Is he even more powerful than the evil androids? Trunks inquired. Indeed, Jiang Ling affirmed, taking a sip of tea to soothe his throat before turning to Trunks and asking, "Are you able to fight again?" Trunks assessed his own condition, a bitter smile creeping onto his face as he shook his head. I expended a significant portion of my energy battling Android 18 just now, and I'm left with only about 10% of my strength. I doubt I can, he confessed, revealing a look of despair. They had just triumphed over the evil androids, and from the ashes of that battle, a flicker of hope had emerged for Earth. Yet now, a grave crisis had arisen. Moreover, both he and Jiang Ling were unable to engage in combat. The flicker of hope had been extinguished almost as soon as it had ignited, and there was no greater despair than this. Jiang Ling rose and patted Trunks on the shoulder. "Do not lose heart. After all, you have me here." Jiang Ling flashed a broad smile, his cheerful demeanor alleviating some of the surrounding gloom. "But, Jiang Ling, your fighting ability has diminished," Trunks remarked. "Who says that?" Jiang Ling retorted, his eyes widening before he corrected himself. "Call me Uncle Jiang Ling, Uncle Jiang Ling." Trung Shuklat. Jiang Ling smiled slightly and explained, "I possess a senza bean that can restore my energy. Such a remarkable item exists." Indeed, Jiang Ling promptly negated, extinguishing the newly ignited flame of hope in Trunks. Android 16 stepped forward, stating solemnly, "I, too, shall partake in this battle." My abstention hitherto stemmed from an absolute confidence in vanquishing the malevolent artificial beings. I refrained from interference, cognizant of your vendetta and permitting your retribution. Moreover, I stood ready to intercede should peril befall you. My paramount concern lies in averting further desecration of nature and harm to its denizens. However, Cell's power surpasses my estimations, and I possess no certitude of victory. Nonetheless, I must fight to safeguard Earth, the environment, and its creatures. Are you capable? Trunks inquired earnestly. I am capable of combat. Trust in me. Jiang Ling nodded in affirmation. Indeed, despite Android 16's robotic nature, his strength is considerable, as evidenced by his contribution in resisting the destructive blast alongside us. Jiang Ling did not speak falsely. In the original text, the strength of the number 16 android surpasses that of ordinary beings. However, it is insufficient to confront the complete form of Cell. At this moment, as the dust surrounding Cell dissipated, Jiang Ling and the others turned their gazes toward him. There stood Cell, his 2-meter-tall figure unscathed. The energy blast had inflicted no damage upon him, a quintessential example of appearance over reality. At this juncture, Cell appeared remarkably handsome. If one were to overlook the fact that he is a monster, his countenance could rival Jiang Ling's own allure, making him a veritable star in the limelight. Jiang Ling exchanged a glance with number 16 and stepped forward, facing Cell directly. "Trunks, you may enjoy your tea. This monster is now my responsibility," he declared. Trunks responded with a simple, "All right." A gentle breeze whisked through, stirring the golden sands with a cacophony. Jiang Ling retrieved a senza bean and consumed it. The injuries he sustained from the Kaioken combined with Super Saiyan strength were instantly mended by the bean, restoring his physical condition, energy, and stamina to their peak. "Drink!" Jiang Ling suddenly shouted, and a blazing golden aura erupted, only to be absorbed back into his body, vanishing without a trace. Super Saiyan at full power. This was his most formidable transformation to date. Should he seek to grow stronger, it would mean transcending the Super Saiyan to become a Super Saiyan 2. However, Jiang Ling had not yet attained that form. Meanwhile, Android 16 also assumed a combat stance. The man and the machine shared a tacit understanding as they directed their gazes toward Cell. Observing this display, Cell smirked with confidence. "Is this all? You are far too weak. I am now the most powerful perfect being in existence. You cannot defeat me, nor do I find it worthwhile to engage with you." After a brief pause, Cell chuckled and continued, "Based on your assistance in my evolution to perfection, I shall grant you an opportunity. In 7 days, I will host a tournament of martial arts, inviting the warriors of Earth to participate in an attempt to vanquish Jiang Ling had yet to speak when Trunks called out from a distance. Unlike previous androids, who at least spared humanity from annihilation, this Cell aimed to eradicate all of humankind upon his arrival. Who could possibly endure such an affront? Jiang Ling chuckled softly, asserting, "There's no need to delay. Let us resolve this today. I shall take action. If I cannot prevail, waiting an additional 7 days would be futile." Number 16 grinned, expressing, "I share the same sentiment. There is no better day than today to settle this matter." Chapter 71. A surprise attack. Sensing Cell's ominous presence, Jiang Ling smiled faintly. He had been somewhat overly dramatic in his earlier conversation with Trunks. In truth, his strength was nearly on par with that of Cell's perfect form. Even if he fell slightly short, the outcome of their battle remained uncertain. Moreover, with number 16 offering support, the odds were more favorable. Jiang Ling cast a glance at the serious face number 16 and nodded. "Number 16, I will engage first. You need only provide assistance." Number 16 gazed intently at Jiang Ling, choosing to place his unwavering trust in him. "All right, I understand that I may not be able to contend. My hopes rest upon you." Jiang Ling replied with a light-hearted tone, "Do not say that. You place a great deal of pressure upon me." Despite his words, he felt no sense of trepidation. Anxiety during battle is a grave mistake. While some individuals might perform exceptionally under pressure, the majority falter in combat when overwhelmed by nervousness, thus conceding defeat before the fight even begins. Jiang Ling was well aware of this, and thus he swiftly adjusted his demeanor. Upon hearing their arrogant remarks and their continued laughter, Cell felt utterly disregarded. "I graciously offer you the opportunity to defeat me, yet you choose to spurn it. Very well. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Cell remarked with a cold smirk. It was not that he underestimated Jiang Ling and the 16th, but rather, as a fully evolved being, he possessed absolute confidence, believing that there were no rivals left in this world. Little did he know, Jiang Ling perceived this as not confidence, but rather an overabundance of it, hubris. In an instant, Jiang Ling entered a combat stance, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight, sending a cloud of dust into the air. His figure reappeared directly before Cell, his long legs slicing through the air with a forceful strike aimed at Cell. Cell stepped back, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. The impact was thunderous, unleashing a violent gust of wind, as the ground between them fractured into a web of cracks. Goodness, Jiang Ling is truly formidable. Not far away, Tien stood firmly on the ground, having narrowly escaped being swept away. The tea and the furniture had long since been uprooted, vanished without a trace. A teapot, caught in mid-air, fortuitously tipped over onto Tien, leaving behind an inexplicable yellow stain. Number 16 paid no heed to Tien predicament. He stood resolute, unwavering as a mountain. His mechanical hand had been detached, a terrifying energy orb coalescing within. Data flickered in his eyes as he recalibrated his aim, poised to strike at the opportune moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling and Sheru, having exchanged blows, each took a few steps back. Jiang Ling retained a calm demeanor, entirely unperturbed. This had all unfolded as he had anticipated. A flicker of surprise crossed Sheru's eyes. Although the previous clash had merely been a parry, it was astonishing that Jiang Ling's strike had forced him to retreat. "Why is your strength so formidable?" Sheru couldn't help but inquire. Jiang Ling smiled faintly. "What do you think?" "I think you're a star." Sheru suddenly lunged forward like a cannonball, the sound of rushing air echoing behind him. He unleashed all his strength in a single punch. Jiang Ling did not evade. Instead, he slightly crouched and delivered a punch of his own. A thunderous explosion resounded as their fists collided, both men feeling a numbing shock through their arms. Without hesitation, Jiang Ling's other hand transformed into a claw, reaching forth. Black Tiger striking the heart. Had it not been for the absence of Kunkin, Cell would have unleashed the infamous trick of the monkey stealing peaches. In the heat of battle, it is a matter of life and death. The means employed are inconsequential, as long as victory is attained. Indeed, Cell's tail stealthily slithered from beneath, aiming directly at Jiang Ling. With no choice but to protect his vital points, Jiang Ling executed a series of backward somersaults, narrowly evading Cell's ambush. Chapter 72. Turning point. Jiang Ling stood firm, his gaze fixed resolutely upon Cell. From their brief skirmish, he discerned that without a significant enhancement of his strength, swiftly defeating Cell would be an insurmountable challenge. What course of action should he take? Cell had consumed Android 17 and Android 18, acquiring boundless energy. It was evident that a decisive victory could not be achieved in a short span against Cell. As time progressed, his stamina would inevitably wane, leading to complete exhaustion. Thus, this confrontation necessitated a swift resolution. Otherwise, unforeseen complications could arise. To hasten the outcome, it was imperative to diminish Cell's power. A brilliant idea flickered in Jiang Ling's mind, illuminating his eyes. What if he were to revert Cell to a prior state? It is well known that Cell possesses several forms: his larval stage, his adolescent form, and his perfect form. At present, if he could merely reduce Cell back to his adolescent form, victory would be within reach. Without hesitation, he resolved to act. With a swift glance at Cell, whose visage radiated self-assurance, Jiang Ling executed a rapid maneuver, positioning himself directly before his adversary. A forceful blow was unleashed, impacting heavily upon Cell's abdomen. The towering frame of Cell recoiled, his posture contorting as an acute agony compelled his mouth to gape and eyes to bulge. Overwhelmed by hubris, he had not anticipated Jiang Ling's sudden offensive. Caught entirely off guard, he sustained a direct, formidable punch. Cell surmised that, had his defenses been less robust, the blow might have resulted in a complete abdominal perforation. Yet, his reaction was sufficiently prompt. Enduring the pain, he retaliated with a knee thrust. Jiang Ling, however, had anticipated this maneuver, sidestepping the attack with ease and countering with a sharp elbow strike that landed once more upon Cell's midsection. This relentless assault placed Cell at a distinct disadvantage. A torrential barrage of attacks followed, an unremitting onslaught that left Cell disoriented and unable to retaliate. Jiang Ling propelled Cell skyward with a forceful kick, then bellowed, "Android 16." Lacking the ability for telepathic communication and recognizing its futility with a machine, he resorted to a vocal command. "Affirmative," responded Android 16, who had been amassing power in anticipation. His gaze fixated on Cell, suspended in the air. The potent energy, accumulated over time, was now unleashed in a torrential burst, coalescing into a thick beam that struck the defenseless Cell. Cell's visage was contorted in agony, his tormented cries reverberating across the firmament. From afar, Trunks, observing the scene, anxiously inquired, "Has it succeeded?" Jiang Ling demurred, "It's not that simple." A cacophony of tormented laughter emanated from Cell as he bellowed, "Is that all? I can endure much more." "Is that so?" Jiang Ling responded with a subtle smile. As the Kamehameha wave, now fully charged in his hands, was unleashed. Intertwining with Android 16's formidable beam, they jointly enveloped Cell. Ayoa! Cell's agonizing laughter metamorphosed into a harrowing shriek, a lament that would rend the hearts of those who heard it and draw tears from their eyes. In the wake of the energy surge, Cell plummeted from the heavens, crashing onto the earth, motionless. Trunks, in a paroxysm of elation, exclaimed, "He's done for." Android 16, however, wore a grave expression. Jiang Ling shook his head. No, Cell is not yet vanquished. He understood that Cell would not succumb so readily. Cell prostrate on the ground, his arms severed and his body riddled with grievous wounds, stirred feebly. Android 16, together, Jiang Ling declared, swiftly approaching Cell, for he would not allow Cell to regenerate. He would strike while the iron was hot. A fist, imbued with fierce intensity, relentlessly struck the abdomen of Cell, akin to a tempestuous storm. Android 16 joined the fray, his heavy iron fist descending in unison with Jiang Ling's strikes. 16, you must keep pace, synchronize with my rhythm. 1 for you, 2 for me. The battlefield resonated with the thunderous sounds of impact, a rhythmic symphony of flesh meeting flesh. Cell, jolted awake, abruptly opened his eyes. Jiang Ling and Android 16 exchanged a knowing glance before retreating several paces. With a groan, Cell clutched his stomach, mouth agape. Wow, he exclaimed as he expelled. A person? It was Android 17. Simultaneously, his physique rapidly devolved, his handsome visage transforming into that of an unsightly caricature with a grotesque mouth. His energy diminished significantly. Witnessing this transformation, a subtle smile crept across Jiang Ling's lips. Success. His prior intention had been to compel Cell to regurgitate the androids. Chapter 73. Fireworks. Cell rose, his expression a mask of fury. The wounds upon his body writhed and healed, his severed right arm regrowing. How could this be? Trunks could not contain his astonishment. He recalled Gohan's severed arm and wished for its restoration. Cell possessed the genes of Piccolo, and surely his mother had informed him that Namekians possess the remarkable ability of regeneration. Jiang Ling offered an explanation before striding forward. With a swift kick, he displaced Android 17, preventing Cell from absorbing him once more. Cell's eyes widened in fury. He had intended to consume Android 17 again to restore his power, but Jiang Ling thwarted his efforts. He could foresee that engaging in combat with his current strength would inevitably lead to a disastrous outcome. After enduring so much hardship, he finally had the chance to dominate the world and reign over the entire planet. Yet Jiang Ling dared to obstruct him. Cell was unwilling to accept this fate. His rage surged uncontrollably, contorting his face into a grotesque mask. The energy within him spiraled out of control, causing his body to swell rapidly. He was about to resort to a desperate measure, determined to drag everyone present down with him before his demise. Jiang Ling's expression turned grave as he delivered a devastating blow to Cell's abdomen, piercing through him. In his current weakened state, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, breaching Cell's defenses was an effortless task for Jiang Ling. With a sickening sound, Cell regurgitated a torrent of greenish blood. Jiang Ling had forcefully interrupted his self-destruction attempt. The backlash swiftly followed, causing Cell to expel another figure, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Android 18. With the departure of the 18th, Cell's power plummeted to its nadir, his form diminishing drastically, leaving even his characteristic sausage-like mouth absent. Jiang Ling observed Cell with a smirk that danced between amusement and disdain. While Cell's expression had lost its previous malevolence, his eyes darting left and right in search of an escape route. Once, he had contemplated self-detonation as a means to drag everyone down with him, but now he found himself devoid of even the qualifications for such an act. Jiang Ling would not grant him the luxury of escape. Without uttering a word, he positioned his hands in a flower-like formation at his waist, conjuring a concentrated sphere of light. The blue-white radiance was blinding. Kamehameha, Jiang Ling uttered in a low voice. The horrific shockwave enveloped Cell instantly. In the blink of an eye, he did not even have the opportunity to scream, vanishing into mere ash without a trace. Jiang Ling remained steadfast in his stance, his expression betraying no sign of relaxation. He understood that Cell possessed a core. As long as the core persisted, he could resurrect infinitely. After meticulously inspecting the remnants, he finally exhaled in relief upon confirming that even the core had been reduced to dust, leaving no trace behind. Thankfully, the lightning version of Cell did not emerge. Otherwise, none present would have stood a chance. In such a scenario, Jiang Ling would have been compelled to retreat to his own timeline to evade the storm, only to return later to the Dragon Balls on Namek to resurrect Goku. Jiang Ling, has Cell been vanquished? Trunks approached with an eager expression and inquired. Number 16 also turned to Jiang Ling, anticipating his response. Jiang Ling turned and smiled, declaring, "It is over." "Hooray!" Trunks exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. "Earth, at last, is at peace." Number 16 let out a sigh of relief. "Jiang Ling, you're truly remarkable." Jiang Ling waved his hand modestly and pointed to the malevolent androids, 17 and 18, that had been expelled by Cell. "Trunks, please come over and finish them off." Trunks was taken aback. "Oh, they're not dead yet? Number 17 is alive, while number 18 should be deceased. As you were the one who killed her and confirmed it," Jiang Ling replied. Trunks's expression grew serious as he seized one of the evil androids in each hand and forcefully hurled them into the sky. Subsequently, a dazzling energy blast erupted from his hand, striking the airborne androids directly. A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. A magnificent firework burst forth in the sky, illuminating the faces of all present, a spectacle that lingered in the air. The two malevolent androids vanished completely from Earth, having paid the due price for their heinous crimes. Chapter 74. Trunks' grave responsibility. Having eradicated the androids and Cell, the group did not rush to return. Instead, they chose to rest in place. After all, having just concluded a fierce battle, their taut nerves began to relax, and none were inclined to move. The exception was Android 16, who merely waited patiently for others. Jiang Ling began to examine the skill he had acquired during the battle with Cell, the Adelrat version of instant transmission. Upon seeing this skill, his eyes sparkled with excitement. What a divine ability! He had originally intended to acquire it from Goku upon returning, but to his surprise, he had obtained it now. In the original narrative, Cell possessed the ability to instantly teleport, likely having inherited it from Goku's genes. However, Jiang Ling found himself puzzled. Why had Cell not utilized this skill to escape earlier? Perhaps he simply did not think of it. Or perhaps his power had diminished to the point where he could not use it. It could also be that he had so many skills that he could not integrate them all in a short span of time. Jiang Ling shook his head. After all, Sheru was already dead, and these questions had become devoid of answers. If one were to insist on seeking an answer, he would have to inquire of Sheru in the underworld. However, his curiosity was not sufficiently fervent, nor did he possess the leisure for such pursuits. The Adelrat version of instant transmission, to put it simply, is akin to the instant transmission that Goku learned, enabling one to sense the aura of others and instantaneously teleport to their side. The distance one can teleport is directly proportional to one's own strength and the potency of the opponent's aura. The more powerful one becomes, the further one can sense the aura. Conversely, the stronger the opponent's aura, the more easily it can be perceived. In addition to the Adelrat version of instant transmission, there exists another form of teleportation in this world, known as the King Kai's instant transmission. These two skills differ in their mechanics. The King Kai's instant transmission allows for teleportation to any location at will without the need to sense an aura. However, this lack of aura sensitivity means one cannot directly appear beside another person. For instance, if Bulma were bathing at home, Jiang Ling could use the Adelrat version of instant transmission to appear right beside her and observe her bathing. In contrast, using the King Kai's version of instant transmission, he would only be able to arrive at her home, or just outside the door. Each technique has its own merits, and Jiang Ling certainly wished to master both. Previously, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Jiang Ling had acquired two skills through Trunks: the Trunks sword technique and sword slash. One was a sword technique, while the other involved launching yellow energy blades from a sword. However, since he did not wield a sword, he found them somewhat redundant. especially since Trunks had taught him the sword techniques used to combat the androids. Returning to the present, Jiang Ling gazed at Trunks, who lay on the ground looking somewhat weak, and inquired, "Trunks, are you feeling so feeble?" "Nonsense," Trunks retorted, his eyes widening. "You're sprawled on the ground, appearing utterly exhausted. It truly makes you seem rather frail." "Damn it, I'm depleted after that battle. My strength hasn't fully returned, so of course I'm fatigued. It's not frailty." Jiang Ling nodded thoughtfully. "I comprehend." Subsequently, he produced a bottle of homemade liquor. It was infused with epimedium, Cinnamorium songaricum, Cistanche deserticula, seahorse, actinolite, Ligustrum lucidum, and an assortment of other traditional Chinese herbs, meticulously concocted for a specific purpose. "Trunks, here, this restorative tonic is for you." "Restorative tonic? Restorative for what?" Trunks inquired, puzzled. "Don't concern yourself with the specifics. Suffice it to say, it's beneficial for your health," Jiang Ling replied with a cryptic smile. He wasn't incorrect. It was indeed advantageous for his well-being. This was all for Trunks' benefit, and also with Bulma's future in mind, considering she had expressed her desire to have grandchildren. Trunks cautiously sampled a few sips, finding the liquor rather potent and slightly bitter, but otherwise acceptable. He then took it and decided to save it for later consumption. His alcohol tolerance had been cultivated by Jiang Ling during their time in a hyperbolic time chamber. He was no longer the Trunks who would fall after a single drink. Gurgling sounds echoed as Jiang Ling suddenly felt a pang of hunger. The scenery around was quite delightful, with the ground riddled with craters from previous battles, trees leaning precariously, and a plethora of flora and fauna marred extensively. It was an exceptional locale for a picnic. One must not merely admire beauty, one must also comprehend its artistry. Jiang Ling retrieved an assortment of barbecue tools, along with a variety of meats and vegetables suitable for grilling. "Are you all hungry? Care to indulge in some barbecue?" Turnings patted his stomach and nodded. "I am indeed hungry. It's time to replenish my strength." Number 16 interjected, "I'm not hungry. Do you think I would be? However, I can still partake in regular food." "Then lend a hand with the grilling. It won't be long before we can feast," Jiang Ling suggested. Number 16 raised an eyebrow in mild confusion. "Must I really assist?" Jiang Ling replied, "What do you think? Can you bear to watch us toil alone?" Ultimately, Number 16 and Turnanks joined the barbecue brigade. Soon, the air was filled with the savory aromas of grilled meat and vegetables. As Jiang Ling concocted the barbecue sauce, a peculiar smile crept onto his lips. He produced a pouch of powdered epimedium and mixed it in. He mused silently, "Turnanks, the crucial task of ensuring the propagation of Saiyans in this future timeline is now entrusted to you." Jiang Ling cast a meaningful glance at Turnanks, underscoring the gravity of their task ahead. The undertaking is both significant and challenging. It is hoped that Turnanks and Xiao Wu can lend their support, not excessively, but perhaps enough to assemble a football team in due time. Soon, the meat and vegetables were perfectly grilled, sprinkled with a special barbecue seasoning that ignited Turnanks' appetite. Jiang Ling then produced several boxes of beer, chuckling, "Barbecue paired with beer, the more you drink, the better it gets." Chapter 75. The melody, the enticing aroma of grilling wafted through the air. Jiang Ling and Turnanks indulged in their feast, their lips glistening with grease. The Saiyans' eating pace could only be described as a whirlwind. In no time, the table was cleared of its delectable offerings, all consumed by the two. They reclined on the grass, letting out a contented sigh. Nothing quite compares to the fleeting satisfaction that follows a hearty meal. "Isn't this feeling delightful?" Number 16 inquired with curiosity. He too had partaken in the barbecue and enjoyed the beer, yet as a robot, he did not experience such sensations. Indeed, reclining with his hands behind his head, Jiang Ling gazed contentedly at the heavens. A gentle zephyr stirred, causing his hair to dance with the breeze. Succumbing to the caress of the wind, Jiang Ling drifted into a deep slumber. Trunks, his countenance imbued with an unprecedented serenity, also succumbed to the embrace of Morphus. In the absence of adversarial pressure, a tranquil and unhurried existence was the epitome of bliss. As the sun descended, the waning rays of twilight bathed Android 16 in their golden glow. He sat serenely upon a rock, reveling in the evening breeze and admiring the sunset. Unbeknownst to them, The trio had lingered there until nightfall. Jiang Ling awoke, stretching languidly. I slept soundly indeed, he mused. Surveying his surroundings, he gently roused Trunks from his slumber. Arise, Trunks, he jested. The moon is already upon us. Trunks rubbed his eyes, his gaze still clouded with sleep. What is it? I was in the midst of a delightful dream. If you desire to sleep, return home, Jiang Ling retorted, pursing his lips. However, you must first apprise the Earth Defense Force of the eradication of the malevolent androids. Ah yes, I must inform them, so that they may disseminate the news to humanity across the globe. Trunks exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I was addled with sleep and had forgotten. After bidding farewell, he soared swiftly in a particular direction. Watching Trunks' receding figure, Jiang Ling chuckled and shook his head. That child is impetuous and rash, his temperament bearing no resemblance to mine. On the 16th, a remark was made. You two share no blood relation, so there is no basis for comparison. With a dismissive gesture, Jiang Ling indicated a desire to move past that topic. The conversation shifted. What are your plans moving forward? Next, I suppose I might focus on safeguarding the Earth's natural environment and its creatures, responded the 16th. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling offered a suggestion. Perhaps you could join Hmph and head to the Earth Defense Force. It would indeed enhance your ability to protect nature. Upon hearing this, the 16th's eyes sparkled with realization. Jiang Ling's insight was astute. The Earth Defense Force was currently the most formidable organization, and joining them would significantly bolster efforts to safeguard the environment. Then I shall accompany Hmph immediately, declared the 16th. Jiang Ling smiled and nodded, watching as the 16th ventured towards Hmph. Closing his eyes, he began to search for a presence. After a considerable time, Jiang Ling's brow furrowed slightly. He murmured to himself, it seems my own strength is lacking. Detecting the essence of ordinary individuals proves rather challenging. After a brief pause, Jiang Ling extended 2 fingers to his forehead. A subtle smile played upon his lips. Indeed, it is effective. His focus was significantly enhanced compared to before, enabling him to immediately detect Bulma's presence. Jiang Ling's heart stirred, and his body vanished in an instant. In the shelter of the Earth Defense Force, cheers reverberated throughout the entire space. Everyone was jubilant and ecstatic. The malevolent androids that had wreaked havoc for over a decade had finally been eradicated. There was no news more exhilarating than this. Immediately, someone used the radio to broadcast the news to shelters around the world. Others initiated bonfires, something they hadn't experienced in over a decade. Trunks, after making arrangements for Android 16, approached Mai and Videl. The 2 women, with smiles on their faces, were observing the celebrating crowd. Upon seeing Trunks approach, they greeted him with smiles. Trunks, thank you for your hard work, Videl said. Mai stepped forward and embraced Trunks' robust arm, excitedly exclaiming, Trunks, you are incredible. You were able to defeat the androids. Trunks' left hand sank into a soft, warm embrace, causing his heart to flutter and momentarily lose himself. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, this isn't my accomplishment. Jiang Ling and Android 16 were the main force. I don't care. In my heart, you are the best. With a smile gracing her face, Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes curved like crescent moons, casting a distinctive light upon her gaze directed at Hmph. Beside them, Bidalai, perceiving the moment, remarked with a knowing smile, I understand. You two carry on. I shall assist elsewhere. Before either could respond, she strolled toward the bonfire gathering, leaving the 2 behind. The atmosphere grew momentarily charged with ambiguity. Oh dear, Sister Bidalai is rather perplexing, speaking in riddles. Wouldn't you agree, Xiao Wu? Trunks chuckled, diverting the subject. Trunks, I'm feeling a bit weary. Would you mind escorting me back to our chamber? Mai gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with vernal allure. Her gaze languid. Trunks felt the softness against his arm press closer, igniting a fervent heat within him. Then let us retire to our chamber. Trunks, not entirely devoid of emotional intelligence, recognized the situation. Ensuring they were unobserved, he swept Mai into his arms and swiftly retreated into the room. Gently placing Mai upon the bed, he beheld her face flushed with crimson and her body radiating warmth. Trunks's breath quickened, and he swallowed hard, uncertain of his next move. He had gleaned much from his studies, yet in this pivotal moment, his mind was a blank slate. The agitation of his body repeatedly assailed his reason. Seeing Trunks' hesitation, Mai recalled Vidal's whispered confidences, her delicate face reddening like a ripe apple. Biting her lip, she steeled her resolve and began to unfasten the buttons of her attire. One by one, she drew closer to Trunks, initiating a tender kiss. Instantly, Trunks' rationality shattered. Suppressing his power to the level of an ordinary man, he yielded to primal instinct, embarking on a course of unrestrained abandon. A dulcet symphony filled the chamber. Chapter 76. The Method of Resurrection, West City. The night was now still and deep. A gust of wind meandered through the rubble and ruined walls, emitting a mournful wail. Ravaged by the malevolent androids, the city was devoid of inhabitants. Those who perished were gone, and the survivors had sought refuge in shelters. West City, as it stood, was an empty shell, a desolate expanse of ruins, bereft of human presence. At this moment, on the rooftop of a skyscraper that had miraculously withstood the war's aftermath, Jiang Ling and Bulma surveyed the city's desolation. Bulma exhaled deeply, adjusting her azure hair. At last it is over. Alas, humanity was mercilessly slaughtered by the androids, leaving but a scant few. The population may not even amount to the initial 0.1. Even with the Dragon Balls, it is unlikely that the deceased can be resurrected, as they have perished over the course of these many years. Time has simply been too distant. Bulma, deep in thought, muttered to herself. Jiang Ling approached her from behind, gently massaging her shoulders in a gesture of comfort. It's all right if the population is small. Give it some time, and it will recover. Bulma nodded, her gaze drifting to the ruins of West City below, her eyes glimmering with hope. Indeed, with the absence of threats, it is time for the remaining humans to unite and rebuild the city. Post-disaster reconstruction is an essential undertaking. Previously, the rampant androids left humanity with no choice but to retreat into shelters. Many young people's childhoods were spent in these refuges, listening to the older generation recount tales of life beyond their confines. Now that the android menace has dissipated, it is imperative to emerge from these shelters and reclaim their lives. After all, who wouldn't he desire to live beneath the sun? Bulma was in high spirits, brimming with optimism for the future. Sensing the robust presence of a man behind her, she suddenly felt a stirring in her heart. With the immense threat of the androids resolved, a weight lifted from her mind. Long dormant desires naturally resurfaced. Bulma bit her lip and turned around, gazing up at Jiang Ling's face. Embracing the long-missed masculine aura, her body suddenly weakened, and she fell into Jiang Ling's arms. Lost in the moment, Bulma's hormones surged. After all, he was her man. She looked up, her eyes glazed with desire. Jiang Ling's body stiffened, unsure how to react. He lowered his gaze to Bulma's lovely face, feeling his blood begin to boil. Having spent 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had been apart from his girlfriend, Bulma, for what felt like an eternity. Now, alone with the future Bulma on a dark and windy night, it was the perfect storm for heightened passions. The Bulma before him was identical to his girlfriend, yet her essence was distinctly different. His girlfriend was a lively, fiery young woman, while the future Bulma possessed a certain, how to put it, her fair skin, voluptuous figure, and gentle smile exuded an aura of graceful charm. Though older by more than a decade, her impeccable self-care concealed the passage of time. Instead, she retained a captivating allure. Jiang Ling inhaled deeply, bringing his face closer to Bulma's ear. His warm breath caressed her earlobe, sending shivers down her spine, and her cheeks flushed with a seductive blush. His voice, low and husky, whispered Bulma. As Jiang Ling spoke, his hands began to disrobe her, their movements fluid and natural. Bulma did not resist, responding with fervor as they drew closer to the heart of the matter. Here, Bulma surveyed their surroundings, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Jiang Ling chuckled softly. Is it not to your liking? I find it rather appealing, situated as we are on the rooftop, with nary a soul in sight. But, no buts about it, Jiang Ling declared, before capturing Bulma's lips in a fervent kiss. Bulma's mind emptied, thoughts scattering like dust in the wind. A languid warmth spread through her limbs, leaving her adrift in a sea of sensation. The resplendent moonlight bathed the entwined couple in its ethereal glow. They gathered the moonlight like the lingering whispers of the wind, akin to the ephemeral blossoming of flowers. An hour later, Jiang Ling leaned against the wall, refreshed and invigorated. Bulma nestled contentedly in his embrace, tracing patterns on his chest with her finger. Both were suffused with a sense of fulfillment. Jiang Ling, if Trunks were to discover what transpired today, he might not take it well. It suddenly dawned on her that they had acted impulsively, without a second thought, and simply consummated their desires. Pay him no mind. He's a grown man now. You deserve to pursue your own happiness, Jiang Ling said with a smile and a shake of his head. Indeed, Bulma agreed, nodding in earnest. I wonder what Trunks is up to. I hope he doesn't search for me when he gets home and doesn't find me. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile played on Jiang Ling's lips. That young man is likely engaged in the same activities as we were, with his own paramour. Is that so? Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight, finding solace in the fact that her own pig had finally shown interest in a delicacy. A sigh then escaped her lips. If only my former companions were here, I would regale them with this news. Jiang Ling chuckled softly, remarking, It may indeed be possible to resurrect the Earth's warriors of yesteryear. What? Bulma exclaimed, taken aback. She then seized Jiang Ling's robust arm, her gaze fixed upon him with anticipation. Are you suggesting that my departed friends can be brought back to life? Am I hearing you correctly? Indeed, Jiang Ling affirmed, his gaze drawn to the captivating Bulma, whose alluring presence stirred his senses. Bulma, noticing his reaction, blushed crimson. Shame on you. How could you be so? Jiang Ling, with a hint of pride, lifted his head slightly. I must confess, my physical prowess is quite remarkable. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling banished his errant thoughts and adopted a serious tone. I believe I possess the means to locate the planet Namek. I had previously pledged to Trunks that I would revive Son Gohan. However, I must consult with someone first. Await my return here. Bulma promptly responded, Very well. Hasten your departure and return. Jiang Ling rose to his feet and donned a fresh set of attire. He then placed his fingers upon his forehead, sensing the presence of the North Kai's planet. In an instant, his figure vanished from Bulma's sight. On the North Kai's planet, two figures clad in martial arts uniforms were engaged in a sparring match, while the North Kai and his two pets observed from the sidelines. Gohan's strength is progressing quite rapidly. If he remains focused on his training, he may soon catch up to you, Goku, the North Kai remarked. Hearing this, both Goku and Gohan paused their actions. Goku, with a smile, responded, Indeed, Gohan has always possessed immense potential. During his lifetime, he was preoccupied with dealing with the androids and hardly had time for training. Now that he has passed on, he finally has the opportunity to train. Gohan scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. It's not as exaggerated as that. By the way, I'm nearing mealtime. North Kai, what are we having to eat today? Goku said, patting his stomach with a grin. Upon hearing this, the North Kai's expression darkened. All you ever think about is food. You've nearly driven me to bankruptcy over the past decade. Just as he spoke, a figure suddenly appeared beside the North Kai. Goku and Gohan immediately assumed a combat stance. Who goes there? Chapter 77, Detection on Planet King. Jiang Ling greeted with a smile, Hello, Lord King. Upon noticing the three individuals before him, he expressed surprise. Oh, is Goku and Gohan also here? The future Goku appeared far more composed than the one he was familiar with, though his appearance remained unchanged, likely due to his deceased status. Beside him stood the resolute future Gohan, both father and son adorned with a distinctive halo. Hearing Jiang Ling's words, Goku and the others were equally astonished. Who is this person? How does he know my name? He seems familiar, yet I cannot recall meeting him. Just then, Gohan's attention was drawn to Jiang Ling's tail. Exclaiming in surprise, Hey, how do you have a tail? Are you a Saiyan? Jiang Ling paused for a moment before smiling and offering a brief explanation, deliberately glossing over many details. It seemed too cumbersome to delve into, so he simply mentioned that he had come from another timeline and recounted his collaboration with Trunks in defeating the androids in Cell. So that little guy has grown to such an extent. Now I can rest easy, Gohan remarked with a sense of relief. Goku then inquired, Is Trunks Bulma's son? Gohan nodded with a smile. Indeed, I mentioned it to you before. Goku gazed at Jiang Ling, his expression earnest. Thank you for safeguarding Earth. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling simply nodded. Goku remains the same. Even after succumbing to illness for over a decade, his concern for Earth remained unwavering. Jiang Ling, I must also extend my gratitude for aiding Trunks' development, Gohan added, stepping forward. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for such formalities. It's my duty. His gaze swept over the future Gohan, a physique adorned with robust muscles. His body and face bore the scars of battles past. He appeared more spirited and virile than the Gohan of Dragon Ball Super. The two Gohans, shaped by their distinct environments, had embarked on divergent paths. It was not for others to judge. Their choices were their own. Personally, Jiang Ling harbored a desire for Gohan to excel in both scholarly and martial pursuits, a professor and scholar in intellect, a guardian capable of vanquishing foes and safeguarding Earth in strength. North Kai interjected, Jiang Ling, you claim to hail from another timeline. It seems you are acquainted with me? Certainly. Jiang Ling smiled, and in an instant, unleashed the king's fist. A crimson aura erupted, soaring into the sky. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart eager for a spar. For over a decade, he had faced no rivals here, forced to train in solitude. Even when Gohan arrived, his strength was still too feeble to pose a challenge. Now, witnessing Jiang Ling's power stirred a restless desire within him. Jiang Ling, shall we engage in a spar? Goku proposed. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ling declined, recognizing that opportunities would abound in the future. The North Kai swallowed hard. One who could wield the king's fist was likely familiar with him. However, traversing time and space was no trivial matter. After a brief reflection, the North Kai remarked, it would be wise to keep your time-traveling endeavors to yourself. Jiang Ling nodded and replied, thank you for your counsel. I have my own plans. I have come here to seek the assistance of the king. The North Kai inquired, speak, and if it is within my power to assist, I shall. Please help me locate the position of the new Namek, Jiang Ling requested. Upon hearing this, a momentary silence befell the assembly, as recollections of the epic battle on Namek, over a decade past, resurfaced in their minds. Goku reminisced with a tinge of nostalgia. Indeed, those were memorable times. It was during that very conflict that I first ascended to the state of a Super Saiyan. Gohan, lost in contemplation of bygone events, muttered, it's true. After the cataclysmic destruction of Namek, its inhabitants were compelled to seek refuge on Earth for an extended period, eventually relocating to a new homeworld with the aid of the Dragon Balls. Consequently, the whereabouts of New Namek have remained a mystery to us. In the wake of my uncle's demise at the hands of the androids, Bulma embarked on a frantic search for New Namek, yet her technological prowess proved insufficient to locate it. Suddenly jolted back to the present, Gohan inquired, Jiang Ling, does your quest to locate New Namek stem from a desire to employ the Dragon Balls in resurrecting those who perished at the hands of the androids? Jiang Ling demurred. Nay, that is not my intention. As denizens of the afterlife, you should be cognizant of the fact that those mortals have long since departed from this realm. Devoid of corporeal forms, and having undergone the cycle of reincarnation, their revival is an impossibility. Therefore, my present endeavor is to restore you to life. Jiang Ling possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the regulations of the netherworld. For individuals like Goku, who had rendered invaluable service to their planet, the afterlife retained their physical forms and souls, affording them the choice of remaining in the netherworld or undergoing reincarnation. That is indeed correct, Goku affirmed. After a moment's contemplation, son Gohan remarked, however, if my memory serves me correctly, the Dragon Balls of Namek can only resurrect one individual per wish, and only those who have perished within the last year. We shall see what transpires, Jiang Ling responded. He remained uncertain whether the Namekian Dragon Balls of the present era possessed the capability to resurrect individuals who had passed away several years prior. He then turned his gaze towards King Kai, requesting, pray, ascertain this information for me. Very well, King Kai replied, focusing his concentration. The two antennae atop his head twitched as he commenced his search throughout the cosmos, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. The others maintained their silence. patiently awaiting the outcome of King Kai's endeavor. After a considerable interval, King Kai heaved a sigh of relief, producing a white handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face. At long last, I have located it. The coordinates are J5616, B54464. Simply indicate the direction, Jiang Ling requested. King Kai extended his finger in a particular direction. Jiang Ling followed the gesture, concentrating his mental faculties until he perceived the location. He then clapped King Kai on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude with a smile. Thank you. Should the opportunity arise, I shall extend an invitation to Earth, where I shall treat you to a visit to the zoo, followed by an excursion to the celestial realm, allowing you to observe the diurnal rhythms of two distinct species of fowl. King Kai appeared perplexed. Jiang Ling did not waste any more time. After exchanging greetings with the King of the North, Goku and Gohan, he utilized instantaneous movement and vanished without a trace. Observing the spot where Jiang Ling had disappeared, Goku remarked, "If the Dragon Balls could indeed resurrect us, that would be quite splendid." Alas, Vegeta committed too many sins in the past. King Yama, considering his sacrifice to protect Earth, chose not to condemn him to hell, but rather allowed him to reincarnate. Listening to his father's words, Gohan was reminded of his girlfriend, Videl. A sense of hope blossomed within him regarding the possibility of resurrection. Indeed, it would be wonderful if it could happen. By the way, I must inform Uncle Piccolo and Yamcha about the restoration of peace on Earth. They will surely be overjoyed to hear this news. With a gleam in his eyes, Gohan immediately set off towards the designated area in the underworld where Piccolo and the others were arranged to be. Chapter 78. Preparations before departure. In King Yama's office, the imposing figure of King Yama was seated behind a neatly organized desk, clad in a sharp suit as he attended to his duties. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him. It was none other than Jiang Ling, having arrived via instantaneous movement. "Greetings, King Yama. How have you been?" Quite well, and you are?" King Yama stammered, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Ling's familiarity, as if they were acquainted, though he could not recall any such memory. It's me." Jiang Ling extended his hand, his fist erupting in crimson flames. "You may call me Jiang Ling, the Fire Fist. I studied under King Kai in the North Galaxy, making us kindred spirits." Yama, also a disciple of King Kai, immediately recognized the Kaioken technique. He chuckled, remarking, "So, we're the same lineage. What brings you here?" "It's nothing of great consequence." Jiang Ling waved dismissively, casually inquiring, "I merely wish to ascertain if a soul named Cell has recently arrived here." "Cell?" Yama pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Indeed, he has. His transgressions were severe. He has already been consigned to the depths of hell." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Cell's soul arriving here confirmed his demise. "Thank you. I shall treat you to a meal in the future." With a grin, Jiang Ling vanished once more, employing instantaneous movement. The king of the underworld scratched his head in bewilderment, muttering to himself, "I have no need of sustenance." Meanwhile, on Earth, within Bulma's subterranean base in West City, a dense mist billowed in the lavatory. "I love to bathe, it's good for me," Bulma crooned, standing beneath the showerhead, her spirits seemingly elevated. Abruptly, Jiang Ling's figure materialized beside her, momentarily taken aback. Before him stood Bulma, her lithe form drenched and unadorned. Her figure was undeniably alluring, her skin fair and delicate, her chest voluptuous. The rising steam conjured a tantalizing tableau. Bulma shrieked, startled by the sudden appearance of another person. In a swift reaction, Jiang Ling stepped forward, silencing her with his hand over her lips, their faces intimately close. "It's me, Hmph." Bulma managed, nodding in acknowledgement. Their eyes met. The shower's warm cascade continued unabated, drenching them both. An atmosphere of intimacy permeated the space. Bulma, realizing the situation, felt a blush creep across her cheeks, akin to a ripened peach ready for plucking. Jiang Ling, gazing upon Bulma's flushed and demure countenance, swallowed hard, his breathing becoming labored. Both could sense the fervor of the other's emotions. Bulma, come what may. Having luxuriated in a protracted bath, Bulma, utterly spent, languished against Jiang Ling. He tenderly attended to her, ensuring she was dry from the bath, before carrying her to the bed, where she promptly succumbed to slumber, her exhaustion palpable. Jiang Ling gently pressed a kiss upon her forehead before joining her, enfolding her in his arms as they both drifted into a deep sleep. The subsequent midday found Jiang Ling languidly awakening. He sat up, luxuriating in a full-bodied stretch. Exquisite. It had been an age since he had felt so invigorated. The dual encounters of the previous day had left him brimming with vitality upon waking. A sense of exhilaration and contentment washed over him. Turning his gaze, he noted Bulma's absence from the bed. Drawn by the sounds emanating from the kitchen, Jiang Ling discovered her poised before the stove, diligently preparing breakfast. Her cerulean tresses cascaded down her shoulders, accentuating her lithe figure. The addition of an apron lent her an air of gentle refinement. Jiang Ling, unable to resist, approached her stealthily from behind, encircling her slender abdomen with his arms, embracing her tightly. "Awake already? Behave yourself. I'm preparing breakfast," Bulma murmured, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks, rendering her all the more alluring. "Is it forbidden then?" "Not today," Jiang Ling chuckled softly. "I was utterly exhausted yesterday." Bulma cast a coquettish glance, akin to a blossoming flower bud, exuding the charm of a young married woman. Jiang Ling inhaled deeply, suppressing his surging desires. "We have matters to attend to today, and I cannot allow this to delay us. If I were to exhaust you, it would postpone our departure by another day. Bulma, let us venture out together after breakfast." "Huh? Where to?" Bulma inquired, momentarily taken aback, as she had mentally prepared herself for a more amorous encounter. "Have you forgotten what I mentioned yesterday?" Jiang Ling whispered in her ear. "Yesterday?" Bulma pondered for a moment, her eyes suddenly gleaming with radiance. She turned around, her gaze fervent, and exclaimed with excitement, "You located Namek? Why didn't you inform me last night?" Jiang Ling blinked. "Well, I had intended to take you there upon my return yesterday. However, you immediately began to entice me, and so—" "You wretch," Bulma retorted, her face flushed crimson as she pinched the flesh on Jiang Ling's waist with considerable force. "It was you who could not resist, yet you accuse me of seduction." Jiang Ling chuckled heartily and, in one swift motion, landed a playful smack on her curvaceous posterior, the crisp sound reverberating throughout the kitchen. Seizing the opportunity before she could react, he dashed away. "Jiang Ling, your hands and feet are becoming far too intrusive." Bulma's voice, tinged with mortification, echoed from behind. The breakfast was a simple affair, consisting of bread, sausage, and eggs. However, Jiang Ling found it unappetizing, wearied by the monotony. It seemed imperative to him that he should, at some juncture, introduce breakfast options such as soy milk and fried dough sticks. Having finished his meal, Jiang Ling wiped his mouth and declared, "Are you prepared? We're off to New Namek." "Hold on," Bulma interjected. "Let me contact Trunks and see if he wishes to accompany us. That child, not returning home for an entire night without so much as a call. It seems he has a girlfriend and has forgotten his mother. Young people may lack moderation. Jiang Ling, please remind him for me." Bulma, brandishing her specially designed mobile phone, promptly contacted Trunks. "Hello, Trunks. Will you be returning home shortly?" Trunks' voice emanated from the phone. "I've already eaten at the Self-Defense Force base, so I won't be coming back for the meal. You can eat with Jiang Ling." "Uncle." Upon hearing his voice, Bulma's face softened into a motherly smile. "You rascal, you're with your girlfriend, aren't you?" "Your uncle Jiang Ling has already informed me. When will you bring her home for your mother to meet?" "Ah, well, I'll ask her." "Very well. I'll have your uncle Jiang Ling say a few words to you." With that, Bulma extended her phone to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling received the device, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "Trunks, a young man such as yourself need not restrain himself. Upon your return, I shall procure some tonics to invigorate you. Strive to bring forth a grandson for your mother. Trunks." Bulma. Chapter 79. Arrival at New Namek. Bulma found herself assuaged by the thought. Given Trunks' physique, she surmised that he could likely engage in such activities thrice daily for a month without issue. Furthermore, she harbored a genuine desire to behold her grandson expeditiously. This reverie evoked thoughts of the time machine. She wondered what it would be like to journey to the future. Jiang Ling's voice interrupted Bulma's musings. Are you prepared? Bulma nodded in affirmation. I am. Jiang Ling tenderly embraced her slender waist, while raising 2 fingers to his brow to focus his concentration, facilitating a swifter perception of new Namek. Found it. A flicker of realization passed through Jiang Ling's mind. In an instant, the figures of the two vanished within the subterranean base. On the new Namek, only a handful of Namekians were diligently cultivating the land, preparing to plant saplings. Following the calamity wrought by technology centuries ago, the Elder had focused on restoring the population, eschewing further technological advancement in favor of greening the planet and safeguarding its environment. Though a new Elder had assumed leadership, this tradition endured. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared, drawing the attention of the Namekians. Who are you? Outsiders, please present your identification, they warned, raising their farming tools defensively. Jiang Ling smiled and spoke a passage in flawless Namekian. The essence of his words conveyed that they were not malevolent beings, but rather humans from Earth, urging them to seek the current Elder, Muley, who would understand their arrival. The Namekians were taken aback, astonished to hear such impeccable Namekian spoken by an extraterrestrial. Observing their youthful countenances, Jiang Ling chuckled softly and continued in Namekian. You must be among the newly born Namekians of the past decade, or so. It is understandable that you are unaware of Earth and Bulma. Seeking your Elder will clarify everything. A few Namekians exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. One individual soared directly towards the village, while the others remained vigilant, observing the extraterrestrial visitors, Jiang Ling and Bulma. Jiang Ling acknowledged them with a nod, noting that the younger generation of Namekians exhibited commendable alertness, likely a result of the Grand Elder's careful training in this regard. Bulma gazed at the appearance of the Namekians, her eyes misting with emotion as memories of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo flooded back. They bore a striking resemblance. The verdant hue was unmistakable. Soon, the Grand Elder arrived, accompanied by a throng of Namekians densely packed together. Bulma recognized them. These were the individuals who had once resided on Earth for a time. Bulma, it's so good to see you. It has been ages. How have you been? They exclaimed with joviality. I missed you dearly and reminisced about our time on Earth. I especially long for Earth's instant noodles. TSK, TSK. A cacophony of greetings ensued, and the young Namekians suddenly realized that their elders were well acquainted with these 2 visitors from beyond their world. With tears mingled with laughter, Bulma responded to each one. It has truly been a long time, and I never expected to see you all again. Elder Muley approached with a smile, recalling that the previous Elder had passed away upon arriving on Earth after the explosion of Namek. The current Elder is Muley, a fact well known to Bulma. I never anticipated. In truth, I have been searching for you all for over a decade, only to find nothing. I once thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. As she spoke, Bulma's expression grew somber. Muley sensed something was amiss and suggested, it appears that something troubling has transpired. Let us retreat indoors to converse. By the way, is this gentleman beside you your partner? Muley noticed Bulma linking her arm with Jiang Ling's. Bulma glanced at Jiang Ling and replied, I suppose. So, Jiang Ling wrapped his arm around her slender waist and remarked, Suppose? It should be indeed. Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a warmth in her heart. She relished this assertive demeanor, as it instilled in her a profound sense of security. At Muley's residence, the group settled onto the sofa, cradling cups of steaming tea, with the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Muley had dispersed the others. Otherwise, the house would have been too cramped for so many. After listening to Bulma recount the events that had transpired on Earth over the years, Muley sighed, a hint of bitterness in his voice. I never imagined so much would occur in our absence. It is all due to our relocation to this planet. If only we had settled on Earth back then. Bulma sipped her tea and shook her head. It's not your fault. The Namekian race had to evolve and migrate to other planets. Besides, Earth has finally found peace, albeit a bit late. Muley expressed his relief, saying, now that Earth is at peace, I can rest easy. By the way, you came here for the Dragon Balls, didn't you? I had Dandy bring them, he continued. Yes, I need the Dragon Balls. Wait, where's Dandy? I didn't see him earlier. Bulma inquired curiously. Dandy was the child saved by Krillin and Gohan during the battle on Namek, with whom she shared a close bond, and he had played a significant role in the fight. Muley chuckled. Dandy is usually training. I didn't inform him just now. With that, he used telepathy to summon Dandy to bring the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Bulma recalled something and asked, by the way, Elder, can the Dragon Balls resurrect someone who died over a decade ago? Well, Muley furrowed his brow and shrugged. I'm not certain. Ordinary individuals cannot be revived. I see. Bulma sighed. Jiang Ling, standing nearby, comforted her. It's all right. We can ask Shenron later to find out. If it's not possible, I'll think of another solution. That seems to be the only option, she conceded. Bulma spoke. At that moment, a youthful and robust Namekian lad entered, the 7 Dragon Balls levitating behind him. Great Elder, I've brought the Dragon Balls. Is it time to make a wish? Mori chuckled amiably. Not so fast. See who's here? Dend, hearing this, looked over and spotted Bulma seated on the sofa. He paused, momentarily taken aback. Aunt Bulma, he exclaimed instinctively. What brings you to Namek? It's been ages since I've seen you. Bulma's eyes lit up as she beheld the strapping young man Dend had become. Your Dend? I can hardly believe the Dend who loved cartoons has grown into such a fine young man. Chapter 80. The Wish Dend scratched his head bashfully. Still a youth at heart. Compliments were sure to cause him some embarrassment. Oh, it's nothing. It's been over a decade, so naturally I've grown up. As he spoke, Dend's gaze swept around the room, and he asked with a puzzled expression, Aunt Bulma, where are Krillin and Gohan? Is this your son? Jiang Ling. Bulma rolled her eyes, placed her hands on her hips, grabbed Dend's ear, and exclaimed loudly, Call me Bulma, big sister. Besides, am I really that old? Do I look like Jiang Ling's mother when I stand next to him? Dend promptly interjected, That's not what I meant. I was merely curious as I haven't met Jiang Ling. He was being truthful. He genuinely had no ulterior motive. In his estimation, Bulma appeared ageless, resembling a youthful and voluptuous woman in her 30s by Earth standards. However, as an androgynous Namekian, he simply had no interest in Earth women. Bulma glared at him, releasing his ear. I'll let it slide since you know how to talk. I'll forgive you for now. As for Krillin and Gohan. At this point, Bulma's tone became considerably somber. Simultaneously, Grand Elder Muri conveyed a telepathic message to Dend, acquainting him with the events that had transpired on Earth over the past decade. After a moment of contemplation, Dend recalled the brief period he had spent with Gohan and Krillin during his childhood. Those were his fondest memories, along with the various cartoons on Earth. Now, they were separated by the chasm of life and death. It could only be said that fate was capricious. With a sigh, Dend offered his condolences, Aunt Bulma. I am aware of the situation. Please accept my deepest sympathies. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, forcing a smile. But there's still Shenron, so there's still hope. Indeed, there's still hope. Without further ado, they should make their wish. With a sweeping gesture, Jiang Ling led the group outdoors, mindful of the need to preserve their dwelling. The invocation of Shenron necessitates the Namekian tongue, Dend remarked, stepping forward with the intention of assisting, unaware of Jiang Ling's proficiency in the language. Jiang Ling demurred, there's no need. Relaying the wish through you would be somewhat cumbersome. Before Dend could respond, Jiang Ling directly summoned the Namekian dragon, Purunga, with fluent Namekian incantations. The once bright day dimmed instantaneously as the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling golden radiance. The light converged, birthing an immense dragon, markedly different from its earthly counterpart, most notably in its possession of 2 robust arms. Even after witnessing this spectacle numerous times, its grandeur never ceases to amaze, Bulma murmured, her gaze fixed upon the Namekian dragon. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ling flashed a mischievous smile, drawing near to whisper in her ear, does it rival my own? Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson, and she retorted with a playful glare, what are you implying? Don't be obscene. Make your wish. The dragon is waiting. Jiang Ling chuckled, desisting from further teasing. Meanwhile, Muri and Dend, oblivious to their exchange, were utterly astounded by Jiang Ling's impeccable command of the Namekian language. Now, it seems that any casual extraterrestrial can converse in the language of Namek. Oh, valiant hero who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, I can grant you 3 wishes, whatever they may be." The voice of the dragon god resonated softly. Jiang Ling inquired, "Whatever wishes?" "Indeed," came a reply. A smile curved Jiang Ling's lips. "Then grant me 10 more wishes." The dragon god replied, "I'm afraid that is beyond my capabilities." Jiang Ling pouted, remarking that if it were impossible, there was no need for grandiose claims. The dragon god, momentarily at a loss for words, cleared his throat and shifted the topic. "Do you have any other wishes?" Jiang Ling blinked and smiled. "Well, dragon god, before I make my wish, I have a request. Could you speak in a universal language? I do not understand the language of Namek. This request shouldn't count as a wish, right?" Hearing Jiang Ling fluently speak in the Namekian tongue, the dragon god found himself momentarily bewildered, nearly overheating his CPU. After a brief silence, the dragon god slowly nodded. "Since you require me to speak in the universal language, I shall do so. It will not consume a wish. The languages of Earth, spoken by humanity, also encompass a universal tongue." Bulma, who was nearby, heard the dragon's words in this universal language and gazed intently at Jiang Ling, her eyes brimming with deep emotion. She whispered softly, "Jiang Ling requested the dragon to speak in a language I could understand. He truly cares for me." I could weep. In that moment, Bulma grasped the tender sensation of being cherished and protected. Unaware of Bulma's thoughts, Jiang Ling merely felt more at ease with the universal language, finding the meek star's dialect somewhat cumbersome. "Do you have any wishes that require fulfillment?" inquired the meek star dragon. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ling posed a question. "Can you resurrect a large number of people at once?" The dragon replied affirmatively. "Oh." Bulma's expression shifted to one of confusion. "I recall that initially, only one wish could resurrect one person." Elder Muley chuckled and clarified, "Since I assumed the position of Elder, I have upgraded the Dragon Balls. Now, akin to the Earth-S dragon, I can grant a wish to revive a multitude of individuals." Jiang Ling nodded, smiling. "You did well. This makes things much more convenient." He then turned toward the dragon and asked once more, "Are you able to resurrect humans who have been deceased for over a decade?" The meek star dragon, exasperated, thought to itself, "What is with this individual? So many questions. It's taking forever. I've been here for quite some time, and still no wish has been made. Arg, I am on the verge of madness." The dragon, overwhelmed with inner turmoil, finally sighed and addressed the inquiry. "If one soul remains in the realm of the living, resurrection is possible. However, if the soul has descended into hell or been reincarnated, revival becomes unattainable." Understanding this, Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with clarity as he implored the dragon. "Then please assist me in resurrecting the humans and animals slain by the androids on Earth." This wish was made with considerable contemplation. Whether it be androids 17 or 18 or of the formidable cell, they all belong to the same category. By making this wish, not only could he bring back those who fell victim to androids 17 and 18, but also those who succumbed to Cell's wrath. Most importantly, it would offer the chance to revive the valiant warriors who perished defending Earth. A veritable boon. Upon hearing the wish, the dragon exhaled in relief. At last, the wish had been articulated. Without further ado, he proceeded to verify the request. Given that ordinary humans typically reside in the underworld for no more than a year, he could only resurrect those who had been killed by androids within this time frame. Additionally, the creation of physical bodies would require the expenditure of another wish. Most of the humans killed by androids over the previous decade or so had already been reincarnated. Thus, only those who had contributed to Earth and retained their souls and physical forms could be revived, such as Krillin, Master Roshi, Gohan, Yamcha, and Tien. "Are you certain about consuming 2 wishes for this endeavor?" Jiang Ling nodded in affirmation. The dragon's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and he proclaimed, "Your wish has been granted." Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Jiang Ling's lips. Bulma, filled with excitement, leaped into the air, exclaiming, "Hooray! Everyone has finally been revived." She approached Jiang Ling and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. Ahem! Jiang Ling glanced up at the sky, clearing his throat. There were others present, after all. Yet Bulma remained completely unfazed, exclaiming, "Oh, they are androgynous. They wouldn't understand these things." Chapter 81. Everyone listens to me on King Kai's planet. Son Goku, who was diligently training alone, suddenly paused. He gazed into the distance, a smile creeping onto his face. I can sense it. Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo's energy is gone. It seems they have been revived. Is that so? Let me take a look. King Kai probed, astonished. Indeed, they have been revived. That fellow named Jiang Ling truly brought them back to life. Goku smiled with relief. This is wonderful. With their revival, they can continue to protect the Earth. As for Gohan, I've noticed he often gazes at a photo of his fiancée while training. Now he can finally return to her. I hope that when Krillin comes back, he can find his wife. As Goku spoke, he suddenly recalled Chi-Chi, who had always been by his side without complaint during his lifetime. Alas, poor Chi-Chi. The North Realm King, overhearing this conversation, huffed in indignation and exclaimed, "What is there to lament? Simply resurrect and make amends." Sun Wukong scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin. I perished due to heart disease. That would be classified as a death from illness, and it seems the dragon cannot resurrect one in such a state. Can it? A simple inquiry will clarify. After pondering for a moment, the North Realm King promptly sent a communication request to Jiang Ling on the newly formed Namek. Across various locations on Earth, individuals who had fallen victim to artificial beings within the past year were being resurrected. Some awakened in shelters, others amidst the ruins, and yet others in the wilderness. They shared a common sentiment: confusion. Was I not dead? How am I here? I have returned to life? Numerous questions flooded their minds. Despite the incredulity, they were undeniably aware of their revival. Instantly, they leaped with excitement, eager to reunite with friends and family from their past lives. In the skies, the resurrected Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Den exchanged knowing smiles as they observed the jubilant humans below celebrating their return. At the Self-Defense Force base, Bidalai gazed from a distance at the affectionate display between Tenix and Mai, her eyes reflecting both blessings and envy. If only Gohan were here, Biddy murmured to herself. Previously, Xiao Wu had advised her not to dwell in the realm of unrequited love, but to step out into the world. Yet, she found herself unable to escape. Apart from Gohan, no other man held her affections. Perhaps, she thought, I shall remain alone until my twilight years. How delightful it would be if I could have a child with Gohan. Biddy recalled her earlier conversation with Gohan, where she expressed her desire for a child. However, he had been exceedingly rational, citing threats posed by artificial beings, the burdens of parenthood, and the consumption of resources. Thus, they had always maintained precautionary measures. Now that peace had been restored, Gohan was no longer present, and it seemed that the moment had slipped away irretrievably. At that moment, a pair of strong hands encircled Biddy's slender waist from behind, accompanied by a gentle voice whispering in her ear, "My dear wife, would you be willing to conceive a child with me now?" Biddy initially struggled, but upon hearing that familiar voice, her heart trembled. An expression of disbelief spread across her face as she slowly turned her head. Before her stood a robust chest, adorned with scars she knew all too well. As she lifted her gaze, Gohan's smiling face came into view. Biddy bit her lip, and in an instant, tears streamed down her cheeks. The grievances she had bottled up for years burst forth uncontrollably. Tears flowed freely, unstoppable. Her fists fell repeatedly against Gohan's chest. "Why did you take so long to return? Sobota. I missed you so much. Sob. Gohan, with tears in his eyes, smiled and gently patted Biddy Lee's back. I missed you too. I have returned. Not far away. Trunks and Xiao will also notice the scene unfolding. Gohan. Trunks exclaimed excitedly, eager to rush over, only to be stopped by Xiao Wu. Why won't you let me go? Gohan has come back. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and replied, Are you foolish? They are enjoying their moment together. If you go over, won't that interrupt their reunion? Let me teach you how to express this. In a hushed whisper, Xiao Wu murmured something. Upon hearing her, Trunks' eyes sparkled with realization, and he promptly addressed Gohan and Videl as Xiao Wu had instructed. Brother Gohan, Sister Videl, your room remains unchanged. Videl, who had been weeping, felt her cheeks flush at his words, and with her tear-filled eyes, she appeared quite endearing. Gohan, amused by Trunks' remark, chuckled softly. This kid Trunks has certainly matured. Then, noticing Vidal's rosy complexion, he gently said, "My dear, you mentioned wanting a child, didn't you?" Vidal, shyly lowering her gaze, suddenly recalled something and remarked, "You just returned. Perhaps you should visit Aunt Chi-Chi." Gohan shook his head, scooping Vidal into a princess carry, and made his way toward the familiar room. "Ha! After my resurrection, I visited Mom. She said you've been coming to see her, urging me to bring you home." Bursting into the room, he closed the door behind them, and their conversation filled the space. "Oh dear, Gohan, how shameless of you in broad daylight. My love, it's been ages since I last had dorayaki." Gohan, be quiet. Meanwhile, on planet Namek, King Kai sent his congratulations while chatting with Jiang Ling and Bulma. "Jiang Ling, you are incredible. Gohan and the others have been revived." "Don't worry, it's just a small favor," Jiang Ling said with a smile as he waved his hand. The voice of Sun Wukong echoed, "Jiang Ling, thank you so much. I owe it all to you." "Bulma, it has been quite some time," Bulma reflected, her heart stirred by the familiar yet distant voice. "Wukong, indeed it has been a while. How have you been?" "Haha, not bad. Lord Ko provides meals, and I don't have to work." Bulma chuckled softly, reminiscing about their adventurous childhood, her eyes filled with nostalgia. At that moment, Wukong continued, "By the way, Bulma, I forgot to mention that Vegeta hasn't been resurrected. His sins were too grave. Even dying to protect Earth couldn't absolve him. He spent 5 years in hell before being reincarnated." Bulma was momentarily taken aback, recalling Trunks' father, Vegeta. Their time together had only spanned a year or two before Vegeta's demise. Over the years, Bulma had nearly forgotten what he looked like and held no emotional ties to him, given their brief acquaintance. In fact, had Wukong not mentioned it, she might have completely overlooked the existence of that man. A pang of unease struck her heart, and she quickly turned to Jiang Ling, explaining, "Jiang Ling, I have no feelings for Vegeta, you must believe me." After these days of being together, Jiang Ling has already found a place in her heart. She fears that Jiang Ling might be upset upon hearing about Vegeta, and even more so that he might leave her. Seeing this, Jiang Ling leaned close to Bulma's ear and whispered softly, "I'm jealous, so how are you going to make it up to me?" "Huh?" I said. "How are you going to make it up to me?" Jiang Ling wrapped his arm around Bulma's slender waist, smiling as he spoke. Bulma was stunned and instinctively replied, "What kind of compensation do you want?" Seeing his goal achieved, Jiang Ling curled a smile at the corner of his mouth and whispered in her ear, "From now on, everything must be as I say, like the intimate moments." Upon hearing this, Bulma's face flushed red instantly, and she glanced at Jiang Ling with a shy expression. She cooed, "You always think about those intimate moments. So is that okay?" "Okay, I'll listen to you." Bulma pursed her lips and said in a low voice. Hearing this response, Jiang Ling straightened his back considerably. The two were whispering to each other, while North Kai and Son Goku, who were on the call with them, looked at each other, clueless about what they were saying. Ahem. North Kai coughed lightly, and only then did Jiang Ling and Bulma realize they were still on the call. Bulma waved her hand and said, "If Vegeta is reincarnated, so be it. I don't care." "Ah, but weren't you with Vegeta?" Sun Wukong scratched his head. Bulma wore a peculiar expression and remarked, "Are you foolish? When someone is apart for just a few days, feelings can fade. Vegeta has been gone for over a decade. Do you expect me to remember him for a lifetime? Besides, there was hardly any affection to begin with." "Indeed. Oh, by your reasoning, what about Chi-Chi?" Sun Wukong suddenly recalled something, probing indirectly. Chapter 82. Wukong's Resurrection. Bulma rolled her eyes. "Your Chi-Chi is not like me. She has always been infatuated with love. After marrying you, she devoted herself entirely to managing the household. So just bask in that." What she said was undeniably true. Sun Wukong felt a warm glow within. Any man would feel the same in his position. Ahem, Bulma, about that. King Kai cleared his throat and said, "The only one who has not been revived here is Sun Wukong, as he succumbed to heart disease. Perhaps you could see if it is possible to bring him back." Over the years, Wukong had been training on King Kai's planet, consuming all of his provisions. In desperation, he had been relying on the food from King Kai's realm. Now that he saw others returning to life, He naturally wished to send away this harbinger of misfortune. Sun Wukong's voice echoed back, Jiang Ling, Bulma, please ask the dragon about the possibility of resurrection. It's all right if it cannot be done. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, given their relationship, Bulma readily acquiesced. This could be seen as a means to compensate for the sorrow stemming from Sun Wukong's untimely demise. In the past, he had succumbed to a sudden heart attack, leaving no opportunity to gather the Dragon Balls, and thus he departed from this world. His companions were engulfed in a prolonged gloom, and Chi-Chi aged significantly overnight. Even Vegeta lost his motivation to train, which ultimately resulted in the emergence of the androids, leaving the collective strength of the group woefully inadequate. Vegeta never achieved the status of Super Saiyan. The androids wreaked havoc, sweeping all in their path. Jiang Ling. As Bulma's words left her lips, Jiang Ling nodded, his gaze shifting towards the long-neglected Namekian dragon. Apologies, dragon. I had to take a call. The dragon's expression was one of melancholy, entirely devoid of its former majesty. You may now make your third wish. Indeed, Jiang Ling replied. Is it possible to resurrect Sun Wukong? He perished from a heart condition. The dragon, upon hearing this, conducted a brief inquiry. Ordinarily, a natural death from heart disease would preclude resurrection. However, since Sun Wukong had been poisoned, his death was deemed a result of human interference, thus permitting his revival. Astonished, Bulma gasped. The North Kai and Son Goku exchanged a grave glance, their expressions turning serious. Initially, they presumed it was due to a heart ailment, but to their surprise, it was a deliberate act, a poisoning. Jiang Ling murmured softly, casting a nod towards the eternal dragon, who promptly resurrected Son Goku. Upon hearing this, the Namekian dragon's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. Your wish has been granted. Until we meet again. With those words, its form transformed into golden light, retreating into the Namekian Dragon Ball, as the sky shifted from darkness to brilliance. The Dragon Ball, unlike its Earth counterpart, remained in place after the wish was made, resembling a massive stone sphere. However, it too required a cooling period, necessitating a lapse of time before it could be utilized again. In a flash, Son Goku found himself outside his home on Mount Payaz, gazing at the entrance. After years of introspection, his once tumultuous heart had found tranquility, yet an undeniable tension surged within him. After a moment's hesitation, he rapped gently on the door. Talp, talp, talp. A voice resonated from within. Who is it? A tremor coursed through Sun Wukong's heart. This voice was exceedingly familiar, a sound that had accompanied him through countless days and nights over a decade ago. After a brief moment, the door creaked open, revealing a woman clad in a qipao before him. Her black hair was interspersed with strands of white, and though the delicate face he remembered from years past bore a few wrinkles, it was unmistakably Chi-Chi. Chapter 83, Homecoming. Chi-Chi stood in a daze, gazing at the man before her, the visage she had longed for during countless sleepless nights. Could this be a dream? It must be so. Wukong and Gohan had indeed returned to life, and this was surely a scene from her dreams. If this were a dream, she wished to never awaken from it. Chi-Chi murmured to herself, lost in thought. Son Wukong stepped forward, enveloping her in his sturdy embrace. Observing her slightly aged yet enchanting face, his heart ached with compassion. Chi-Chi, this is not a dream. I have truly come back to life, he declared, his familiar voice reaching her ears. She felt the warmth of Wukong's embrace, and tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking his chest. Whether it was a dream or reality mattered little. The mere opportunity to see him again filled her with immense contentment. Wukong, please don't leave me again, she implored. I will never leave you again, Chi-Chi, he promised. As their eyes met, the atmosphere gradually intensified, their cheeks drawing ever closer. Poised to share a kiss when a voice suddenly interrupted. Gurgle, gurgle, Son Wukong exclaimed, rubbing his belly with a grin. Kiki, I'm hungry. Honestly, you never change. I'll cook right away. Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed slightly as she rolled her eyes. With that, she tied an apron around herself and cast a glance at Wukong. Come to the kitchen and keep me company. What? Wukong scratched his head. I can't cook, just accompany me. Chi-Chi shot him a glare, fearing that if she turned around, he might vanish again. With a chuckle, Wukong replied, All right, I'll help wash the vegetables. Just don't make a mess. Wash them thoroughly. If they're not clean, we'll eat it anyway. She teased. Call Gohan back for dinner later. Don't disturb Gohan. He'll be bringing home a wife in a few days. The sounds of their banter filled the kitchen, a continuous flow of conversation that seemed never-ending. Meanwhile, in the divine temple, a Namekian appeared at the center of the grand plaza. Clad in divine garments and wielding a staff, he bore an ancient visage. This individual was none other than the divine being himself. He surveyed the dilapidated temple, his gaze tinged with melancholy. I never anticipated that resurrection was still possible. However, I am now advanced in years and have lost my drive. I wonder if Bick would be willing to take on the role of the celestial being. Mused the celestial being, his gaze distant and profound. At that moment, a vortex appeared in the space beside him, from which emerged a figure. The figure had a dark complexion, a distinctive mouth, and was dressed in attire reminiscent of traditional Indian garb. Upon seeing this figure, the celestial being smiled. Mr. Popo. This figure was indeed Mr. Popo, who had fallen into a deep slumber after failing to find a successor a year following the celestial being's demise. Now that the celestial being had been resurrected, Mr. Popo had awakened. Celestial being, it's been a long time, sob. Mr. Popo pulled out a white handkerchief and dabbed at his moistened eyes. Look at you. After all these years, you still cry? The celestial being said with a laugh. Mr. Popo chuckled. Perhaps it's because I'm quite emotional. Seeing you resurrected, I couldn't help myself. Celestial being. That's called being sentimental. On planet Namek. After making his wish, Jiang Ling turned to Elder Muri. Elder, there is something I need to ask of you. Speak, he said. The situation is as follows. Although the celestial deity of Earth has been resurrected, his lifespan is nearing its end, and there has yet to be a successor chosen for the divine position. Elder Muley remarked, So, you wish to ascertain if there are any candidates for the role of Earth's celestial deity? Jiang Ling nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Dandy stepped forward and declared, Allow me to take on this responsibility. Muley, upon observing this, smiled and replied, Certainly, with your lineage from the Dragon Clan, you are indeed qualified for this role. The Dragon Clan, among the Mikexing race, is synonymous with prodigy. Only those gifted can forge Dragon Balls, exhibiting versatility. The Mikexing people possess combat, intellect, and healing types, while the Dragon Clan prodigies encompass all three, surpassing ordinary capabilities. Such is the essence of the Dragon Clan prodigy. Bulma's eyes lit up. This way, Krillin and Gohan will be able to seek you out at any time. After a brief exchange with the Namekians, during which Bulma greeted each of them, she prepared to depart. With a farewell to Grand Elder Muri, Jiang Ling, accompanied by Bulma and Dend, employed instant transmission to return to Earth, materializing atop Kami's lookout. There, they encountered Kami and Mr. Popo, to whom they elucidated their purpose. Kami, who harbored inclinations of relinquishing his post, readily acquiesced, allowing Den to remain and commence tutelage in the duties incumbent upon a deity. Subsequently, Jiang Ling and Bulma returned to their abode. Upon their arrival, Bulma embarked on a frantic search, rummaging through various containers. What are you seeking? Jiang Ling inquired, his curiosity piqued. The Dragon Balls, she exclaimed. I can't recall where I placed them after I finished gathering them. What do you intend to do with the Dragon Balls? He queried. There aren't any pressing desires at the moment, are there? You misunderstand, she retorted. I wish to beseech Shenron to restore my youth. Huh? Jiang Ling responded, scratching his head. I find you perfectly fine as you are. I am quite fond of you. Bulma chuckled. One can always improve, she remarked. By becoming younger, my vigor will be enhanced, and I shall be less prone to aging. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ling concurred with the necessity of such a wish, adding, And perhaps you could augment your bust size as well. You incorrigible lecher, she playfully chided. Bulma demurred playfully, yet acquiesced nonetheless. Having located the 7 Dragon Balls, Bulma ventured forth from the base to invoke her wish, transforming her physique to that of a 30-year-old. Enhanced by her distinctive allure, she exuded a mature and captivating charm. Inciting an undeniable appetite in Jiang Ling, noticing his reaction, Bulma blushed faintly. Bulma, would you be so kind as to assist me? Not here, she replied. We shall attend to it upon our return. We are in public view at present. Jiang Ling, a smirk playing upon his lips, fixed her with an amused gaze. You pledge to accede to my requests henceforth. After a moment's hesitation, Bulma bit her lip gently, casting furtive glances around to ensure their privacy. Do indulge in your smugness. With a coy glance at Jiang Ling, Bulma crouched down. A hiss escaped Jiang Ming, who was experiencing a mix of pain and pleasure. As Bulma became more adept, the pain faded, leaving only pleasure. The matter came to a close. Jiang Ling observed Earth beginning to regain its vitality and cities gradually starting to rebuild. He felt it was time to return to his own timeline. In truth, he could have returned much earlier, but he was somewhat hesitant. There was another Bulma back in his time, and he was unsure how she would react upon learning about his relationship with the future Bulma. This dilemma gave Jiang Ling a headache. What must come will come. Having stayed here for so long, it would be unreasonable not to return. After sharing his concerns with Bulma, she chuckled lightly. Then take me with you, and I'll talk to her, she suggested. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling slapped his thigh in realization. Of course, after all, women understand women best, especially when they are the same person. Chapter 84, King Cold, Parallel Universe. Jiang Ling's original timeline. A planetary outpost in the cosmos. A multitude of spacecraft launched and landed here in a flurry of activity. Inside the base, King Cold, father of Frisia, sat regally upon his throne, perusing the intelligence presented by his subordinate. His brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated the information in silence. His fingers drummed erratically upon the table, creating a discordant rhythm. An intangible aura of oppressive tension emanated from King Cold, enveloping the vicinity. The two henchmen behind him remained in obsequious silence, scarcely daring to breathe, lest they incur the wrath of the capricious monarch and meet their demise. After a protracted interval, King Cold relinquished his grasp on the documents. As if having reached a definitive resolution, he initiated communication with Slug. Yes, a subordinate promptly replied. Soon, Shrag appeared on the large screen before King Kurd. He bore a striking resemblance to the Namekians, yet he was not one of them. To say he was a Namekian would not be entirely inaccurate, for Shrag possessed the bloodline of the Namekian race. He was a descendant of those who escaped the great catastrophe on Namek long ago. However, having not been raised on Namek, one might argue that he was not truly a Namekian. Shrag appeared quite aged, his skin sagging, devoid of the firmness of his youth. Ah, Kurd, you actually took the initiative to contact me, Shrag taunted. His legion was a bitter rival to Kurd's, each occupying their own territory and frequently clashing, neither willing to yield. Hmph, King Kurd scoffed. Let's not waste time. I have a matter of importance to discuss with you. Oh, the illustrious King Kurd has a matter to bring to my attention? I am quite curious about what it entails. Shrag straightened in his seat, evidently intrigued. Shrag, King Kurd inquired, as a Namekian, do you still speak the Namekian language? Well, yes, my lineage grants me the ability to speak it without needing to learn. He replied, why do you ask? Are you aware of the events occurring on Namek? Uncertain, though I possess the bloodline of the Namekians. I was not raised on that planet, and thus have no interest or understanding of it. Shrag shook his head, his countenance darkening further. What are you truly attempting to convey? Surely you do not intend to jest with me? If so, prepare for war. No, King Cold calmly gestured, then proceeded to discuss the matter of the Dragon Balls, expressing a willingness to collaborate, requesting only a singular wish in return. Upon hearing of the existence of such a marvelous entity as the Dragon Balls, Shrag maintained an impassive facade, yet internally he was elated. His physique had grown increasingly frail, and his strength was no longer what it once was. Recently, he had sensed the ambitions of those beneath him, eager to usurp his position, which left him in a state of anxiety. The revelation of the Dragon Balls felt like a fortuitous opportunity. Contemplating this, Shrag narrowed his eyes and smirked malevolently, asking, are you not afraid that I might secretly dispatch individuals to Namek? You may attempt that, King Cold replied with an unflappable expression, but should you do so, I shall preemptively destroy the Dragon Balls and engage you in battle. If you prefer not to engage in an all-out war with me, so be it. Upon hearing this, Shrag retracted his smile. Given the scale of their two legions, A full-scale conflict would only result in a loss of 1,000 on the enemy's side, while inflicting an 800 loss on themselves. Although he harbored malevolent intentions and was capable of heinous acts, he was not a fool. The prospect of obtaining 2 wishes with mere words was an opportunity that anyone with sense would seize. Very well, I agree to this arrangement, but I trust you will not go back on your word. He ended the call. A subordinate then inquired of King Kurd, Your Majesty, do you truly intend to grant him such a substantial favor? Could we not simply capture anyone proficient in the Namekian language on Namek and make our wishes? King Kurd shot a glance at his subordinate and coldly retorted, according to the intelligence provided by my son Frisia's legion, Namekians would rather die than assist you with wishes. Even if they appear to yield, there remains a significant likelihood that their submission is feigned, leading to betrayal. From this perspective, I find it far more reassuring to engage in a mutually beneficial exchange with Shrag. At least, in the realm of pragmatic interests, unexpected complications are less likely to arise. Chapter 85. Return to the main timeline, Earth. Wukong has yet to return from Yadrith Star, while Jiang Ling remains in the future timeline. On Earth, tranquility prevails, with no significant events unfolding. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Krillin, Yamcha, and Vegeta are diligently training across various locations on the planet. Prior to Jiang Ling's journey to the future, he had informed them of the impending arrival of the androids in 3 years, as well as the dire circumstances that awaited them. Consequently, the Z-Fighters of Earth have plunged into rigorous training upon hearing this news. Suddenly, 2 figures materialize in the skies above West City. One with black hair and the other with blue. Jiang Ling and future Bulma. Jiang Ling has returned from the future timeline via the system, which cannot be classified as time travel, but rather as a leap between 2 parallel timelines. Below them lies West City, a bustling metropolis adorned with numerous towering buildings and a steady flow of pedestrians and vehicles, embodying the essence of modernity. Future Bulma gazes at this scene with a sense of nostalgia. Mere moments ago, in the future timeline, this area was but a wasteland, with people beginning the arduous task of reconstruction. Now, they have returned to a time before the calamity, where society thrives in peace and prosperity. Future Bulma feels a sense of disorientation, as if caught in an illusion. Observing her expression, Jiang Ling understands her thoughts and smiles reassuringly, saying, Bulma, this is all real, not a mere figment of your imagination. It has been quite some time since you last saw Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, hasn't it? Come, let's pay them a visit. Future Bulma hesitated for a moment, her nerves heightening as she adjusted her impeccably smooth attire. This might not be appropriate. I fear they might sense something amiss. Jiang Ling shrugged nonchalantly, remarking, What's the worry? You appear younger now. They would hardly notice anything unusual. It's settled then. With that, Jiang Ling wrapped his arm around future Bulma's slender waist and soared directly to the courtyard of Dr. Brief's residence in West City. Future Bulma glanced around, taking in the surroundings. Everything appeared precisely as it did in her memories from over a decade ago. It felt as though time had looped back, as if she were in a world apart. Jiang Ling remained silently by her side, not uttering a word. At that moment, Mrs. Brief approached, cheerfully humming a tune, a watering can in hand, seemingly on her way to tend to the flowers. From a distance, she spotted future Bulma and Jiang Ling. Oh, Jiang Ling, what brings you here today? She inquired with a smile. Jiang Ling chuckled, scratching his head. Hello, Andy. I just thought I'd accompany Bulma for a visit, right, Bulma? Future Bulma blinked in surprise and quickly responded, Yes, it's been a while since I last came. I thought I'd drop by today. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Brief appeared somewhat perplexed. But Bulma, weren't you here just yesterday? Huh? Was I? Ha! In the future, Bulma let out a light chuckle, brushing off the moment and nearly revealing too much. Mrs. Brief scrutinized future Bulma, then glanced at Jiang Ling, covering her mouth with a soft laugh. Being around your boyfriend truly makes a difference. You've become so much gentler. Jiang Ling exchanged a knowing look with future Bulma, shaking her head in amusement. No wonder she is Bulma's mother. She instantly noticed the change. Fortunately, nothing was exposed. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome to explain. Jiang Ling detested complications above all else. Subsequently, Jiang Ling accompanied future Bulma to visit Dr. Brief, casually bringing him a copy of a magazine. "Oh, this issue seems to be from next month," she remarked. "Jiang Ling, you truly are a superstar. You can even obtain magazines that have yet to be published." Jiang Ling, "Well, when I acquired it in the future timeline, I didn't pay attention to the date. Fortunately, Dr. Brief's imaginative prowess compensated for that." After a brief sojourn, Jiang Ling and future Bulma departed. The Briefs, with beaming smiles, conveyed their understanding, remarking that young people should seize the moment and endeavor to bring back a grandchild or two. Jiang Ling escorted future Bulma to his villa. The locale was sparsely populated, boasting a picturesque environment, verdant foliage, and the occasional chirping of insects. This was the very reason Jiang Ling had chosen to establish his abode here. The villa's courtyard was meticulously maintained, a testament to diligent upkeep. "So, this is your residence. It appears quite pleasant." Future Bulma, observing the surroundings, expressed her delight in the tranquil ambience. Jiang Ling grinned, settling naturally onto a stone chair in the courtyard. "What do you mean, my residence? Bulma resides here as well. It's our home." At that moment, Bulma emerged from the villa, clad in fashionable attire, her hairstyle equally chic. Upon seeing Jiang Ling, her face lit up with joy. "You're back? I miss you so much." Then he lunged forward, and in the next moment, he beheld the future Bulma standing in the courtyard, momentarily taken aback. The two Bulmas, each exuding a distinctly different aura, locked eyes, as if separated by the very fabric of time. It was a fateful encounter, and in that instant, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 86. The two Bulmas in the courtyard. Jiang Ling languidly reclined on a lounge chair. The warm sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting irregular patches of light that danced upon him. After the meeting of the two Bulmas, the future Bulma, with an air of familiarity, engaged the present Bulma in conversation, traversing topics from fashion to physique, from shopping escapades to advancements in technology. Their dialogue flowed effortlessly, encompassing all manner of subjects. As their conversation deepened, the two women made their way into the villa's interior. Prior to entering, the future Bulma shot Jiang Ling a reassuring glance, bidding him to remain at ease. With no means to partake in their discourse, Jiang Ling resigned himself to resting in the courtyard. He even ordered takeout to pass the time. Before he realized it, an hour had elapsed. The two Bulmas emerged from the villa, one following the other. The future Bulma wore a radiant smile, while the present Bulma regarded Jiang Ling with a mixture of irritation, reproach, peculiarity, and an overwhelming sense of exasperation. "Well, Jiang Ling, it seems you are rather indulgent in your amusements." Bulma advanced, placing a hand on her hip while playfully seizing Jiang Ling's ear, her beautiful eyes widening in mock indignation, revealing her characteristic impish nature. Whatever future Bulma had imparted to her, she harbored no resentment concerning the matters between Jiang Ling and her future self. Yet she still required Jiang Ling to declare his stance. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Jiang Ling promptly confessed, "I was wrong, Bulma. It was my fault." "That's more like it. How are you going to make amends to me?" Bulma released his ear, crossed her arms, and feigned displeasure. However, her gaze wavered, occasionally darting toward the direction of the villa's bedroom. "Huh? Make amends?" Jiang Ling blinked, puzzled. Bulma's brow furrowed. "What? You don't want to?" "I do, of course I do." Upon hearing this, Bulma's lips curved upward, already envisioning how she would chastise Jiang Ling. She continued, "Go cleanse yourself and head to the bedroom." Jiang Ling. Acknowledging his transgression, Jiang Ling was ushered into the villa's bedroom by Bulma, where he was thoroughly exploited. Ultimately, Bulma couldn't endure it any longer and collapsed from exhaustion. Finally releasing Jiang Ling, Bulma's complexion flushed with a rosy hue as she extended her fair and delicate foot, feebly nudging Jiang Ling. "Tonight, you're sleeping elsewhere. I'm going to sleep with my future self. This serves as your penance." With a helpless shrug, Jiang Ling acquiesced to her decree. He retreated to summon the Bulma of the future into the master bedroom, that they might share the night together. He, in turn, sought solace in the adjacent chamber. Devoid of a fair companion, the sensation of solitary slumber proved to be an exquisite delight. Unburdened by worldly cares, Jiang Ling's repose was deeper and more fragrant. as he luxuriated in the expanse of his solitary bedchamber. Within the master bedroom, the two Bulmas engaged in hushed, intimate discourse. Outside, the moon cast its radiant glow, bathing the courtyard in its ethereal light, illuminating the unopened takeout containers, which seamlessly melded into the environment, lifelike in their stillness. The following morn, Jiang Ling awoke naturally, refreshed and invigorated. After attending to his ablutions, he ventured into the kitchen. As anticipated, the Bulma of the future was already immersed in the preparation of breakfast. A subtle curve graced Jiang Ling's lips. He found himself particularly susceptible to the allure of the Bulma of the future, adorned in an apron, diligently laboring in the culinary domain. He advanced, his form aligning with hers from behind, his arms encircling her slender waist, his palms resting upon her unyielding abdomen. In hushed tones, he inquired, "Are you Bulma, or the Bulma of the future?" The Bulma of the future retorted with a dismissive eye roll. "I find it implausible that you are unable to discern my identity as the one from the future." "Oh," with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, Jiang Ling remarked, "I find it hard to believe. Allow me to take a look." Future Bulma struggled slightly, insisting, "Do not jest. Bulma is still present." "But I did not see her just now," Jiang Ling replied. "It is precisely because of you. She was utterly exhausted last night." In Chapter 87, Titled Titles, after teasing Bulma, Jiang Ling refrained from pursuing the matter further. He casually made his way to the living room, awaiting breakfast. After a short while, the meal was prepared. It consisted of last night's takeout, warmed up along with eggs and milk. In the words of future Bulma, it served to replenish Jiang Ling's protein intake. Jiang Ling, however, expressed his discontent, stating, "Do I still require supplementation? It seems you underestimate my capabilities." Future Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a glance, saying, "Cease your banter. Protein replenishment is beneficial for someone like you who engages in rigorous physical training." "Indeed, that is true," he conceded. Jiang Ling acquiesced with a nod, consuming the previous day's takeaway for sustenance. It was at this moment that Bulma roused from her slumber. Her capabilities had been greatly augmented after ingesting the mutated senzu bean, granting her exceptional recuperative powers. Despite her utter exhaustion the night before, she had now recovered considerably. However, the Bulma of the future would not be able to withstand such intense combat. Therefore, Jiang Ling employed distinct combat strategies for Bulma and future Bulma, acknowledging their disparate strengths and tailoring his approach accordingly. "Awake already?" Future Bulma inquired with astonishment, well aware of the arduous battle Bulma had endured the previous day. "You seemed so drained yesterday. I anticipated you would remain in bed for a while longer." Bulma stretched languidly, her slender sleepwear accentuating her shapely figure. As she extended her limbs, she remarked with a smile, "Ah, I owe it all to the mutated senzu beans that Jiang Ling cultivated coupled with my regular training. My strength is not to be scoffed at. Otherwise, no one could endure his intensity, unless he were to show some gentleness, as he does with you." Upon hearing this, future Bulma's complexion flushed slightly. She inwardly concurred with Bulma's sentiment, fully cognizant of Jiang Ling's formidable prowess. "Ahem, enough chatter. Come and partake in a meal." Jiang Ling felt a twinge of discomfort upon overhearing their discussion about her prowess in a particular area. "What's going on?" one of them exclaimed. Indeed, the two women, one with her arms crossed and the other with hands on her hips, simultaneously glared at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, mustering her courage, waved her hand dismissively, indicating that it was nothing and they could speak freely. The two Bulmas, however, ceased their conversation and began to enjoy their breakfast, all the while engaging in light banter. Jiang Ling seized the moment to interject, since the future Bulma may be staying for an extended period. "Having two Bulmas at home makes it rather confusing to address you both. Perhaps we should consider alternative names?" The two Bulmas exchanged glances, acknowledging the validity of her point. It would be chaotic to simply call out Bulma, with both responding in unison. "What should we call each other then?" "Jiang Ling, why don't you suggest something?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling turned to the future Bulma and proposed, "Since you have traveled from the future, how about we refer to you as Big Bulma? It would make differentiation easier." The future Bulma glanced down at her noticeably larger bosom compared to the original Bulma, her expression somewhat bemused. You're not suggesting that based on my chest, are you? Upon hearing this, Bulma also took a moment to compare the two. Wow, it's true. Jiang Ling, do you really prefer the bigger ones? Bulma's voice drifted over with a teasing lilt. Jiang Ling sprang to her feet, vehemently denying no, that is not it. Don't say such things. In truth, she rather liked them all. Ugh, both Bulma and Big Bulma exclaimed in unison, shameless. If your female fans found out about this situation, there would be a massive loss of followers, don't you know? They would also call you a despicable man. Jiang Ling chuckled. If they unfollow, so be it. As long as I have you too, that's enough. This overly sweet remark, though cloying, was exactly what the two Bulmas liked to hear. You and your glib tongue, they teased. Haha, it's the truth. How can you call it glib? Time drifted by leisurely. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. During this time, Jiang Ling finally convinced the two Bulmas and experienced a double dose of happiness. But that was it. Although the two Bulmas were essentially the same person, they were still somewhat averse to a threesome. They preferred one-on-one interactions. When both desired his company simultaneously, Jiang Ling had a shuttle between 2 rooms. What? The law? Jiang Ling was the strongest man on Earth. If he wished, destroying the planet would be a matter of minutes. Altering the law was even more trivial. During this period, Big Bulma, akin to Bulma, augmented her power through the consumption of homegrown, mutated senzu beans. She also dedicated time to training, resulting in a rapid enhancement of her abilities. While the mutated senzu beans were beneficial, their limited quantity offered minimal improvement. For Jiang Ling, acquiring authentic senzu beans would be far more advantageous. Over these 2 months, the trio of Jiang Ling, Bulma, and Big Bulma were not always confined to their domestic interactions. The two Bulmas would occasionally venture out for shopping excursions, clothing purchases, and engaging in scientific research at home. Jiang Ling, too, would periodically explore, seeking out Piccolo, Krillin, Vegeta, and others to assess their training progress. It must be acknowledged that the threat posed by the androids spurred significant advancements in their power. Piccolo and Vegeta exhibited the most accelerated progress. Piccolo, having unlocked his latent potential, surprisingly surpassed even Vegeta in strength. This was something Jiang Ling had not anticipated. He had always felt a sense of regret regarding Piccolo in the original work. Now that Piccolo has the opportunity to develop and no longer remains a mere side character to the Saiyans, Jiang Ling finds himself genuinely pleased. As for Vegeta, it is uncertain whether it is due to having engaged in fewer instances of the near-death passive or the absence of training in the gravity chamber. But his strength has significantly diminished compared to the original narrative. The path to attaining Super Saiyan status before the arrival of the androids remains a long and arduous journey. On the other hand, characters such as Gohan, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha have made considerable progress in their training, seemingly accelerated compared to the original storyline, possibly a consequence of the increased gravity on Earth. Jiang Ling is quite satisfied with this outcome. He desires a flourishing array of talents rather than a narrative focused solely on the brilliance of 2 protagonists. Chapter 88. Worn Out. Outer Space. A large spacecraft is racing towards Earth at an incredible speed. How long until we reach Earth? Returning to the king, it will take another half hour. Upon the throne, King Cold, a figure of imposing stature, gestured for his subordinates to withdraw. Frieza stood silently beside the throne. In contrast to King Cold, Frieza's form appeared more petite, possessing a streamlined physique, devoid of the ruggedness of King Cold's robust musculature, instead exuding an aesthetic of fluid grace. Frieza, King Cold remarked with disdain, resting a clenched fist against his chin, this desolate planet could be obliterated with a single strike. Why the need for this elaborate personal visit? Upon hearing this, Frieza's countenance twisted into a venomous expression. Nay, I shall not annihilate Earth. I intend to make Jiang Ling suffer a fate worse than death. To personally obliterate the Earthlings before his very eyes, so he may experience the utter despair of helplessness. Each time he recalled the final moments on Namek, Frieza yearned to flay Jiang Ling alive. A swift death? it would hardly assuage the malice festering in Frisia's heart. This time, he had brought his father, King Cold, along as a safeguard. Should vengeance elude him, his father could still preserve his life. Although his power had increased considerably since his resurrection, he still lacked certainty when facing Jiang Ling. Hence, he had deliberately enlisted the aid of his father, King Cold. In Frisia's estimation, only Jiang Ling, the Super Saiyan, posed a significant threat. The others were mere insects. Excellent. You are indeed my son. Pursue your vengeance, and I shall support you in vanquishing this so-called Super Saiyan. Kurd guffawed heartily. Suddenly, a more amusing notion occurred to flee. Why not simply cripple Jiang Ling and then enslave the Earthlings? I want to make their lives a living hell. My son, do as you please. Your father will always have your back. King Kurd chuckled with an air of supreme confidence.